Walking around the school garden was my exact definition of peace. I brought a purple flower up to my nose, and then suddenly, I felt my chest tightening. I reached for my inhaler and panicked when I realized I dropped it on the way here. Oh God, was I gonna die? Looking for this? I turned to see Axel, the most attractive guy in school, and he was holding my inhaler. It was the first time he'd ever talked to me. Oh, thank God. Give me that, please. As I was taking some puffs, he kept looking at me, and it made me feel worse instead of better. I looked away and continued calming myself down. When I turned to him again, he was gone. This boy was so mysterious. He'd joined our school a year ago, and no one knew anything about him. Hi, my name is Olivia, and I have a chronic breathing condition called asthma. I wasn't allowed to join any active sports and have some extra fun. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. It was the weekend, and I'd invited my best friend Tori to play golf with me on our private course. I told her what happened yesterday, and she started squealing like a hyena. Oh my God, bestie, maybe he secretly likes you. Nah, he just tried to help me. Well, he never talked to any girl before, so it definitely meant something. So what if it does? He's not my type anyway. He's too mysterious for me. Rumor has it that he has a gang outside, and they love beating people up and burning things down, but that will make your love story even cuter. The title would be The Mafia Boss and His Queen. Ow! Just stop with your Wattpad fantasies already. Suddenly, a private jet landed nearby, and I was shocked to see who came out. Liam. He was my childhood friend who'd moved to Germany when we were 10, and I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I could hardly recognize him. He looked like a prince. He ran to hug me and spun me around. I missed you so much, gorgeous. I missed you too, handsome. Just then, he spotted Tori standing behind me. Why are you playing golf with your maid, Olivia? Liam, she's not… Hey, you. Get me some fresh orange juice, quick. Hello? Do I look like a maid to you? Liam, she's not my maid, and her name is Tori. She's my high school best friend, so please be nice to her. Okay. Whatever. I need to see your mom. We have a lot of catching up to do. As he ran off to our mansion, Tori gave me a disapproving look. This is your childhood best friend? The guy you've been telling me so much about? He sounds like a jerk. He must be tired from the flight. Trust me, he's a nice guy. When I came to school the next day, I saw all the girls gathered in the parking lot. I checked to see what all the chaos was about and saw Liam coming out of his golden chopper with his bodyguards rolling out a red carpet for him. What was he doing here? Morgan, the most annoying brat in the world, accidentally tripped over something invisible right in front of him. Oh my God, my dress! It's worth $237.69 million, and now it's dirty. I need some love and comfort. Liam ignored her and grabbed a megaphone instead. Attention, everyone. Call yourself lucky because I'm joining your school now. And ladies, I know I'm super handsome and irresistible, but unfortunately for you, I'm unavailable. He sounded so pompous. But Morgan and the rest of the female population suddenly looked like depressed vegetables. And they didn't look happy to see him walking down the hallway with me, or sitting right next to me during class. But for some reason, all I could think about was Axel's empty seat at the back. Later that day, we had some important exam results being posted on the bulletin board, and I was shocked when I didn't see my name at the top spot. Holy mother of frogs! It was Axel this time. I don't understand. He either sleeps in class or doesn't even attend them, but he's always in the top 5. And now, he's freaking number 1? How is he beating me? Maybe he studies in dark alleys all night after beating someone up. As I turned around, I crashed straight into someone behind me. It was Axel. If you're curious, you only have to ask. Okay then, why don't you tell us? It's a secret. I'll have to come a bit closer. As he bent his head down to my ear, I suddenly felt my heart skip a beat. He brushed a strand of hair away and whispered, I'm just really, really smart. Smarter than you, for sure. I might be smarter than Einstein himself. Gosh, he was so arrogant. I was about to push him away when suddenly Liam did it for me. Who are you? And can you step away from Olivia? I could ask you the same thing, but I'm not interested actually. Axel turned around and left, and Liam looked really annoyed. As I started walking down the hallway, he followed me and asked me out for dinner that night so we could catch up. That sounded nice, and I agreed. He took me to a really fancy restaurant, and we were having a good time. Till our order arrived, and suddenly, Liam started yelling at the waiter.
I ordered a sizzling steak, not your stupidity.
Liam, what are you doing? It looked completely fine. The chef came out and asked us what the problem was.
The steak doesn't sizzle enough, and it's not even the center of the plate. This is the stupidest food presentation I've ever seen. You're fired. Sir, you can't do that. I own this restaurant. My dad owns half the city, and I'm going to have your restaurant shut down for food poisoning. Come, Olivia, we're leaving.
As we stepped outside, I turned to him furiously. Liam, you're unbelievable. How can you talk to people like that?
I can talk to anyone any way I want. Olivia, this was supposed to be a perfect date, and they ruined it. I'm only angry because it meant so much to me.
No one ruined anything except for you. Wait, a date? I thought this was just dinner between friends.
Come on, I told every girl in school that I'm unavailable. And you must know that everyone is expecting us to be together, right? I want it. Our families want it.
But I don't want it. I don't even think of you that way. And who are you to decide things for me?
Why are you being so difficult?
Don't mess things up like this, Liam. I miss the old you, the sweet little boy who used to be my best friend. I want that person back.
I won't just settle for being your friend, Olivia. I'll do anything to be more than that.
And at that moment, I just knew that things would never be the same between us. The next day at the canteen, Tori and I spotted Axel in one corner looking anxious as he talked to someone over the phone. He's probably talking to his advisor. Advisor? For what? Every mafia boss has his own advisor, and they're probably planning on their next victim. I tapped her head to snap her out of her crazy ideas, but my curiosity about Axel grew even more. I wondered what he was really up to whenever he disappeared. As he walked off, I decided to follow him and saw him heading to the library. Now was my chance to see how he studied. But he just spread out his notes, put his head down, and fell asleep. I tiptoed and snuck closer to see those notes and noticed that he had such cute handwriting. Suddenly, a hand grabbed mine, and when I turned my head, our lips almost touched. Was he awake all this time? I just wanted to grab that book next to your notes.
I have a really important question to ask you, Olivia. It's now or never.
Yeah? What is it?
What lotion do you use? Your hands are really soft.
Realizing that he was still holding my hand, I pulled away and came up with the lamest excuse. I really need to pee. Bye! Later that day, I was in the school elevator when he stepped in to join me. Please don't talk about the notes. Please don't talk about the notes.
So, what was your deal with my notes earlier? Still trying to figure out how I'm getting better grades than you?
I told you. I was aiming for that book beside you. He just smirked at me and was about to say something when suddenly Liam slipped in.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere.
Suddenly, the elevator broke. Perfect timing. Axel started calling for help while Liam started pestering me.
Why are you ignoring me? Is this about last night? Fine. I'll let that stupid chef go this once.
Could we please focus on the problem right now? We're basically stuck and it's so hot.
Let's make it hotter then.
Without any warning, Liam took off his shirt and I was stunned. When I turned to my right, Axel did the same and holy cheese. If Liam had the body of a fitness instructor, Axel had the body of a Greek god. And I looked like a stupid potato between them. Why did you take off your shirt too?
You're right. It's really hot. I might die of hypothermia and suffocation.
Before I could collapse, the elevator doors finally opened. Oh, thank God. I immediately rushed to the restroom and used my inhaler to calm myself from the traumatic incident. One night, while I was giving out food and cash to some beggars, I spotted someone in a leather jacket exchanging something with a suspicious guy across the street. I realized that it was Axel. I got out of my limo to secretly follow them as they passed through an alley and entered a door that led to a basement. Oh my God, was this their hideout? I was expecting to see a room full of gangsters, but it was the complete opposite. There were nerdy-looking guys solving Rubik's Cubes with super difficult shapes everywhere. I spotted Axel, and he was the only one who looked different. What in the world? I met Axel's eyes across the room, and he looked so shocked to see me that he fell off his chair. He acted like nothing had happened and continued solving his cube, but I couldn't help but smile. He was so cute. After the game, he was awarded second place, but he didn't seem happy about it. He walked up to me with a disappointed face.
I lost by 1.5 seconds because I got distracted when I saw you. It's the 57th Digital Qualifier Next Generation Championship Cup, and I should have won it to complete my badges.
So he was actually a nerd who happened to look like a bad boy? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to follow you. Suddenly, the scariest nerd that I had ever seen charged toward Axel like a raging bull. I bet $5 million on you to win, and I need to get it back, you loser. Get him, guys.
Time to go.
Axel grabbed my hand and dragged me out of the building. We fled on his motorbike, but the nerdy goons kept following us until we reached the countryside. Suddenly, it started raining really hard, and we could hardly see anything. Axel had no choice but to pull over to the nearest waiting shed. Both of us were soaked to the bone as we sat on the single bench. It looks like the rain wasn't stopping tonight, and it was already so late. I called my parents to tell them that I was sleeping at Tori's house so they wouldn't be worried.
I'm sorry you got dragged into all of this.
No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have followed you. You lost the game because of me.
It's fine. There are thousands of upcoming games anyway.
I grabbed the chance to reveal our ridiculous theories about him, and it was my first time seeing him laugh.
So you're telling me that all nerds are supposed to be blind and aren't allowed to wear leather jackets?
It was my first time seeing one.
You're shaking. You must be very cold.
He took his leather jacket off and wrapped it around me, pulling me into a hug.
I hope my body heat can make you feel better.
Yeah, it's helping.
I'm relieved.
Feeling so safe in his arms, I found myself closing my eyes with a smile. When I opened them again, I realized that I'd been asleep on Axel's shoulder for hours. It was morning already. I woke him up and we rushed to the nearest store to buy some decent clothes. We changed into new ones, and as we went to school together, everyone looked stunned. But Liam looked furious. He immediately pulled me aside.
Are you out of your mind? Why did you come with that stupid gangster?
Buzz off, Liam. It's none of your business.
I can't believe you're choosing him over me. We basically grew up together.
Axel suddenly came up to me and handed me my undershirt from last night.
You forgot this in my bag.
Everyone dramatically gasped, and I turned into the ripest tomato. I purposely started coughing to distract everyone, but it only made Liam and Axel race to get my inhaler from my bag.
Back off, man. You back off, idiot.
Suddenly, Morgan jumped in between them. Boys, stop fighting over that trash with stupid lungs. I'm right here. One of you can have me. I'll take either of you. Both the boys ignored her and continued glaring at each other. Okay, that's enough. I'm not a damsel in distress who needs constant saving. I'm totally fine. Tori couldn't stop teasing me about everything that happened. I'm loving the fact that two hotties are fighting over you, but I'm Team Axel, obviously. Liam is the villain in this story. Tori, I swear to God, my life is not a cheesy fan fiction. Seems like it anyway. She then walked away with a teasing smile. In the following days, Axel and I started hanging out, and it drove Liam even crazier. But I didn't care. I was really having fun with him. He even introduced me to his friends at their club. One time, I tried to touch his favorite cube, but he panicked.
Be careful. You have to hold it gently. It's the 6th generation fully functional limited edition cube.
God, he was such a hot nerd. Don't worry, I'll handle it with care. And then, I surprised him by solving it in less than a minute.
Brains and beauty? You're really something else, Olivia.
Suddenly, Liam appeared out of nowhere and challenged him.
Let's have a polo match, tomorrow after school. 1-on-1. The winner can date Olivia, while the loser should back off. Forever.
Are you out of your mind? I'm not a freaking trophy for a stupid competition. To my surprise, Axel replied,
See you tomorrow then.
As Liam walked off, I turned to Axel angrily, but he took my hand.
It's the only way for him to back off. I promise, I'll win this.
Okay, but be careful. I don't trust Liam to play fair. I was their only audience the next day, and I was a bundle of nerves. Minutes into the game, Axel was already being Liam's butt effortlessly.
Are you ready to lose? Ask that to yourself, idiot.
To my surprise, Liam suddenly hit Axel's horse with his mallet, causing it to panic and throw him off. Liam then grabbed the chance to hit the ball and shoot it at the goal. He then came up to me and smirked.
You're mine now, whether you like it or not.
Over my dead body, Liam. You're not my best friend anymore. You're a monster.
A very sexy and attractive monster.
Axel got up and glared at him.
You clearly cheated. This is not fair. We never had any rules, loser.
Axel lunged forward to attack Liam, who suddenly snapped his fingers, and his bodyguard dragged Axel away. And I felt even angrier. Do you really think all this is helping you win me over? You're just making me dislike you more.
What do you think your parents would say if they learned their little princess is dating a gangster?
Where's your proof? Axel is a decent guy, and he's also a genius.
You really like him, don't you?
Finally, you got the hint.
We'll see about that.
The next day, I was surprised to see the whole school in a total mess. The walls were all ruined with spray paint, and half the lockers had been smashed. The principal was fuming. He checked the surveillance footage, and we were all shocked to see who the culprit was. Axel. It couldn't be.
I knew it. He couldn't accept the fact that I beat him in a game yesterday, so he threw a little tantrum.
Suddenly, Morgan clung to Axel's arm.
You could have destroyed me instead, Axel babe, and I would have thanked you for it.
Girl, have some dignity, and eat this to fill your empty brain. Axel turned to me and said,
You know I couldn't do this, Olivia.
Of course. Only idiots would believe that footage. Unfortunately, the principal was one of them. He immediately suspended Axel, and seeing Liam grinning made my blood boil. Obviously, he had framed Axel, but I had to find some proof first. Later that night, I sneaked through Liam's window and hid inside his closet. Soon, he entered his room with a guy who was wearing the same outfit and hairstyle as Axel, and they were talking about how they had set him up this morning. I knew it! I made a video of the whole thing, and just then I bumped into something and made a loud sound. And the next second, the closet door flew open, and Liam turned into a psycho.
You little witch! Give me your phone, or else.
He was about to hurt me when his parents suddenly barged in. I showed them the video and told them about Liam's behavior, and they were very disappointed.
You're gonna regret this, Olivia. You'll see.
To teach him a lesson, his parents cut off his allowance and put him on a plane back to Germany. I was sad because I'd lost my childhood friend, but he just wasn't the same guy anymore. And now I could finally focus on Axel. I headed to their club, but he wasn't there. I didn't find him at his mansion either. I tried calling him on his phone, but there wasn't any signal. Where was he? What if Liam did something to him before leaving? Feeling so worried, I suddenly had a hard time breathing, but I couldn't find my inhaler anywhere.
Looking for this?
I turned to see Axel, and he was holding my inhaler. I ran to him with happy tears. I thought something bad had happened to you.
I'm sorry if I got you worried. I just got busy doing something.
He brought me up to his room, and I was shocked when he unveiled a huge painting-like Rubik's Cube with my face on it. Axel, this is just amazing.
Olivia, I've liked you since the first time I laid my eyes on you, but I was too scared to get close to you because I knew I'd just fall for you. And well, I did.
So what are you waiting for? He responded by finally kissing me, and it felt surreal.
I love you.
I love you too. Suddenly, Tori stepped into the room and started jumping like a monkey. I knew it! Wait, had she been following me? Axel and I just chuckled at her craziness. I was walking towards the lockers one day when I noticed the 3 most popular boys in school looking at me, like I was some kind of snack. It was the first time in 2 years they'd noticed me. Then, they were suddenly smiling at me. What's going on? I got so nervous, I crashed straight into an open locker door and my books fell to the floor. Wow, what an entry.
Seriously? Her? The nerd? Well, she is cute, but are you sure she should be our new target? She looks too innocent. Heck yeah! I'm gonna make her fall in love with me and win the bet. Get your $10 million ready, losers. We'll see about that.
Hi, my name is Athena, and let me tell you how these 3 annoying playboys pulled me into the most confusing situation ever. First though, please hit the like and subscribe button. After my class, I was walking down the stairs when I suddenly tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was Andre, the guy who was literally dating half of the female population in our school. He was staring at my lips as he pulled me close.
Your lips look lonely. Do they want to meet mine?
Please, get off me.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl.
I'd rather kiss a trash can, by the way. Oh, wait, what's the difference? I smiled at seeing the shocked look on his face. Walking away, I almost tripped over a random calculator someone had left on the floor. I dropped my books, and before I could pick them up, someone was doing it for me.
You should watch your step next time, princess.
For a second, I was stunned to see Tanner, the guy with the biggest Instagram following. He was grinning at me, and boy, he looked like a prince.
Would you mind taking a picture of me for my Insta?
He pushed his phone and started posing like he was God's gift to women. I didn't know how to react, so I put his phone down on the floor and awkwardly walked away to find an empty classroom. As I walked in, I was surprised to see someone sleeping in there. I shook his shoulder to wake him up, only to gasp when I realized it was Lucas, the handsome sleepyhead. What are you doing here? This is my place.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your name on the door.
I ignored his sarcasm and was about to head out before he spoke again.
We can share this room, if you want.
Suddenly, the teacher came in and thought we'd been making out in there or something. She kicked us out, and it was so embarrassing, even more than all the tripping over. I had to avoid these heartbreakers. They were called the triple threat for a reason, and I hated guys like them. After my classes were finished, I found the three of them outside waiting for someone. They all smiled at me. Uh-oh.
Hey, baby girl. I think you're an engine, because my car won't start without you. Come on, princess. Let's get out of here. I'll give you a ride home.
Lucas just gave me a nod and signaled for me to get in. What in the world was happening? I hurriedly walked out of the gate to avoid them. When I entered the cafeteria the next day, I was greeted with milkshakes, coffees, burgers, and nuggets. It was the boys again. I turned them all down and chose to sit on a table alone as I ate. I heard some girls behind me talking about me. Seriously? Why are they after that lame junior? It must be a prank. There's no way they'd notice her otherwise. She's ugly. I turned to look at the girls and said, I really want to punch all you girls right now. But, you know, I'm busy dealing with attractive boys drooling over me now. Ciao. But I was furious. I had to know if I was really the target of a stupid prank. A few days later, as I was passing by the boys' locker room, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I saw the trio inside. I hid behind a locker to listen. God, what is that smell? Do boys even shower?
Give me 2 days, and she'll be following me around like a puppy. I don't think so. She's kinda challenging. Nah, she's just playing hard to get, Tanner. You guys should learn from me.
I couldn't believe it. These players had put a bet on me. I'd show them. They'd pick the wrong girl to mess with. I was gonna make them pay. Let the games begin. The drama club I was in had a show the next day, and my role was a stupid tree. The scene had a windy day, so when I started swaying my arms, someone gave a standing ovation from the audience.
Woo! Best actress ever. That's my girl.
What was he doing? After the show, he came over and gave me a bouquet of flowers and a gigantic teddy bear.
Babe, you know what? There's something wrong with my phone. It doesn't have your number in it.
He wouldn't leave until I put my number in his phone. The next day, while I was walking to school, I noticed a familiar sports car following me.
Hop in, princess.
It was Tanner. This time I got in. Let's see what his deal is. During the ride, I spilled my coffee over his squeaky clean dashboard on purpose. Oops, sorry, I'm just so clumsy. I was expecting him to get mad about it, but instead, he reached for some tissues and cleaned my hands with them. I found myself staring at him while my heart raced. No. It was all just an act. Get a grip, Athena. When we reached school, he helped me get out of the car.
Right. Slow down.
Geez, I'm not blind.
Seems like it sometimes.
I glared at him. Is there something you want to say? He just flashed a big smile and turned to fix his hair in the car window. So annoying. I walked off to class. Halfway through the lesson, when the teacher had her back to us, someone from the table next to me whispered, "Psst." I looked up to see that it was Andre.
Why'd you come here with Tanner? You know guys like him are jerks who will just break your heart. You know I'm totally serious about you.
Then he kissed my hand. Oh, please. How serious are you?
There's no number to express.
Then prove it to me.
Sure, baby girl, but how?
I'll tell you about it at lunch.
I can't wait. I swear. I'll do anything for you.
Just then the teacher kicked him out of the class for making all these noises. Everyone giggled, but he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He winked and walked off. Lunchtime came and he was already waiting. I wanted to ruin his reputation, especially in front of the girls, so I whispered my dare to him and his eyes grew wide.
If I do it, will you be my girlfriend?
I nodded. He immediately walked to the front of the cafeteria, jumped on a table, and shouted,
I have something to confess. I wet my bed every night, and I don't know what to do anymore.
I burst out laughing when he made a whole drama out of it while fake crying. But to my surprise, the girls started comforting him. What? My plan had backfired, so I sneaked out of the room, devastated. The next day, while I was reaching for a book in the library, Lucas suddenly appeared and grabbed it for me. I gave him a smile, but he just nodded. While I was doing my homework, he sat across from me and started reading a book. I waited for him to say hello or something, but he totally ignored me. I asked him what he was reading, but he just gave me a glare. Oh, I get it. He was using the snobbish bad boy style. I moved beside him and leaned in. Are you mute, or does your breath just stink? I was caught off guard when he grinned.
Do you really want to know?
I immediately pulled away when our lips almost touched. I cleared my throat and got myself back on track. Are you free tomorrow? I just need someone to go somewhere with me.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Later that night, I did a little research on Lucas and grinned when I read a comment about him having a phobia of heights in one of his Instagram posts. He was surprised when I brought him to an amusement park the next day. I forced him to try all the rides, and I was laughing my butt off whenever he screamed like a girl. Stop being such a wuss, Lucas. Let's try the pirate ship one more time. Just then, he started throwing up, and I couldn't stop laughing. I wanted to have more fun, so I acted like I'd sprained my ankle and let him carry me all around the place. Then I asked him to buy me some fries. When he bought them, I said, oh shoot, I'm also craving a banana split and a cheeseburger. I could barely stop myself from laughing at his annoyed face. Poor guy later fell asleep on the bench while I ate all the food. All of a sudden, I screamed in his ear. He jolted awake and asked what had happened. I told him that I was just thirsty and I needed some soda. He finally snapped.
Buy it yourself, girl. Jeez, you're so annoying.
And just like that, Lucas gave up. 1 down, 2 to go. Andre continued pestering me at school while Lucas was nowhere to be found. During lunch, Tanner sat beside me and asked me if I'd like to go on a date with him to the Bahamas. I want to get to know you first before going anywhere alone with you. I don't even know anything about your family.
Not a problem. You could join us for dinner tonight.
I did a happy dance on the inside. Everything was going according to plan. I told him that I'd come myself, so I just asked his address. That night, I borrowed my friend's hyperactive cats and brought them with me. Tanner looked so happy as he opened the door. My mom's out, so no one can babysit them. I put the basket down and the cats started running everywhere, scratching paintings and knocking over expensive vases. Sorry, they get their clumsiness from their mama. He looked totally unaffected.
Your kittens are adorable. Like you. Come on, dinner's ready. And they're all waiting for you.
His parents looked so sophisticated, and I was surprised to see that he had 4 little sisters. They all flocked around me like it was their first time seeing a girl. I started fake crying when dinner was served.
What's wrong?
I don't eat chicken. Poor little creatures. His mom asked me, oh, are you vegetarian? No, only for chickens. Chicken saved my life one time when I was crossing the road. Tanner immediately told the cook to change my food, and when we started eating, my cat suddenly jumped on the table and turned everything into a disaster. The look of horror on the faces of the Tanner family was epic. Sorry. I was shocked when his mom took the cats and started petting them. Unbelievable. It's fine. They're just asking for some love. I then placed my feet on the table and let out the loudest burp. Thanks for the splendid meal.
Anything for you.
Darn, he was such a good actor. After dinner, his mom showed me their family albums, and I couldn't help but notice how cute baby Tanner was. As I watched him play with his sisters, I realized that he wasn't really a self-absorbed jerk after all. While heading out that night, I tripped over something as usual and dropped my glasses. Tanner picked them up from me and looked at my bare face lovingly.
Wow, your beauty is so unreal, so perfect.
I realized that he was actually talking to me. I felt my heart beating faster. He looked so sincere, and it made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. Apparently, my efforts to get rid of him hadn't worked tonight, but why was I smiling? The next day, Andre sneaked in through my window. "Why are you here?"
There's a party nearby. Come on.
I told him that parties weren't my thing, and besides, I didn't have anything to wear.
Say no more, baby girl. Come with me.
I needed to mess with him more, so I went with him to the mall. He bought me a cute red dress and gave me a makeover.
Wow, you look like someone I know.
Who?
My next girlfriend.
Oh, please. I went to the party with Andre, and everyone was shocked upon seeing me. They thought I was a totally different person. While dancing with Andre, I couldn't help but notice Tanner and Lucas looking at me from across the room. A girl walked up to Tanner and started dancing with him. For some reason, the sight made my blood boil. I excused myself to the toilet, and when I came back, Andre was now dancing sweetly with another girl. Of course, he was a player, so I wasn't surprised. Lucas followed me when I went outside to the garden.
I'm sorry about what happened the other day, Athena. I was so stupid for doing such a horrible thing to a pretty girl like you.
Oh, wow. From a jerk to a Romeo. He really wanted to win that bet.
I really like you, and I hope you feel the same way.
He looked so genuine that I almost got carried away. I was about to say something, but then someone snatched me away from him. Tanner.
What's your problem, dude?
That's it.
We need to stop this. I won't let you play with her feelings. What are you talking about? I really like her. And pigs can fly, Lucas.
Before they could punch each other, Andre came over to stop them, and I just stood between them, looking like a confused little kitten.
Cut it out, you idiots. She's mine. Stay out of this, loser. You're hopeless. She was about to say yes to me.
Excuse me? I don't even like you.
Shut up. You know what? Take the darn money. Here's 10 million for each of you. Just leave her alone. Best decision ever, Tanner.
I was shocked. Did he just give away $20 million? Just like that? Tanner then grabbed my hand and said,
"Get out of here, Athena. You don't deserve to be treated like this. Stop pretending like you really care, Tanner."
Tanner looked so furious. Cut it out. I've known about the bet all this time, and I've been playing all of you idiots. You all lose. They were all shocked at my revelation. Andre and Lucas grabbed the bags from Tanner and ran away, while Tanner just stood there, shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, Athena. Goodbye.
My heart sank as I watched him walk away. My wish was finally granted. The jerks had finally stopped bothering me, and I should have been happy and relieved, right? But I wasn't. The next day, my mom came running to me with shocking news. Someone called Tanner had put $10 million into our account. We're rich. Wait, what? What was he doing? I ran to the school to talk to him, but he wasn't there. For 2 weeks, there was no sign of Tanner. Then one day, he finally showed up with a gorgeous blonde. She was all over him. After school, I found them kissing behind the bleachers. I tore him away and asked him about the money, but he walked away saying,
"I don't know what you're talking about. Go away."
As he walked away, I knew he was lying, so that night I went to his house. His mom told me to wait in his room. As I looked around, I saw something that shocked me. My lost anklet. It was placed carefully on his desk. Just then the door opened and Tanner came in. He looked shocked to see me, and the anklet in my hand. "Explain this." For a minute, he looked like he was going to deny everything, but to my surprise, he came forward and held my hand.
"I'm sorry I agreed to that stupid bet. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to do that anymore. I tried to forget you and what I did to you. That's why I was with that girl. Athena, I love you. I always have since the day I first spoke to you and found your anklet. Can you forgive me?"
"Yes, Tanner, I forgive you." He looked at me expectantly.
"Oh, that's it? I said I love you. Do you, love me?"
"Oh, yes, that too." He rolled his eyes at me and said,
"I can't believe I fell in love with you."
"Kinda late for that. Just shut up and kiss me now."
Every moment tonight, they led me to you. Every
I was doing my nail polish in my room when suddenly my boyfriend's head popped in from the window. Oh my goodness, what are you doing here? If Dad sees you, we're both dead.
Just forget everyone. As long as we're together, we're gonna be okay. Do you trust me?
I do trust you, my love, but
just let me love you, and I will do everything to make you happy forever.
I closed my eyes as he leaned in closer and closer.
And cut! That's a wrap for today. Good job.
But what about the kiss? Just then, Carson immediately let go of me and I fell on my butt. What the fudge? Hi, my name is Amanda, and I'm a famous teen actress from LA. Please like and subscribe before I continue. Being paired up with Carson, the most popular teen actor right now, was finally my chance to have a successful movie. But unfortunately, getting closer to him was harder than I thought. After our scene, he went straight to his trailer to sanitize himself as if I had some disease. I asked the director why our kissing scene was cut, and he told me that Carson requested not to have any. But why? One of the staff leaked that information, and the news circulated online in no time. Unfortunately, it reached our school too, and this gave Dakota, a fellow actress and my arch nemesis, another reason to pester me. Hey Amanda, I heard Carson doesn't want to kiss you. How does it feel to be rejected by him? Because I can't relate to that. Oh, that's because the last time he kissed someone on screen, he got traumatized. It was you, right? Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Oh, honey, everyone saw how much he loved our kiss. It was romantic and passionate, and that's why our movie became a huge hit with the box office of $2.786 billion worldwide. It also made me gain 10 million followers on Instagram, plus 5 million shippers on Twitter, and wow, okay, whatever. Why don't you just wait and see until my movie comes out? We'll see about that then. And now, I felt even more challenged. Later that day while I was driving home, a delivery guy accidentally bumped his motorcycle against my trunk. Could this day get any worse? I walked out of my car to check the damage and was shocked to see a huge scratch. My poor baby! Look what you've done to her! Are you blind, or did my car suddenly turn invisible? I froze when the driver removed his helmet. He looked so beautiful.
It's just a little scratch. I'm sure your baby won't die.
A little scratch? You ruined her flawless skin.
Just try putting one of your beauty creams on it.
Do I look like someone you can joke with? He just shrugged his shoulders and left. Why was everyone so extra annoying today? When I got home, I immediately told my sister/manager, Alice, about my problem with Carson. She was 5 years older than me, and we'd been living together in a huge, fancy apartment for the past 3 years. I talked to his manager about it, and he told me that Carson's not up for a fake relationship to promote his movie, and he just doesn't want kissing scenes all the time. Our movie will do 10 times better if people believe we're a couple in real life too, with real chemistry. But he won't even kiss me in the movie. What should I do? He's the bigger star here. You're the one who needs him, so why don't you try making him fall for you? It's gonna be easy. You're a goddess. Who would say no to you? She was right. I could get any boy I wanted, and Carson was not an exception. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Could you get it for me? I ordered pizza for the two of us. When I opened the door, I was shocked to see who the delivery boy was. It's you!
I'm sorry, but do I know you?
Hello? You just ruined my car a few minutes ago.
Oh, the dramatic brat. I'm so sorry, but I don't have the time for a little chit-chat right now.
Dramatic brat? He then just left the pizza boxes and left. This guy was unbelievable. Just a few days later, I was in a coffee shop when I noticed some women squealing over a guy. My world stopped when I turned to see his face. It was the pizza boy again. I walked up to him and said, "Are you following me? Because this is not a frickin' coincidence anymore. This is a serious case of stalking, and I'm gonna report you to the police."
Isn't it the other way around? I work here, so you're the one who's stalking me.
Look, if you're a huge fan, just say so. No need to stalk me this way. I then took his phone and filled it with selfies and a video and gave him an autograph on a tissue paper. There. Are you happy now?
Being a brat doesn't give you permission to take other people's things without their consent. So open the dictionary and search for the word respect. Want me to spell it for you?
And with that, he deleted all my selfies on his phone and crumpled the paper right in front of me. I was speechless. I swore if I saw him again, I'd make him cry. I told Alice about him, and she just laughed at me. Maybe it's fate, the way you always run into him? More like bad luck. Well, is he cute? I paused for a second and imagined his face. To be honest, he was actually very, very attractive. But ew, no, he looks like a dinosaur. Okay, if you say so. I partied with some A-listers later that night, and when I got home, it was already midnight. As I walked up to my room, I suddenly bumped into something hard. It was definitely not Alice's chest. When I looked up, I almost screamed. It was that jerk.
What are you doing here?
Duh, I freaking live here. What are you doing here? Did you break in?
What? No, I'm your new houseboy.
What? First you're a pizza boy, then a barista, and now a houseboy? There's no way you can do all these jobs at once.
Oh, believe it or not, but I'm actually good at everything.
I then barged into Alice's room and yelled, "Of all the people, why did you hire that jerk? It was him I was talking about." Really? Fate is really something else. He also has hundreds of other jobs. We need someone who'll focus on us. Well, our offer is huge enough to make him quit all of his sidelines. He has an impressive resume, and I want to keep him. Does his presence affect you that much? Duh, of course not. Wait a minute. It was actually a good idea. If he worked here, I could easily get back at him for being so rude to me. The very next day, I learned that his name was Ross, and I started making his life hell. One time, I told him to cook me beef with broccoli and cheese.
There you go.
Oh, the beef looks kinda raw. Could you cook it a bit more, please?
Sure.
When he came back, I decided to tease him even more. Oh, I forgot. This is cheese, right? I'm lactose intolerant.
Sure, I'll remove it. It'll just be broccoli then.
Oh, these little trees. Poor Mother Nature. Some people are just so cruel.
Okay, I'll remove them too. Now, do you want to eat the plate or what?
Just cook me another dish, or maybe, just get me McDonald's. He looked like a volcano that was about to erupt, and I was enjoying it. I continued giving him the hardest tasks for the next several days, but he was always able to do them well. One time, I told him to separate the sugar, coffee, and cream from a 3-in-1 coffee, and make sure that my bubble baths have a 42 degrees Celsius temperature, and he did it perfectly. There was no way he was perfect. I had to find his weakness. It was the weekend, and I took him shopping with me. I made him carry all the bags and run all of the errands, and he silently did everything. Soon, I noticed how tired he looked, and I felt like a brat. Are you hungry? Where do you want to eat? My treat.
No thanks. I'll buy my own food using my hard-earned money rather than using your daddy's credit card.
Just to be clear, my parents are billionaires, but I choose to live independently with my sister and use my own money for my acting jobs. I work hard too. I then ignored him and walked away. It was already nighttime when we were done, and while he was driving me home, I noticed an old woman selling some flowers on the street. I told him to stop the car and went out to buy all her flowers and gave her a huge tip. Suddenly, I noticed a familiar girl walking suspiciously on the side of the street. When I looked closer, I realized that it was Dakota. I told Ross to park the car somewhere, and we both followed her. We walked to an alley and stopped in front of an exit door of a club. Suddenly, Carson stepped out of it, and she immediately sprung on him. Ross and I hid behind a huge pile of boxes and peeked at them.
Jeez, I told you to stop stalking me.
I'm not stalking you. I'm just following my heart. He pushed her away, but she started clinging to his leg like a pregnant snake. Date me, kiss me, love me. I'm begging you.
I told you, I don't like you.
But you kissed me and told me you loved me.
Duh, we were acting back then.
Let's make it real then. Oh my gosh, what a desperate witch. While I was taking a video of them, I suddenly tripped and fell on top of Ross. My world stopped as I gazed into his beautiful blue eyes.
Dude, are you planning to move? You're heavy.
Shh. I then got up and pretended that nothing had happened, but my heartbeat was in chaos. Now that I knew Carson wasn't into Dakota, I felt more confident about making him fall for me. So the next day during our filming, he was standing by the stairs, and I let myself fall on purpose so he'd catch me. But to my surprise, another person caught me instead.
You look so dumb doing that on purpose.
Ross, what are you doing here?
You forgot this. I also brought you lunch, just in case.
Oh, wow. That was actually sweet of him. Just then, Carson turned to us and he looked kind of mad.
Haven't seen this dude around on set before. Is he your boyfriend, Amanda?
No, he's not. Wait a minute. Was he jealous? Ross stepped in and said,
I'm her houseboy, so don't worry, man. She's all yours.
And with that, he just left. And I felt a bit annoyed at his indifference. But since then, Carson started treating me differently. He was talking to me more, and it gave a boost to our acting chemistry. Was he threatened by Ross? I knew it. No one could resist my charms. The next day at school, I was taking some notes from my locker when suddenly Dakota started talking loudly on her phone. Oh, hey Carson. Oh yes, I missed you too. Oh, you want to see my beautiful, perfect face later? Sure. I can't wait to see you too, my love. Just then, her minions started squealing like hyenas. Oh my god. So are you two like dating now? Wow. He told me he missed working with me.
He's probably bored with his current movie girlfriend.
I wanted to laugh. If only she knew that I had a video of her desperation, but I didn't have plans of leaking it. I wasn't that kind of person. Later that day, Alice told me to invite Carson out for dinner. There will be lots of paparazzi in this restaurant tonight. You guys need to stage a kiss or something. Luckily, Carson agreed, and while we were eating, I pretended to be totally into him. I delicately wiped his lips with a napkin, and I laughed at everything he said. When we got out of the restaurant, I decided that it was time. I closed my eyes, pouted my lips, and leaned in. But to my surprise, he deliberately stepped aside, and I hit my forehead on the lamppost behind him. I looked so stupid as the paparazzi attacked me with their cameras. When I went home that night, I was really upset. Carson embarrassed me in front of everyone, and my career was over. I sat on the poolside and just cried my heart out. Soon, someone offered his hanky, and when I looked up, it was Ross. He sat beside me and just joined me in silence, and his presence was oddly comforting.
You can talk to me, you know. I promise. I won't be rude this time.
I just chuckled, and soon I found myself ranting to him. I've been trying to make it big, but success seems to hate me. Every movie of mine for the past 2 years has been a flop. If this doesn't do well, I'm just gonna quit. And I need stupid Carson for this one to be successful.
Maybe you don't. You're a very good actress, Amanda. Your talent is enough.
Then why do my movies always flop?
Success is not earned overnight. You're still young. Everyone has their own timing. Just continue doing your passion and your time will come soon. So cheer up.
I just looked at him in awe. Why did he suddenly become even more attractive right now?
I know I'm handsome, but stop staring. It's freaking me out.
I'm staring because I realized that you really look like a dinosaur.
What?
I gave him a teasing smile and left. The next day after school, I immediately looked for Ross, but Alice told me that he was in the hospital because his brother was sick. I went to see his brother, but when I got there, I was surprised to see him playing with a little boy and 5 little girls.
What are you doing here?
Alice told me you were here. You got me worried.
Don't worry. My little brother is fine now. He just had a bad tummy ache.
He then explained that he was the one who was raising all of his siblings for the past 10 years, and that's why he juggled jobs to send them all to school. I felt really bad for making work more difficult for him. To make up for it a bit, I invited all of them to go to the mall with me. I bought them new clothes and toys, and they looked so happy.
I'm gonna pay you back soon.
Don't worry about it. I just then felt his hand on mine, and my heartbeat started racing. He then turned to me and started leaning closer. Big brother, we want to play in the arcades. Ugh, why can't I get a legit kissing scene, even in real life? Ross then sat next to me as we watched the girls play. How do you manage all of these responsibilities?
When you're passionate about something, everything else just becomes easier.
You are indeed good at everything.
Actually, there's this one thing that I'm not.
What is it?
It's falling in love. I'm just not capable of it.
My mood instantly dropped. Was I catching feelings? I had to ignore them. But the more I tried, the more I thought about him. The next day, Carson surprised me with flowers and a teddy bear in my trailer.
I'm so sorry, Amanda. I feel so bad for what happened. I was so stupid. Please, please forgive me.
I understand that I'm not your type, but you don't need to act like you're allergic to me, you know? It's really insulting.
I'm not allergic to you. In fact, you're totally my type. Only if I was straight.
Wait, what? Did he just say that he was gay?
Keep this our little secret, and I'll cooperate with you with the fake relationship.
You've got yourself a deal, bestie.
Now that you're aware of it, mind matching me up with your cute houseboy?
Excuse me?
Relax, darling. He's really cute, but I don't have any plans of stealing him from you.
Shut up, you're talking nonsense.
If you say so.
The next day, he visited our school without any notice, and the girls went wild, especially Dakota.
I came here to see the most beautiful girl I have ever met.
Oh, stop it. You're making me cry.
Ew, not you, Dakota. I was talking about my movie and real-life girlfriend, Amanda.
He then winked at me, and Dakota looked like she was gonna have a stroke. News of us dating immediately spread, and I was ecstatic. But my happiness was instantly robbed when I went home. Alice gave me something that shook my world, Ross's resignation letter. But why? He told me that he was offered a cool job downtown, and the pay was huge. He quit without even talking to me? I tried to call him, but he wasn't answering my calls. I used to see him everywhere, but now I couldn't find him anywhere. Oh, the irony. A few days later, Carson and I had an interview for our upcoming movie, and he was trying to hold my hand, but it felt really weird. Carson must have felt my sadness, and when we were asked if we were really dating, he said something really unexpected.
Amanda and I are just friends. I really like her, and we tried it, but she likes someone else.
Suddenly, I felt brave. Yes, it's true. And to that person, I just want to say, you know who you are, and I really miss you. Wherever you are, please see me tonight. I'll be waiting for you at my favorite park. Everyone gasped at my revelation. Even I was surprised at my public announcement, but I had to follow my heart. Alice told me that my interview created a huge buzz online, and I was being appreciated for my honesty. And they couldn't wait to see my movie. You did the right thing, girl. Now go get him. I was so nervous as I waited for him at the park later that night. But even after hours, there was no sign of him. I'd almost given up when suddenly I saw him walking in the distance, and my heart leapt. I ran up to him and punched him in the stomach. I hate you. Do you know that?
I'm sorry.
Stop being cute and start explaining why you suddenly left.
I just thought you liked Carson, so that's why I quit.
It's you who I like, silly boy. But what can I do? You're not capable of loving anyone anyway.
I lied. That's not my weakness.
Then what is it?
It's you, Amanda. I've been a fan even before I met you. You're so beautiful and amazing, and it's driving me crazy because I'm just this poor boy and you're an unreachable star.
That was literally the sweetest thing that I had ever heard in my life. You're really cute.
No, you're cuter.
So are we just gonna keep arguing about this, or are you gonna kiss me? He answered me by grabbing my face and pressing his lips against mine. Finally, I got a kissing scene, and it was magical.
Hi there, my name is Tom, and I was just 3 years old when my mom left my dad. He was a major jerk, and she was so much happier without him. The only problem was that we were broke. My mom worked 2 jobs at once, but that wasn't enough for school, clothes, books, rent. The list was endless. I wanted to help my mom so badly that when I was 6, I tried to get a job at McDonald's. All the adults laughed at my application form. It was filled out with crayon. I was so mad. I wanted to be a grown-up. When Mom found out, she said, "Tom, the best way to help me is by doing well at school. You don't need to get a job. Oh, you're so cute." From that day, I started paying really close attention at school. I worked hard at getting the best grades, and by the time I was 12, I was topping the district. That's how I got into the richest, snobbiest school in town. They found me and offered me a full scholarship if I transferred right away. I didn't want to leave my friends, but free school was too much to give up. So I started going to the rich side of town. Everything was different here. The roads were cleaner, the houses were bigger, and the people were meaner. The meanest of them all was Blake. His father owned the school, and he did whatever he liked. My first day, I saw him push a kid off his bike for no reason. "Hey, stop that!" I rushed to help the kid up and told Blake to back off. "You must be new. Do you have any idea who I am? A massive jerk?" The people watching laughed, and Blake turned beet red. "I'm your worst nightmare." He meant it. He tried to bully me every single day for 4 years. He called me names, stole my books, and spread false rumors about me. One day, he pulled the fire alarm and told the teacher I did it. Obviously, they believed him over me. I got a whole week of detention. Didn't have time for this mess. I had to study hard all day. And now that I was older, I helped my mom by doing a job at night. We were so poor compared to everyone at school, and I did my best to hide it. I lied to everyone when they asked me what my parents do. They sell computers. They're super rich. I made sure I got the best clothes from the donation boxes in town and checked them for any imperfections. One time, I missed a tear on my coat, and Blake caught it right away. "Torn clothes? How pathetic. Are you too poor to afford basic things?" No one laughed with him. You see, other people in school really started to like me over the years. I was funny, friendly, and I didn't bully them. Blake hated this. To top it all off, I beat his grades every single time. The day the school was honoring its toppers, all hell broke loose. "This loser cannot win first place! He's a cheater!" "Excuse me? I beat you fair and square!" Blake ran over to me and tried to yank my medal off my neck. "Give it to me! Give it! No!" I shoved Blake away from me and he fell back. Everyone laughed and he began to yell loudly. "Ah! He hurt me! I sprained my leg! Ah!" He was good at putting on a show. The teachers dragged us to the principal's office, and I got the worst yelling of my life. "I want him out of this school, Dad. Tom is our best student. We can't get rid of him." "How dare you hit my son? Blake attacked me first!" "So what? You should never hit back. You hurt him." "He's faking it. He just wants me to get into trouble." "You're both in trouble. 1 whole week of detention, and you both have to show the new students around the school." Our school was huge, and new people had to have guides for their first week. I really didn't want to babysit with Blake, but I had no choice. We both met the new student the next day, and wow, she was stunning. She had the most beautiful brown eyes I've ever seen. The moment Blake saw her, he turned to me. "You can go. I can help her alone. I won't tell the teachers." "No way! You're a snake!" "Look, that's Lisa. I've known her since we were kids, and her dad is even richer than mine. I want to date her, so just go away!" Obviously, I didn't go away. Instead, I raced up to Lisa first and gave her my best smile. I never really flirted with a girl before, but I gave it my best shot. "Hi, I'm Tom. You're cute. Do you, like tacos?" Yes. I love tacos." "Would you like to eat some with me after school?" "Okay. Why not? You're pretty cute too." Blake literally jumped in between us. "Lisa, remember me? Blake? Our dads are in the same country club." "Kind of. Do you want to go with me? Tonight? I'll take you somewhere fancy." "Sorry, I'm getting tacos with Tom today." His expression was priceless. That's what he gets for messing with me. Lisa and I went out, and I had a surprisingly good time. She was so goofy and hilarious. Some of her jokes made me choke with laughter. Wow, I'm actually having fun. I'm glad I messed with Blake. "What? Oh, Blake has a crush on you, and he's been kind of a jerk to me, so I asked you out first." "What? I thought you thought I was cute." "Uh-oh. I do think you're cute, but what? I'm just a pawn in your boy games? You just used me to mess with someone. You're a jerk." She threw her taco at me and ran away. I quickly paid the taco guy and chased after her, but she was gone. Dang it. Blake was turning me into a terrible person. I tried to apologize to Lisa the next day, but she wouldn't even look at me. I almost gave up until one day, when we ended up in the same elevator together. I acted on instinct. I pressed the stop button. "What are you doing?" I want to apologize, but you keep running away. Don't bother. I'm never gonna go out with you again. I don't want you to go out with me. I'm just sorry. I act like a complete idiot, and you have every right to hate me. She looked shocked. Really? You mean that? Yes. I'm really sorry. I was so stupid. Agreed. You'll have to buy me like 100 tacos to make up for it. Does that mean we can be friends? Yeah. Okay. I forgive you. Yes! All 100 tacos were worth it, because Lisa was amazing. She was kind, funny, and most importantly, she was a really good friend. She was always there to help her friends with their troubles, and I felt like I could tell her almost anything. Almost. One day, Lisa asked me what my parents did for a living, and I felt real fear. If she finds out I'm poor, she won't like me. I lied quickly, hoping this would go away. But one day, Lisa wanted to walk me home, and I was trapped. I had to take her to a random mansion and pretend it was mine. I went inside and hid in the bushes till she went away. If that wasn't crazy enough, one night, she walked into the restaurant where I worked. The moment I saw her, I ducked and hid under a table. The manager called for me like 10 times, but I just couldn't make myself get out. Why was I going so crazy over this girl? Suddenly, 3 pairs of legs joined me under the table. My manager had seated women there. I immediately crawled out of the table and all 3 women screamed, sending their food flying all over the floor. My manager caught me by the collar and fired me on the spot. If I wasn't horrified enough, I turned to see Lisa staring at me with her mouth open. Oh no. I just ran home. By the time Lisa confronted me in school, I had a lie ready for her. I got that job so I could learn some responsibility. It's not good to just live off my parents. But why were you under the table? I dropped my phone. I was looking for it. Somehow, the lie worked. And Lisa gave me a big hug to comfort me. Ew, I was close. I was heading home from school that day when I felt someone pull me back. It was Blake. Why were you hugging Lisa at school? None of your business, moron. Didn't I tell you I like her? You better back off before I make you pay. Make me pay? Your dad can't kick me out of school. You have no power here. I stormed away from him with my head held high, thinking I'd won this battle. I had no idea how far Blake would go for a shot at Lisa. She and I were having lunch in the cafeteria one day when Blake came over with his gang. Hey, Tom, your parents are rich, right? Yes. They sell computers. Then why are you wearing clothes that I threw in the garbage? I was in shock. Blake pulled out his phone and played a video for everyone. It was me, searching for clothes in the donation bins. We saw you hunting for clothes like a cheap beggar. We followed you, and you live in a tiny apartment on the bad side of town. Everyone around me was whispering. I couldn't even bear to look up at Lisa. My secret was finally out. So, what do your parents really do? Do they even have a job? Or are they pathetic like you? I couldn't take it anymore. I got off my feet and punched Blake right in the face in front of everyone. I just lost it. Ah! I'm reporting you to my dad. Everyone saw that, right? He punched me! I was suspended for 2 weeks after that, which was just fine with me. Felt like my life was over. I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want to study. And I didn't want to see anyone. I turned my phone off so none of my friends could reach me. I was locked in my room for a whole week until one day, there was a knock on my door. Lisa was here. She saw me in my tiny apartment. I was wearing old, faded hand-me-downs. What are you doing here? How did you find me? I can track people. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried. Maybe I'm embarrassed, and I want to be alone. You shouldn't be embarrassed for being poor. You should be embarrassed for lying to me about it. Oh, I should have told you the truth, that my mom's a waitress and a janitor, that my dad abandoned us, and we live like beggars. Which part makes you want to go out with me? She looked shell-shocked. Wait, you want to go out with me? I never said that. Just leave me alone. Lisa, I went into my room and slammed the door shut. I wanted to be anyone else except me right now. It got so much worse when I opened Instagram and saw pictures of Blake and Lisa together. I guess she found someone who can take care of her the way she deserved. I was in the worst mood of my life when I started school again. Lisa tried to talk to me a few times, but I just ran away from her. I thought I could just avoid her forever. Until one day, we ended up on the same elevator, alone. She punched the stop button, and the elevator came to a halt. How long are you going to ignore me, Tom? You're driving me crazy! I don't want to talk to you about my lies. I don't want to hear about your dates with Blake. We're not dating, you idiot. I only clicked those selfies because he literally begged me. I like you. It took me a few seconds to get that. You like me? Are you blind? I've liked you since the first day we met. It doesn't matter. We can't be together, Lisa. I'm poorer than your gardeners. I have nothing to offer you. You have everything to offer me. You're a good friend. You're an amazing son. You're clever and you're handsome. I was speechless. Lisa grabbed my collar and gave me a full peck on the lips.
Seconds before I was about to step onto the rink with my skating partner and boyfriend Victor, he turned to me nervously.
Are you sure about this?
Of course! My name is Quinn for a reason, darling. The crowd went wild as we danced flawlessly. Towards the end of the routine, I skated towards Victor, and he threw me in the air. The stadium went silent as I gracefully spun a few times before landing in his arms. The audience erupted as Victor pulled me in for a kiss. As expected, we ate the competition and left no crumbs. Hi, my name is Quinn, and I was the most popular girl in school and the best figure skater in town. My life was perfect, but then everything changed in the worst way ever. But first, please like and subscribe. Later that night, my best friend Elena arranged a pool party for us at her mansion and invited everyone. You know I hate huge parties, right? Oh, come on, girl. One more competition and you guys are gonna get into the Olympics. We need to celebrate this. Actually, we need to study for our finals next week.
Let's forget about everything and have some real fun tonight, babe.
Victor jumped into the pool and Elena followed. And well, I couldn't resist for too long either. But as I was walking towards the pool, I suddenly slipped on something. I felt my head hit the ground and everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I realized that I was in the hospital. Just then, a nurse came in and she looked shocked to see me awake. She called for the doctor who came running in and started to examine me. When I asked him what was going on, he dropped a bombshell on me.
You had a serious head injury and fell into a coma for 3 years and 2 months. It's a miracle you're awake and all your functions seem perfectly normal, but I wouldn't recommend skating for a while. And
as he went on, I sat there dazed, letting his words sink in. I'd been in a coma for 3 years? But what about my career? And everyone had left high school? Who was the US president now? I was having a panic attack. My parents were out of town, but the doctor quickly got them on the phone, and they started shrieking in excitement.
Oh my God, you're awake. We're coming home right away, honey.
And please, don't meet anyone until we've talked, okay? Love you. But as soon as I got out of the hospital, I asked my driver to take me to Victor's house, and he looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Quinn? Is that really you?
Surprise! Did you miss me?
Of course I missed you. I just can't believe you're here.
I threw my arms around his neck and lifted my head for a kiss, but just then a girl suddenly appeared behind him. Elena! Bestie, oh my God, is this for real? I can't believe I've been sleeping for 3 freaking years. I need to know everything. Well, Victor and I had our 3rd sectional win yesterday, and we'll be competing in the nationals soon. I literally buffered for a few seconds. What the what?
She replaced you as my partner a year after your accident.
Oh, wow, that's great. Elena's pretty good at skating too. I know, right? We make a good team. And, one more thing. We're engaged.
Nice joke, bestie.
But I felt like an elephant had slapped me when they both went silent. Oh, you're serious? You're not mad at us, right? I mean, it has been 3 years.
We didn't know if you'd ever wake up.
Of course, I understand. I'm happy for you. And then I turned and quickly left in my car, feeling like a zombie. But when I got home, I had a complete meltdown. Soon, I learned that aside from skating together and being engaged, Elena and Victor were studying at my dream university too, and it felt more painful than 10 toothaches. I visited the rink where I'd always practiced, but no one seemed to recognize me anymore. Everyone had moved on, while I'd lost 3 years, my career, my best friend, and my boyfriend. When my parents finally arrived, they did everything to cheer me up. but I just felt depressed. I had to start all over again, and I didn't know how. Mom convinced me that the first step was to go back to high school and finished it. But everyone my age had graduated, and being the oldest in class was weird, and it just made me miss Victor more. One day I was at the grocery store when I saw Victor and Elena being interviewed on television. It really hurt to see how happy they looked together. I felt like another meltdown was coming, but just then the cashier caught my attention. He was dancing as he worked. So extra. But when he turned around, I saw that he was really cute. To my surprise, he gave me a knowing smile and winked. I just ignored him and walked away. A few days later, I was studying at a cafe near my school that always played classical music, my favorite. But just then, a guy started playing a loud song on his little speaker, and it sounded so annoying. Suddenly, our eyes met, and I realized that it was the extra cute cashier. He walked up to my table and then started poking my cheek. "Excuse me, what are you doing?"
Sorry, I've been wanting to check if you're real since I saw you at the grocery store. You're just too beautiful for this world.
"And you're just too cheesy for the whole universe."
But at least I made you smile. I'm Derek, by the way. And you?
"Quinn."
Nice name, Quinn. Do you need a king?
"Nope. I just need you to shut your noisy music off."
Hip-hop music is not noise. It's amazing.
"Sure. Whatever makes you happy."
It's you, babe.
I wanted to roll my eyes, but I ended up smiling instead. After that, Derek always turned up when I was in the cafe, and I enjoyed his company. I learned that he was a working college student who dreamed of becoming a famous hip-hop dancer someday. He was flirty and funny, and a great listener.
If your ex really loved you, he would have waited for you. Just forget him. I'm sure I'm more handsome.
Maybe, but he definitely dresses better than you. Derek always wore hoodies and jerseys thrice his size. He was the opposite of Victor, who always looked like a prince. Snap out of it, Quinn. He's engaged. One day when I was with Derek, a familiar couple entered the cafe, Victor and Elena. I had to show them that I was doing just fine. As I saw them getting closer, I let out an exaggerated laugh. "Oh, my boo-boo bear. You're so funny. I want to die."
What's so funny about my neighbor's cat dying?
But I continued laughing as if an octopus was tickling me. "Oh, hey girl. Oh my god, hi. What brings you two here?" "This guy just can't get enough of me, so he brought me here on a lunch date. I heard you went back to school." "Yeah, life goes on, you know." "Oh, this is my boyfriend Derek. He's a hip-hop dancer." Victor suddenly butt in.
I thought you hated hip-hop.
"Not when my boo-boo bear dances to it. He's just the coolest."
You really think so?
Victor looked rather mad. He was jealous, and I was loving it. They sat at a table across from ours, and I jumped onto Derek's lap and started feeding him French fries. Victor kept looking my way, and Elena looked furious. Soon enough, the lovebirds were having an argument, and they both left.
So, I'm your boyfriend now, huh?
"I'm sorry, that came out of nowhere, but I just had to do it. I didn't want to look like a loser in front of them."
I get it. We can continue pretending, to show them. Just be careful, though. You might fall in love with me for real.
"Oh, trust me, I won't. You're not my type." And just like that, I got myself a brand new boyfriend. And the chance to take him with me came soon enough when I heard about the next skating competition Elena and Victor were participating in. I had to see how good she was. And I was stunned. Elena skated like a pro, and their chemistry was on fire. To make things worse, Victor kissed her after their performance. Suddenly, I just found myself crying. Derek turned to me, and my heart kind of fluttered as he wiped my tears.
Remember, you're a queen.
"You're right. I have to get back on the rink. And this time, I don't need a partner." I wasn't allowed to skate yet, but I started training anyway. And I was too stubborn to listen to my parents or Derek, who tried to stop me. "Even if you're my fake boyfriend, you have to support me."
Okay, fine. But on one condition. I have to be with you whenever you practice. I'll protect you.
"That's my coach's job. Do you even know how to skate?"
Oh, baby. I'm the breakdancing king. Skating would be a piece of cake.
But when he finally got on his skating shoes, I almost died laughing. He looked like a scared baby and kept falling on his butt. "Relax. Just trust me and don't let go."
I won't.
The next minute, he slipped again, but I was quick to grab him. As I pulled him back up, Our lips almost touched, which sent my heartbeat racing. But before things could get weirder, my coach arrived, and I felt a bit disappointed. My birthday was in 3 days, and my parents decided to throw a huge party to celebrate. They invited all their rich friends, including Victor and his parents. It was my chance to show off my new boyfriend to everyone, but I knew what these people were like, and I had to make some changes to Derek. I'll send some stylists over before the party, and one of my cars will pick you up, okay?
Oh, okay, sure. See you later then.
On the evening of the party, everyone had already arrived when a Lamborghini pulled into the driveway, and my jaw dropped when Derek stepped out. He was wearing a white suit and his hair was brushed up. He looked gorgeous. And clearly, I wasn't the only one who thought so. I introduced him to my parents, and they looked impressed. Everything was going smoothly till they started asking about what his parents did for a living. Thankfully, someone walked in just then to distract them, and I saw that it was Victor. Elena wasn't with him, and I wondered why.
Oh, it's been a while, sweetheart. You look even more handsome than before. So perfect for my daughter. Is it too late for you guys to get back together?
Mom and her rich friends kept on gushing over Victor, which annoyed me so much. How could they do that in front of my boyfriend? They didn't know he was fake. But suddenly, Derek walked up to the grand piano and asked for everyone's attention.
I would like to dedicate this song to my amazing girlfriend, Quinn, the queen of my life.
He started playing one of my favorite love songs, and my heart just melted. Everyone was mesmerized by his lovely performance. But just as he finished, his phone started ringing, and his ringtone was a hip-hop song with some embarrassing lyrics. It made everyone's eyebrows shoot up with judgment. As Derek panicked to turn it off, he suddenly crashed into the waiter behind him and ended up with food all over him. As I ran to help him, I heard Victor laugh.
A few piano tricks and some borrowed clothes can't buy something like class. It's so obvious that he's not one of us, Quinn.
Derek glared at him angrily, and I was afraid the two might break into a fight. So I dragged him out of the party and apologized for everyone's behavior.
But you think the same, don't you? That's why you groomed me, to make me presentable.
Derek, that was a mistake, and I'm sorry. Let's get out of here.
But what about your party?
I hate huge parties. Take me somewhere else, please. He took me to a club, and everyone was just looking at him as he danced. I totally understood why.
Come on, dance with me.
I'm not into hip-hop, but he pulled me onto the dance floor, and we just went wild. As the song ended, everyone clapped for us, and he drew me close.
I'm sorry for ruining your birthday.
You actually made it better, and before I knew it, I found myself kissing him, and it felt surreal. I couldn't stop thinking about Derek or that kiss all night. But I really had to focus on my skating because I'd entered my name into the next big competition. I had to work hard to get my momentum back and to learn how to dance without a partner. One day while I was practicing alone on the rink, Victor suddenly turned up. What are you doing here? And why were you such a jerk to my boyfriend?
Quinn, can we forget about everyone else for a moment? Will you dance with me for old time's sake?
I did miss skating with him, so I gave in. We started dancing together, and it felt so natural. We just knew each other's minds and bodies on the rink, and we fit together perfectly. The other skaters started gathering around to watch us in amazement. As the music ended, we were both out of breath, and suddenly he leaned in and kissed me. But just then, I spotted Derek watching us, and he turned to leave. Derek, no, wait! As I ran after him, Victor grabbed my hand.
Let him go. Come back to me. I miss you.
But what about Elena? You're engaged.
But I like you more. And with you by my side, we can definitely reach the Olympics.
Maybe we're just meant to be friends, Victor.
We both know we're not. We belong together. I'll wait for you till you come back to your senses, Quinn. I still love you.
He was making me so confused. I was getting along really well with Derek, but now he wanted me back and it was messing with my head. But the worst part was that our kiss was all over the news, with speculation that we were getting back together. Derek had stopped showing up in the cafe, so I went to the grocery store one day to see him. What's wrong? Are you avoiding me?
No, I just don't think you need me anymore. You got what you wanted?
If you're talking about Victor, then you're mistaken. We're not back together. I just can't decide yet.
Take your time, but I'm not going to stick around for you to make up your mind. He's the right choice. Trust me.
But I like you, Derek. I really do.
If that was true, you wouldn't have asked me to try to be something that I'm not. We both know that I don't belong in your world, Quinn.
He got back to work and I left. I just wanted to cry. When I got home, a maid told me there was a visitor in my room. I walked in, and suddenly, someone slammed the door shut and pinned me against it. Elena, what are you doing? Stop messing with my Victor. It's been 3 years and you need to move on. It's not what you think. What happened in the rink was nothing. Drop the act. I know you're trying to win him back, but he's mine now. Just deal with it. But the next few days, I didn't even think much of Victor. All I cared about was Derek avoiding me, and it was driving me crazy. I could hardly focus on my training, and the competition was in 2 days. I wanted to quit, but everyone was expecting my comeback. When the big day came, I felt like peeing from nervousness. I scanned the crowd, hoping to see Derek's face, but he hadn't come. Just as I was putting my shoes on in the locker room, Victor came in.
I see Derek's not here. I'm happy you sent that loser packing. I knew you couldn't be serious about him. I'll dump Elena tonight too. She's probably gonna cry a lot, which will be annoying, but…
Victor, I am serious about him. But even if I wasn't, there's no future for you and me. I don't know why it took me so long to see that you're kind of a jerk.
Don't be stupid, Quinn. I am your future. You need me as a partner.
No, Victor, I really don't. Being alone has taught me that I can be alone. Just as I pushed him out of my way, we both saw Elena by the door, and she'd clearly heard everything. She went bonkers and attacked Victor, and I ran off grinning. He deserved it. I started my routine feeling confident, and just then, I spotted Derek in the crowd. Suddenly, I felt electrified. I did a few of my best moves, and the judges gave me a standing ovation. I ended up in second place though, but I wasn't disappointed. I was just starting all over again, and it was a really good start. I didn't expect to see you here.
I think you should have come first. You're amazing.
Just having you here makes me feel like I won. I missed you, Derek, and I love you, just the way you are.
Do you really mean it this time?
What do you think?
I think you need to kiss me to prove it.
I leaned in, and just as our lips were about to touch, I said teasingly, "You're gonna have to catch me first."
Bring it on.
I was busy serving customers in the restaurant when the most handsome guy I'd ever seen came in. I swore he looked like a prince. Calm down, Sam. May I take your order, sir?
I wanted to try your… Wow, you look so beautiful.
Huh? He suddenly took my hand and placed it on his chest.
Can you feel how fast it beats right now?
Yeah?
This must be love at first sight.
What? Are you bored, or do you have a bet with your friends or something?
No, I don't. Jokes aside, I'm actually looking for my girlfriend. I saw her coming into this restaurant a while ago.
Oh, what does she look like? Suddenly, he took out his phone and showed me a picture of her. It was actually the front of his camera.
False alarm. I think I found her.
Wait, me? It caught me so off guard that I tripped backwards. Hi, my name is Sam, and I'm a part-time waitress and a full-time weirdo. Please like and subscribe. I couldn't work properly because Austin just stayed for my entire shift and kept staring at me. And before he left, he gave me a huge tip. I ran after him. Is this a joke? Are you trying to win me over with money? 'Cause it's not gonna work.
No, I was just trying to get you to come after me and talk.
He looked so shy all of a sudden, and it was kind of cute.
I'll be dreaming of you tonight.
He then winked at me before finally getting into his limo, and I spent the whole night thinking that it actually happened. The next day at school, my best friend Garrett suddenly ran up to me with an ear-piercing squeal. Girl, you will not believe who just joined our class. He was the most handsome guy that I have ever seen in my life. A 100% snack. Garrett was a year older than me, but since we worked together in the restaurant, we became besties for life. Oh yeah? Cool. I didn't think that someone would be more attractive than that rich guy last night, though. Oh my God, he's coming this way. Okay, I need to calm down. My jaw dropped when I turned. No frickin' way! It was him, the guy from the cafe. What are you doing here?
I just got transferred here as a senior. This must be fate, don't you think?
Or stalking. He just smiled at me, reached for my hand, and kissed it.
See you around, beautiful.
When he finally left, Garrett turned to me like he'd seen a ghost.
You have some explaining to do, girlie.
I told him everything that happened last night, and he went bonkers.
Ugh, you're lucky that you're prettier than me.
So, what's your plan? What do you mean, plan?
Duh, he obviously likes you.
If I were you, I'd marry him right away. There's no plan, and he's probably messing around, so get over it.
I don't think so, honey.
Apparently, Garrett was right. The guy's name is Austin, and he'd come to the restaurant daily to see me and was showering me with attention in school too. Garrett would turn into a happy worm every time, but the girls weren't digging it. One day, he invited me out for dinner, and when I finally agreed, he took me to a landing pad. Is that your private jet?
I heard there's a really good restaurant in Korea, and I wanted to try it with you.
Korea? We're gonna have dinner in another country?
Only the best for someone as lovely as you, Sam.
I was still speechless when we finally arrived. Austin, you can have any girl you want. Someone prettier and richer, so why me? You don't even know anything about me.
I told you, it was love at first sight. And I don't care whether you're rich or poor. I just want to take care of you.
He leaned in and tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. Why was I resisting this? He was lovely and he liked me. It was worth a shot dating him. Soon enough, Austin and I were an item, and he was just too good to be true. He'd take me out to yacht parties, concerts, and dinners with his friends, and all these people were so fancy. I just felt this pressure to look good and wear makeup all the time and act a certain way. I liked Austin a lot, but I felt like I was a different person in his world, and something between us was just missing. One night, I told Mom about it, and she shared something with me. When I first met your dad, I felt this heart-pounding rush in my chest. At that moment, I just knew that he was the one. That heart-pounding rush. That's what was missing with Austin. At school the next day, I was looking for Austin and found him in the locker room. Only he looked really different. His hair was dyed black, and there was a cool tattoo on the side of his neck. He looked breathtaking. Was this the rush Mom was talking about? Just then, I tiptoed and gave him a kiss on the cheek.
Whoa, what was that for?
You look irresistible today. Your new look suits you better. He just gave me a confused look and walked away. What was wrong with him? I followed him, and he looked annoyed.
Why are you following me?
Are you okay? Did I do something wrong?
You kissed me without my permission.
It was just a kiss on the cheek, and you're my boyfriend.
In your dreams, sister.
Wow, I didn't know that you're actually a huge jerk.
Yes, I am. Now leave me alone.
I went to the bleachers to compose myself, and there he was again, holding a bouquet of flowers.
Flowers for the lovely lady.
I almost choked when I saw him with his blonde hair again. You're Austin, my boyfriend, right?
Why wouldn't I be?
I felt so confused. I grabbed his hand and dragged him inside the building. Just then, I bumped straight into someone. It was the hotter Austin.
First, you want to kiss me, and now you want to feel my chest? Control yourself, please.
I looked at the two back and forth. You have a twin brother?
Ding, ding, ding.
Austin apologized for not telling me that minor detail earlier. He told me that Apollo got kicked out of his school abroad and just got here today. He then turned to his twin.
Don't mess with my girl again, or else. Maybe you should tell her that. She kissed me and told me that I looked more handsome with darker hair.
Hey, I didn't know that my boyfriend has a twin. Austin pulled me aside to a corner.
So, you find him more attractive?
You both literally look the same. It's not a big deal.
Fine, but I need you to stay away from him. He's just trouble.
Why would I want to stick with him anyway? But the universe wanted to make my life complicated. Apollo failed a grade in his previous school, so he was put in the same class as mine. And worse, he drove my seatmate away and sat beside me. Excuse me, but why here? There's a lot of vacant seats at the back.
Just doing you a favor, in case you missed my brother.
Unbelievable! I told Garrett about the mess, and he just laughed at me.
Oh girl, I think you're in deep trouble.
Was I? One time I was reading in the library when Austin came and sat next to me.
Hey, I've been looking for you. What you doing?
Just checking on some disappearing cases in the Bermuda Triangle. Do you really think there are sea monsters down there?
Why are you reading such nonsense? Are you a child?
Suddenly, he snatched the book away from me and tossed it aside. I was furious.
You didn't have to throw the book away. You should focus on more fun things. Like me. Books are lame. That explains why you're stupid.
He turned to see Apollo reading a book behind us.
What did you say? Oh, I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm reading something out loud.
Before Austin could throw a fit, Apollo got up and left. Austin was mumbling something about how awful his twin was, and here I was, thinking about how attractive he looked as he held that book. The next few days were confusing for me. The more I hung out with Austin, the more I realized that we had nothing in common. One time, he forced me to play tennis with him, and just a few seconds later, I was already a rotten vegetable. He was into active sports while I just wanted to sleep. He took me to a party one night, and while he was dancing away with his friends, I sat in a corner feeling totally out of place. Why did the music have to be so loud? I opened my phone just then and was surprised to see the news. There was a meteorite captured on camera, and the place where it landed seemed to be near here. I escaped the club and went straight to the location. As I walked toward the clearing, I spotted a guy studying some marks on the ground. When he looked up at me, I was shocked to see who it was. Apollo.
What are you doing here? Are you following me?
Duh, I came here to see the meteorite.
We're late. The NASA guys already took it. It landed over there.
What a bummer.
There's possibly an alien here somewhere too.
Quite likely.
Are you making fun of me? Or do you think aliens are real too?
I might sound weird, but yes, I believe that we're not alone in this universe. There's life out there, but the government is just hiding the truth from us. For the first time ever, he smiled, and I felt that rush again. We started talking, and I was having a really good time. He offered me some food, and while we were eating, I suddenly burped out loud. Oops, sorry. He just laughed and said,
I'm sorry I was a jerk when we first met. I just thought it was cute that you mistook me as my brother, so I decided to tease you.
It's not a big deal. Soon, we both laid down on the grass and watched the sky above as we continued talking about aliens and other conspiracy theories. Suddenly, he turned to me and there was that heart-pounding rush again.
I'm really glad that I'm not alone in this, believing in all this stuff. I thought I was the only one.
Me too. I was feeling lost in his eyes, and suddenly I snapped out of it. It's getting late. My mom's gonna kill me. He dropped me home, and when he was finally gone, I realized that I was still smiling. Maybe I was just happy to find someone who had similar interests. Yeah, that was it. Since then, Apollo and I became closer at school, and we never ran out of things to talk about. During our classes, we would secretly pass notes. What do you think really happened to Malaysia Airlines Flight 370?
Do you think Bigfoot is real?
Where did Amelia Earhart suddenly go?
Which really came first, the chicken or the egg?
And it turned out we both loved My Story Animated too. Apollo and I would always watch the newest episode on YouTube during recess. Austin eventually noticed our closeness, and he looked pissed.
Apollo is trying to steal you away from me.
What are you talking about? He's your brother. I should get along with him too, right?
Whatever. Remember, you're mine.
You're making it sound like you own me, and I don't like that. Suddenly, he kissed me gently on the cheek.
I didn't mean it like that, babe. I just like you a lot. And Apollo's always wanted everything I have. He might be getting close to you just to piss me off.
Somehow, that didn't sound like Apollo to me, and I liked having him as my friend. One night, Apollo visited me at the restaurant and waited for my shift to end before taking me somewhere.
I want to show you something.
Sometime later, we arrived at a field near their mansion.
This is where I last saw Mom, and the next day, she was gone. I saw some marks of a spaceship right here. I was just 5 then, so I made myself believe that aliens took her away.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sure your mom is in a better place now.
I wish they'd taken me with her too.
Someone will be sad if they did, you know?
I don't think so. I'm useless and just a pain in the butt.
I'm pretty sure someone will be sad.
Sam?
Yeah?
You know what it means when I go missing one day.
What are you saying? And why are you saying this?
Just in case.
His words were sending me goosebumps. But before I could say anything more, he just changed the topic and said he'd drop me home. I just couldn't stop thinking about Apollo all the time. I was falling for him. With him, I could just be me. I had to talk to Austin and end things. It wasn't fair to lead him on. I pulled him into an empty classroom the next day. We need to talk about something.
Save that for later. I need you to join us for dinner tonight. My dad is really excited to meet you.
But
Please, don't make an excuse. I've had a really lovely dinner all planned out for us. Please?
I sighed and said yes. And the next thing I knew, he sent a team of stylists to my house to dress me up like the richest girl in town. Ugh. When I finally arrived at the restaurant, my jaw almost dropped upon seeing his dad and stepmom. They looked like royalty.
Mom, Dad, I would like you to meet Samantha, my girlfriend. You're even prettier than he described.
Welcome to the family, sweetheart. Welcome to the what now? As we started eating, someone came and sat next to me. I almost choked on my orange juice when I realized who it was. Apollo. Why was he here?
Sorry I'm late.
But no one seemed to care. Their dad continued talking about how perfect Austin was and how he trusted him to be the next CEO of his company. As Austin was trying to be extra sweet to me, Apollo suddenly held my hand from under the table.
Apollo, honey, you should also find a girlfriend as beautiful as Samantha. Unfortunately for him, no one can be as beautiful as my Sam. Then maybe you can break up and just let me be with her.
Excuse me? Before things could get out of hand, the waitress suddenly spilled the whole pitcher of juice, messing up Austin's shirt.
This is unacceptable. Dad, let's go to a better restaurant. We could go to another city. I can have the helicopter ready in minutes.
They were unbelievable. I excused myself to the restroom to calm myself down, and as I got out, I noticed the waitress crying at the back, and Apollo was talking to her.
Here, please, take this as an apology for my family's behavior.
He was giving her a huge tip, and I felt my heart melting. How was he so different from his family? When I went back, I told them that I needed to go home because I wasn't feeling well. As Austin was driving me home, I finally confronted him. I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore.
What? Are you breaking up with me?
I tried, but it's just not working.
Is this about the stupid waitress?
Watch your words. I'm a waitress too, in case you forgot.
This is about Apollo, right? You like him.
What are you talking about?
He's a hopeless case, Sam. There's no future with him. He's always depressed.
Do you even know why he's like that?
It's because of Mom. I lost her too, but I moved on eventually. He's just being dramatic. I'm here. I'm better than him by 100 times.
Not everyone is as insensitive as you are, Austin.
After everything I did for you, you choose that loser over me? I'm literally perfect, and you're just a dumb waitress.
I suddenly slapped him, hard, and then I stormed out of his car. Jerk. He ignored me after that, but I couldn't care less. What was bothering me was the fact that Apollo started avoiding me too, on purpose. Thanks to Garrett for keeping me sane, or else I would have already lost my mind. One day, our class had to do a team building exercise on the lakeside, and during one game, I was teamed up with both brothers of all people. We were on a raft and we needed to collect 20 plastic balls from the water in 3 minutes. It was so awkward because both of them were pretending that I was invisible. While I was reaching for a ball, an unexpected wave suddenly hit us and I fell into the water. I didn't know how to swim. I kicked around frantically, and just as I felt I was going to give up, I felt strong arms around my waist.
I got you.
It was Apollo, and he quickly swam to the shore with me. He was looking down at me with a really worried face. Just then, Austin came running and pushed him aside.
Sam, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital.
No, I'm fine now.
I thought I was gonna lose you. I still love you, you know.
But I don't love you, Austin. I thought I was sending Apollo a really clear message, but he silently walked away. Had I been misreading all the signs? I was certain he liked me too, but he was just running away from me. When I went to school after the weekend, I noticed he wasn't in class. He didn't turn up the next day either, and I had no choice but to ask Austin about it.
He went back to the US because he got bored here. Get over it.
Get over it? I couldn't believe that he'd leave just like that. Weeks turned into months, and there wasn't a single word from him. Mom and Garrett were trying their best to distract me and cheer me up, but I would still think about him every night. I often visited our spot in the field, hoping he'd magically show up, but he never did. Months later, Austin came up to me one day and said he had to tell me something.
Apollo didn't leave because he was bored, Sam. He's been sick since he was a kid, and his disease got worse, and he needed to go back to the US for his treatment. Yeah, I was mad at you for breaking up with me, but I actually kept the truth from you because he didn't want you to know. He's completely fine now, and he came back a week ago. You should go see him.
I felt my eyes well up. Why are you being nice to me? I thought you hated me.
No, never. I can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm really not that bad. I want you to be happy, and my brother too.
I gave him a quick hug and then rushed to the field Apollo had taken me to, and I found him sitting in the same spot. It was really him. Apollo!
Sam.
I thought you were gone for good.
Well, the aliens tried to take me, but I didn't go with them. I can't just leave someone behind.
I wonder who that is.
I'll give you a clue. She's a beautiful weirdo who has made my life so much brighter just by being in it.
Please don't ever leave me again.
I won't. I love you, Sam, and I want to solve all of the mysteries of the universe with you forever.
I love you too. And yes, let's start with the sea monsters, please. He laughed before finally. Hi, I'm Marianne from a small town in Austria. A few years ago, I accidentally discovered that I'm adopted, and my dad doesn't know I know. Since then, all I've wanted is to find my real parents. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew my mom, but I grew up with the most amazing dad. He worked as a carpenter, and even though we never had much money, I had everything I needed. And what I needed most were books. Dad would read to me every night, and I became obsessed. When I joined school and discovered the library, I felt like I'd gone to heaven. And I always preferred my friends from stories over real people. Once in 6th grade, I needed to use the dictionary, so I went to Dad's room and climbed a stool to take it down from the shelf. Just then, the stool under me wobbled, and I went crashing to the floor with some books. As I started picking everything up, I saw something that left me shook. It was a picture of a couple holding a baby, and the woman looked exactly like me. She had to be my mom, and the man next to her was my real dad? I turned the picture over, and all it said was, Vienna 2005. That was my birth year. Were my real parents in Vienna? I snuck the picture into my pocket. Dad had kept it a secret, and I had to know why. I was waiting to confront Dad that evening, but he didn't come home. Hours passed, and he wouldn't even pick up his phone. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door, and it was Dad's friends from work, bringing him on a wheelchair. Oh my God! Dad, what happened? He'd had a terrible fall at work and wasn't allowed to walk for months. And even after he fully recovered, he had a permanent limp now. I put aside all thoughts of confronting him about my real parents. I didn't want to make things harder for him. Once in the 8th grade, I'd gone with Dad to the market when suddenly he got a cramp in his leg and lost his balance. He went crashing straight into a wealthy-looking man who in turn fell onto a food seller's stall, bringing down the whole thing with him. As I helped Dad up, the wealthy man turned to him furiously.
You blind, ignorant man. Look what you've done. My suit is ruined. Do you know what it costs? More than your house, I'm sure.
Don't talk to my father like that. He didn't do it intentionally. He has an injured leg.
So why is this cripple going around causing trouble for everyone else? I want the money for my suit.
You may have all the wealth in the world, sir, but you certainly don't have any compassion. My father's ailments is something he can't help. But what's your excuse for your cold, unfeeling, dead heart?
Hey, kid, just shut up and...
But just then, a rich-looking lady stepped forward.
Don't talk like that to the child.
Will this solve your problem? She waved a thick bundle of cash in his face. In 2 seconds, the man's anger was gone. The rich lady even gave money to the stall owner, and she offered to take me and Dad home. We invited her in, and soon after, she said something completely unexpected.
I'm so impressed with you, Marianne. And this might sound strange, but would you like to come live with me in Vienna? I would love to send you to a really good school.
Vienna? That's where my real parents were from. This was my chance to look for them. She even said she'd hire Dad as a handyman on her estate. I was really eager to go, and within a week, we'd packed up our lives and moved. The lady's estate was 5 times larger than my school, and Dad and I were given a small cottage to live in. And just a few days later, the lady told me I'd be joining her daughter's school. On my first day, as I walked up to the lady's car, a girl suddenly pushed me aside.
Ooh, maid, where do you think you're going? Go clean something.
Where are your manners, Lisa? This is the amazing girl I told you about, and I'd like you two to be friends.
Oh, she's your charity case?
She looks like her only friends would be cows and baby goats. And what is so distasteful about being friends with such lovely creatures, may I ask? No, you may not ask me anything. Who talks like that, freak? She got in and slammed the door shut. I just stayed silent during the ride, but then suddenly, Lisa made the driver stop. I'm not gonna be seen with you. You can walk the last few blocks. She pushed me out and drove off. What a witch! Just as I was crossing the road, a sports car came speeding and stopped inches away from me. A cute boy stepped out from the back seat and shouted,
"Hey, watch where you're going, loser."
Wow, who were these people? Turns out the jerk was in my class along with Lisa. I could see them all looking me up and down, but I just ignored them. Later at recess, I sat alone reading. The boy took a seat at my table with his friends behind him.
I don't think I introduced myself before. I'm Vincent. What's your name?
You can call me whatever you like. After all, what's in a name?
Huh? What are you saying?
Would a rose smell less sweet if it was named garbage? Would a fire not burn us if it was called a flower? Would I be less annoyed by you if my name wasn't Marianne? The answer is no.
Why are you talking like that, weirdo? So, your name's Marianne? That's kind of pretty.
You don't need to remember it. I don't think we'll have much to do with each other. And with that, I just left.
Aw, poor Vincent. How does it feel to be rejected by a girl? Oh, please. I just need a little time with her, and she'll be head over heels in love. I can work my magic on any girl. Well, I'm not so sure about this one. Challenge accepted.
It was no surprise that Vincent and Lisa were best friends, and their gang was the meanest bunch of kids around. I'd see them picking on smaller kids at recess or poking fun at their classmates. They didn't even spare the teachers. So I was horrified when the physics teacher announced that I'd be paired with Vincent for a project. But he looked delighted. I tried ignoring him and was reading the science book to figure out something when suddenly he snatched it from me.
Why are you always staring at a book when you could be looking at more beautiful things? Like me.
I don't have time for your nonsense, Vincent. Give that back.
Okay, but only if you agree to go out with me.
I'd rather jump off a cliff.
Wrong answer.
And with that, he ripped some pages out and threw the book in the trash bin. What is the matter with you? Don't you have any respect for anyone or anything? God, you're such an imbecile.
Why do you use such strange words? An what now?
An imbecile. It means a fool, an idiot, a dummy, a moron. I pushed him away and he went crashing into our half-finished project, but I didn't even care. There was no way I was working with him. A few days later, I was walking back home when suddenly it started to pour heavily. As I dashed through the rain, a car stopped me, and Vincent rolled down the window.
Hey, you're gonna get sick. Get in the car.
I'd rather catch pneumonia.
Oh my God. Just get in. Hate me later.
Reluctantly, I got in, and a minute later we were driving up to his gigantic mansion. He quickly led me to the fireplace in the library, and my mouth was just wide open. I've never seen so many books in one place in my whole life. What a treasure this is.
Well, you're welcome to take some. I don't read them, and my parents are hardly ever here.
I felt a bit sorry for him. That sounded lonely. And suddenly, I remembered something. Oh my God, my parents' picture. I dug through my pockets to find it all wet, and I started flapping it around to dry it.
What's that, and why are you acting crazy?
It's the only picture I have of my real parents. I told him how I'd discovered it and that I carried it around with me, hoping I'd find them somewhere.
I think I could help you with that. My parents know a good private investigator. He could probably track them down.
Do you really mean that? That would be amazing. Thank you so much. As we spent some time talking, I felt myself warming up to Vincent. When he walked me out to go home with his driver, I suddenly turned to him. Vincent, why do you act that way in school?
What do you mean?
I mean, you have everything in the world and you're wasting every opportunity to learn. And all you do is tease and mock other people. I'm sure your life isn't perfect, but that's not an excuse to be the worst version of yourself most of the time. I thought he'd be really mad, but instead, he took my hand.
I'm sorry you've only seen the worst of me. I'll try to change that.
He kissed me on the cheek before he turned away, and for some reason, I couldn't stop smiling all the way home. As I was walking down to the cottage, Lisa suddenly jumped out from behind a tree.
Is that Vincent's car you just got off from? Why?
It's none of your business, Lisa. Vincent is very much my business.
I know you have a wild imagination, but
Don't start dreaming that someone like him could ever like you. I pushed her aside and walked off. She was crazy, as if I wanted someone like Vincent. Or did I? He was just so nice after that day. He'd come sit next to me in the cafeteria, help me carry my stuff, and one time as I was walking back home, he leapt out of a car and decided to walk with me. He told me the investigator was hopeful we'd find my parents really soon. And a few days later, when he asked me to be his date for the Christmas dance at school, I really couldn't refuse. Dad had surprised me one evening with the most beautiful dress, and at the dance, I felt like someone straight out of a fairy tale. I was searching for Vincent in the hall when I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
wow, you look really beautiful, Marianne.
He took my hand and led me to the dance floor, and it felt like we were in our own little world. At the end of the song, he suddenly pulled me closer and leaned in to kiss me. Everyone around us was clapping and cheering as I kissed him back. During the evening, I went to freshen up in the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Vincent in a corner with Lisa and his friends.
Wow, Vincent, you really take a challenge seriously. You said you could make any girl fall for you, and you proved it. That kiss could have fooled even me.
Marianne has totally fallen for your Prince Charming act. It's gonna be so much fun when you dump her. That's what I was? A challenge? Vincent looked shocked as they all turned around to see me behind them.
No, Marianne, wait. It's not what you...
I suddenly slapped him hard. Why did I think you were actually a decent human being? You even pretended to help me find my parents just to convince me that you cared? You're the most vile person I've had the misfortune to meet. I hate you. No, I despise you. I didn't go to school for days. I just didn't want to see anyone's face. But one day, Dad walked into my room holding a package.
A boy from your school dropped this, saying it was important. Forgive me for opening it first, but Marianne, you've known about your parents and you've been looking for them?
Wait, what? Dad, I'm sorry. I just needed to know. He gave me the package as he sat down on my bed, and I looked through the papers with trembling hands. The first was a newspaper clipping saying my parents were politicians who had been sentenced to prison for 25 years for stealing state funds.
I worked at your parents' house. When they were arrested, you were going to be sent to an orphanage, and I just really wanted a kid, so I adopted you, Marianne. I kept the truth from you because I thought it would only make you upset. I'm sorry if I haven't been the best dad.
I jumped forward and hugged him, tears pouring down my face. No, you're the most amazing dad anyone could possibly have. I just wanted to know who they were. But it's not because I've ever been unhappy with you as my father. Not ever. Dad hugged me back.
If you ever want to see them, I'll arrange a visit, okay? It won't bother me at all. I know you're my daughter. By the way, that boy just left if you want to talk to him.
I ran out the door after Vincent, who was walking down to the gate. Why did you do that? Your stupid challenge was over, right? Why did you make an effort to find my parents?
Marianne, it did start off as a stupid challenge, and I wasn't planning on falling for you. But I did, almost instantly. What I feel for you is real and true. I wouldn't have made all that effort if I didn't love you. You're the most special girl I've ever met, and you make me want to be a better person. I'm so sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me, will you?
I looked into his earnest eyes and slowly smiled. I'd rather go down with the Titanic, but I stepped closer and pulled him in for a kiss.
Hi, I'm Tanya, and I live in Manhattan. Before I jump into the juicy stuff, please like and subscribe. My twin sister Natasha and I were born to super rich parents. Dad was a successful businessman, and my mom was an ex-supermodel from France. And a little wacko in the head. Growing up, Mom told us all the amazing things about her country. Oh, chérie, it is a beautiful country. So many good places to go and huge gardens. I miss it. Mom made France sound like a paradise. And while I got attracted to its beauty, language, and culture, Natasha was fascinated by its fashion and style. I wanted to go there so badly that I practically begged my dad every year for a vacation.
Not this year, princess.
Maybe when my Natasha becomes a famous model, we'll all go to Paris Fashion Week, Mom said. And she was serious. Mom was obsessed with making Natasha a supermodel. She got her to participate in all the baby pageants, and by the time we turned 5, Natasha's face was on every cereal box in the country. She was famous and evil. At school, she walked around like she owned the place, and at home, she was horrible to all the people who worked for us. She flaunted the fact that she was half French, and the worst was when she spoke in her terrible French accent. One time, Natasha caught our maid's son plucking flowers from our garden, and she went crazy. How dare you? That is my favorite flower. Didn't your mother tell you it is illegal to pluck flowers from my garden? Stupide. The boy looked confused as hell. What? You're fired, you moron. The poor boy was horrified, and the next day he left with his mother. He was just a kid. Why do you have to be so rude all the time? Why do you have to be so rude? Because I can and because he deserved it. Who knows what else he might have stolen? Don't be such a wuss now. Dad tried his best to be there for me, but he was hardly ever around. He was always flying on business trips and bought us the most expensive gifts. When everyone was asleep, he would secretly slip in an extra gift just for me.
This is the author's copy of your favorite book. Enjoy!
Thanks, Dad. I love you. Eventually, I got tired of gifts and realized that this was his way of making up for his absence. Years flew by, and finally, we turned 16. Mom and Dad went out and planned the most amazing Sweet 16 party for us. That day at school, I couldn't wait to go home. Dad promised to buy me the latest iPad, and I was over the moon. But as always, he got busy, and I was stuck with the devil duo. While Mom made Natasha try 1,000 dresses, I just sat in the corner with a book and waited for this misery to end. Oh my God, you're such a buzzkill. Can't you behave like a normal teenager for once? You mean normal like you are? No, thank you. It was the best party ever. And when everyone left, Dad introduced us to some of his old friends who ran a successful modeling agency in LA. He had trained some of the most famous supermodels in the world. He came with his son Ryan, who was drop-dead gorgeous, and the most attractive guy I'd ever seen. He had big blue eyes and the body of a demigod. And don't even get me started on the hair.
Girls, Ryan will be joining your school from tomorrow, so make sure you show him around.
Oh, I could do that, Daddy. No problem. Natasha beamed like she would take a bullet for Ryan. This was the first time she moved her butt to help anyone but herself, so I was genuinely confused. It was only later when I heard her talk to Mom that I understood why she was so excited to help Ryan.
He's a dumb boy, but his father can help you get to the top, baby. Make sure he falls for you, mon amour.
The next day, the entire school was drooling over Ryan's looks. As if Natasha wasn't high-headed enough, now her popularity went shooting off the roof with Ryan as her arm candy. And Ryan followed her like a lost puppy all the time. Ryan, honey, please get me my salad. Don't forget the toppings. No fat though. I can't lose my precious figure.
Coming right up, princess.
He went rushing to give Natasha a fat-loaded burger with a milkshake. No wonder he got it wrong with her pulling off that incredible accent. And that's when I knew that whatever little crush I had on him was long gone, and he was all charm and no brains. The next few days were a blur. Our school musical was coming up, and I was the lead writer, so I was drowning in work from head to toe. During the final week of our rehearsals, the drama teacher came running to me. She looked like she'd seen a ghost.
Tanya, can you change the storyline and not have a male lead at all? Our lead actor in the play fell and broke his leg.
Holy bananas! There's no way we could do that on such short notice. I was losing my mind over the situation, but just then I saw Ryan walk into the hall.
I was passing by when I heard you guys. I can be your lead guy. I have a really good memory, and I can learn the lines in no time.
Oh, you're a savior.
No problem.
I gave him his script and asked him to learn everything. Within 15 minutes, he was all set. That was fast. Are you sure you can do this?
I can do it if you're willing to help me. Practice my lines with me, will ya?
When he started saying his lines, I stared at him wide-eyed. It was like I'd written the part for him, and he looked perfect with that face and voice.
If you keep staring at me, I'll get awkward.
Sorry. Anyway, you keep practicing. I gotta go. I have a class. I'll see you tomorrow. I hurried to the door to find Natasha fuming in anger. I had no idea that she'd been standing there all this time, watching us like a hawk. What the hell was that? What was what? I saw how you were looking at him. Listen, you nerd. I know you're my sister and all, but don't you dare make a move on Ryan. He's gonna ask me out, and I don't want you, of all people, to ruin this. Just dive into your books and buzz off. Okay, you jealous freak. I wasn't making a move on your boy toy. We were practicing for the school musical. Also, why do you care? You don't even like him. You're only using him so you could reach his dad and become famous. Don't make that face. I know what you and Mom are plotting. Natasha turned red and charged onto me like a raging bull. We broke into a fight, and by the time our teachers broke us apart, she had a massive blue mark smack in the middle of her face. I have a shoot today, you moron! Look what you've done. Get over it. You're great at hiding things, aren't you? Use some makeup and stay away from me. During rehearsals the next day, Ryan told us that he was having a huge party at his house. It was his birthday and the whole school was invited. I just have to look my best. I want all eyes on me, especially Ryan's. Natasha said, jumping around like a frog, trying out dresses like a maniac. Wow, real mature. Just as I was about to leave the room to get away from her awful voice, she jumped on my head and said, "Why are you running off so soon? Listen, not that I care, but if you do manage to get your boring butt to the party, you will stay away from Ryan. Do you get me? I will legit throw you in the barn if you say a word to him. Make all the assumptions in the world you want to. I like my life drama-free." And I walked back into the room, leaving Natasha sizzling in anger. The next day after the party, everyone waited for Ryan at the rehearsals, but he never showed up. I called him a million times, but he kept rejecting my calls. I searched and searched for him and finally found him sitting on the bleachers. Hey, we've been waiting for you for the past hour. You should have told us if you were planning to ditch us at the last moment.
Go away, Tanya. I'm not in the mood.
Ryan looked sad. I sat next to him and asked him what was wrong.
Yesterday was my birthday, and all I wanted to do was spend some time with Natasha. I honestly really like her, but she never even wished me a happy birthday. She came to the party, went straight to meet my dad, and then she just vanished. My heart went out to Ryan. He deserved so much better than my evil sister. Natasha can be mean sometimes. She's the pampered one. Hang in there. I'm sure she'll come around. Ryan looked at me with his deep blue eyes and his heart-melting smile, and we went on our way to practice. Our musical was a massive hit, and everyone applauded and congratulated the team. And after that day, Ryan and I started hanging out more often and became best of friends. I was happy I finally had someone to discuss my books and work with, and he was happy because he could finally get answers to all his annoying questions. What does Natasha like to eat? What's her favorite color? What's her favorite perfume?
He was obsessed with her. And then one evening when I had just gotten back from school, I saw Ryan standing in the driveway with the prettiest flowers.
I'm gonna ask Natasha to be my girlfriend today. I hope she says yes.
Oh, that she will, but not for the right reasons. As his friend, I thought it was high time he knew the truth. Natasha was the meanest person on earth and a manipulative witch, and Ryan needed to know before he got his heart broken. I gathered the courage to tell him the truth, but just then Natasha walked in looking like an angel, and Ryan's mouth went flying open. What an idiot! "Ay, gorgeous, don't you look handsome? And flowers? For me? Oh, sweet, you're the best, Ryan." With that, they drove off in Ryan's supercar. They deserved each other. The fake beauty with no brains. After about an hour, as I was about to jump into my bed, I got a frantic call from Mom. "It's your sister. Hurry, come to the hospital." Mom told me that Ryan's car had a terrible accident on their way to the movies, and Natasha had been seriously injured. I rushed to the emergency room, panting and falling, to find her sitting with my parents watching an MSA video. What on earth happened? I was terrified. She doesn't look hurt at all. Oh, but I am. See? I scratched my perfect skin. It'll take days for me to heal from this. Do you know how much makeup will go into hiding this? Also, I scratched my ankle, but I'll just wear new boots, so it's okay. What in the name of Jesus was wrong with this family?
Tanya, you should be happy your sister's fine. Ryan's the one who needs help. He slipped into a coma. We've been trying to reach his dad, but he's traveling.
And you're telling me this now? I ran to his room and saw his perfect face, scarred with 1,000 scratches. God, it broke my heart to see my best friend in that state. With Ryan in the hospital, Natasha went around flirting with every guy at school. And while I visited the hospital every day, she only came when Ryan's dad was around. One day, just after his dad left, she got up and said, "What an absolute waste of time. My skin is so stressed with all this drama, and look at my hair. I need to hit the salon so badly. Someone needs to kick that French butt of yours. This guy loves you like a maniac, and all you do is ignore him or use him for his connections. You're such a jerk." Oh, save it, dear sis. I did what I had to become successful, and I regret nothing. I know you like him. Keep him for all I care. He's no use to me lying in that bed, and his dad just doesn't seem to be taking the hint. I'm too good for him anyway, and my perfect body isn't meant to be someone's nanny. With that, she simply turned around and walked off. Unbelievable! Ryan woke up the next day and the doctors told us that his injury would take months to heal. His father took him to one of the best hospitals in the States and they left. I had no way to keep in touch with him now, and that made me super anxious. But just then, the biggest opportunity knocked at my door. We were having a writing competition at school, and the winner was going to take home a $1,000 cash prize and a scholarship to a playwriting school in France. This was a dream come true, and I knew I had to be the best. No excuses. I decided to leave everything aside and give it my all, and when the results were announced, I'd won! On the last day of school, as I was clearing my locker, I turned around to see Ryan walking toward me with a big smile. I was so happy to see my friend. I hugged him tight and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Just then, Natasha screamed from the other corner and came rushing towards Ryan. "Oh, mon amour, I missed you so much. I was so worried."
Drop the act, Natasha. And while you're at it, drop that accent too. I'm not gonna fall for your tricks now. I know you used me. That day at the hospital while you argued with Tanya, I was awake and I heard everything. You can kiss your dreams of working with my dad goodbye.
Whatever. I was just stressed. That doesn't mean I didn't like you. But Ryan didn't hear a word. Instead, he turned toward me and said,
"It's been you all along, Tanya. I should have seen it right away, but it took me a while. Please tell me it's not too late."
I took his hands in mine and said, "Oh, Ryan, I liked you, but you loved Natasha. You only want me now because she treated you like trash. I'm leaving for France tomorrow, but when I'm back, maybe we can go for dinner and talk." Ryan looked at me with love and warmth in his eyes.
I know how you've always wanted to go there. I'm happy for you, and I'll wait for you, Tanya.
I hugged Ryan and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek before leaving to follow my dreams.
Sally walked through the door in the back alley, straight into the crazy restaurant kitchen. She spotted her mom stirring 3 pots while the head chef screamed at everyone.
"Faster! Faster!"
Sally walked up to her mom and tugged at her apron. "Mom, I need to ask you something." "Right now?" "Yes, right now." "What is it then? Spit it out." "Mom, where's my daddy?" Suddenly, the bowl her mother was holding crashed to the floor.
"Oh my God, you stupid, stupid woman! You're fired! Get out!"
A minute later, Sally and her mother found themselves out on the street. "Mom, I'm really sorry." "You wanted to know about your dad, huh?" "Yeah, we had to make a family tree in school." "Well, he's not your family. He's a good-for-nothing loser who left us. I'm your mom and your dad. And look, just mentioning him made me lose my job. He's bad luck. Not a word about him ever again." As they walked back home in silence, Sally wondered who her dad was and why he'd left. What she didn't know was that her mom wasn't telling the truth. Her dad didn't even know she existed. One day in the 10th grade, Sally was waitressing at a restaurant when suddenly a woman started to choke on something. Sally rushed to her and performed the Heimlich maneuver till she coughed out a piece of chicken.
Oh my God, you saved my life! As all the customers applauded, the woman took Sally's hand and dragged her outside. I don't know how to thank you, but let me try. She took off a large diamond ring on her finger and pushed it in Sally's palm. Sally tried to refuse, but she wouldn't hear a word and just left. When Sally and her mom had the ring valued, it turned out to be worth a whopping $1.2 million. This could change their lives. They sold the ring, and with the money, they decided to move to a better house. One night, Sally's mom slipped into the attic and took an old letter out of a box. She went downstairs and threw it in the fireplace. She didn't want Sally to ever read it. The letter said, "I'm so sorry that you had a miscarriage and you had to go through it alone. I know you hate me, but please, let me help you. I really do love you and I always will. Charles." But what she didn't know was that a few days ago, Sally had been looking for something in the attic, and she'd already found the letter, and it kept haunting her. Sally looked for anything she could find on her dad, and found out he was a wealthy businessman. She'd never be at peace till she met him, just once. So one night, she packed her bags, took some of the ring money, and left home. She took a train to the city where her dad lived. Now, all she had to do was find a way to get close to him. The next morning at breakfast, Sally spat out her coffee when she saw an ad in the newspaper for a nanny by her dad's family. 24/7 nanny needed for an 8-year-old girl. P.S. Only apply if you have a sophisticated British accent. Well, that's perfect, Sally thought to herself. I can fake that. When Sally went for the interview, her jaw dropped at the size of the mansion, and there was a long line of nannies at the front door. As she joined the line, a little girl peeked out from behind a tree looking angrily at the nannies. Just then, she spotted Sally and their eyes met. Sally started walking over to her. That must be her half-sister.
What are you doing, sweetheart?
I'm Cynthia. I'm running away. What does it look like?
Oh, I see. But why?
'Cause my mom's getting me an old cranky nanny again.
Well, what if I was your nanny?
You don't look old or cranky.
I'm not, darling. I'm full of nonsense and fun.
Please be my nanny. You sound freaking funny.
Meanwhile, what was happening in the mansion was crazy. Cynthia's mom couldn't find her anywhere and was certain someone had kidnapped her. She'd gone down to the police station, and when she got back with some officers, she found Cynthia and Sally. Officers, arrest her! You! Get away from my daughter!
No, Mommy. She's my new nanny.
What? You don't get to decide that, Cynthia. We have no idea what kind of person this girl is, and she looks too poor.
Mom, you always choose my nannies, and they're awful. It's either her or no one.
Cynthia's mom had no choice, so she hired Sally and asked her to move in. Sally was so excited that she'd finally meet her dad, but the poor thing had no clue that she had so much trouble ahead of her. When Sally left for her room, Bella, Cynthia's sister, showed up.
Oh, you're back? I was hoping this time you were gone for good, brat.
Oh yeah? I'm back, witch. And guess what? I picked my own nanny. Wait till you see her. She's so much prettier than you. I can't wait for your boyfriend to meet her. Maybe he'll finally dump you.
Watch your mouth, you little monster.
And with that, Bella pulled Cynthia's hair and they both started screaming. Sally heard them and came running to save Cynthia. Hey, leave that kid alone or I'm calling the police.
What? Do you have any idea who you're talking to?
Well, I don't care who you are, and you don't have any right to hurt a kid like that.
Oh, I have the right to hurt anyone I like now, for example.
And with that, Bella attacked Sally and they both started wrestling on the floor. Cynthia started screaming and ran off to call her parents. Just then, a man barged in and pulled them apart.
Who are you? And why are you hurting my daughter?
Sally looked stunned when she saw her dad for the first time, and she couldn't say a word.
Daddy, this is my nanny. The nicest person on earth. Bella is just evil.
Sally's dad looked straight into her eyes, and for a moment, she almost thought he knew who she was. But then he just turned to Bella and said,
"To your room, now."
As Bella was leaving, she turned to Sally.
I swear, I'm gonna make you regret the day you entered this house.
She stormed out of the room, and suddenly, Sally's dad turned to her.
Listen, don't ever touch my kids again, is that clear? Don't forget your place if you want to stay here.
And with that, he turned around and left. That night when Sally was in bed, she suddenly heard someone opening her door. She leapt out and grabbed her baseball bat, ready to attack. But suddenly the door barged open. She let out a scream and hit the boy with a bat, knocking him out. She started slapping his face to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, Sally saw that they were the most gorgeous hazel color. They stared at each other for a few seconds, then quickly jumped to their feet.
That was quite a greeting. You could have just said hello.
You could have just knocked. I thought this room was empty. Who Who are you?
What? Who are you?
I asked first. Who are you?
I'm Sally, Cynthia's nanny. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Bella's boyfriend, Alan. Or at least I was. I think we just broke up for the 20th time.
With that, he climbed out the window.
It was nice to meet you, Sally. Also, your accent is kinda hot.
And then he jumped. As Alan drove off on his motorbike, he couldn't stop thinking about Sally's eyes. The next day, Sally was determined to tell her dad the truth. She waited for him in the living room, but Cynthia told her that he'd left for a business trip. Sally decided to wait for him, but she had no idea how long she'd have to. One night, Alan crept up the wall to Sally's window and knocked gently. When she pulled back the curtains and saw him, she looked more annoyed than surprised. "If you've come back to make up with Bella, why aren't you using her window?"
"I'm not here for her. I'm here for you. Come with me. I want to show you something."
"But what about Bella?"
"We broke up, remember? It's for good this time. Now come."
Sally felt hesitant, but she looked into his warm eyes and just couldn't say no. As the two climbed down and sneaked off across the gardens, they had no clue they were being watched by Bella. Bella ran across the house and burst into her mother's room.
Mom, wake up! Do you have any idea what's happening under your roof? You should have never hired that nanny.
When Bella told her mother what she'd seen, she was angry.
Poor girls like her just want to dig their claws into someone rich, and these men are idiots.
But Bella, you cannot let Alan get away.
I'm trying, Mom.
Oh, poor baby, I know you are. Don't worry. Mummy will help you get rid of this nanny tonight. A few hours later, when Sally climbed back through the window, she nearly fell back in shock to find Cynthia's mom and Bella sitting on her bed.
"Well, hello, Sally. Where were you? Meeting up with your criminal friends?"
"What? I don't know what you're talking about." That's when Cynthia's mother walked up to her, holding a diamond necklace she'd never seen.
"I found this in your drawer. To think I ever let a thief like you into my house."
"What?"
"I've packed your bags already, so just get out before I change my mind and call the police."
Sally was horrified, but she knew she had to leave now. She picked up her bags and ran out of the house in tears. While Bella and her mom were cackling upstairs, Cynthia had woken up to the noises. She peeked out of her room to see Sally running out the front door. Cynthia burst into tears and ran after her.
Sally, wait! Please don't go!"
Sally didn't look back even once and got into the cab at the gate. Cynthia kept running after till the car was out of sight, but when she turned to go back, she didn't realize she'd taken the wrong route. Back at the mansion, Cynthia's mother had found out she was gone. She screamed and woke up all the servants to go out and search for Cynthia. Cynthia's mother called up Sally immediately. "Of course she's not with me, ma'am. I don't know where she is."
"Sally, you have to come back right now and help me find my baby. I know if anyone can find Cynthia, it's you. Please, I'm begging you."
Sally immediately asked the cab driver to take her back to the mansion. When she was close, she suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop right here!" She jumped out of the cab and picked up a teddy bear from the road. It was Cynthia's. Cynthia had realized by now that she was completely lost. Suddenly, she looked up to see Sally and ran straight into her arms. Cynthia's mother ran out crying when she saw the two walking in through the gate and hugged her tight.
"Mom, is Sally going somewhere? If she leaves, I'm gonna run away again."
Cynthia's mother grit her teeth. Her plan had failed, but she had no choice. Bella was absolutely furious. As Sally walked back into her room, Bella suddenly grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Listen to me, witch. You're only back here because you seem to be very lucky. But don't you dare go near my boyfriend ever again." With no clue of what had happened the night before, Alan reluctantly went to the mansion the next morning. Bella's mother had called him in. When he walked into the living room, he found Bella and her mother there.
"Before you say anything, Mrs. Charles, please hear me out. I can't do this anymore. I don't love your daughter, and
suddenly, Bella's mom flung over a small table angrily, smashing a vase to pieces.
"You stupid boy! What's love got to do with anything? This marriage is really important to both our families, and I don't think your parents will be thrilled to know you've been going out with the help."
I don't know what you're...
"Stay away from the nanny, Ellen. She really needs this job, and I'll make her life miserable if I see you near her. Now you two, grow up. No more breakups and nonsense." When Sally went downstairs, she almost fell back in shock to see Bella sitting in Alan's lap. She felt so foolish for believing his lies.
"Oh, we broke your heart?"
Sally started to walk away, but Alan pushed Bella aside and went after Sally, gently grabbing her wrist. "Alan, what is wrong with you? What do you think I am? Some toy for you to play with? I don't want you coming near me again."
"Sally, you need to listen to me.
No, she doesn't, you jerk. And with that, Bella attacked him. Sally tried to pull her away, and then Bella attacked her.
What is going on here?
Sally turned around in horror to see her dad, and he looked really mad.
Sir, this was my fault, not hers. Oh, is that so? Then you will be marrying my daughter next week. I'll talk to your father tonight. Sally, leave my house. Now.
Sally decided she couldn't hold it any longer. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Charles, because there's something I need to...
I don't want to hear another word. Leave, please. Leave my house.
No, you need to listen to me. I'm your... When Sally went downstairs, she almost fell back in shock to see Bella sitting in Alan's lap. She felt so foolish for believing his lies. Oh, we broke your heart? Sally started to walk away, but Alan pushed Bella aside and went after Sally, gently grabbing her wrist. Alan, what is wrong with you? What do you think I am? Some toy for you to play with? I don't want you coming near me again.
Sally, you need to listen to me.
No, she doesn't, you jerk. And with that, Bella attacked him. Sally tried to pull her away, and then Bella attacked her.
What is going on here?
Sally turned around in horror to see her dad, and he looked really mad.
Sir, this was my fault, not hers. Oh, is that so? Then you will be marrying my daughter next week. I'll talk to your father tonight. Sally, leave my house. Now.
Sally decided she couldn't hold it any longer. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Charles, because there's something I need to...
I don't want to hear another word. Leave, please. Leave my house.
No, you need to listen to me. I'm your... Just then, they all heard a loud voice from the hall.
Is Sally here? I need to see Sally, please.
The door opened and a really handsome boy walked in. His eyes instantly met Sally's across the room. She wondered who he was, while he was thinking he'd never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Mr. Charles walked up to the boy and hugged him.
Oh, Jake, this is so wonderful. I had no idea you were in town. It's good to see you, Uncle Charles. Dad and I had to come for business suddenly, and we're staying at a hotel for a few days. At a hotel? Of course not. You'll be staying here with us.
Just then, an older gentleman walked in, and he and Mr. Charles hugged. They were good old friends. All the drama happening before was forgotten as Mr. Charles led his friend to the other room, and everyone else followed. But Jake stayed behind with Sally.
You're Sally, right? I was looking for you.
Yes, I am. And why? Jake handed Sally her wallet, saying he'd found it outside by the gate. Sally thanked him, and as he was leaving, he suddenly turned around.
I was looking for your ID, and I found the letter inside. I'm sorry, I really wasn't snooping, but I did read the letter. Are you Mr. Charles's daughter? Does he know?
Sally had kept a copy of the letter with her in the wallet. No, please, don't say a word. No one here knows. They just know me as Cynthia's babysitter. I've been trying to find the right time to tell him, but I haven't yet. Can you please keep it to yourself?
Don't worry, Sally. Your secret's safe with me.
Just then, Alan barged into the room.
Sally, are you
He stopped short when he saw Jake and Sally standing so close.
What's going on here?
That's none of your business, Alan. Please, just go back to Bella and leave me alone.
Fine, whatever.
Alan stormed off and Sally quickly left the room too. As she ran out, Jake bent down and picked up an earring Sally was wearing. He smiled and put it in his pocket. The next day, Sally was in the garden reading a book, and Jake was really happy to catch her alone.
I just came by to return this earring. I believe it's yours?
How many times are you going to come to me with lost things?
Wow, was that your thank you? Why do you keep losing your things? Sorry to bother you.
As he got up to leave, Sally suddenly took his hand and his heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry, I should have just said thank you. Would you like to go with me for a walk to the lake?
Sure, but what about your boyfriend?
He's not my boyfriend. He's nobody. So, are you coming or not? Jake smiled and nodded, and the two walked away. Sally thought to herself, he might help her forget that stupid Alan. Cynthia's mom was watching the two of them from a window, and she turned away with a disgusted face.
This Sally is a very cunning, ill-mannered girl. One day she's running after our Alan. The next she's trying to trap Jake. She's clearly a gold digger. She seems like a lovely girl to me. And you don't sound very nice when you're gossiping about other people. Don't do it with me, please.
And with that, Mr. Charles left the room. Bella and Alan were also walking outside when they spotted Sally and Jake from a distance. Alan felt crazy jealous when he saw them holding hands. He started walking back towards them angrily, but Bella suddenly stepped in his way and pushed him back. What do you think you're doing, Alan? Do you need me to remind you of the agreement between our families? Want to talk to my mother again? Alan felt furious, but he turned around abruptly and stormed off to the house, thinking how he'd like to punch that Jake. Later that night, Sally heard a knock on her door. The minute she opened it, Bella pounced on her and pinned her down to the ground. I know what you're trying to do, Sally. I'm a girl like you. I know all your games. Sally pushed her off and leapt to her feet. What are you talking about, you psycho? I know you're just flirting with Jake to make Alan jealous. Oh, is that so? Well, maybe I am, and I hope it's working. In your dreams, witch. You'll never get Alan, so stop acting so desperate. I swear if my stupid sister wasn't in love with you, I'd have your butt kicked out this second. Bella, I'm just tired of you acting like a big baby. Just get out before I punch your stupid face. I'm watching you, Sally. Don't cross me. Bella walked out and Sally slammed the door hard behind her. But as Bella walked away, she looked down at Sally's wallet that she'd sneaked out as she left the room. Time to find out more about this stupid witch. As she went through her stuff, she came across the letter. Her eyes flew wide open in shock. The next morning when Sally went down for breakfast, Jake was waiting for her in the hall. But just then, Alan came forward and gently pushed him away.
No one really wants you here, man. When are you leaving? What's your problem? I'm here as a guest, and I think Sally wants me here. Well, Sally's just a worker here, not the owner of the house. She doesn't decide anything. You're not the owner here either. And what do you mean, just a worker? Just a worker? Like a useless maid or something. Did you just call Sally useless?
And with that, Jake shoved Alan roughly. Alan lost his temper and punched Jake in the face. Alan, stop it! What's wrong with you? Just then Bella came running down the staircase. Stop fighting over this stupid bimbo. Look what I have here. It's a letter saying Sally was pregnant and had a miscarriage. God, you disgust me, Sally. Sally stared at Bella in complete shock. How did she have the letter? And was Bella so dumb that she thought Charles was Sally's ex and not her dad?
What? When? How? Aren't you too young for that?
Sally had no choice but to pretend it was true. She leapt forward and snatched the letter from Bella. Well, it happened, and it's no one's business but mine. I always told you she was rotten, babe. Just shameless. Alan stared at Sally in shock, then turned around and left, with Bella running after him.
I can't believe she stole your letter, but it's good she didn't figure out the truth.
And how dare that Alan
Call you useless? At least we're rid of him. He won't bother us anymore.
Us? What are you talking about?
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I just thought maybe we...
There is no we or us. I just want everyone to leave me alone. And with that, Sally ran up to her room while Jake blinked away his tears furiously.
Be a man, Jake. There's no such thing as love at first sight. She doesn't love you, and that's that.
Meanwhile, Sally was furiously pacing in her room, thinking she would just tell everyone the truth tonight. She couldn't deal with all this anymore. Alan was sulking on the bench outside while Bella was going on and on about Sally. Suddenly, he turned to Bella and said,
Let's have our engagement party tonight. What are we waiting for?
Tonight? But what about all the preparations? I don't even have anything to wear.
I'll get you a dress, and I'm sure your parents will be happy to take care of everything else. I want to do it tonight, Bella.
Bella looked at him and then shrieked in excitement and went running inside. Mom, Dad, Alan and I are getting engaged tonight. Get the freaking party started. Sally looked at her from upstairs in shock. Alan was getting engaged? Tonight? Alan got a dress for Bella as promised and handed it to her maid. Then he hesitantly walked over to Sally's door and almost knocked. But then he just put the box outside and left. A few moments later, Sally opened the door and nearly tripped over the large box. She carried it in and saw a gorgeous dress inside, and a note fell out. I'm sorry about all this. You truly deserve someone better. Alan. He's saying sorry with a dress for his freaking engagement party? This boy is so confusing. Later that evening, when Sally went down for the party, Jake immediately walked over to her.
Hey, listen, I'm really sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to.
Just then, Sally spotted Alan looking at her, and she hushed Jake and pulled him in for a kiss. When she stepped away, she saw Alan looked furious. Suddenly, he pulled Bella close and started kissing her. Sally turned around and walked out with Jake to the garden. She didn't even want to see their stupid engagement. After the party was over, Sally marched over to the library determined to tell her dad the truth. But when she entered, she only found Cynthia's mom there.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to talk to you.
About what?
About you staying here. After finding out about your disgusting past, I'd love to send you packing. But since Cynthia loves you so much, God knows why, we can't let you go yet. So you'll be moving to the attic and a guard will be assigned to watch you at all times. Because we simply don't trust you.
You can't do that. I'm not your prisoner.
Well, actually, I can.
And that boy Jake?
Leave him alone, Sally. His family is respectful and they won't accept some gold digger as his girlfriend. So save yourself the heartache.
And then Sally lost it.
You know what, Mrs. Charles? I'm just sick of your nonsense. I love Cynthia, but even she can't convince me to stay here another minute. I'm done with all of you, and I'm leaving right now. As she turned to leave, she bumped into her dad and she just brushed past him.
Sally, wait.
But she was stopping for no one now. Sally headed straight for the front door, and when she opened it, she almost fell back in shock.
Mom?
Sally flung herself in Mom's arms, and just then, her dad came running behind her. When he saw Sally's mom, he froze in shock.
Laura, is that really you?
And you're Sally's mom?
Is she my daughter?
No, she's not your daughter. She's my daughter, and I'm here to take her back. As Mom took Sally's arm and started walking away, Dad blocked her.
You told me you had a miscarriage. You lied to me.
So what if I did? If I told you the truth, what would you have done? Would you have left your wealth and your family and married a kitchen maid? I don't think so. Not when you could have had a millionaire wife.
No, that's not true.
But it is, Mr. Charles. Or should I say Dad? I've lived with you people for weeks now, and you're all so shallow. And you think everyone else only cares about money too. I made a big mistake looking for you.
Sally, please don't say that. And I'm so sorry, Laura. I should have taken a stand for you. It wasn't about money. We were just so young, and I was weak in front of my family. But I swear, not a day has gone by when I haven't thought about you. Not a single day.
Just then, Cynthia's mom pulled him by the back of his coat. Oh my God, you stupid maid. We decided that you'd stay away forever. We didn't decide anything. You threatened me. I disappeared for my safety and my child's.
You did what?
Well, Charles, someone had to save you from your stupidity. We couldn't have you running away with some bimbo maid. And I would do the same all over again. With that, she lunged towards Laura, but Sally stepped in and pushed her away. Don't you dare touch my mom. Alan, Bella, and Jake had also come running into the hall, staring at the whole thing in shock. Charles, are you going to just stand there and watch? Are you going to choose a maid over me? A sophisticated millionaire? Charles looked at her and suddenly took Laura's hand.
I think I am. I don't love you, and your millions can't buy me happiness. I'm not making the same mistake again.
Cynthia's mom screamed with rage and stormed off to her room. Just then, Alan turned to Bella and took the ring off his finger.
Bella, I'm sorry. I can't marry you. We both know we're doing this for all the wrong reasons. My heart belongs to someone else.
Bella gave him a hard slap on the face and stormed off after her mom. As Mom and Dad both hugged Sally, she suddenly spotted Jake leaving and ran out after him. Jake, please wait.
Sally, I know you don't love me, and it's okay, really. I just hope that Alan deserves you.
He kissed her on the cheek and left. Sally turned around to see Alan standing behind her. You know, I'm still mad at you, like really mad at you. You were awful to me and said things that hurt me.
I know. My anger and jealousy drove me to do some really stupid things.
The truth is, I fell in love with you from the first moment you smacked me with that bat.
I love you, Sally, and I'm really sorry. I promise. I'll make it up to you if you let me.
Sally walked up to him, looked deep into his warm hazel eyes, and pulled him in for the most magical kiss. Well, Mrs. Charles and Bella moved out for good, but Cynthia refused to go with them. She was all too happy to find out that Sally was her half-sister. Sally and her mom moved in with her dad, and the house was filled with love and laughter always.
Just stay till the morning light. would you let it be if I leave tonight?
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again.
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it.
Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden?
I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is...
Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me.
You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you?
Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name.
It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend.
Did I hit your head when I tripped?
No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out.
Are you seriously blackmailing me?
Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal?
Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly, Scott slid right next to me.
Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes?
Oh my God.
Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly?
I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend.
No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it.
To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered,
"You better make this convincing."
I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal.
Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss.
I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl?
Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law.
Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans.
And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that? So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face.
So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off.
Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady.
And with that, he left. Ugh. So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien.
Whoa, we thought Scott was lying.
About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know? I don't understand anything.
Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later.
Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you?
I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay?
I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT. Go, Scotty! I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room.
What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us.
I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me.
Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it.
Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating, and he was everywhere, in the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story.
Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually.
What?
She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine.
Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk.
Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back.
And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty?
Nothing. Totally, fine.
I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground.
Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant.
Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him.
No, that's not what I meant, babe.
Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside.
You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you.
Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me.
Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there.
Why was my face getting hot? Well, I'd like to see your moves.
Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you.
He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance.
Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar.
You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again?
Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend! As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help.
Yeah, it usually does.
What do you mean?
It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults.
Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you.
It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me.
Are you trying to make me feel worse?
Is it working?
Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds with a note stuck to it. No place for losers.
It's Jake. He did this to get back at me. I'm going to kill him.
But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing.
Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise.
He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back.
That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again.
Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now. Jake looked at me in shock, and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me.
So, have you thought about how we're breaking up?
What?
Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together.
Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted.
Yes, I did.
Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all. Just then one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. Don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow. But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should
see each other anymore." Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you.
Scott, this is not what I want.
Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind.
As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Jumping a cheerleader makes him look good. And you didn't want to break up with him? No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel,
He's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it. I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. You owe me such a big apology. I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend. If you'll let me. I love you. Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs. Yeah, even nerds work out. So, what do you say? I love you too, idiot. And I pulled him in for a kiss.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm from LA. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. My parents were only 16 when they had me, but I never knew them. They passed away soon after I was born, and I grew up with my grandma. And she was crazy. Grandma had wild parties and concert-like shows in her house with all her girlfriends. And she even had a mini pool. Look at me, I'm a mermaid. I can fly. Well, she couldn't, but it was fun to watch her and laugh. Once when I was 3, my preschool teacher called my granny and told her that I might have some speech problems. Granny got mad and came running like a cheetah. She barged in and attacked my teacher. How can you say that my grandchild is dumb, you moron? She is perfect, just like me. All the kids were crying and screaming. I got scared and peed my pants. Some teachers came and pulled her away. Grandma then decided to enroll me in a different school. She was only 40, but she behaved like she was 20. When I was 4, my world turned upside down one day. Grandma was freaking pregnant. A few months passed and Grandma gave birth to a baby girl, Emma. But she was a devilish child. She would crawl around the house stealing my stuff and then throw it all into the toilet. Emma! Once when she was 4, I saw Emma trashing all my favorite clothes with scissors. Oh my God, Emma! What are you doing? That's my favorite dress.
I know, it's the best one you have. Next time, I will cut it while you are wearing it. So maybe I can cut your arm too.
Oh, just look at her, Sarah. How could you get mad at her cuteness? Cuteness? This was craziness. And it was killing me. Once when she was 5, she set the living room on fire and called the police herself. Luckily, I came on time and was able to put out the fire before any harm was done. When the police officer arrived, Emma started yelling,
"It's Sarah! She wanted to kill me!"
The cop looked at me and nodded.
It's okay. We deal with kids like her. Don't worry. We're not arresting you.
As the cop was leaving without me, Emma ran to him and bit his leg really hard. And when we tried to stop her, she scratched us with her devilish nails. Emma! She was crazier than Grandma herself, and the only escape I had from her was school. But soon, that happiness was also ruined when she joined the same school as mine. On the very first day, she told everyone that she was my aunt and other stupid stories about me. She pees in her sleep and eats her boogers. Emma, stop it. How dare you? Oh, someone, please save me. She's gonna kill me. She's really mean to me at home, too. Oh my God, what a drama queen she was. Because of her fake acting and false rumors, everyone at school thought I was the bad guy. One time in the 7th grade, I was playing basketball on the court when she came and insisted she'd play too. You're too young for this, Emma.
You're too young for this, Emma.
Ugh, stop it.
Oh, stop it.
Fine, but be careful. I let her play because I didn't want her to create another scene in front of everyone. But God, she was actually good at this. Within seconds, the other team was losing so badly. But suddenly, I saw Emma fall to the ground and she screamed in pain. I can't move my legs. I immediately called Grandma and we rushed her over to the doctor. He finally told us that Emma had some neurological issues and she would never walk properly again, let alone play. When Emma heard this terrible news, She burst into tears, and Granny looked so sad. It just broke my heart. We had to get her a wheelchair, and suddenly, everything changed. Grandma stopped her wild parties and stayed at home as much as possible. I started sleeping in Emma's room so that I could help her. One night, when I saw her struggling to go to the bathroom, I ran to pick her up, but she slapped me really hard. I can go to the bathroom myself. I don't need you. Whoa, that was totally uncalled for, but I let her go on her own. And then a few moments later, I could hear her crying inside, and I felt awful. But the very next morning, when I took the first bite of my food, I immediately spat it out. It tasted like dirt. I looked at Emma, and she had this wicked smile on her face. What's this? What did you put in this, Emma? She stuck her tongue out at me and then took the bowl of soup and poured it all over her head. Then she ran to Granny in her wheelchair.
Mom, look, Sarah did this to me, and she says I'm a burden on this earth.
Sarah, I can't believe you're being this terrible to your own aunt. You should be ashamed of yourself.
But I didn't do anything.
So, you mean she poured soup over herself?
Yes, she did. That's what she always does. At school and here, she always fakes everything to put the blame on me.
That's enough, Sarah. I've had enough of your stories. Apologize to Emma right now. And then Emma burst into crocodile tears and hugged Granny. This was so wrong. Just because she had this problem didn't mean she could make my life hell now. I was so angry that I just stormed out of the house and went to get some ice cream. Just then, I received a text from Grandma's phone. You're a Hayawan. Hayawan? What was that? But then, suddenly a girl who was standing next to me in line laughed. That person is a jerk. I looked up to see... Oh my God! What? Sniper Wolf? OMG, I love your videos. I've been following you for so long. Why, thank you. But that person you're texting, is she an Arab? No, that's just my little sister. Wait, you're from Iraq, aren't you? You don't look Arab, though. Oh, let me go get some milk and my camel and invite you to my tent. Then you might believe me. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. You're so funny, Leah, and such a queen. Yes. And let me tell you, that word, Hayawan, that's Arabic, and it means animal. What? Grandma thought I was an animal? I felt so upset. But then Sniper Wolf saw right through me and hugged me. She asked me what happened, and I told her all about it. It's okay to be sad and feel this way, but I can tell that you're really strong. Just believe in yourself and be kind to others. That's all that matters. Oh, she's the sweetest. I loved Sniper Wolf even more now. And I made sure to follow her advice. A few days later, I walked into the school backyard, and to my shock, I saw a bunch of senior kids messing around with Emma. They were running around in circles with her lunch. Catch me if you can. Catch me if you can. Stop it. Give me back my lunch. My sister made it for me. OMG. These guys were so gonna get killed by me. I charged at them angrily. Give her the lunch back, you jerks. Ho ho ho, we're so scared. Are you gonna kill us with your cuteness? We just wanted to ride her chair for a bit. What's wrong with sharing? This was it. I kicked him hard in his leg and he fell to the ground. Now you can ride one for real. Leave before I kick all of your butts. As they ran off, I turned to Emma and she almost had tears in her eyes. She whispered a thank you to me and then I took her home. She didn't say a word the entire way, but I felt so terrible for not knowing earlier what she'd been going through. After that, I made sure to look after her all the time. I also started playing basketball again. Emma loved it so much, and I wanted to make her proud of me. At the final basketball match for the national selection, I invited both Emma and Granny to come watch me. While I was changing in the dressing room, someone locked me in there. I kept screaming and shouting, but no one opened the freaking door. Hours later, the door opened, and I was shocked to see Emma there. Oh my God, Emma, I didn't know who locked me in here. I missed everything, didn't I? Yeah, you did. And I locked you in. I stared at her in complete shock. You? But Why? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Because I just hate you. You're a Hyawan. Hyawan? OMG. It was you, wasn't it? You texted me that word from Granny's phone.
So what if I did? It fits you perfectly.
What did I ever do to you, Emma? Why are you doing this to me? You're like my sister.
No, I'm not. I'm just your child aunt that you're so ashamed of. You have this perfect life where you have everything. And me, I'm just a kid with no talent and no walking legs. I can't even play basketball that I love so much. So I won't let you play either. I can't believe you'd do something so terrible to me. It was my dream. I thought you'd be proud to see me play. But now, I see that you can't stand to see me happy. I stormed out of there and didn't talk to her for weeks. I was so angry and heartbroken. But soon, Emma's science fair came around, and Granny came down with the flu. I really didn't want to go, but I didn't want Emma to be alone either. So, reluctantly, I went. When I got there, I found Emma in tears. Her project was all broken, and all her team members were gone. Oh, God, Emma, what happened here? I accidentally crashed into the project model, and it broke. All my team members left me saying it was my fault. And now I don't know what to do anymore. It's only 2 hours until the judges come in. It's okay. Don't worry, Emma. I'm here for you. I'll help you fix it. I borrowed some tools from someone and helped Emma quickly build her project once again. When the judges arrived, they were amazed to see such an awesome working model that was built using all these random materials. I shrieked in delight when they announced the winner. It was Emma, and she rolled onto the stage to receive the award. She then went ahead to speak on the microphone, and I teared up when she called out my name. I'm so grateful to Sarah, my sister, who helped me build this awesome project today. She's an amazing person who's always ready to catch me when I fall. But I've done some terrible, terrible things to her. The truth is, I wasn't even mad at her. I was just unhappy with myself. I really want to apologize to her and thank her for everything she's done for me. I'm differently abled and strong because of you, Sarah. Please, forgive me. Forgive your little sister.
As the crowd cheered and applauded, I rushed to the stage and hugged her.
I love you so much, Sarah. You're the best person in the whole world.
I love you too, Emma. After that, Emma and I grew quite close.
Like a cold drop of rain coming down from a clear sky. Yeah. Like a honeybee taking off that really shouldn't fly.
Hi, I'm Tina from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a super rich mom who owned a giant cosmetic company. Dad left Mom when I was 2 because he couldn't cope with her overambitious nature. But to be honest, Mom wasn't so hard to live with, and that was because she was hardly around. Mostly, I saw Mom when she came back from an overseas trip with a gazillion toys for me. I guess that was her way of making up for the absence, but I wasn't complaining. I'd spend hours talking to my toys and pretending they were my best friends. But as I grew up, I started noticing how absent my mom was from my life. She'd miss important events at school all the time. When I was in 5th grade, I was chosen to play Rapunzel in a school play thanks to my silky long hair, and Mom swore she wouldn't miss it. But by the time she reached school, the play was over. I'm sorry, honey, I got stuck with something important. I know, Mom. I can never be as important to you as your work. Sweetheart, I'm doing this for you. One day, this company will be yours, but I don't want to work for your stupid company. I want to become an actress. My drama teacher says I'm a natural. I'll talk to your teacher about putting such silly ideas into your head. Acting is for losers who've got nothing better to do. But Mom held up her hand, and I knew there was no use arguing anymore. But the acting bug in me never died. I joined the school's drama club and participated in all kinds of plays. Of course, Mom had no clue about it. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I was at the mall when I saw a girl staring at me weirdly. Then she followed me to the coffee shop too. I thought something was fishy, so I cornered her when I got the chance. "What's your problem?" If you want my autograph, just say so. Why would I want your autograph? 'Cause I'm the future Drew Barrymore. You see these billboards? My face will be all over them in a few years. I don't want you to have any regrets later on. I thought you're the girl my brother's dating, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, so this girl thought I was someone else. Suddenly, the acting bug in me started squirming. Actually, I am Jackie's girlfriend, but my brother's name is Fred. Of course, but I call him Jackie. You know, when we first met, it was raining and he offered me his jacket. And since then, I've called him Jackie. The girl totally bought my lie and even took me to lunch to know more about how her brother and I met. I had an awesome time talking about my imaginary boyfriend and how much we were in love with each other. The next day, I was in the school cafeteria with my best friend Daisy when I saw the same girl walking towards me, looking crazy mad. I had no clue she was in my school. You big fat liar. I thought I'd seen you somewhere before, but that was in a play last month. How dare you pretend to be my brother's girlfriend? No need to get so worked up. You assumed I was her, and I just played along. By the way, don't you think my acting skills are next level? The girl stomped off angrily without taking my autograph. Yet again, Daisy looked at me with a confused expression, so I told her everything. Suddenly, she fell to my feet.
How could I be so blind? The answer to all my problems has been right in front of me.
Girl, what's gotten into you? I'm the one who's supposed to be melodramatic. Daisy told me she wanted to dump her boyfriend Zach since she'd fallen in love with her new neighbor. Since Zach went to another high school, we'd never met. But weren't you telling me last week how you were deeply, madly, and hopelessly in love with him?
That was last week. It's been 168 hours since. You just have to make it look like he's been cheating on me so I can easily dump him.
Okay, but what do I get in return?
The opportunity to practice your acting skills. Future Scarlett Johansson.
You know how to push the right buttons, girl, don't you? Zach was supposed to take Daisy out on a date at a fancy restaurant that weekend. Moments after they were seated, I barged in with a massive curly wig and the ugliest glasses.
The love of my life, the apple of my eyes. You said you loved my thick curly hair. Then what are you doing with this witch with a boring ponytail?
Who are you? Do we know each other?
Oh, don't be so cruel, my coochie coo. I know I've put on 25 ounces, but I promised to put in the extra hours at the gym.
Stop it. Daisy, believe me, I've never met this girl before. She's lying.
If you want to dump me, just say so. I'm willing to die for you, my precious. But don't call me a liar. I know your favorite color is blue. You love dumplings. You still watch Popeye. And you fart when you sneeze. Am I lying, Daisy?
Daisy simply shook her head.
That doesn't prove anything.
Actually, it does.
I can't believe you've been cheating on me with this thing. I'm done with you.
With that, Daisy marched off before Zach could make sense of what had just happened. I quietly snuck out too. The next day at school, Daisy and I couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. Thankfully, Zach didn't try to contact her again, and she got busy dating her new neighbor. At home, things were going from bad to worse between Mom and me. She wanted me to focus on studies, but my heart was in theater. I wanted to join an acting school in New York, but she just wouldn't let me. One morning after a heated argument with Mom, I was rushing to my class when I bumped into something rock solid. What the rock? You got buttons for eyes? I looked up and saw Zach. What are you doing here?
I transferred to the school. It was getting hard to stay away from my girlfriend.
Let go, you moron. I am not your girlfriend.
But wasn't I your coochie coo just a few days ago?
Listen, mister, I was just trying to help my friend get rid of you.
Actually, you did me a favor too. I knew Daisy was going around with another guy while we were dating.
What? And you still dated her? Are you a nutcase?
Well, I was about to confront her that day, but you made things easier. You put up a nice act, by the way.
He gave me a lopsided smile, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter. He knew it was me. Zach was actually pretty cute. Then suddenly, he was touching my long, silky hair.
Your hair is gorgeous. It's a shame you hid it behind that ugly wig that day.
I mumbled an awkward thank you and literally ran to my class. The next few days, I had a feeling Zach was intentionally bumping into me. I saw him near the lockers, during lunch, at football practice, in the auditorium. Heck, he even agreed to play the role of a rock in a play I was participating in. One day, I was coming out of the library when I spotted him standing outside, whistling to himself. Are you stalking me?
I could say the same. You were the one falling all over me a few days back.
I angrily walked towards him to give him a piece of my mind, but I slipped on something and landed straight into his arms.
Did you just fall for me? Again?
Before I could respond, he helped me get back on my feet and then gently pulled off the scrunchie I was wearing.
Your hair looks better this way. Free.
Then he simply turned around and left, leaving me stunned.
You'll burn a hole in his shirt if you keep staring like that.
Whoa! You scared me, Daisy.
You like Zach, don't you?
What? Nonsense. He's not my type.
I would have never dumped him if he looked at me the way he was looking at you.
A few days later, we had to go to another school to perform our play, and I got my period on the bus. As I was getting off, Zach pulled me aside and wrapped his jacket around my waist. I rushed to the washroom and changed, and when I came outside, I found him waiting for me. He stayed close to me throughout the day, and I could feel his eyes on me every now and then. I was slowly falling for Zach, and when I told Daisy about it, she squealed with delight.
I knew it! I know he feels the same about you. Why don't you ask him out?
Mom has a party planned this weekend, so maybe next week? That weekend, Mom threw a grand party for her business associates. I hated being part of these boring parties, but I had to, for Mom's sake. I was sulking in a corner when I heard a familiar voice.
Hey, this party just got 100 times better.
Zach, what are you doing here?
I'm here with my mom. What about you?
This is my house. My mom's the hostess. I spent the evening chatting with Zach, and we had an amazing time. Zach was smart and witty, and at one point, I was about to ask him out when I noticed Mom gesturing to me to meet her outside.
Tina, my sweetheart, you're looking gorgeous today.
Cut the drama, Mom. Get to the point. Okay, that boy you're talking to, his mom owns a supermarket chain, and they're one of the biggest potential buyers of our cosmetic products. If you date him, it'll be great for our business. I almost told her that I was going to, but then I had an idea. But I don't even like him. Please, Tina, think about the business. I want to see our products on their supermarket shelves. Okay, but then you'll allow me to apply to that acting school. When Mom reluctantly agreed, my heart did a double hooray. I was gonna ask Zach out anyway, and now I'd also be able to follow my passion. Zach and I started dating, and the next few days were pure bliss. He was even better than I'd expected. I was falling hard for him, and he seemed to like me too. Then on my birthday, Zach planned a surprise party for me and invited the entire school. We were having a blast when suddenly Zach grabbed a mic.
Tina, I have another surprise for you. Here, come take this.
Everyone cheered as I went to him and took the envelope he was holding. But my face turned white when I saw the papers it contained. It was the contract that said his mom's company will be my mom's company's buyer. What's this?
We all know what an amazing actress you are, so you can drop the act now.
Zach, I don't understand.
Okay, let me explain. Friends, Tina was dating me so she could use me to get my mom to promote her mom's business. I just made her wish come true.
That's not true.
You know what? I've had enough of your lies. I'm breaking up with you, Tina. Think of this as a parting gift.
Zach left the party, leaving me completely humiliated. I wiped angry tears and rushed back home.
Honey, how was the party?
What's wrong? Zach broke up with me. But don't worry. He gave me this as a parting gift, so you can do your happy dance. I shoved the envelope into Mom's hands. She opened it and looked shocked.
Don't worry, I'll talk to him.
You'll do no such thing. I'm leaving for New York right away. The acting school accepted my application. That wasn't true, but I wanted to get away from the city as fast as I could. I spent the next few months in New York doing random acting gigs until I actually joined the school of my dreams. In a few years, my hard work paid off and I became a popular actress. Then one day, I got a call from Mom's doctor who told me her health was deteriorating fast. I immediately rushed back home and found Mom in bed, looking so frail that it shook me. Mom, why didn't you tell me you weren't well?
I didn't want to distract you. I always thought you were wasting your time in acting, but you proved me wrong.
How's the business going?
I don't know.
What?
I know it sounds hard to believe, but I haven't gone to the office for months. The doctor told me to take a break, and I'm listening to him this time.
That's because you've exhausted yourself so much that you can't handle the stress anymore.
Maybe, but I'm tired, Tina.
I spent my life running after money and I didn't value the priceless gift life had given me, you. I hugged Mom and it felt amazing. The next day I went to her office and found out Mom's business had been falling apart for months. But there was one company still buying her products that kept her from completely going bankrupt. Zach's. I decided to meet him and thank him personally. When I went to his office, my heart skipped a beat seeing how handsome he looked.
Tina, I was waiting for you. You look just the same.
He looked at me for what seemed like an eternity, and I felt my cheeks grow red. I wanted to thank you for helping Mom's business. You didn't have to do that.
That was the least I could do after being such an idiot all those years ago. Actually, I heard the conversation between you and your mom at the party where she asked you to date me.
Oh, so that's how you knew. But I was already falling for you by then.
I know. Daisy told me about it later on. She was mad at me for not reaching out to you, but I was so ashamed of what I'd done. I'm sorry, Tina. I was just so heartbroken that the only girl I'd truly loved had been playing with my feelings.
You loved me?
Still do.
Suddenly, my heart started racing like never before. Then, how about we start all over again?
Done deal. But first, I want to do something I've been dying to do since you walked in that door.
Zach leaned closer, and just when I thought he'd kiss me, he pulled off my scrunchie, and we both started laughing.
Looking into the sun is really painful to the eyes. But you know what's even more painful? Seeing cheerleaders posing and pouting in front of jocks. I just wanted to study in the gym, but I forgot there was an audition for the muse of this year's football game. Suddenly, I sneezed, and everyone turned to me.
Dude, there she is. Even the way she sneezed is so pretty. I think we found our muse. She's gonna be perfect for the team.
The biggest brat in the universe, Candace, had a violent reaction. Excuse me, are you guys blind? This peasant is not even a cheerleader, and look at her messy hair and cheap clothes. But the point is, she's still the prettiest. Candace looked at me with murder in her eyes, and it was my signal to run. But she ran after me and pulled me by my shirt. You're just our stupid maid's daughter. Always remember that. I reached for her arm and twisted it away. At least I'm prettier than you. Always remember that. And I flipped my hair and ran again. I knew I was going to pay for saying that, but it was worth it. Hi, my name is Stellar, and I just wanted to have a peaceful life with my mom. But it's impossible if you live with billionaire brats from hell. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom had been working for a super rich lady, Mrs. Branson, since I was a kid. In return, she gave us a cottage next to the mansion and paid for my tuition at a private school. She might sound like a generous lady, but she actually did all of this because no maid could put up with her besides Mom. She was mean and rude, and I hated her to the core. She had twins my age, Candace and Julian, and they were as bad as their mom. Thankfully, Julian had left for boarding school 7 years ago, but I still had Candace to deal with. Candace had always been jealous of me because I was prettier and smarter than her. And because of what happened in the gym yesterday, she forced me to do all her homework. One night while I was studying, I heard loud voices outside. I wanted to check what it was and saw Mrs. Branson yelling at Mom in front of her guests.
How dare you serve us with silver utensils? Where are the gold ones? Did you steal them?
She made us feel poor for a second, Mom. It was traumatizing.
As Mom was apologizing nonstop, Mrs. Branson just kept on humiliating her in front of everyone. I so wanted to punch her fake lips, but Mom gave me a look to behave. I didn't do anything then, but the next day I sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled the hottest chili powder in the world onto their soup. A few minutes later, I was grinning from the balcony as both witches ran around the mansion with burning tongues. I felt so pleased with myself, but Mom was furious. Mrs. Branson fired the cook because of what you did. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom. I know it was you. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of trouble? But those two are just horrible. We have to put up with them at least until you graduate high school. There are just a few months left. Please. Ugh, fine. But a few days later, Mom fell down the stairs and broke her ankle. She couldn't walk for some months, so I had to take her place, which only made Candace happier because she could boss me around even more. She made me do the stupidest tasks, like painting hearts on her nails and braiding her boyfriend's long hair. And when Mrs. Branson informed me that Julian was coming back, I just knew that things were about to get worse. After cleaning up his room, I felt so exhausted that I sat down on his couch to rest for 5 minutes, and I dozed off. When I woke up, I saw a guy with the most beautiful green eyes staring right at me. Was I dreaming? He looked so majestic.
Hello, buttface. Did you miss me?
Buttface? That's what Julian used to call me. Oh, you're here. Sorry, I got so tired that I fell asleep.
Seems like you were having a very interesting dream. Was it about me?
Yeah, I dreamed that I was punching your liver.
Still feisty as ever. Why are you in a maid's uniform? Where's your mom?
She had a small accident, so I'm replacing her, temporarily. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot to do. Later that night, as I was serving their dinner, I noticed Julian's eyes following me everywhere. He even purposefully brushed his hand against mine. What was up with this jerk? And why had he turned out so fine? One night, I saw Mrs. Branson throwing out one of her branded bags in the trash just because it had a small stain. After making sure that everyone was asleep, I sneaked out and took it. But when I told Mom, she got so scared. What if she finds out that you stole it? You know that woman. She'll make our lives hell. Technically, I didn't steal it because she'd already thrown it out. If the bag was alive, I'm sure it would prefer to be in the hands of a cute owner instead of rotting in the garbage, right? I will never win against you. Exactly. The next day at school, we were in the middle of an exam when suddenly the girls started squealing. We all turned to the door to see Julian peeking with a smile. What was he doing here? Suddenly, he waved at me and blew me a kiss. My tummy did a weird flip. As soon as he left, Candace elbowed me in the ribs. My brother's just fooling around, so stop dreaming. You're not his type. Oh, trust me, he's not my type either. It didn't matter even if he was. I had to stay away from him because being involved with Julian meant trouble. One day, while he was working out in the living room, he suddenly called for me.
Do you think my muscles look hard enough, or should I work out more?
To be honest, they were a work of art, but there was no way I'd tell him that. I think you should get a life, sir. He just grinned at me and laid down on his back. He then asked me to hold down his feet and started doing crunches. I held my breath when I realized how close our lips were when he sat up. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Excuse me, but are you flirting with me?
Am I that obvious?
If you think you can add me to your list of girlfriends, you're mistaken.
You're really amusing. Too bad you lost those chubby cheeks. I can't call you buttface anymore. Should I call you sweetface now?
Wow, that is so cringy. What school did you go to? Wattpad High? He just chuckled and reached for my cheeks to pinch them.
You're so cute, especially when you blush.
It's a blush of hatred. Anyway, I still have a mountain of laundry to do, so bye. I left before things could get weirder. I did my best to avoid him at school, but he was always doing silly things to grab my attention. And one of my friends suddenly started pestering me. Hey girl, I saw that hottie from the other class flirting with you yesterday. Are you guys like a thing? Ew, yuck, no. I don't date players. Okay, that's amazing. Maybe I'll ask him out then. I suddenly found myself grabbing her by her hair. Don't even think about it. My friend was totally surprised by my behavior, and so was I. I realized that I was actually having a crush on Julian, but I would never admit it, ever. A week later, Mrs. Branson hosted a grand New Year's Eve party at the mansion, and I helped the kitchen staff serve the food. I couldn't help noticing Julian staring at me the whole evening. It made me feel excited for some reason. While I was washing the dishes, someone suddenly breathed down my neck.
Wanna get out of here?
Your mom's gonna kill me.
So you're scared? Where's that fearless little girl who used to kick my butt?
And I was sold. We sneaked out and slipped into a sports car. Where are we going?
Wherever fate is taking us.
I was so confused when he brought me to a grass field. Why are we here exactly?
You'll have to wait for it.
As we sat on the car's hood and waited for whatever it was, we started talking. Why do you like racing so much? It's too dangerous.
Racing makes me feel like I'm flying, like I'm alive and free. How about you? Do you still want to become a nurse?
Of course. Remember when you stole my stethoscope when we were kids?
It was just so cute how you ran around and listened to random people's heartbeats and tummies. Oh, look, there it is.
Suddenly, the night sky was filled with the most spectacular fireworks.
I remember you wanted to see those New Year's fireworks so badly once when we were kids, but you missed it because Candace and I locked you up in a bathroom.
Yep, you both are horrible creatures.
I'm sorry about that. I was a dumb kid.
I felt butterflies as we watched the fireworks in silence. I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the colors behind my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw him staring at me. He was leaning in closer when suddenly my phone started to ring. It was Mrs. Branson. Your mom is calling. We need to go back. Can we make it in 10?
Try me.
He winked at me before stepping on the pedal, and the next thing I knew, I was screaming as he drove like a maniac. The party wasn't over yet when we got back home. As we sneaked in from the back, we suddenly saw Mrs. Branson walking towards us. Just then, Julian pushed me down to my knees.
Why can't you find it? Are you blind?
I immediately got what he meant, so I started crawling around pretending to find something.
Stellar, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? I dropped my ring, Mom, and I'm asking her to look for it.
Mrs. Branson seemed to believe us. I was so relieved. But later that night, as I was clearing the mess, I almost fell back in fright to see her standing behind me.
Do you really think that I have no idea what you're up to?
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
Stop with your acting, Stellar, and don't forget your place in this house. You're a maid, just like your mom, and that's all you'll ever be. Stay away from my son.
I'd already expected this to happen, and I started avoiding Julian as much as possible. I couldn't afford to get us thrown out while Mom was unwell, but it was hard, especially when I found out Julian had fallen really sick. After making sure that Mom was asleep, I sneaked into the mansion and into his room one night. He seemed to be having a really high fever, and he looked so vulnerable as he slept. I stayed by his side for hours, but just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pulled me down towards him and kissed me. I got lost for a few seconds, but then I quickly pulled away. That was a mistake. I shouldn't even be here.
It's not a mistake. I really like you, Stellar, and I hope you feel the same.
Stop liking me, Julian. We won't work out. I'm not the girl for you. I won't fit into your world, and your family will never approve of us.
Please stop thinking about other people. Just tell me how you feel.
I chose not to answer him and walked out, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. A few days later, Candace and her friends were having a pool party, and I went out to serve them drinks. I saw Julian was with them, and one of the girls was literally all over him. The sight made my blood boil. I slammed down the tray and turned to Julian. "Excuse me, sir, but can you please come to the kitchen for a moment? I need to show you something." He looked confused and followed me.
What is it?
I grabbed a tray and tapped it on his head. Stars. Can you see them?
I can only see a jealous girl, but you're the one who told me we won't work, Stellar.
So that's it. Now you suddenly don't have feelings for me? You're just a player, Julian. One day you're kissing me, the next day you're flirting with some... Just then, he gently pushed me against the wall and kissed me. And this time, I kissed him back. I couldn't stay away from him anymore, and we began dating in secret. We started sneaking out at night and driving around, and we had the best nights of our lives. But then one day, he looked at me seriously and said,
I'm tired of seeing you secretly, Stellar. I just want to let the world know that I'm dating an amazing girl like you.
But I'm just a maid, and I'm sure it will be a huge problem with your family.
I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll find a way. I just need you to trust me.
I do trust you. A week later, Julian's dad came back from abroad, and Mrs. Branson held a huge party for him. During the event, I looked around for Julian, but he seemed way too busy with his guests and didn't look my way once. I didn't think too much of it, until Mrs. Branson stepped on the grand staircase in the hall and asked for everyone's attention.
Since we're all gathered here tonight, I can't wait to share some amazing news. My son, Julian, and our business partner's daughter, Casey, are engaged. Cheers to the lovely couple.
I stared at Julian in complete shock as he joined his mom, with the girl who'd been flirting with him by the pool. And he looked so happy. How could he do this to me? Feeling dazed, I was leaving the room in tears when suddenly, Candace stepped in front of me with a smirk.
Oh, I warned you. You're not his type. Not every Cinderella gets her Prince Charming.
Just then, I turned red with rage. I was still holding a tray of appetizers, and I slammed it in Candace's face. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and I left as fast as I could. I ran back to our cottage and started packing our things. We have to leave, Mom. But why? What's happening, sweetie? I can't stay here. Not another minute. We'll be thrown out anyway, so we might as well go ourselves. I cried as I told her everything, and she started helping me pack. As the cab drove us away from that mansion, Mom took my hand. We should have left years ago, but I was too weak. I just let us suffer without doing anything. What will happen to us now? No, Mom. You're so strong for putting up with everything for me. Don't worry. We're gonna get through this together. We had enough savings to rent a cheap apartment, and I also sold the branded bag I'd taken from the trash. It was actually worth a small fortune. With some money to go by, we both started looking for jobs. Mom fully recovered soon and started working as a hotel maid, while I worked as a waitress. I also applied for a scholarship to a nursing school, and luckily, I got in. I studied and worked hard for 5 years and was finally an intern at a huge hospital. One day, I found a bouquet of roses in my hospital locker, and I hated myself for wishing it was from Julian. But it wasn't. It was a patient I'd taken care of some time ago, Enrique. He admitted he liked me and asked me out. Enrique was charming and sweet, but I told him I was too busy for love. But boy, was he persistent. He kept showing up and asking me out in the funniest ways. And after months, I finally decided to give him a chance. One evening, as I was stepping out of my apartment to meet Enrique, I bumped straight into someone and apologized. When I looked up, I saw that it was Julian. What? What are you doing here?
Are you going out on a date? You look lovelier than ever.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're not even ashamed to face me after what you did? And now you're flirting with me? Just wow. I wonder what your wife would have to say about that.
I didn't marry her. I didn't want to spend my life being miserable. I also cut ties with my family.
Do I look like I care? It's been 5 years, Julian. Please, just get lost. Before he could say another word, I walked away, shaking with rage. I wondered if he was telling the truth. But even so, he broke my heart in front of everyone, and I could never forgive him for that. Julian had somehow gotten a hold of my number, and he kept texting me to meet him once. But I kept ignoring him. One day at the hospital, we received a patient who'd been in a bad car accident. And when I looked at the patient chart, my heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian. I rushed to his room and took his hand as tears streamed down my cheeks. He suddenly opened his eyes and started talking. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop.
You have to listen to me, Stellar. Mom threatened to put your mom away in jail for stealing if I didn't break up with you. I knew she really meant it. So I agreed to do something that would make you hate me and drive you far away. I was young and weak, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I've cut off my family and made something of myself. And there's no point to anything if I don't have you in my life.
Gosh, you wanted my attention? You have it. Just shut up and be strong for me right now, okay?
Only if you say you love me, because I do.
I'll see how I feel after a few dates. So you better get well soon, you moron. I bent down and kissed him on the lips, and his blood pressure shot up from excitement. Hi, my name is Barbara, but people call me Barbie because I look like one. Please like and subscribe before I continue. Dad was a billionaire who owned a multi-industry company. Growing up, my twin brother Ford and I were used to getting everything we wanted. But for him, it wasn't enough because he wanted everything for himself. On our 5th birthday, Dad gave me a Barbie doll while he gave Ford a toy car. But he wasn't happy.
My car needs a driver, so give me that doll. Over my cute body.
He got back at me by scratching Dad's new Lamborghini and blaming it on me. I was grounded for a month. He also loved to make fun of the brown birthmark on my face.
Maybe that's why you stink, because there's permanent poop on your cheek. Stop saying I stink when I don't. Everyone might think it's true. Too late. I've already told everyone about it.
I tried complaining to Dad, but he was always too busy to care. But one day in the 5th grade, I discovered a way to cover up my birthmark by using loads of makeup. I told Ford that I had it removed by a doctor, and he was so stupid he actually believed it. He was always a pain in the butt, until he started dating this gold digger Tiffany in high school. He got too busy to annoy me all the time, thank God. In 10th grade, my boyfriend Zach and I decided to celebrate his birthday by going away to Greece for the weekend. We were about to take off in Dad's private jet when suddenly, the pilot came out of the cockpit and said we had a problem. I looked out the window and saw Ford arriving with Tiffany. What are they doing here?
We're celebrating our anniversary in Hawaii, so all of you, get out.
Breaking news, dummy. I came here first.
I don't care. Get lost.
You get lost. I was about to push him, but I screamed when Tiffany suddenly pulled me by my hair. The boys tried to stop us as we fought, but we ended up landing in the cockpit and falling on the navigation controls, damaging them completely. As soon as the news reached Dad, he called us both for a meeting in his library. I thought he was gonna kill us, but what he said totally took us by surprise.
I'm thinking of leaving my company to someone capable. And obviously, that's me, Dad. This dumb brat spends thousands of dollars on clothes and makeup every single weekend.
Hello? You literally buy whatever your girlfriend pouts her lips for.
Enough. You're both too dumb and spoiled. I'll give you a month to prove yourself, or I'll leave the company and all my fortune to a stranger instead. Prove ourselves? In what way, Dad? Figure it out, and make me proud for once.
It was gonna be tough, but there was no way I'd let Ford win this. The next day, I visited Dad's company's headquarters to study the performance for the past year, and I found out that Dad had been planning to develop a new mall, but he was having a hard time getting approval for its location from the mayor's office. Wait a minute, what if I dated the mayor's son, Leo, so he'd help me win his dad's approval? Leo was a senior in school, and Dad would be impressed if I was dating a smart future politician. There was only one problem, my boyfriend. I needed to get rid of him. The next day at school, we were having lunch together when he suddenly sneezed, and I started crying hard.
What's wrong, babe?
The way you sneeze, I really hate it. It's giving me a stroke. And the way you breathe, it's so heavy I could hear it from miles away. I've been suffering silently, but I just can't take it anymore. Just work on yourself and maybe we can give it another chance soon, yeah?
Are you freaking serious?
Goodbye, Zach, for now. He kept throwing tantrums all day, but I ignored him and started working on my current target, Leo. Aside from being a genius, he was also famous for being too serious. I'd never seen him smile. I stalked him and found out that he always stayed in the library. Boring. One day he was sitting alone and I walked up to him and pointed to the thick book beside him. Could you hand me over that physics book?
This is a chemistry book.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I got confused. Physics and chemistry are similar words.
No, they're not.
Oh, what's that you're reading? You're into literature too? I love Michael Jackson. Do you know about him?
Yeah, of course I do. But I like Shakespeare more.
Shakespeare? That's a cool name. Before he could say something, his friend suddenly called him. Just when I thought we were connecting. As Leo walked by, Zach suddenly appeared and pulled me into a corner.
Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet.
Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project.
And when you win that inheritance, you'll get back with me, right?
Sure, whatever.
I'll wait for you.
Don't hold your breath. A few days later, I heard that Leo was running as a president for the student council again. But what shocked me was Ford was running too. So that was his first move to prove himself and impress Dad, huh? And the next day at school, Ford challenged me to run against him. And why would I do that?
So we can settle who's better. Obviously, it's me, but I badly want to see you cry.
Do you really think I'm that dumb? You never play fair. I told you, she's scared. Since you're begging for it, then fine. See you at the elections.
Nice. Any last words?
Send my regards to Satan. Oh wait, that's you. And with that, I stormed off. But if Leo was also running, I didn't have any chance to win. He had already won 3 times in the past. I immediately talked to him about this. I also want to run for school president, but with you on the list, I don't think I stand a chance.
So you want me to back out?
Yeah, leave it to me this time.
Why are you running?
Basically, I hate my brother and he's running and I want to beat him myself. But I need your support.
And what do I get in return?
You can date me, I guess. To my surprise, he smiled at me and said,
Sure.
Wait, are you serious? He just winked at me and walked away, leaving my heart fluttering with that smile. I was so confused. It was time to put our names down as candidates the next day, and I was surprised to see Leo was running as my vice president instead. What are you doing?
Supporting my girlfriend.
So he really was serious about it. I couldn't believe making him fall for me was this easy. I decided I'd wait a few days before I started talking about the mall project so it wouldn't look suspicious. We started hanging out together, and sure, he was serious, but he was also sweet and funny, not boring at all. He even introduced me to a super cool channel on YouTube called My Story Animated, and when I saw their videos, I actually found them exciting and relatable, especially about those billionaire girls. On the weekend, he asked me out on a date, and I said yes. While driving, someone suddenly called him and he turned to me.
I was supposed to lead Dad's charity drive at a hospital tomorrow, but they moved it to today, and they need me there. I'm so sorry.
Instead of sulking, I smiled and volunteered to come along. Seeing all those sick people who couldn't afford treatment made me realize how lucky I was. And the way Leo talked to these people made my heart melt. Later that night as he drove me home, he suddenly took my hand and kissed it.
You must be really tired.
I'm fine. Actually, I had a great time.
The date isn't over yet. I've got a surprise.
He took me to a closed restaurant and revealed that his mom owned it. So, how are we supposed to eat?
Watch me.
To my surprise, he started working in the kitchen himself and ended up with the most delicious meal ever.
I can't believe I'm with someone like you, a goddess.
Yeah, I know. Thousands of guys wish to be you, so you're very lucky. My heart went wild when he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
You're really funny and pretty.
I stared back at him and just found myself leaning in closer for a kiss. I felt like I was on cloud 9. It was the least fancy date I'd ever been on, but it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Soon, we made our relationship official, and Zach wasn't happy.
You broke up with me because of him, didn't you?
No, Zach, we just didn't work out. I'm sure you can find someone better.
You're gonna regret this.
Zach was too dumb to do something that could actually ruin me, so I just ignored him. When the election campaign started, Ford and Tiffany were spending Dad's money like crazy. They covered the whole school with pictures of their stupid faces and threw the biggest parties every single night. Ford also promised everyone he'd turn the whole school into a teenage paradise, making him win by a landslide. I lost so badly. He kept on bragging about his victory at dinner, and Dad looked impressed.
I think I'm gonna win this too. And when I take over everything, the first thing I'll do is make you miserable. Say goodbye to all your credit cards.
Don't be too confident. Maybe you'll be the one who ends up crying.
I really doubt that.
Ford made me so mad. I had no choice but to finally use Leo's connections for Dad's mall project. I brought it up, and to my surprise, he immediately talked to his father about it. A few days later, I introduced him to Dad over dinner, and he looked stunned when he learned that Leo was the mayor's son.
You should have informed me earlier. I would have told the chefs to make something fancier. I'm fine with anything, sir. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
They seemed to be getting along really well, and Dad then finally brought up the project.
Oh, Barbie mentioned it to me the other day, and I've already talked to my father about it. He's looking forward to meeting you.
Dad looked super happy, and once the project was finalized, he even threw a party to celebrate it.
You made this happen, my dear Barbie. You've shown me how valuable you can be.
Ford was smoky red with rage. I gave him a smirk as Dad made a toast for it. Later that night, I thought about a plan to give back to Leo. He'd told me about an orphanage he had set up, and I decided I'd donate books and laptops to the kids there. I talked to Dad about it, and he was happy to support me. The next day at school, I was waiting for Leo at the canteen to talk about it, when suddenly, Ford came and took my plate of spaghetti and rubbed it in my face.
I told you not to mess with me.
As I angrily rubbed it off my face with tissues, I I suddenly realized people were staring at me in shock. Oh no, all of my makeup was gone.
Oh, look, there's poop on her face.
Breaking news, everyone. My sister's been hiding this gross birthmark under her makeup for years. Look, Leo, she's even deceived you, just so she could be your girlfriend.
I tried to hide it, but it was too late. Leo had arrived and was staring at me. I was about to run away when suddenly he grabbed Ford by the collar and pushed him up against the wall.
She's still the most beautiful girl in the world to me, but you sure are the biggest jerk.
I heard everyone actually agreeing with him, but Ford started laughing like a maniac.
Okay, the poop mark didn't change your mind, so how about this?
To my surprise, Zach showed up from behind him and started playing a recorder with an evil grin.
Why are you flirting with this guy? I thought our breakup isn't official yet.
Don't take it personally. I just need him to help me get his father's approval for my dad's project. Blood drained from my face as we all listened to the whole conversation. I couldn't believe my ex-boyfriend teamed up with my evil brother. I tearfully ran after a furious Leo. Leo, please, let me explain.
Explain what? That I was just part of your stupid plan? I can't believe I actually fell for a spoiled brat like you.
Yes, I planned it, but then I started to have real feelings for you.
Yeah, right. Please, don't ever talk to me again.
He ignored me completely after that, and I lost all my motivation. Ford took it as an opportunity to redeem himself. He spent tons of money on billboards across the city advertising Dad's clothing stores with himself and Tiffany as models. The sales actually went up. A few days later, Dad informed us that he'd finally made a decision. I was sure Ford had won, but I didn't even care by now.
I decided to give everything to...
Ford had already gotten up with a proud smirk.
Barbara, congratulations, darling. I'll see you in my office tomorrow for the signing of the papers.
Wait, what? Suddenly, Ford went psycho.
You can't do this to me, Dad. I've worked so hard for this. It's not too late to change your mind. I based my decision on how you spent my money the past month. You wasted $10 million and never did anything meaningful. Barbara proved her interest by learning about the company. And she even made a huge project happen. You're talking nonsense, you stupid old man.
And then I just snapped. I flung a glass of juice at his face. You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare talk like that to our dad, you jerk!
You're gonna pay for this.
Before he could hurt me, Dad called his bodyguards to take Ford away. He grounded him in his room, and I could hear him destroying things all day. He was scaring me. The next day, I fell asleep in my bathtub, and when I woke up, I realized that my phone was gone. I got up to find it, but the door was locked, as well as the windows. Just then, lots of bugs started to crawl in from somewhere. I screamed, but no one seemed to hear me. Help! Someone, please, open the frickin' door! The bugs were getting nearer, and I passed out. Dad's worried face was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes again. I was in the hospital.
My darling, Barbie, thank God you're okay.
Dad, Ford tried to hurt me.
I know. Your brother's gone. I sent him away to a boarding school in Russia.
I was surprised and relieved at the same time.
Maybe I shouldn't have made you two compete. It was a stupid decision, and it made Ford crazy. Even you started dating someone you don't even like.
No, Dad, it's the complete opposite. I really like Leo. He's the best thing that ever happened to me. Suddenly, Leo showed up from behind Dad.
And you're the best thing that happened to me too.
Leo, what are you doing here?
I heard you were in the hospital, so I had to come see you. And your dad also talked to me about your plan with the orphanage. The kids would really love that.
Does this mean you've decided to forgive me? I'm so sorry, Leo.
Barbie, I understand the pressure your dad put you through, and I think it was a smart plan. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have even noticed me.
I've always noticed you. I just thought you were too serious for me.
Yeah, I'm indeed serious. About you.
Okay. I think you deserve another chance to get to know me.
I love you.
I love you too.
Hi, my name is Cleo, and I'm possibly the clumsiest girl on Earth. Accidents just happen around me. I swear, it's not my fault. but that made me the most famous TikToker now. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. My parents were really wealthy, and they liked their luxury. When I was 9 months old, Dad brought a rare vase from Thailand and proudly placed it on the table.
100 blind monks painted this. Took them 2 years.
In less than 2 minutes, I'd crawled straight into the table and toppled it over. I started clapping at the cool smashing sound, but something about Dad's face made me stop. When I started walking, I was like freaking Godzilla, destroying everything in my way. My parents packed away all their precious collector's items, covered the furniture with plastic wrap, and switched to paper cups and plates. But when I was 5 years old, I caused a disaster of epic proportions. One day, I saw the servants sneaking something into Dad's study, and I felt really curious. Later that night, I went down to have a look at it. It was just a dumb painting. As I was about to cover it up, I tripped over the cloth and went crashing straight into the painting, ripping a me-shaped hole through the canvas. Oh my God. The next day, Dad had invited hundreds of friends to our mansion for the unveiling of the painting.
It's such an honor that the great artist has let me borrow it. Behold the masterpiece. Holy moly!
The artist sued Dad, and he had to pay millions in damages. Luckily, money wasn't an issue, but Dad was still so mad. He thought I wasn't normal, so he whisked me off to the doctor who did lots of tests and scans and said there was nothing wrong with me.
Maybe she's just evil then. Maybe she's pretending to be clumsy and destroying our lives for fun.
You sound crazy. Our baby is not evil.
Your baby is a walking disaster.
But then one day, I discovered something that changed my life. When I was 8, Mom took me to the city for the first time. But we were in a really crowded place, and I slipped away from her. As I looked around, I saw a group of homeless children dancing in the street. I immediately fell in love with the way they gracefully moved their bodies. People were giving them money after their performance, but I only had my lollipop. So I gave it to one of them, and she was happy. From then on, I'd watch YouTube videos and teach myself to dance. Even though I was so clumsy usually, the beat of the music somehow made my body movements really coordinated. One day, I decided to show off my moves to my parents. Mommy, Daddy, look, I'm a dancer. Mom was thrilled, but Dad looked horrified and immediately turned off the music.
Good God, how can I unsee that? Don't you ever do that again.
What do you mean, Daddy? I'm a really good dancer, like Beyonce.
Who told you that? Your mirror? Drop this nonsense. You'll be running my company one day, idiot.
Who says she can't do both? She can take dancing lessons right now and learn about your company when she's older.
I say she can't because I pay the bills. And I don't ever want to hear the word dancing in my house again.
I was furious. As I was storming off past him, I accidentally tripped and knocked his phone out of his hand. The screen was smashed to bits. I ran off grinning as he roared. But he was right. He did pay the freaking bills. So I kept learning secretly, but I never mentioned it again. Everyone thought I'd outgrow my clumsiness, but it just seemed to get worse. And of course, in high school, something like this makes you the perfect target for bullies. On my first day in 9th grade, the teacher asked me to collect everyone's notebooks. As I gingerly walked up with the pile, I tripped. When I started picking them up, I didn't see the teacher kneeling down to help me, and I elbowed him really hard in the eye. Word of my clumsiness spread like wildfire. People had bets on when I'd fall or drop something next. If I was seen with any hot food or drink, everyone started running away like the devil was after them. Needless to say, I didn't have any friends, except this crazy rich jock, Hudson, who'd been acting like my boyfriend since the first time he saw me. One day, I was in the girls' bathroom when he suddenly barged in.
Baby cakes, I have a surprise for you.
He pulled me outside where everyone had already gathered to see his gift. Hundreds of iPhones arranged in a giant heart on the ground.
That's 365 iPhones, babe. One for every day of the year. I'll buy you more when you've smashed all of these.
Another time, he gave me a horse. Hudson, what am I gonna do with it? We're in a city.
But that's the one thing you don't have. And you deserve everything.
Now go on, try sitting on it.
Erin, the most popular cheerleader, made a bet out of it, as always. Gather around, guys. New bet starting now. $1,000 if she falls off in the first minute. I was just getting onto the horse when it suddenly flicked its tail and knocked me over. To my horror, I landed in its poop. Erin was howling in triumph as cash rained on her. Keep up the good work, you stupid klutz. Make me richer. When I tried to get up, everyone suddenly disappeared, including Hudson. That jerk. But then, Erin did something that made me even crazier. She started a freaking dance club at school. While I was reading the dance club poster, I heard Erin behind me. Seriously? Don't even think about it. I only accept the best, and you can't even walk straight, dummy. Don't worry, I'm not interested. At all. Of course, that was a lie. It was my dream to dance with other people, like those kids on the street I'd seen years ago, but I could only dance by myself. One afternoon while I was walking in our garden, I tripped over a sunflower and suddenly a splash of water hit my face.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't see you. I'm Samuel, the new driver.
I looked up to see a gorgeous boy washing our cars with a garden hose, and he was shirtless. As he helped me up, I couldn't help wondering how hard his abs were. I stumbled on purpose, and my palms accidentally landed on his abs, harder than a rock.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be? Without another word, I ran off to my room. A few hours later, I was dancing away when I caught Samuel watching me through the window. How long have you been standing there?
You dropped your necklace. I just came to return it. But you were so great, I was mesmerized.
I swear his compliment had my stomach breakdancing. I started hanging out with him after that day, and it felt good to have a friend who knew my little secret. But the universe kept teasing me. Erin started dancing on TikTok and got 1 million followers in a week. Samuel kept encouraging me to make my own account.
I bet you're gonna have 1 million followers in just one day.
My dad won't like it. He doesn't get me. But from then on, I started filming myself whenever I danced in my room. Maybe someday Dad would come around. One evening, Dad took me to a company dinner and officially introduced me as the future CEO. Everyone raised a toast to it, but it just didn't feel right. As I made my way to the front for a speech, my dress got caught on something and ripped, exposing my underwear. Everyone in the room started laughing quietly, and I could see Dad's furious face. I ran out as fast as I could to the car. Samuel looked at my tear-stained face with concern.
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm sure lots of people think I have the perfect life as a rich heiress, but I want things that money can't buy. I want to do what I love. I want to make my parents proud, and I just want to be normal. To make me feel better, Samuel took me to a dance club. I closed my eyes and just started dancing. Minutes later, I'd forgotten everything because I was in my happy place. When I opened my eyes, I saw Samuel looking at me, and my heartbeat raced.
Ma'am, you're a goddess. I could watch you all day.
Suddenly, I pulled him in close. It's not ma'am, it's Cleo. Just then, I got a call from my dad yelling at me to come home immediately.
Your behavior is unacceptable, but I'll forgive you on one condition. Date the son of my biggest investor, at least for 6 months.
I thought about Samuel, but I knew Dad wasn't really giving me a choice. So I agreed. The next day when he introduced me to his investor's son, my jaw dropped open. Hudson?
Baby cakes!
Did you know about this?
Duh, I've always known who you are. You're not just hot, your parents are as rich as mine.
That very night, I was invited to dinner by his parents, and Dad had a list of instructions for me.
Don't disappoint them, or else I'm going to lose billions. Think before you even breathe, Cleo. And no cursing. They hate that.
Unfortunately, thinking wasn't gonna help. Hudson had the scariest parents in the world. They were watching my every move. It was so nerve-wracking. I got clumsier by the second. I kept dropping my fork, and when I tried to pass his mom the water, the jug slipped from my hand. But then, the unthinkable happened. I dropped some soup on my dress and excused myself for the bathroom. As soon as I got up, I hit my pinky toe on the edge of the table. Holy piece of stupid sh**! They looked at me like I'd just killed their whole neighborhood. I was sure Hudson wouldn't want anything to do with me after that dinner, but Dad would be raging mad when he found out. But I actually didn't care.
The next day at school, I was really surprised when Hudson walked over to me and put his arm around my waist.
Baby cakes? I don't care if my parents think you're a stupid klutz. You're too beautiful for anyone else. I have a grand gift to make you feel better.
He pushed a bunch of car keys into my hand.
20 sports cars for you, babe.
20 freaking cars? But I didn't even know how to drive. He gave the stupidest gifts ever. Just then, he kissed me and I pushed him away. I'm sorry, Hudson, but I can't force myself to like you. I like someone else. Also, you're really obnoxious. And with that, I threw the car keys at him and walked away. Of course, Hudson's parents backed out from the deal, and Dad went psycho. I told him what a jerk Hudson was, but he didn't care.
So, your mom married me, didn't she? It's actually because of that poor driver, isn't it? Well, I sent him back to his country and I told him to stay away from you, if he knows what's good for him.
I was shocked, and then I was furious. That's it. Keep your stupid house and your stupid company to your stupid self. I'm not giving up on anything for you now.
How dare you talk to me like that?
She's right. I'm not watching you bully her anymore either. Dad immediately kicked us both out of his mansion and cut off all our allowances. But Mom wasn't sorry at all and said she'd rather be poor than with him. We moved to my late grandparents' house. Luckily, I still had the horse and iPhones Hudson gave me, and I sold them all off to give us a head start. And I made my own account and uploaded my saved videos. To my surprise, I got 2 million followers over the weekend. Erin was smoking red. Next day at school, she came to me and said, "How is this possible? I can twerk and throw it back better than you." I guess my followers just disagree with you, Erin. Fine, let's dance to the same song. And whoever has more likes in 1 hour wins. Loser pays $50,000 and drops out of school. Challenge accepted. We did the dance, and I won by 100,000 likes. Erin's account was suddenly deleted, and I never saw her again. Mom encouraged me to do more videos, and I reached 20 million followers in just 4 months. She also started joining me, and I was mind blown by her moves. So that's where I got my talent. 2 years later, we started a dance studio where I taught little kids how to dance and to chase their dreams. And this seemed just right. But there was something missing from my life until one day, a handsome guy entered my studio, and when he took off his shades, I swear I almost fainted.
Can I get an autograph?
I can give you more than that, Samuel. We went out and sparks flew. Sam was charming, kind, and simple. Even my mom loved him. We started dating and even danced together for some videos. My fans went crazy when we finally got married, and they adored the heck out of our clumsy baby boy.
Hi, I'm Claire from New York. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my amazing single mom who had a tough time raising me on her own. As I grew older, I was determined to work hard and give her a good life one day. I got into a great high school on full scholarship and helped her out by waitressing on weekends. One evening, I was dashing like crazy at the subway station. I was so late for my shift. Suddenly, I bumped straight into someone, but I just shouted an apology and ran off to my train. Just as I was about to get on, someone gently took my hand. I turned around to see the most gorgeous boy ever.
Hey, you dropped this.
He placed something in my hand, and I gasped. It was my bracelet. Thank you so much. I would have been devastated if I'd lost this. I'm so glad I found you. No, you found me. I mean, the bracelet. His smile went all the way up to his warm brown eyes.
You're welcome. Do you think we could maybe...
Just then the door started closing and I shouted, "Sorry, gotta go," as the train pulled away. I felt like such an idiot. I didn't even ask for his name. For the next couple of months, I kept hoping I'd bump into him on the way to work, but no such luck. Summer break was over, and I was really looking forward to seeing my best friend Tessa, who'd been away on vacation. We hugged excitedly, and she put her arm through mine as we walked to class. There's so much I have to tell you. But first, did you ever find the train guy again? No. It sounds stupid, Tess, but we had an instant connection. He almost asked me out. And now he just disappeared. Aw, Claire. We'll hunt the whole city down till we find him. Now come on, let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, David. She walked up to a tall guy, and when he turned around, my heart almost stopped. It was the freaking train guy! He didn't seem to recognize me as Tessa introduced us, telling me how their dads were friends and they'd met on vacation. His family had recently moved to our town, so he'd joined our school now. Of all the guys in the world, Tessa had to meet him? The first class we had that day was English literature, and to my dismay, the teacher chose me and David to read out something from Shakespeare. I picked out a scene from Romeo and Juliet, but David muttered loudly, "Jeez, kill me now." What, you don't like it?
No. It's a story about two people who were so dumb. I was happy when they died. It's so lame.
Oh, is that your expert opinion as a world-famous writer?
No, it's my expert opinion as someone with good taste. It's not romantic, it's stupid.
Dying for love is stupid?
The dumbest.
You have the emotional depth of a teaspoon.
At least I have a brain. But fine, you want me to be stupid Romeo? I'll do it.
No, I don't want to now. I pulled the book away from him as he held onto it tight, and suddenly we both fell down, ripping it in half. Everyone was staring at us, and the teacher told us to go back to our seats. Ugh, this guy was so annoying. It wasn't a great start, but because of Tessa, we both made an effort to be nicer. And I wanted to hate him, but I really couldn't. He was smart, funny, sweet. He was kind of perfect. For Tessa, of course. Some months later, we had a big calculus assignment to work on, but when I went to the library, only David was there. He told me Tessa wasn't feeling well, and I sat down awkwardly. As we got busy working, I suddenly noticed David looking at my notebook.
You're doing it the wrong way.
My answer is the same as yours.
But why use such a long method when there's a shortcut?
Because shortcuts lead to mistakes.
Watch and learn.
He pulled his chair closer and started scribbling away. I could hardly focus. Gosh, he smelled so good.
There, done.
Okay, you're a genius. I'm calling it a day. I gathered my stuff and started to leave, but he followed me.
Have I offended you? Why does it always seem like you're mad at me?
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Am not.
Just tell me, Claire, why are you angry at me?
Suddenly, the words just came spilling out. Because you didn't remember me.
Wait, what?
Nothing. It's nothing. I'll see you around. And with that, I ran off. Why did I have to say such a dumb thing? A few weeks later, we had the spring dance at school, and I accepted when a boy from class, Eric, asked me to go with him. I was actually having a pretty good time, and when I stopped to rest, Tessa and David joined me. That Eric seems like great boyfriend material, Claire. Yeah, I guess he's nice. But you're still hoping to find the train guy, right? Oh my God. Tessa, please shut up.
Train guy?
Oh yeah, babe. This guy found Claire's bracelet on the train station, and they had this, electric romantic moment, but Claire left and never saw him again. She even tried looking for him, but nothing. I just wanted to magically disappear from the most humiliating moment of my life. Eric came just then and whisked me off to the dance floor. The next day, I was just really distracted at work. I broke 2 glasses, knocked over a jug of water, and then I bumped into a waiter, sending food flying everywhere. I was pretty sure I'd be fired. But that night got even worse when I suddenly noticed my bracelet was gone. I broke down into tears and the staff helped me look all around the kitchen. The manager even let me stay back and search the restaurant once the customers were gone. But I didn't find it anywhere. Feeling crushed, I finally left and walked straight into someone outside.
Hey, what's wrong?
My bracelet! It's gone. It's the last birthday gift my dad gave me. David pulled me into a hug, and I buried my face in his shoulder. A minute later, he spoke.
Claire, you mean this bracelet?
I stepped back to see him taking off the bracelet stuck to my coat. Gosh, I feel so stupid. Thank you once again. And suddenly, last evening came rushing back to me. Listen, I did tell Tessa I met some guy, and I thought maybe we had something, but I was wrong. I've only ever thought of you as a friend since we met in school, and I don't like you that way, okay?
Well, that's disappointing.
Wait, what?
I would have looked for you myself, but I left town the next day. And when I saw you in school, I did remember you, Claire. I didn't say anything because what was the point? I'm with Tessa. And I've tried so hard not to like you that way either, but it's not working.
He pulled me closer, and my heart was pounding. He leaned in to kiss me, but I snapped back to my senses. No, I can't do this to Tessa. Please, don't follow me. And with that, I ran. How could I even come this close? I really wasn't looking forward to seeing David in school, but I found his seat empty. Tessa told me his dad was unwell and David had to go back to his hometown to take care of business. I thought he'd be back soon, but days turned into weeks and then months. The school year ended, and one day during summer break, Tessa called me to tell me she and David had broken up. What? Why? The long-distance relationship made us realize we weren't that good together. I'm sure we can still be good friends, but that's all we'll be now. I hardly knew what to say. I wanted to call him and ask him how he was doing, but I decided against it. A few weeks later at the restaurant, I walked over to a table to take someone's order, and I nearly fell back when I saw David sitting there. David, you're back. It's been so long.
Well, I'm here now. I guess you heard about me and Tessa?
Yeah, sorry it didn't work out.
It was the right thing for both of us. Claire, do you think that maybe...
Just then, Eric walked in and kissed me on the cheek.
Babe, is your shift almost over? Oh, hey man, you're back.
David tried to hide his shock as he realized I was dating Eric now. He'd asked me out a week after the dance. Suddenly, he got up to leave.
I just remembered something important. I'll see you guys in school.
Gosh, we really had the worst timing. Some weeks later on my 16th birthday, Eric turned up in a limo to take me to dinner. But when we got to this fancy restaurant, I was shocked to see my entire class there. It looked like he booked the whole place. But to top that, Eric jumped onto a chair suddenly, holding a mic.
Happy birthday to the most amazing girl. To show you how much you mean to me, I'm gonna embarrass myself now with this song I wrote for you.
He started singing, and I couldn't stop laughing. He was ridiculous. Just then, the mic suddenly died, and everyone heard David saying,
"What a loser."
There was a pin-drop silence as everyone turned to him, and Eric was furious.
Dude, is there a problem? Yeah, just one thing. I don't understand what Claire sees in you.
God, he was so rude. Before I could tell him off, Eric leapt forward and grabbed him by his collar. David pushed him back, and he ended up falling in the cake. He attacked David again, and they both went crashing into another table. Oh my God, stop it! David, what's wrong with you? I pulled him outside.
Your boyfriend attacked me first.
You deserved it. What's your problem with Eric?
He's so annoying and lame, but I guess you like that. He's your Romeo.
I like him because he's sweet and caring
and really rich.
I suddenly slapped him hard. Did you just call me a gold digger? Gosh, you're being such a jerk.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. And I don't hate Eric. I just hate that I missed my chance with you again. I wished every day I'd followed you on that train, and things could be different.
Oh, so what was I in the middle of all this? A mistake? We turned around in horror to see Tessa behind us. So, you did find your train guy, Claire? And all this time we were together, you two were in love? Were you secretly making out? No, Tessa, of course not. Why should I believe you? You lied to my face for so long. I tried to stop her from leaving, but she pushed me to the ground. I'm done with both of you. She stormed off furiously, and I just went back inside. This was a nightmare. The next few weeks were awful. Tessa refused to talk to me. I refused to talk to David, and everything was a mess. Then Tessa didn't come to school for a couple of days, and I began to feel worried. I finally asked the teacher, and she told me Tessa and her sister had been in an accident. Oh my God! I went straight to the hospital and found Tessa in the waiting area. I rushed forward and hugged her tight, and she hugged me back. I'm okay, but my sister's in surgery. I'm just so glad you're here, Claire. I held her hand through it, and we were so relieved when the doctors told us she was going to be okay. We took a walk outside, and Tessa turned to me. Claire, how could you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me David was the guy? You would have hated me even if I had, Tessa. And it doesn't matter now. I'm with Eric. Just listen to yourself, dummy. You're with Eric, but you're not in love with Eric. I just ignored her. I wasn't hurting Eric now. I'd messed up things enough. A few weeks later, Eric was having a Christmas party at his place. When I came down all dressed up, Mom said a package had arrived for me. I opened it and gasped. There was a beautiful pair of earrings inside that perfectly matched my bracelet. A note fell out. This was supposed to be your birthday present. I'm really sorry for everything, Claire. I'm leaving tonight and I'll be transferring back to my old school. I hope you and Tess patch things up. David. What? I couldn't believe he was leaving for good. I went to the party with a heavy heart, and there I had another surprise waiting. Eric immediately pulled me into a room and popped out a freaking diamond ring. What are you doing?
Claire, let's just get engaged. My family would be so pleased if we announced it tonight. We won't get married right away, of course, but…
Eric, please stop. I can't.
He looked at me in shock. It's because of David, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. I don't want to be engaged. I don't want my life planned out for me. You're a great guy, but I'm not ready for this. I'm sorry. He quietly kissed me on the cheek and just left. And I immediately called an Uber to the train station. I looked around frantically for David, and just then I saw him climbing onto the train. As I hopped on after him and took his hand, he turned around in shock.
Claire, what are you doing here?
Taking a train ride with you? Also, I broke up with Eric. We're both single now, so what do you want to do about it? He smiled like the first time I saw him.
Do you think we could maybe get dinner sometime?
Finally! Yes! And he pulled me in for a kiss.
The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling in love.
My mom was a popular Italian actress, so right since I was a toddler, I was used to the paparazzi going berserk the moment I stepped out in public. And honestly, I loved being in the spotlight.
Hello, guys. Ready for some new poses?
I always knew I wanted to be an actress like Mom, so I begged her to take me to auditions. I'd get in front of the camera and everyone would go nuts.
Mamma mia, Valentina. You're a born actor.
Well, that was kinda true. Mom said I was a very expressive baby. And when I was in the second grade, I pretended for a whole year that I was some celebrity whose life was being secretly recorded. Thanks to my natural acting skills, I was already a successful actress by the time I was 15. My life was almost perfect, but things started going downhill quickly after that. Mom lost some film contracts to younger actresses, and she started getting plastic surgeries to look younger. A few of them went horribly wrong. Mom, what did you do to your lips? You look like a duck.
Shush, I know what I'm doing, Valentina.
But Mom ended up looking so weird. No one wanted to cast her in their films anymore. This broke her heart, and she slowly transformed into this wild party animal who dated a new guy every month. And the worst part? She was blowing tons of money buying expensive gifts for them. Mom, I just saw your boyfriend kissing one of our maids. He's a total jerk.
Oh, really? Then I guess I'll give that limited edition Rolex watch to my next boyfriend.
Mom kept going around with the biggest buttheads on the planet and spending money like water. Her falling reputation in film circles affected me too, and in a matter of a few months, we were both sitting at home with no work. Then Mom tried one business idea after another, but nothing worked out. And soon enough, we exhausted all our savings. Even the banks kicked us out, and all of our relatives turned us away. I was so angry at Mom for getting us into this mess, and the paparazzi were having a field day selling news about our downfall. But one night, Mom walked into my room and sat on my bed. Valentina, I'm so sorry about everything. Oh, how I just wish that American business was in my name. That could have saved us right now. What business? I invested in a perfume business with my friend in the US a few years back, and it became really successful. But it's entirely in her name. Why? I didn't want to pay the taxes. Oh my God, that was typical Mom. Last year, I had a fight with her, and now that witch won't give me my share of the investment back. What if I go to the US and talk to her? Mom loved the idea, and I took the next flight to the US. When I reached Mom's friend's house, she looked pleased to see me.
Wow, you're as pretty as your mom. Or as pretty as she used to be once.
Thank you. I think you know why I'm here.
Your mom and I are childhood friends, and you're very welcome in my house. Stay as long as you like.
But I'm talking about Mom's investment.
What's the hurry, Valentina? We'll talk about this unpleasant business later.
The next day, I kept trying to remind her of Mom's money, but she simply wouldn't talk about it. I knew this was not going to be easy, but I was determined to get our money back from that witch. One day, as I was leaving her study, I bumped into a boy around my age. I figured he was Mom's friend's son, and for some reason, he was dressed like Michael Jackson.
Hi, I'm Will, but I guess you already know that.
How would I know your name?
I know yours.
That's because I'm famous. Ugh, why is everyone here so stupid?
Hey, I'm not stupid. In fact, I might just be the solution to all your problems. Mom told me why you're here. I can help you get your money back in a month. Mom will do anything I say. Trust me, but on one condition.
And what's that?
You have to fake date me in front of my ex. She dumped me last month for another guy, and I'd love to show her that I'm with someone like you. You're a great actress. It shouldn't be a problem.
I stared at him and thought about it. Fake dating this weirdo wasn't something I was looking forward to, but I really needed that money. We have a deal. You get me my money in a month, and I'll make sure your ex eats her heart out and runs back to you. The next morning, I was nervous about going to a new school in a foreign country, but when I got there, kids practically jumped on me. You're that Italian actress, Valentina, right?
I saw your toilet cleaner commercial. You looked like a goddess cleaning toilets with your perfect hands.
Just then, a guy took off his t-shirt and asked me to sign it. I obliged my fan happily, and soon, all the guys were doing that. I was loving this place. But just then, a teacher came and told everyone to put their shirts back on. What a buzzkill. I looked for Will to show me around school, but he simply disappeared. Sometime later, I found him in the cafeteria in a corner with a guy who seemed to be bullying him. There was a pretty blonde girl with them too. The bully took out a paper from his pocket and started shouting,
"Attention, everyone. Here's a song that our lover boy Will once wrote Mia. Mia, you're as sweet as honey. I'll buy you gifts with my money. Your hair is silky smooth. I even like your wisdom tooth."
The girl, who I guessed was Will's ex, looked really uncomfortable. "Stop it, you're embarrassing him." But obviously, that jerk just kept laughing and going on. I walked over and snatched the paper from him. "What is wrong with you? You're such a rude donkey." "And Will, I didn't know you write so well, babe. I'm so glad I met you in Italy last summer."
That caught Mia's attention.
"Wait, last summer? As in, before Will and I dated?" "Don't worry, we didn't start talking again until an hour after you broke up." Mia turned red and walked away with her moron boyfriend.
Whoa, did you see how jealous she looked? You're awesome.
Tell me something I don't know. By the way, that song was, awful.
I promise, I've gotten better since.
For the first time, I saw Will smile and noticed his cute dimples. The next day, Will turned up at school wearing a t-shirt with my photo printed on it, and it had Sugar Boo written in bold letters. And at lunch, he was standing on a chair in the cafeteria waving me over.
"Valentina, the love of your life is here."
It was so freaking embarrassing. But just as I was pulling him down, Mia walked in, so I grabbed Will's collar and kissed him. "Babe, I missed you so much. It's been 2 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds since I last saw you."
Oh, my Sugar Boo. I'm sure it must have hurt when you fell from heaven. Is there an airport nearby, or is my heart taking off?
God, he could win an Oscar for overacting. Later that day, I gave Will some tips on how to be a cool boyfriend. No more sleazy pickup lines or cringy songs.
But I read online that girls want their boyfriends to write songs for them.
Yeah, if they are good at it, which you are not, my friend. You just get me chocolates and flowers. Luckily, Will turned out to be a fast learner. We kept fake dating for a few weeks, and to be honest, it was fun. I even took him to the mall one day and gave him a complete makeover. The next day at school, I could see jaws drop when we walked hand in hand. Will was loving being popular, but the idiot was still hung up on Mia.
Our fake dating is working. I caught Mia looking at us 17 times today.
Come on. Do you still want to date Mia? I don't think she's anything special. And with your new looks, any girl would go out with you.
Any girl? Will you go out with me? I mean, for real?
That question took me by surprise.
See, the problem is your life's always been so perfect that you have no idea what rejection feels like.
I wasn't rejecting you. And just so you know, my life is far from perfect. I'm here in a foreign country, miles away from home, just because my mom blew all our money, and I can't even land a movie role. But the point is, you deserve better than Mia.
Maybe you're right. Okay, now you stop frowning, or you'll get wrinkles on your pretty face.
He gently pinched my cheek, and for some reason, I felt butterflies in my tummy. Weird. A few days later, Mia surprised both me and Will when she came over and invited us to a party at her place. Will was excited to go, so I said yes. Mia had invited the whole class, and we were having a blast dancing when suddenly a slow song started playing. Will pulled me close, and we swayed to the slow beats. My heart was racing a bit, and he smiled down at me with those adorable dimples. And suddenly, he kissed me, and not like one of our fake kisses. I felt like the world around me had stopped. When he pulled back, I was breathless, and I thought he looked shaken too.
Mia saw us kissing. I'm sure she must be burning with jealousy. Wait, she's coming our way. Be cool, Will.
Oh, so the kiss was for Mia. That shouldn't have hurt, but strangely it did. Well, I wanted to talk to you for a moment. He immediately let go of me and followed Mia. I just stood there like an idiot. When Will didn't return for half an hour, I went looking for him and found him in the kitchen, washing dishes.
Will, what's the matter with you? You left me alone for this?
Actually, Mia's maid didn't turn up, so she asked me to help her. And guess what? She said she'd even think about getting back with me.
What? Suddenly, dozens of kids barged into the kitchen along with Mia's boyfriend, who started recording Will on his phone.
This is your place, you loser. Can you come to my party next week? I'll pay you $50 to do the dishes.
Everyone started laughing, and just then, Mia walked in too. Stop it, you all! I asked Will to help me. He's just being a good friend. But Will didn't say anything. He simply took off his apron and left. I decided to leave the party too. But suddenly, Mia grabbed my arm. Remember this. Will might pretend to like you, but I still have him wrapped around my finger. He'll do anything for me, and I can have him back anytime I want.
So, you're just going to keep stringing him along? You're a witch, Mia. And guess what? When I was looking for Will earlier, I saw your boyfriend making out with another girl in the bathroom.
And I wasn't even lying. Those two jerks deserved each other. When I reached home, I marched straight up to Will's room angrily.
How do you feel making a complete fool of yourself?
Well, Mia did side with me.
Oh, stop it. Do you seriously think she wants to get back with you? She's manipulating you. Are you blind?
What's your problem? Don't you want me to get back with Mia so that you can just get your money and leave?
You're pathetic, Will. Know your own worth and have some self-respect, dude.
I don't remember asking you for a lecture on how to live my life.
Fine. Do whatever you want. Date Mia, marry her, whatever. I don't care.
I slammed the door hard and stormed off to my room. Idiot. The next day, I didn't even sit with Will at lunch. And I felt even madder when I saw Mia walk up to him. Will, I broke up with my boyfriend. That jerk was cheating on me. And I was a fool not to realize how amazing you were. Can we get back together? I know you still care.
Well, I'm not too sure about that anymore. I'm done being your backup plan, Mia. Good luck with your life, but I'm not interested anymore.
Mia looked stunned, and Will just walked out. That was amazing! When I reached home that day, I found Will waiting for me in my room with an envelope in his hands.
You kept your part of the deal. Now it's my turn.
I took the envelope, and when I opened it, my eyes almost popped out. It was a check for $20 million.
How did you manage to do this?
Let's just say I'm Mom's only weakness, so it wasn't that difficult.
Thank you. I guess now there is no reason for me to stay back any longer.
Will looked at me and then spoke.
I guess there isn't.
I'll drop you at the airport when you're ready. Soon, I flew back to Italy, and Mom and I started our own perfume business with that money. Thankfully, it took off, and I also started getting acting offers once things settled down. One day while I was shooting, I noticed a familiar face in the crowd, a face I'd been dying to see again.
Will, what are you doing here?
Listen, Valentina, I know I suck at writing songs, but I have to say this.
Oh, please, not a song.
Just listen, no matter what I do.
Hi, I'm Ariana from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town to adoring parents. They weren't wealthy, but they kind of spoiled me. I had too many clothes because Mom kept making me pretty dresses from her old ones, and Dad's coat pockets always had chocolates for me. That I ate behind Mom's back. Life was good, except for one thing. I was growing up really clumsy. I'd run straight into glass doors, walk into puddles, trip over everything. But when I was 5, I did something crazy. It was my cousin's wedding, and as I ran up the church stairs, I missed the last step and tripped. As I went flying, I grabbed the bride's dress and heard it rip. I looked up to see her screaming with her underwear showing. The whole wedding was called off.
Ariana, can't you ever watch where you're going?
I'm sorry, Mom, but sometimes I just don't see things. My parents took me to an eye doctor, and we discovered that my eyesight was terribly weak. When I wore glasses for the first time, I was suddenly seeing a whole new world. But at school, this girl just wouldn't stop making fun of my glasses. One day, I was going home when she called out,
Hey, want me to clean those windows on your face?
And she threw some soapy water at me. I ignored her and walked off to Dad, but he'd seen everything.
Ariana, go back and teach that bully a lesson right now, or this will never end.
He was right. I ran straight back at the girl and knocked her down. I sat on her and pulled her hair.
Next time you mess with me, I'll bite you. I'll bite all of you.
No one ever bothered me after that. In fact, I had tons of friends growing up, but in 9th grade, everything changed. I came back home one day to find Mom crying hysterically, and I was shook to see the note she gave me. My darlings, I'm leaving immediately and I can't come back. Please forgive me. Dad, what? What did he mean? Just then we heard loud banging on the door. We opened it to find half the town outside, looking mad.
Where's that trash husband of yours? We want our money back.
It turned out that Dad had taken money from everyone for some investment scheme and ran away with it. They said they'd be back for him, and Mom and I were horrified. Dad had just abandoned us to deal with this? So Mom made a decision. We were going to leave immediately for the US, where her sister lived. We traveled to New York, and my aunt welcomed us into her home. I was eager to meet my cousin, but she was on vacation with her dad. Aunt was the principal at a school, and soon she enrolled me there, and even got Mom a janitor's job.
But dear sister, do I really have to work? I could cook for you. This is America. Everyone works here. You can stay with me, but you'll have to earn for yourself.
Summer break was soon over, and on my first day of school, I sat down at the back of the classroom. Suddenly, a boy snatched my glasses.
I want to try on these goggles. Whoa, girl, you're half blind.
Oh, I never noticed. I'm stupido.
You're Italian? Your accent is adorable.
I can't say the same for you. Without my glasses, there's no difference between you and a donkey. Now give them back before I cut you.
Ah, that hot Italian blood. Tell me, how many fingers am I holding up?
How many fingers do you want me to poke into your eyes?
The boy laughed, and I was about to attack him when someone stepped in. Give those back. She's my cousin, Danny, so you better not mess with her. I saw that it was the girl from the picture at Aunt's house. She was my cousin.
Ugh, you're back. I was hoping you had changed schools, Sandra.
Just then, the teacher walked in, and everyone flew to their seats. Later at recess, Sandra put an arm through mine. You're really lucky to have me, Ariana. I'm pretty popular around here. And, oh, just stay away from Danny. We dated for a while, and he's a jerk. I was glad to have a friend, and she sure was popular. She was always surrounded by admiring boys and girls who seemed really eager to please her. One day, a friend of hers walked in wearing a Gucci bag, and Sandra shrieked, "OMG, where'd you get that from? It's been sold out everywhere."
My dad got it from Japan.
Yeah, I don't care. Just gimme it. And her friend actually did. But she looked upset as she turned around and left.
Sandra, it's a present from her dad. You can't take it.
Why not? I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Wow, maybe friendships were just different here. One day I was walking to the library when I heard Danny behind me.
Hey, Bimbo, you dropped this paper.
Did you just call me Bimbo?
Yeah, it means baby in Italian, right?
Oh, I thought you called me the American Bimbo. But I'm not a baby either.
You could be. Mine. You're pretty, even with those binoculars. And well, just look at me. I'm perfecto, superbo, marvelo.
Stop making up words. And Sandra said she dumped you because you're a jerk.
Don't believe everything she says, Ariana. She's not a very nice person.
She says the same thing about you.
And with that, I walked away. But what he'd said was kinda true. Sandra was good with me, but she wasn't the nicest to others. Sandra had started dating this jock, Brian, and one day the three of us were walking down the corridor when I saw Mom mopping the floor. I was about to wave to her when suddenly Sandra pulled me back. Are you crazy? Act like you don't know her.
Why would I do that?
You want everyone to know that you're the janitor's daughter? And worse, they'll know she's my aunt. Just then, Brian suddenly slipped on the wet floor and he started screaming at Mom.
You stupid woman! Are you cleaning or trying to get us killed? I'm the team's star player. I can't afford an injury.
As Mom started apologizing, I helped Brian up and slapped him hard.
Don't talk like that to my mother, you moron.
Sandra suddenly pushed me. Hey, don't forget that you two are just beggars living on our charity. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend again.
But I can touch you, right?
And with that, I pounced on her. As Mom shouted at us to stop, someone suddenly pulled us apart. Danny was holding me back, and Brian was holding Sandra. You've made such a mistake, you four-eyed witch. You've lost my friendship and my protection.
Protection from what? The only bully here is you. And the next time, I'll slap you so hard, you'll go flying to the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Just then, a teacher came and everyone scattered. I was certain Sandra would go crying to Aunt about me, but to my surprise, she didn't. I kept quiet too, but only because Mom asked me to. No one was talking to me in class the next day because of Sandra. Later, I was putting stuff in my locker when I heard her behind me. Aw, what's it like to be a loser with 0 friends?
Oh, such a relief. You and your friends are not really my type. Now, if you'll excuse me, my boyfriend is waiting.
And with that, I walked over to Danny, who was standing in the corridor, and kissed him smack on the lips.
What you doing?
Just to play along, idiota.
We kissed again, and Sandra looked furious. She stormed off, and I pushed Danny away.
Hey, listen to me. I want to annoy Sandra, and I know she'll hate me for going out with her ex. And you hate her too, so we can pretend to date?
Do we really have to fake it?
Yes, only fake. Are you in or out?
Pissing Sandra off and being close to you? Oh, I am so in, Mrs. Harry Potter.
And it sure was fun. Danny was pretty popular himself, and Sandra looked mad to see me turning up at every cool kid's party on his arm. He was on the school's basketball team too, and right before a big game, Sandra was standing behind us when Danny kissed me and said,
"You're my good luck charm, babe. My last girlfriend made me lose every game, and she was a bad kisser."
I'm sure, amor mio. Must be like kissing a cold dead fish.
Sandra looked furious, but she was called just then for the cheerleading routine. She forgot half of it, messed up completely, and left the ground screaming. A few days later, we had the Valentine's Day dance at school. When I got there, I looked for Danny everywhere, but I couldn't find him. Just then a kid came and told me that Danny was waiting for me in the gym. I stepped inside, and suddenly, all the lights went out, and then someone snatched my glasses off my face. I heard laughter and running feet and the door being locked shut. I stumbled to it in the dark, but no matter how much I banged on it, no one came. After ages, the door finally burst open and Danny hugged me.
Ariana, are you okay? I thought you hadn't come, but then someone told me they'd seen you going this way.
Of course Sandra's behind this. And I'm fine. I'm only crying because I'm angry. I'm not like some damsel in distress.
No, I don't think anyone would ever call you that, Ariana.
And then he kissed me so gently. It wasn't like our fake kisses. This was different. Danny dropped me at home, and once I found my spare glasses, I slipped into Sandra's room and pounced on her in her sleep, making her scream for her life.
I know it was you who locked me up, witch.
Get off me, you psycho! And yeah, I did it, but you can't prove it.
What is your problem?
You and Danny.
Why? You don't even like him.
Yeah, but I don't want you to have him.
You're such a brat. Get over it, or don't. I won't stop seeing Danny.
Ugh, she was crazy. And I really didn't want to stop seeing Danny. In fact, I didn't want to fake it anymore. After the weekend, I decided to tell him how I felt. But when I went to class, I was shocked to see Sandra sitting on Danny's lap.
What's going on here?
Oh, Danny and I met yesterday at a party, and we just kinda reconnected. Basically, he came to his senses and realized I'm so much better for him than you are.
Danny, is this some prank? You hate Sandra. You told me.
Well, I was wrong, okay? And why do you care anyway? What we had was all fake. And I wasn't really gonna date the janitor's daughter.
I stared at him in shock. And just then the teacher walked in and I went to my seat. Even though Danny teased me, I didn't think he was a jerk. But things got worse when I was called into the principal's office that afternoon. I found Mom there crying and a pile of phones, watches, and cash on Aunt's desk. Aunt told me it was all the teacher's stuff stolen from their lockers and found it in Mom's.
So disgraceful. This is such poor repayment for everything I've done for you. But I didn't steal any of this. How were these things in your locker then? I have no choice but to fire you. This is so unfair, Aunt. Surely you can't believe this about my mom? Can't I? Your father turned out to be a thief too. Maybe his ways rubbed off on your mother. I couldn't hear another word. I took Mom's hand and we left. We packed all our things and we were out of the house before Aunt and Sandra returned. We lived in a shelter till Mom found a job as a maid at a mansion. The owners were even kind enough to send me to school. And I was determined to work hard. I was going to get a scholarship to a good university and take care of us. I got into a great law program, and after working part-time jobs and studying my butt off, I graduated with honors. Soon, I was hired into a top law firm, and 5 years later, I became one of their youngest partners. One day, we had a meeting with a big firm, and when the owner turned up, I nearly fell off my seat. It was freaking Danny. He looked shocked to see me too, and then grinned. Oh God, I wanted to break his face even years later. When the meeting was over, Danny asked to speak to me alone. Once the others left, he said,
Ariana, can I be sure that you won't let our past affect how you handle this case?
Mr. Daniel, this is not high school. You can be sure that I'll be professional.
That's good to know. I never thought I'd meet you again, or that you'd be working for me.
I work for this company, not you. And as far as the case goes, I am the boss here. I make all the decisions.
Yes, ma'am. I always knew you were going to be successful one day.
I thought the same about you, but only because I knew you were going to inherit this company. And I walked off. It felt so good putting him in his place. I had to see him a lot for the next month as we prepared for this case. I still hated him, but I couldn't help admitting that he was smart and seemed to know his work really well. One night, it was late when we got done, and he suggested we get dinner. As we were walking to the cafe, he asked,
So, how's your mom?
And suddenly, I felt furious. She's not a janitor now, but I'll always be a janitor's daughter, and really proud to be. Listen, we can't be friends.
I just can't forgive you for what you said, even now." And before he could reply, I turned around and left. After weeks in court, we finally got a decision, and we won the case. I was so happy, I almost hugged Danny, but I just shook hands with him and left. As I was hurrying away, he caught up with me outside.
Ariana, please stop. Just give me one chance to say something.
Reluctantly, I nodded.
Sandra told me to break up with you, and she said if I didn't, she'd have your mom lose her job and kick you guys out of her house. I hated saying those things to you so much. And then she had your mom kicked out anyway. When I found out, I was beyond furious. I told your aunt everything, and somehow she believed me. She sent Sandra to some strict boarding school. We tried looking for you too, but we had no luck.
I could hardly believe my ears.
I am so sorry, but I only thought I was doing what was better for you. And I loved you, so it wasn't easy for me. In fact, I'm still in love with you, Ariana. Do you think you can forgive me and we can start over?
I smiled at him and took his hand.
Fine, stop crying like a bimbo. We can start over. With you buying me lunch.
Hi, my name is Pearl. My parents were one of the richest people in the city, and when I was born, everyone gasped at how amazingly beautiful I was. And since I was their only child, my parents treated me like a princess. Agoo agoo. Oh my gosh, honey, our daughter said her first words.
Let's throw a party.
They were just crazy about me. I had hundreds of maids to feed me, bathe me, walk me, and even comb my hair. Oh my gosh. You broke my darling girl's hair. Do you have any idea what this hair is worth? It's worth millions. Of course, Mom overreacted a lot. She would even fire the maids if my milk was not the right temperature. And Dad was no less. When I turned 5, he ordered the servants to redecorate my room. And you won't believe it, he changed everything to gold and diamonds, including my toilet seat. Not only that, but I had different dresses and shoes to wear every day, and the driver would drop me off to school in my favorite pink Lamborghini. I felt like a true princess, and honestly, I loved it. But there was someone who hated every bit of the life that I lived. Melissa. She was the meanest girl in my class, and she hated me for, well, everything. She would steal my dolls, cut their heads off, and toss them away. Once, she even trashed all of my notebooks. But school wasn't the only place that I had to bear her. Her parents were friends with mine, and I often saw her at sleepovers and parties too. On my 14th birthday, Mom and Dad threw me a grand party and invited all of their rich friends, and of course, Melissa came with her parents too. When I walked down the stairs, everyone looked stunned by my beauty. Everyone but Melissa. Her face turned red like a tomato.
Good Lord, your daughter is so pretty. I think I'm gonna marry her to my son.
Ew, no. There was no way that I was gonna marry his stupid son, Xander. But I wasn't the only one who was mad about it. Melissa had always dreamed of becoming super rich by marrying Xander because his dad was the richest man in the city, and she looked super pissed at this comment. But then suddenly, her facial expressions changed, and she walked up to me with a smile.
Hey Pearl, happy birthday. Here is a gift from me.
What? Was there a bomb in there? But then, when I opened the box, a kitten jumped out of it. Oh my gosh, it's so cute! I loved it, but why was Melissa being so nice to me all of a sudden? Something didn't feel right. Later that night, when everyone left, I was playing with my cute little kitten, when suddenly it scratched my face with its paw. Ah! Melissa's cat turned out to be just like her. Evil. Mom and Dad came rushing out when they heard my screams. They rushed me to a hospital, but even after weeks of treatments and several procedures, the scar didn't go away. Now I had no choice but to live with it and cover it with makeup. When I went back to school, Melissa was waiting to mess with me again. But thank God she had no idea about my scar, or she would make my life a nuisance.
Move, Pearl. This is my seat, and just because you're rich doesn't mean you own everything.
Well, I do own a lot of things, but I don't see your name on it either. She got super pissed, and she was about to throw her plate of food in my face when Xander cut in and stopped her.
Hey, stay away from my girl Pearl. Stop messing with her.
My girl? What's going on? I'm not your girl. Are you crazy?
Oh, my sweet pea. Don't you remember what my dad said on your birthday? We're gonna be married eventually.
What? We're just 14. Are you crazy?
There is no way you can marry him, Pearl. I won't let that happen.
Well, I won't let that happen either. Now get away from me, both of you. God, these guys were so crazy. It was such a headache going to school every day and seeing them. Especially Xander. He was such a pain in the butt. He'd flirt with me all the time and scare away all of the other guys who ever tried to talk to me. I hated every bit of my junior year, up until the teacher introduced an exchange Korean student to the class. His name was Mino, and gosh, he was so handsome. The teacher asked me to help him with the syllabus, and while we were studying in the library one day, Xander came marching at us.
Who do you think you are sitting here with my girlfriend?
Saying that, he suddenly grabbed my hand.
You're coming with me, Pearl.
Let go of my hand, Xander. I'm not your girlfriend. Just then, Mino cut in and punched him in the face.
You should have just let her go.
Oh my gosh. His deep voice and those fierce eyes, I instantly fell in love with him. He was so amazing. Xander ran from there like a scaredy cat, and I thanked Mino for saving me from that jerk, to which he smiled and said,
Well, I can see he's a jerk, but you're so pretty. Anyone would go crazy for you.
Oh my gosh, he thought that I was pretty. My cheeks turned red and I almost melted. After that, Mino and I spent most of our time reading in the library together. It was so much fun just to sit next to him and admire all of those books. Months felt like days with him, and I couldn't believe that a year had passed with him. Then one day, while I was having lunch at the cafeteria, Xander came up to me and started acting up all of a sudden.
You think you're gonna be happy with that stupid jerk? He's a loser.
Well, last I saw, you were the one who got punched.
That's because I just didn't hit the gym that day. But anyways, I won't let him take you away from me, Pearl.
You don't own me, Xander. Now get lost. But before I could complete my sentence, Melissa threw a can of juice in my face.
Stay away from my guy, you witch. Don't you already have a guy now?
Melissa, have you lost it?
Drop the act, you boyfriend stealer.
But then suddenly I realized my makeup, my scar. I pushed past her and ran to the washroom immediately. But to my horror, I ran straight into Mino. His eyes widened as he looked at me. Oh no.
Why are you all wet? Who did this to you?
What? Did he see my scar? Or was it that he just didn't care?
Tell me who did this. I'm gonna teach them a lesson.
No, Mino, it's fine. I just tripped. I couldn't believe that he got so mad seeing me hurt. And he didn't mention anything about my scar. Like, it was totally normal. Oh, gosh, he was such a darling. I couldn't resist it anymore. I pulled him in for our first kiss, and wow, it was magical. After that, we started officially dating, and I felt like the happiest person on earth, but not for long. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?
It's your dad, honey. He had a heart attack.
Oh my gosh, Mom, what happened? Where is he? Mom told me that Dad lost all his money in a bad investment, and now we're almost bankrupt. Dad didn't take the news so well, and he ended up in the hospital. After that, I stayed at home for almost a week until Dad recovered, and I didn't tell Mino so he wouldn't worry. Then, one day, all of a sudden, Mom and Dad asked me to accompany them to a party. But, Dad, you just got discharged. But they insisted that I tag along anyway, and they asked me to doll up and put on my best dress. But when we got there, Xander's dad made an announcement that almost gave me a heart attack.
Hello, everyone. It brings me great joy to announce the engagement of my son Xander with my friend's daughter Pearl. Please, everyone, give the couple a big hand.
And with that, Mom started dragging me onto the stage. What? Mom! Wait, what's going on? Is this some sort of joke?
Oh, honey, please don't be mad. It's the only chance that we have to save our company and our home. Besides, Xander is such a nice guy.
No, Mom. Xander's a jerk, and I am not doing this.
Oh, honey, but look at your dad. He's so happy. The doctor said that he wouldn't survive another heart attack. Do you want him to leave us forever?
I looked at Dad, and indeed, he looked happy. And although I loved Mino so much, I couldn't let my dad die either. So I had to choose my parents' happiness over mine. A few days later, when I went to school, I found out that Xander had told everyone about our engagement, including Mino, and he looked furious.
Tell me this is all a lie. Tell me you didn't want any part of this. Just tell me.
But I couldn't tell him the truth. Mino, I love Xander, and that's why I'm marrying him.
No, you're lying.
No, I'm not. He's rich, and who doesn't want money? I knew that he loved me, and that my words would break his heart, but I had no choice but to lie. After hearing what I said, he backed off, and he left, and he never looked at me again. Finally, on our wedding day, when I felt like everything was gonna be fine, things took a wild turn. I heard Mom and Dad talking about something I had never imagined in my worst nightmare. Stop eating so much! You're gonna have another gastric attack, and it's your daughter's wedding day!
Well, thanks to my gastric attack, Pearl agreed to the marriage, thinking it was a heart attack. Otherwise, there was no way of getting her to agree to this, and we would have remained poor for the rest of our lives.
What? You guys lied to me? How could you? Mom started crying and tried to stop me. Please, honey, please understand that I sacrificed my happiness because of you guys, and I hate you! I stormed out of the wedding venue, throwing the wedding ring at Xander's face when I met him on my way out.
Stop, Pearl. Where are you going? Wait, you're the one leaving? Really? I know all about your ugly scar, and I still want you. You stupid girl, this is how you pay me back?
What? You knew?
Yeah, dumbhead, I knew. So come back here and kiss me right now, or I'll make you regret it.
He got closer and tried to pull me to him, but I slapped him hard and left. I wasn't gonna wait or listen to anyone anymore. I had to find Mino and tell him that I loved him. I called his friends, but they told me that he was at a BTS concert at the MetLife Stadium. Really? Of all places, a BTS concert? I rushed to the stadium and I ran backstage to grab a mic and shout out my confession to him. But oh my gosh, I couldn't believe my eyes when I ran into all of the BTS members. It was like I was dreaming.
What are you doing here? Why are you dressed like that? Do you need some help?
Of course I wished that the time would stop right there and then, but I had to find the love of my life. I told them about my situation and I asked them to help me, and they did. They were so nice. They allowed me to go on stage and talk to Mino. I was really nervous, but then I gathered all of my courage to speak. Mino, I'm so sorry that I lied to you. But the truth is that I love you, and I can't live without you. Please forgive me. My eyes filled with tears as I confessed my love for him. And then I saw him running towards me through the crowd. He jumped up on stage and he kissed me. The crowd cheered for us as he lifted me up in his arms and he whispered into my ears,
I love you too, Pearl.
Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who used to travel from one place to another, entertaining people on the streets. And after I was born, I became part of her gang too. She'd wrap herself in bandages and dress me up in shabby clothes, and then we'd go out and put on little acts in front of people. I'd feel weird about this, but seeing Mom's face light up after getting the money from people would make me happy too.
Oh, honey, ever since you've come into my life, I've been bathing in riches. You're so lucky for me.
Mom adored me and often took me to parks and picnics, and we'd put on our little acts there too. Our life was perfect, but there was one issue. I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, not even a single word would come out of my mouth, and it really upset me. Honey, you're gonna be fine. We love you just the way you are. But when I was 7, I discovered something really shocking. Like always, Mom asked me to put on an act and faint in front of an approaching bicycle one evening. But surprisingly, the man went all bonkers on us.
Get the kid out of my way, you morons!
OMG, what have you done to my daughter?
I know people like you. Frauds. You rob innocent people like this, but I'm not gonna fall for your act.
Suddenly, a crowd gathered, and Mom broke into tears, and I couldn't keep still. I got up and hugged her.
Look, she's totally fine. Huh? So you want my mute daughter to die now? You heartless jerk.
But the fight just got worse, and in all that chaos, I somehow let out a loud scream. Stop! Everyone turned to me.
They are frauds. The girl's not mute.
Catch them! Mom grabbed me and we ran from there. But when we reached our van, she looked at me suspiciously.
Why didn't you tell me you could talk?
I'm the one who tricks people, but you've been tricking me this whole time? She did what? I had so many questions, but again, I couldn't speak. Later, she took me to a doctor and we discovered that I was just a late speaker. And with practice, I could speak like the other kids. But my happiness was incomplete because now I knew the reality. My mom was a con artist who made fools out of people and took money from them.
Come on, baby. We're getting late, and this time make sure you don't shout or scream. You're a good girl, right?
No, and I'm not going anywhere.
What? Why?
You liar. Bad.
How can you say that, honey? I had no means to raise you. That's why I got into this business, and now you're saying I'm bad? Do you know, if I stop doing this, you're gonna have to give up on so many things. All your favorite foods and trips. Can you do that?
Well, maybe she really had no option, but I knew that this was wrong, and I refused to be a part of it anymore. I told her to stop with the stupid acts and get me into school, or I'd go to the police. So we shifted to Seattle, and there, Mom got me enrolled in a public school. I made tons of friends, and I was the happiest there. But then, in the 7th grade, things took a wild turn. A woman named Mrs. Miller came knocking on the door and claimed that she was my birth mom.
That's rubbish. She's my daughter.
The woman told us that she'd discovered some years back that I got exchanged at birth, and ever since then, she'd been looking for me.
I don't believe you. You look like some fraud to me. And believe me when I say I can smell 'em.
Mom!
I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm sure you're my daughter, Elena. Please, give me a chance to prove it.
But Mom pushed her out, and I felt really uneasy about this. What if she was actually telling the truth? And then a few days later, the unthinkable happened. Cops came to our house and arrested my mom. Wait, what are you doing? My mom's innocent. But the cops showed me CCTV footage, and it turned out Mom had robbed a bank this time, and now she was gonna serve time in jail. As a result, I was sent to a foster home, and it broke my heart. It was worse than prison, and I was ready to run out of there. But then Mrs. Miller came to see me there one day.
Oh, Elena, I saw everything that's happened on the news, and I didn't want to leave you alone, dear.
She tried hugging me, but I pushed her away. My own mom lied to me. I wasn't gonna trust some stranger now.
I know you can't trust me, but I don't want you to live in such a place when your mom can take care of you. And I will get you the proof you need.
Mrs. Miller kept persisting, so I agreed to get a DNA test, and just like she'd said, the results were a match, and she was indeed my birth mom. I was super shocked by this revelation, and moving in with her seemed so much better than rotting in this filthy place. So I agreed, and she took me to a palace-like house. My birth mom was freaking rich.
This is gonna be your home now, sweetie, but I need you to promise me something.
The girl who was switched with you, Stella, I haven't told her about any of this yet. I've loved her like my own child, and I want more time to speak with her about this, okay? I promised not to say a word about it, but as we entered, a cute little boy bumped into me and we both fell on our butts flat. Ouch, that hurt! Hey, are you okay? I helped him up, and Mrs. Miller told me that he was my younger brother, Jeremy. And indeed, we looked so much alike, but he seemed really shy and ran away. Later during dinner, Mrs. Miller introduced me to Stella. A distant relative? But how come I've never heard about her, Mom?
Because she lived very far away, honey. But now, Elena's gonna stay with us for a while, and I want you guys to be good to her, okay?
Don't worry, I'm gonna take good care of her, and we're gonna be like besties. Stella seemed like a very nice girl. She showed me around the house and even let me borrow some of her gorgeous dresses. I'm having a sleepover tonight with my friends, and we're gonna have so much fun. And she was right. It was a blast. Everyone loved me and kept complimenting me. Your cousin is amazing, Stella. You should invite her to all our sleepovers. And I guess we won't even miss you because she's so much more fun. Gosh, these girls were so funny and crazy. They asked me some questions about my family, and I came up with some random lies. But Stella looked a bit suspicious. The next few days were amazing. Mrs. Miller would take me out shopping, and we'd have so much fun getting to know each other. She even took me to her workplace, and I got this proud feeling knowing that she was a top lawyer in a huge firm. And soon, I wanted to be just like her. But that night when I was asleep, I heard some strange noise in my room and I saw someone going through my stuff. It was Stella. What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just checking up on you. Go back to sleep. Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies. Caught you. No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything. Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax. After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong. I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything. What are you nervous about, Jeremy? I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out. What if I helped you with your studies? Really? Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again. You're so amazing, sis. Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena. Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now. I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter. I'm glad too, Mom. When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there.
Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us?
Well, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. But I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately. Yeah? That's because I know something's up, and you and Mom are both lying to us. Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day? Don't act, Elena. Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding? I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us, and I got a really awesome gift for Stella to make things up with her again. Hey, you look so pretty. I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it. She opened the box and her eyes lit up. I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind. I wasn't quite sure what she meant till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic. Hey everyone, as you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday. And I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is. Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber. That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her.
Stella, stop this nonsense at once.
Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me. You're such a horrible person, Stella. Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby? Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are. Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room. Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about? Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister.
No, Jeremy, stop.
Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes. What? What is Jeremy saying? Mom? Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave.
Jeremy, how did you know this?
Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister. Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone. You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her. What are you doing? Get away from me. Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please, listen to me.
I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm gonna lose all my family and my home because of you.
You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you? Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always gonna stay here with us.
But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me.
She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally.
Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did.
So, you promise you're never gonna let me go and I'll always be important to you?
I promise, honey. Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug, and I joined too.
You guys, I'm here too. Come on then.
What are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Rose from upstate New York. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with my grandfather, who was the coolest person ever. He worked at a planetarium nearby, and often after school, I'd help him there.
You see that star? You know, it isn't a star, but a planet.
A planet? It's so shiny. Wow.
Growing up, I loved everything about the stars, planets, and space. Pops and I would look at the stars from the big telescope. It was so fun. By the time I was 17, I was the brightest in my class and ready to graduate a year early. One time when I returned from school, I saw Pops talking to some construction workers, and he looked mad. What's happening?
These people are trying to tear down the planetarium to build a mall here.
No way! Not on my watch. This place was too close to my heart. My best childhood memories were about this place. Just then, I noticed a bulldozer driving toward the building, so I climbed up the huge oak tree in between, and people frantically yelled for the machines to stop.
Yo, stop! There's a crazy girl up there. Rose, what are you doing? Get down from there.
Nope. If they want to take this tree down, they'll have to do it with me on it. One of the workers called the boss, and exactly 30 minutes later, I saw a helicopter land. Several men in black suits jumped out, surrounding a handsome guy who didn't look much older than me.
You, girl, what's the problem?
Call me Rose. And the problem is that you need to ask your men to back off. This is our property.
I bought this dump, so it's my property.
So, you'll just destroy it because you own it? Over my cute body?
Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? The guy stared at me, then smirked.
You won't give up, will you?
Nope.
Fine. Come to the office tomorrow and we'll have a little chat.
I'll think about it. Saying that, he left, and so did the workers. That was fast. Later that night, Pops told me the guy's name was Henry Hampton, and his parents owned half the city. I wasn't scared of him, even if he was the President of the United States. And the next morning when I reached his office, I was more than ready to let him know that. But the place was so big, I couldn't figure out which door to open. I accidentally entered the wrong room and found a boy my age playing the piano, but he sounded a bit off. Try working with an F minor, it's much smoother.
Excuse me?
I wanted to apologize for butting in, but before I could, a security guard came and escorted me to another office where Henry was waiting for me, and he looked so intimidating.
Our meeting yesterday had me rethink the mall project, but on one condition. I want you to work as my assistant.
What? Why?
I've had many pretty assistants over the years. Now I want a smart one.
Did he just call me ugly? But I'm a space nerd. There really isn't much I can do here.
Why don't we start you off at $4,000 a day and leave the rest to me?
Okay, that was a lot. Henry stared at me, waiting for an answer. My gut screamed no, but what choice did I have? It was either this or lose the planetarium, and no way I was gonna let that happen. Ugh, fine. The entire next week, I regretted my decision every second. Henry was mean, rude, and a total brat. He made me skip classes and called me at the oddest hours for work. If I refused, he made me number all the empty white sheets in the printer. What a nightmare. To top it all off, I was asked to help with all the new transfer students at school, and one of them caught my attention instantly, the piano guy. When he entered the class that day, girls couldn't stop staring at how handsome he was. I'm Rose.
Noah, you work for my brother, right?
You're Junior Hampton?
Ding ding. And you're the brave girl I've heard so much about. Pleased to meet you.
Noah was the complete opposite of Henry. He was kind and friendly, and we started hanging out every day. I complained to him about Henry all day long, and he didn't seem to disagree. He told me they were half-brothers and never got along.
He's just jealous I'm the better-looking brother.
One night, as Noah was playing his latest tune for me, Henry barged in looking mad.
I lost an important deal because you mixed up the papers. I thought I was hiring a genius, but I was so wrong.
I looked at him in shock, and he went ballistic on me. Hold up. I didn't ask you for this job. I'm tired, exhausted, and you're just so ungrateful. If you want me out, I'll leave, but I won't take your sour attitude. Henry looked crazy with rage, and before he could react, Noah jumped in.
Easy, Henben. I'm sure we can work something out. Stay out of my business. Understood?
Saying that, he stormed out of the room, and Noah turned to me. Thanks for standing up for me.
I won't let him bully you, as he bullies me.
Such a bozo. Just then, Noah came a bit closer, and my tummy did a wild spin.
Do you want to maybe get dinner sometime?
Like a date?
Yeah. How does 8 p.m. tomorrow sound?
Sounds perfect. I wanted my first date ever to be amazing. I bought a cute dress and did a little makeup too. But just an hour before I had to leave, Henry texted me to get his dry cleaning. Can it wait?
Unless you want to fly to Korea to deliver it, I suggest you get going.
Did he have a tracker on me that rang every time I was unhappy? I texted Noah that I'd be late and hurried to the shop. But on my way back, it started raining heavily and I got completely soaked. I slid my way into the house and saw Henry glaring at me.
I missed my meeting thanks to you.
I missed a date thanks to you. Achoo! He wrapped his jacket around me as I sneezed like a crazy person and asked one of his servants to take me to the guest room. When I came down, he was standing by the fireplace with a cup of cocoa.
Drink this. You'll feel better.
You made this?
Do you see anyone else around?
Why was he suddenly being so nice to me? And why did that make me feel so good?
So, about this boyfriend. Who is he?
I don't have a boyfriend. And why do you want to know?
Just wondering.
Well, don't, because you're killing my chances of ever finding someone. Henry laughed, and he almost looked human. One heck of a good-looking human.
What made you say that?
I was all set to meet Oh my God, Noah! I'd totally forgotten to tell him that I won't be able to make it. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't working. So I pulled one out of Henry's pocket and frantically dialed Noah. But he was already standing behind, looking like a raging bull.
Well, well, look at that.
Noah, I'm so sorry. I totally
Save it, Rose. It's not the first time Henry's had eyes on my girl.
Henry looked at me in surprise.
He was your date? Well, that's disappointing.
Before I could say anything, Noah took the vase lying on the table next to him and flung it at Henry, who missed it by inches. That was totally uncalled for.
Work on your aim, little guy.
But Noah left without saying a word. When I turned to Henry, he was smiling. You're such a jerk. I stomped out of the house furious at Henry. For days after that, I tried to talk to Noah, but he continued to ignore me. One day, the teacher announced that I was chosen to represent my school at the annual quiz competition, and I got busy with my books. I was studying in Henry's office one night after finishing work when I completely lost track of time and snapped back to over 30 missed calls from Pops. As I rushed down the hall blindly, I missed a turn and bumped right into Henry.
You're still here?
I was just leaving.
Now? It's late. Let me drop you back.
Don't you want to change?
Should I?
I blushed and we walked to his car. We sat in the back seat, and minutes into the ride, I dozed off. I woke up to Henry brushing his hands over my cheeks, pushing a strand of hair away. His eyes were the most perfect combination of blue and green. Sorry.
Don't be. I enjoyed your snoring.
I don't snore. I must be really tired, I guess.
You work too hard. Take the day off tomorrow.
Why do you do this?
What?
Be nice one second and an absolute moron the next. Henry looked straight into the mirror before turning toward me with a stern look.
Maybe that's just who I am. A boring moron. But you're nothing like I imagined.
He leaned forward, and I thought he was about to kiss me. I literally stopped breathing when he took a bottle lying next to me. He totally did that on purpose. When I got back home, I felt my heart beating hard. This was wrong, but why did it feel so right? A week later in school, I was doing some last-minute preparations in the library when I got stuck on an annoying question. My concentration was all over the place.
I could solve that in under 15 seconds.
I almost screamed when I felt Noah's hand on my shoulder, and I was annoyed to see him. Now you want to talk to me?
Give me that.
He took the notebook out of my hand and started scribbling something, and got the answers right. How?
I'm the lesser-known genius in the family.
I am so sorry about the other day, Noah.
Don't worry about it. Let's hang out for ice cream after school, and we can talk.
Sure, I'd love that. Noah volunteered to help me with the quiz, and I agreed. We would study till late at night, and I would often catch him stealing glances at me. When the final day of the quiz arrived, I was more than prepared to get that trophy home. And I did, along with a massive cash prize, which was enough to put me through college. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done this without you.
I would do anything for you, Rose. I like you, and I think we should give us another shot.
He looked at me with so much hope, but I couldn't do it. I like you too, Noah, but not in the way that you want me to. It's never gonna work out between us.
Because of Henry? What do you even see in him?
Noah's words made me realize what I'd been hiding from all this while, but I was too stubborn to accept it. No, it's not him. I have to work hard for my future, and I can't afford distractions. Noah looked at me heartbreakingly and left. After that day, I realized the whole thing was getting messier by the day. I decided on talking to Henry about it, but when I met him a few days later, he had something waiting for me.
I'm leaving for Korea. You are coming.
What? No. Listen, Henry, I have to talk to you.
Just think of it as this one last thing before you leave. I'll let you go as soon as we're back.
He was nothing but a pain in my butt, and I should be happy this was finally getting over with. Only I wasn't. If anything, it broke my heart. We flew the next day early in the morning in Henry's private jet, and he took me to a house in the city. I entered to see an old lady lying on the bed, and she lit up when she saw him. Henry sat next to her holding her hand while I watched him from a distance. He looked so tender, and it made me fall for him even more. When I found him alone, I asked him who she was.
My grandmother. I lost my dad when I was a kid, and she's all I have.
What about your stepdad and Noah?
They're my mom's family, not mine.
He looked so vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I felt like hugging him. I know how you feel. My granddad is my only family too.
Looks like we have more in common than we thought.
He placed his hands on mine, and I suddenly felt so close to him. I was in love. I knew it. When we flew back that night, I wanted to confess my feelings for Henry, but just as we got there, we were welcomed by Noah, Mr. Hampton, and a house full of guests.
Everyone, meet Rose, the reason why we're celebrating tonight.
What do you mean?
While you were busy falling in love, I got the deal signed, and we are gonna demolish that precious planetarium of yours.
But that's not fair.
Too bad. Life's not fair. Like it wasn't fair to me when he came over and took everything that was mine. Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower.
My mind went spinning in 1,000 directions, and suddenly I slapped Noah hard on his face. You are a horrible person, and I'm ashamed I ever called you my friend. I ran out of that place feeling crushed, but I had no time to sulk. Pops, I, and a few other people collected as much money as possible to hire a lawyer to file a motion. A few weeks later, Pops came to me with shocking news.
I just got a call that the Hamptons are ready to give the planetarium back, along with $1 million.
What? That's amazing! But how? He handed me an anonymous letter that had all the details about exactly what had happened and how Noah had manipulated the situation. It was easy to guess who it was when I saw the handwriting. Henry. I called his office and his assistant told me that he'd left for Korea a week back. I'd lost him. When Pop saw me sulking later that night, he walked over and I told him everything.
Go. Tell him how you feel.
I hugged him and left for the airport. I reached Henry's grandmother's house and found him sitting on a bench in the grass. This view is so much better than your fancy office.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I got your letter. I just wanted to say thank you.
You came all this way to say thank you? That's not wise.
Wait, you're weird, stubborn, and a complete jerk.
Are you trying to insult me?
No, idiot. I'm trying to say I love you.
I love you too.
Hi, my name is Hazel, and I was born to 2 lawyers in Connecticut. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, I was told 2 things about me. First, I was really beautiful, like Disney princess movie star beautiful. And second, something was seriously wrong with me. I was different from every single person around me, even my parents. It started with small incidents, like Mom asking me how she looked in a really hideous dress. I told her the truth. Yuck, your dress looks like poop. I've been wearing this all day.
Aw, she doesn't mean it.
Yes, I do. You should throw that dress away, Mama. Mom burst into tears.
Hazel, that's a bit too honest.
But she asked me.
Just say you don't look good, okay?
I don't understand why I had to lie, and it turns out in life, you're supposed to lie all the time. Like in 3rd grade, when my dad had his boss over for dinner, I said, I know you. Dad says you're the stupidest, laziest boss in the world. Why are you like that? He lost it, yelled at Dad, and then made him work for 4 weekends straight. Dad loved me too much to be mad at me, and he tried to explain the rules again, and I really tried to learn them, but I was simply different. By the time you're in 6th grade, everyone in class will start cracking jokes and playing pranks. If you're like me, and you can't tell when people are lying, it will be a nightmare. The worst offender was my classmate Hunter. He was the son of crazy rich politicians, and he thought he could get away with anything. He was always pulling pranks on students and teachers, and he never got more punishment than detention. One time, as a joke, he said his parents were secretly spies. I was the only idiot at the table who believed him. I started taking careful notes about every juicy, totally made-up detail. It was only when everyone was laughing that he said he was lying. You made all that up? Are you bored or crazy? You really couldn't tell I was joking? Amazing. She's like a stupid robot. Hey, I know you. Your parents are my dad's clients. My dad's a divorce lawyer. The girl looked at me like I was a ghost. My parents are getting divorced? Yes, didn't they tell you? She just ran away. So beautiful, yet so heartless. What? People were inching away from me, looking disturbed. Did I say something wrong? You're fascinating. Are you from another planet? I didn't have time for his jokes. By the end of the day, the whispers were everywhere. Hazel's scary. She's pretty, but she's crazy. Hazel's the rudest witch on the planet. My tongue was cursed. It either made people hate me or fear me. By the time I was in 11th grade, even my teachers wanted to shut me up. One time, a teacher started yelling at me for correcting her in the middle of class. Why should everyone note down the wrong answer just so you don't feel bad? I wish your manners were as nice as your face. I wish you wore a nicer wig. We can all tell you're bald. Detention now! Whatever. I was fine being weird Hazel with no friends. I understood science and math more than humans, and that was enough for me. The only person who wasn't scared of me was Hunter. He was always ready to pull stupid pranks on me while we were stuck in detention. In a way, I admired him. Hunter got to be as weird as he wanted, and he was still great at making friends. That's when I got an idea. Hunter, you've always been weird. Excuse me? You know, you lie all the time. You get poor grades, and you're always in detention. Wow. You have issues, but you're still popular. How do you do that? I'm handsome, rich, funny. Listen, I really want to fit in and have fun in our last 2 years here. Think about exactly how you make friends and explain it to me like I'm 5. That's gonna take time. I expect payment. You can do all of my homework. Then I expect a proper friendship course with tests. Then you need to call me Professor Hunter. I'm not doing that. It's a deal breaker. Fine, Professor Hunter. We struck a deal. The next day, I met Hunter in an empty classroom during lunch for my first lesson on becoming just like everyone else. I've known you my whole life, and using my expert observations, I've made this course. Wow! It only has 4 chapters, and if you get them all, you will be popular. Let's do it. Chapter 1, Jokes. Jokes are lies that make people laugh. You can't tell when people are lying, so just laugh if the other person laughs. What if they're laughing at me? Then look like you don't even care. Trust me. We made a list of all the jokes I could use on people, and I practiced them on him for hours. It was hard to get the right tone. There was a new girl in my class, Stacy, and she hadn't heard any of the rumors about me yet. She was the perfect target for my new powers. I sat with her at lunch and rattled off joke after joke till she fell off her chair laughing. Wow, Hazel, you're gorgeous and funny. I'm having a sleepover tonight. You want to come? Oh my God, my first sleepover? I was so excited. I literally rushed to tell Hunter. It's working already. Time for lesson 2. Chapter 2, Casual Chats. Here's a list of acceptable topics you can talk about at a sleepover. What can't I talk about? Nothing heavy, no depressing news, and no global warming. It bums people out. But it's important. I agree. I'm just telling you how to get along with them. Fine. I tried to make use of the list at the sleepover. Oh, but it was hard. A few times I slipped up and said things that got me weird looks. I didn't even know why. So I just stayed quiet unless someone asked me a question, and I laughed when everyone laughed. And surprisingly, it worked. Stacy asked me to come for another sleepover. And the next day, she went with me everywhere in school. When I saw Hunter, I gave him a hug. I made friends. You're the best teacher ever. Thank you, Hunter. Professor Hunter. Come on. Chapter 3, Similar Interests. On Hunter's instruction, I had to do things Stacy liked with her. She was a huge gossip, and even though it made me feel weird, it made her wildly popular in school. She lived at the mall, which was noisy and overwhelming to me. Still, I went with her and made friends with lots of other girls in my class. Then she dragged me from store to store, trying on clothes till I was exhausted. But hey, everyone thought I looked stunning in my new outfits. I slept for 13 hours to recover from that day. And then Stacy dropped a bombshell on me. She wanted to set me up on a date. He's in chemistry with me. He's super cute. In return, you can set me up with Hunter. He's your friend, right? Yeah, he is. Well, he's totally hot and really popular, so I'll go out with him. Can you ask him for me? I said yes and hung up. I was gonna go on my first date ever? I was panicking. I found Hunter after school that day and pulled him into an empty classroom. We need an emergency lesson. Stacy set me up on a date. Really? You wanna go? Yes, but I'm not ready for this. We never practiced dates. You wanna practice a date with me? I need quick tips. Other than jokes, casual talk, and similar interests, what can I use? It's a date, so there's touching. Where? Just the arm or the hand. Or like this? Yes. You could give him a hug at the end of the date. Don't pat his head. What else? You could kiss him. There was a long pause and he just stared at me. He wasn't gonna say anything else? Okay, well, thanks for the tips. I patted his head and walked off. I turned right before the door and asked him if he'd go out with Stacy. Are you serious? Yeah, she's cute. Fine, whatever. Stacy was over the moon for her date. She was gonna have no trouble. She was fun, pretty, and sociable. I, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck. When I met her friend James, he said, "Wow, you're the prettiest girl ever." Thanks, same to you. Oh, shut up, Hazel, you moron. I just stayed quiet and touched his hand like a robot. And it seemed to be working, until Hunter's Lamborghini pulled up in front of the restaurant. He walked with Stacy on his arm. What? You guys are on your date here? I told you where we're going. I forgot. Well, the more the merrier. They joined our table. Honestly, I was less nervous now that Hunter was here, but that changed the second, third, and fourth time he just happened to crash my date. One time we were all at a movie together, and Hunter was acting so weird. He kept competing with James over who shared my soda and who stuck their hand deepest into my popcorn bucket. Stacy was just glaring at both of them. What in the world was going on? On our next double date, the tension exploded. Stacy got a strike and she tried to kiss Hunter, but he dodged her. She hit the floor right on her face. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? You scared me. It's our 5th date and you're dodging my kiss? Ha, that's because he likes Hazel. What? He's been hanging around you like a freaking shield. Hazel, is this true? No, it's not. Tell them, Hunter. Hunter just stared at us. Why wasn't he saying anything? That's when his phone started ringing, and he ran to one side to answer it. He came back looking really freaked out. There's an emergency, I gotta go. Bye. Sure, just make an excuse and leave. Ugh, jerk. Stacy was so furious, she was gonna melt. I was worried. I'd never seen Hunter look so scared. I called him many times, but he didn't pick up. He didn't even respond to my messages. When he wasn't in school the next day, I knew I had to go see him. That weekend, I went to Hunter's mansion for the very first time. It was huge. I pretended he had a school emergency so his butler would let me in. I could hear crazy shouting from the house. I looked up to see Hunter's parents arguing like there was no tomorrow. I only had to listen for a minute to know what happened. Hunter's dad had been cheating with several different women, and now his parents were in a full-on battle. I tried to creep out of there, but Hunter's dad spotted me.
Who is this? How did you get into the house?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm a friend of Hunter's.
Hazel, you can't be here.
Your parents are getting a divorce? Is this why you're not coming to school?
Yes, but you can't tell anyone.
I'm sorry your dad's a cheating jerk.
Excuse me? You don't know anything.
I literally heard you say cheated, so you're a jerk.
Get this girl out of my house!
I raced out of there before he really lost it. Hunter was actually laughing.
No one's ever talked to him like that. You're amazing.
Thank you.
I think I'm in love with you.
My heart skipped a beat. What?
It's a joke.
Oh, good one. I left, feeling really confused. Was he really joking? I shook the idiotic thoughts away. I was just happy he was okay. It would take Hunter another week to get back to school, and I was so excited to see him for our last lesson. But the night before, there was a knock on my door, and I saw him standing outside, and he looked mad.
Who did you tell about my parents?
What?
Did you see the news?
He barged into my house and turned on the TV. His parents' faces were on the news with the headline, "The biggest cheating scandal in local government." No!
There's a sea of cameras outside my house. Who did you tell, Hazel?
I'm sorry, Hunter. I told Stacy.
You what?
You were missing for days, and she was hysterical. I had to tell her. She promised she'd keep it a secret.
Do you not understand people at all? Do you notice anything around you?
Your girlfriend was sobbing on my shoulder, begging to know what happened to you.
We haven't even kissed. I don't even like her. Do I have to spell every single thing out for you?
Yes, you do. This is who I am. This is what it takes to be friends with me. Hunter stormed out of the house, and I couldn't hold back my tears. I'd done it again. It was my own fault for thinking I could ever understand all the rules, no matter how many classes I took. Hunter didn't come back to school, and when I saw Stacy, I grabbed her by the collar. Did you sell Hunter out? Yes, the news channel gave me a nice price for the story. What is your problem? Hunter is a player, just like his dad. And you were acting like my friend while flirting with him the whole time. I wasn't. It was obvious. You think you can steal him from me just 'cause you're pretty? You're delusional, and you might have ruined Hunter's life. Good, he deserves it. I slapped Stacy across the face. I can't believe I tried so hard to be your friend. You're pathetic. I locked myself up at home, and thankfully my parents let me take a few days off school to sit in guilt. Guilt for betraying Hunter, for trusting Stacy, for being born a stupid, clueless dummy. This was the saddest I'd ever been, and my parents decided to take me to a therapist. When I first learned that I had social communication disorder, I was scared. I wanted to get out of this. But once I met other fun, amazing people with my condition, I didn't feel so alone anymore. When I came back to school after my break, I had new energy and confidence. To my shock, I heard that Stacy was gone. When Hunter's dad found out she leaked his scandal, he got her expelled from this school. Karma. I searched for Hunter all day, but I couldn't find him. Was he still skipping school? Then suddenly it hit me. I found the closest teacher and said, "I'm gonna bunk all my classes today." What? Classes are boring, and YouTube is God. Well, there's no YouTube in detention. Yes! The moment I entered the room and saw Hunter's adorable face, I jumped on him. Hunter!
Hazel, you're back.
No hugging in detention. Sit far apart. Far! We had to sit 3 seats away, but Hunter still told me how things were at home. His dad had moved out, but they were doing better than before now. And I told him all about my break. I'm so sorry about everything, Hunter. I know you must hate me, and I deserve it. I betrayed your trust.
I don't hate you. You didn't do it on purpose.
Still, I ruined everything.
My dad ruined everything. You just told the truth. It's not your fault everyone else lies.
So, you're not mad at me?
Not after I yelled at you for something you can't control. I'm sorry about that.
Can we be friends again? I miss you so much.
What do you miss about me?
Your stupid pranks, your jokes, your smile, and I like myself better when I'm with you. Suddenly, Hunter crossed the space between us and kissed me. Oh my God. Want to go out with me? Yes. Good. He kissed me again, and our teacher screamed, "No kissing in detention!"
Hi, my name is Demelza. Please like and subscribe. My first memory of Mom is of her voice. She'd sing lullabies to me every night, and it was the most beautiful sound in the world. The minute she stopped, I'd start screaming for more. By the time I was 1, I could hum every lullaby perfectly. Dad would play the grand piano, and I'd jump onto his lap and press the keys, delighted by the sounds I made. On Dad's 30th birthday, there was a grand celebration at our mansion. In the middle of it, I climbed onto the table and started singing the birthday song. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daddy. Happy birthday to you.
When I was finished, I looked around in surprise to see grown men crying.
Oh my God, she has the voice of an angel. I always had a feeling Demelza was gifted. I'm so proud of you, darling.
My parents hired the best musicians and vocal coaches for me, and there was no stopping me after that. At every party, I'd put on a show for our guests, and I'd make them pay me too. My life was perfect until one day when everything changed. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad had just returned from a business trip, and I stopped short when I saw a scrawny little girl get out of the car too. She was trying to hide behind Dad, but he gently pushed her forward.
Demelza, this is Isabel. She's your sister, and she's going to live with us now. Will you take care of her?
I looked into her scared, dark eyes and immediately took her hand. Always. But the day Isabel walked in, a dark shadow was cast over our happy home. That evening, we overheard a huge fight between my parents.
You've broken my heart, and now you've brought a reminder of that to live with us? She can't stay here. I won't raise a child that isn't mine. She has nowhere to go. Her mother's gone. I know you hate me right now, but please, don't take it out on her. She's just a kid.
I didn't want Isabel to hear this, so I said, "Come on, I'll play something for you. What's your favorite song?" I didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. Mom hated Isabel. She pretended like Isabel didn't even exist. But Dad and I adored her, and we more than made up for Mom's ice-cold attitude. But in the 8th grade, we got some news one day that turned our worlds around. Dad had been in a terrible car accident, and he was gone. We were all devastated. But Mom just shut herself up in her room for weeks. One night, I was reading a story to Isabel when Mom suddenly barged in.
What are you doing in my daughter's room? You're just a poor maid.
Mom, are you okay? She's not a maid. This is Isabel, remember?
How could I forget her? Everything bad that's happened to us is her fault.
I stared in horror at Mom as Isabel started to cry.
Pack your things first thing in the morning, Isabel. You're going to be sleeping with the maids now.
What? No, she's not going anywhere.
Either she goes to the maids or the orphanage. This is her last night here.
As Mom was leaving, she suddenly pounced at Isabel, grabbed her stuffed bunny, and threw it in the fire.
No, my mom made that.
Isabel cried for hours, and I hugged her to sleep. What had happened to my mom? The very next day, Isabel was shifted to the maids' quarters and made their helper after school. I was scared she'd be sent away, so I didn't fight with Mom, but I'd sneak food to her and help her with her homework at night. And at school, we could always hang out together. But one day, I was really surprised to see Mom marching into the principal's office. "Mom, what are you doing here?"
"Oh, I'm here to withdraw Isabel from school, of course."
"You can't do that. She has to go to school."
"Why? She's never going to be anything but a maid like her stupid mother. You don't need an education to sweep floors."
As she turned around, I grabbed Mom's wrist. "If you make her drop out of school, I will too. And I'll tell everyone why. Are you sure you want everyone to know how you really treat Isabel, Mom? Dad would be so disappointed in you." Mom looked shocked, then angrily pulled her arm away and left. I'd won this little battle, but God knows what she'd do next. Things weren't great at home, but at least I had Eric. He was my boyfriend for 2 years and was just crazy about my voice. One evening when I was on a date with him, I suddenly started getting calls from Isabel.
Come home right now.
I ran home to a scene of complete chaos. Mom was tearing apart Isabel's room. What's going on?
Your dad's watch is missing, and I'm going to search all the maids' rooms. And when I find it, I'm kicking out the thief for good.
Just then, a servant came from another room, saying it was under Mom's personal maid's bed. Mom looked completely shocked to find out it was her, but she threw her bags out instantly. Some days later, it was Isabel's 13th birthday, and I snuck into her room with a cake. When she blew the candles out, I asked her what she'd wished for. I wished your mom was dead. Isabel, you don't mean that. She's my mom. Isabel stayed silent, and I got up to leave. I'd never seen that look of hatred on my little sister's face before. In the middle of all this drama, I had a huge audition coming up. A prestigious music academy was looking for talent from different schools, and being selected would be a dream. But 5 days before the audition, I woke up with my throat hurting. I called out to the maid, but to my horror, my voice was gone. Mom rushed me to the doctor, who diagnosed me with laryngitis. What he said next left me shocked.
Your voice will return to normal soon, but this is the end of your singing. If you strain your vocal cords too much, you could lose your voice permanently.
I just couldn't believe it. On the day of the auditions, I slipped into the auditorium with Eric, feeling devastated. I wanted to be up on that stage more than anything. And then, one of the judges said,
"The last performer is Miss Isabel."
Wait, what? Isabel stepped onto the stage and started singing.
You made me insecure.
I was stunned. Her voice was beautiful. The judges gave her a standing ovation and said they'd be in touch with her soon. As everyone started to leave, I caught up with her. Isabel, that was amazing. But why didn't you tell me you could ever sing like that? She brushed my arm off angrily, her eyes blazing. You never asked. You just assumed that you're the only one with any talent. But I guess that's something we both got from our father. It makes you unhappy, doesn't it? Why would you say that? I've always had your back, Isabel. Yet, I've been living as a maid in my dad's house for years. And you did nothing. You think sneaking me food makes up for how I'm treated? No, it doesn't. All it does is make you feel good about yourself. Isabel, I tried. You should have tried harder. I hate you, Demelza. As she stormed off, I felt heartbroken. As Eric walked me back home that evening, suddenly a cyclist came charging straight at him. I pushed Eric out of the way just in time, but he landed on the pavement, hitting his head. I quickly called an ambulance, and after hours of waiting at the hospital, we were shocked to get the news. Eric was in a coma. The doctors were hopeful he'd wake up soon, but weeks turned into months, and before I knew it, a year had passed. I was almost done with high school, and Isabel was in her music academy on full scholarship, but we never spoke anymore. One day when I went to see Eric, I was shocked to see him sitting up in bed. "Oh my God, you're awake!" He gently pushed me away.
"I'm sorry. Who are you?"
"Eric, it's me, Demelza, your girlfriend."
"Can you sing?"
"Yes. Well, I used to, but then I got sick and had to stop, remember?"
"No. I just know that my girlfriend sings beautifully. I couldn't move or see all these months, but she'd talk and sing to me often, and I could hear her. I know her voice, and it's not you."
Suddenly, my blood ran cold when I heard someone behind me. "Babe, that was me. You could hear me?" "Isabel?"
Yes, it's you."
She ran forward and hugged him, and then they kissed. Suddenly, I just lost it. I pulled Isabel by her hair. "Are you completely crazy? You've been visiting my boyfriend and singing to him? Tell him you're lying."
"I am not. He's mine. Let me go, witch!
And suddenly, she pushed me viciously and I went flying into a trolley. I attacked her and we went crashing straight into the machines. And the next thing we knew, we were both thrown out of the hospital. I turned furiously to Isabel. We're done. For good. You've become a hateful monster. I don't even know who you are anymore. But you're definitely not my sister. Finally. And with that, she left. I went on a very long walk to clear my head. And by the time I got home, Isabel was gone. The next morning, Mom discovered a lot of things were gone too, including Dad's watch.
I'm going to report her to the police. I'm going to...
Mom, just stop it. She's gone. That's what you wanted since you first saw her, right? And so what if she took Dad's stuff? It's hers too. Let it freaking go. A year later, I went off to university to study music. If I couldn't sing anymore, I could still play. In my final year, I was leaving the campus one day when I stepped on a newspaper. It had Eric and Isabel's face on the front page with the headline, "Billionaire to tie knot in 2 weeks." Well, good for them. But just a few days later, I walked into a coffee shop and to my shock, I saw Eric there. And he was kissing a blonde girl that definitely wasn't Isabel. I just walked away. It wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And when her wedding day arrived, I just couldn't not do anything. Even if she hated me, she was my frickin' little sister. And that's how I found myself bursting into the church and running like crazy down the aisle. Hold it! This wedding can't happen! As Isabel turned to look at me in horror, I ran straight at her and hugged her. I held onto her tight as she squirmed and shrieked. OMG, you psycho, get off me. I love you, Isabel. I'm not going anywhere till you listen to me. As Eric looked super mad and everyone stared at us, she dragged me off to a small room. What do you think you're doing, Demelza? Isabel, you can't marry Eric. He's a cheater. I saw him kissing a girl the other day. I swear, I'm not lying. You think I don't know about that? Well, I do, and it doesn't matter. I stole your man, and he'll take care of me. At least I got rid of you and your psycho mom, so just buzz off. Isabel, listen to me. You're just angry right now. I'm so sorry about everything. Mom was unbelievably cruel to you, and I should have fought harder. You deserved so much better, and you still do. Don't marry this jerk, please. Why do you care? Because you're my little sister, and I miss you so much. I had 2 things that I loved the most. My voice and you. I lost my voice for good, and I don't want to lose you too. Please, forgive me and come with me. Oh, Demelza, I'm so sorry for all the horrible things I did to you. I thought I wanted to marry Eric to tease you, but I now realize that everything I've been doing in my life was to not end up alone. I just wanted to belong to someone. You belong to me. You're my family. I made a promise to Dad to take care of you, and I will, always. And with that, we hugged each other and walked back to our home. Family always comes first. Hi, I'm Petra from Serbia, and I have an extremely rare condition where my aging process is much slower than that of regular people. Like when I was 6 years old, I looked like a dumb 2-year-old toddler, which made people treat me like one. And things got even worse as a teenager. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Because of my condition, my parents decided to homeschool me till I was a bit older. I only got to hang out with other kids at the playground, and I'd get picked on all the time because I looked so much smaller than everybody. Once, when I was about 8 years old, I was playing on the slides in the park when a worried-looking woman came running to me. "Sweetie, are you lost?" "No." "Oh, poor baby. Probably can't understand a thing. You must be so scared." "Do I look scared? And I'm not a baby." But she wasn't even listening to me. And before I knew it, she was calling over a policeman from the street. "We have a missing child here, officer. Please, help her find her mommy and daddy." Despite my protests, the policeman whisked me off to the station and started taking pictures of me for missing child posters. Oh my God, I know my parents' number and address. I live right across the street from the playground, and you guys kidnapped me. This was the beginning of many, many times my parents had to come get me from the police station. I finally joined school in the 7th grade. The minute I walked into the classroom, a girl elbowed me roughly and said, "I think you've lost your way, kid." Oh, if only I had $1 for every time I heard that. I would be a millionaire by now, and I wouldn't need to be in this school with dumb people like you. And with that, I pushed her aside and took my seat. When I did all the math problems correctly in the first lesson, the teacher called me over, looking all starstruck.
Wow, Petra, you're a genius.
Thanks. Why?
Because you solved these algebra problems meant for 12-year-olds.
But I am 12 years old. The teacher just giggled and then did something I hated. She pulled my cheek.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie?
Yes, you definitely have the mind of a 12-year-old. No matter how many times I said it, no one believed that I was actually 12. They all thought I was some kind of baby genius who'd been bumped up a few grades. Eventually, I gave up and let everyone believe I was super smart. This didn't really help me become popular or make friends, though. Jessica, the meanest girl in class, wasn't too happy because everyone thought I was the smartest, and she made sure everyone constantly made fun of me.
Does your butt look big 'cause you're wearing a diaper?
What kind of language is that book in?
Goo goo gaga?
Another time, I was eating lunch by myself when Jessica suddenly stopped by my table.
Aw, how is the baby gonna eat all that with her little baby teeth?
Why are you this way, Jessica?
What do you mean?
I mean, why are you so awful to me? You're the most popular girl in class.
Yeah, I know. But before you showed up out of nowhere,
I was the smartest too. Fine, you're the prettiest and the smartest girl in the world. Can you leave me alone now, please?
Sure. But let me mash everything for the little baby to eat first.
And with that, she started pounding my food with her fist. OMG, you are such a psycho. And with that, I picked up the smushed piece of cake and flung it at her face. She picked up my glass of juice and dunked it on my head. And before we knew it, everybody joined in for fun and a full-scale food fight had broken out. We both got detention. And after that day, I found a corner in the little playpen for the kindergarten kids and basically had lunch there by myself the next 3 years. Until one day, Josh came and sat next to me. Josh had just joined our class a few weeks ago, and he was a total babe. With all the popular girls drooling all over him, I was sure he wouldn't notice someone like me, which is why I was pretty shocked to find him here.
Why do you always have lunch alone?
Is this your first time in high school? Of course, I don't expect someone like you to get it. He took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
I don't understand why someone as adorable as you is here either.
I was so annoyed at how fast that made my heart beat. After that, Josh and I became really good friends. He'd always invite me to watch his football games and started coming over to my place for study dates. Since he'd joined so late, he needed to do a lot of catching up, and I was more than happy to help. I hated to admit it. I just had the biggest crush on him. The annual spring dance was around the corner, and it was all anyone could talk about at school. All the girls were yapping nonstop about their dresses and who they'd be going with. Of course, I was hoping Josh would ask me out, but when he didn't, I decided I didn't need to wait around like a sappy Disney princess. I'd ask him out myself. I bought tickets for the opening show of the new Avengers movie. Just as we were about to enter the theater, one of the cinema staff stopped me.
Hey, little girl. You can't go in. That's a PG-13 movie.
I'm almost 16. Here, look at my ID.
We see fake IDs all the time, kid. Sorry, but I can't let you go.
And with that, he pushed me out of line and refused to listen to me anymore. I can't believe this. Let's go then.
Go? I mean, what's the point of wasting both the tickets? We'll still have dinner together, okay?
And just like that, he turned and went inside. I was furious. I couldn't even go anywhere because he'd driven me here. When he finally came out after 3 hours, he was practically jumping with excitement.
OMG, that was epic. Iron Man snapped his fingers and died, but he saved the world.
He'd not only watched the movie without me, he'd ruined it for me completely. I thought maybe the rest of the evening would go a little better, but boy was I wrong. At the end of the meal, when the waitress brought us our fortune cookies, I looked over excitedly at Josh to open his and read the little note inside.
Will you be my date for the spring dance, Josh?
He looked up at me in complete shock.
Petra, I don't know how to say this, but, no. How could you even think that? You're more like a little sister to me. I've already asked Jessica out. Man, you've really made things awkward.
I felt so utterly crushed and stupid. I flung a glass of water in his face.
I wish I could snap my fingers right now and make you disappear. And with that, I ran out of there and took the bus home. Nobody was more grateful than me when stupid high school ended and I was off to college. It wasn't too far from my town, so my parents could visit me often or come bail me out every time an officer thought I was an underage driver. Gosh, this is the third time this month. Why are you police officers so dumb? Can't you see I have a real license?
She doesn't mean that, officer. Come on, sweetie, let's go.
My parents always had my back, but no one understood how frustrating it was for me to be treated like a kid all the time. Until I met Andrew. In my second year at university, I took up a job as a professor's assistant for one of the courses. I knew the other students made fun of me behind my back, but one day they went really overboard. The professor was unwell and I was taking the class in his place. As soon as I turned my back to the board, I got hit by a dozen paper balls. I turned around to see everyone snickering. I'm your teacher. Didn't your parents teach you any respect?
You're not our teacher. You can't even reach the top of the board without standing on a stool. Go back to school, loser.
You can't behave this way with me. I want everyone who's responsible to apologize right now.
Or you'll do what? Go crying to your mommy?
I'll fail you in every single assignment. You do remember I grade them, right?
Oh no, I'm scared. Miss Petra, will you forgive me if I give you a lollipop?
That's it. Get out.
Happy to. Come on, guys, let's go. We don't need to take orders from some high school smarty pants.
And just like that, the whole class walked out. I tried to keep my cool, but when everyone had left, I burst into angry tears. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on the shoulder, and I looked up to see that it was Andrew, one of the students.
I'm really sorry about the way they treated you. I think you're really smart and beautiful.
We became friends, and soon after, we started dating. He was just the sweetest guy, and even though he looked much older than me, he was never ashamed to hold my hand in public, even if it got us weird looks. A few weeks later, I had an internship interview in another city, and Andrew offered to see me off at the airport. Just as I was leaving, he took my hand.
Good luck, babe. I hope you get it, but I'll really miss you.
And with that, he pulled me in for our first kiss. My head was still spinning with joy when suddenly I saw a few policemen walking towards us.
Sir, please move away from the kid.
What's the problem, officer?
We've recently had many reports of a gang kidnapping young girls, and you need to come down to the station with us to answer a few questions.
Wait, what? He's not a kidnapper. He's my boyfriend, and I'm 20 years old. The policeman didn't listen to a word we said, and we were taken down to the station. My parents had to come down again with my birth certificate and baby pictures before they finally let us go. It turned out that the people at the airport had been making videos of the whole thing, and it had gone viral on social media, with people saying all sorts of mean things about me and Andrew. And to make things worse, the company I had an interview with wasn't happy that I didn't show up, so I lost the internship too. I was beyond furious now. I took to social media myself and posted a video talking about how I'd always been discriminated against because of the way I looked. The video went viral and I started receiving a lot of sympathy messages and support. The public pressure made the police issue an official apology, and the company even offered me the internship again. But my condition had really sparked an interest in the public, and I was being invited to tons of TV and online interviews. All everyone wanted to know was the secret of my youth. Soon enough, I realized that people envied me. One morning, I picked up the local newspaper from the door and was horrified to see my face splashed across the front page with the headline, "Girl Discovers Secret to Eternal Youth."
Babe, come here and look outside the window.
To my shock, there was a massive crowd of people outside our apartment building, and the minute they spotted me in the window, they started screaming. "Have you discovered the fountain of youth? Tell us where it is." "What do you eat to look so young? I'll pay anything for it."
With your anti-aging formula for youthful skin, we can become millionaires. Come work for our skincare company.
This was complete madness, and I had to put an end to it. I opened the window and everybody became quiet to hear what I had to say. Listen, there is no secret. It's a condition I've always had, and it's not a blessing. I've never had anyone take me seriously my whole life. I spent all of high school being bullied. My message to everyone is that we all need to learn to be happy in our own skins and accept everyone as they are. Thankfully, the message spread far and wide, and people didn't bother me again, but I still became pretty famous and was regularly called for talks on self-acceptance and against bullying. I'm married to Andrew now, and we have 2 young kids, and secretly, I really don't mind at all when someone says I don't look like a mom.
Hi, I'm Juliet from LA. But thanks to my mom, I had to change my identity and become Jessica. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom is French, and she moved to the US before I was born to become a successful actress. And she did get super famous. Her life was always in the spotlight, and that included me. I always loved the attention, and when I joined school, everyone knew me and wanted to be my friend. It was awesome, until one day, it wasn't. I was in the 5th grade when Mom took me to the opening of a fancy French restaurant. But when the head chef brought our food, I almost threw up. What is that?
Frog legs and baby snails, mademoiselle.
Ew, gross. Could I just have some French fries, please? The chef gasped like I'd killed his mother.
You insult me. I make the best French food in the world.
So, I asked for French fries.
I don't make French fries.
I'm going to McDonald's. You suck. I jumped off my chair and started running out to my car. Suddenly, I tripped and crashed straight into a waiter, and we both landed flat on our faces. I turned around to see everyone staring at me, and Mom looked mad. Okay, this was embarrassing, but who cares if some strangers saw me, right? Wrong. The next day, it was all over tabloid magazines and the internet. Pictures of me on the floor with my butt showing. And in school, I was the butt of every joke. Literally. I was hating school now, but I found a way to escape soon. Mom was going abroad to film a movie for 6 months, and I begged her to take me along. And well, I just never returned. I traveled the world with my mom and had private tutors. And when I turned 13, I got into modeling myself. Once when I was 15, I was lounging in a pool chair when suddenly a puppy leapt at me and I screamed as it started chasing me. I ran indoors and crashed straight into someone, a rather cute, nerdy-looking boy. I muttered an apology and was walking away when he called out,
"Hey look, it's Beyonce."
"Oh my god, where?"
I don't really know why I said that. Hi, I'm Michael, a huge fan.
We actually ended up having dinner together, and it was the best time I'd had in ages. He was funny and clearly smitten with me. Later that night, I realized what was missing from my life. A boyfriend. Maybe it was time to go back to high school and get one. It would be easy for a famous teen model, right? Wrong. When we got back to LA, Mom had some shocking news for me. Turns out she had a new life plan, and that was Tariq, an Arab billionaire who was obsessed with her. They were getting married, and she was leaving her whole life behind, including me. What? How could you do that?
Oh, you know, Tariq doesn't want any kids.
But how will I live on my own?
You'll be living with your aunt. You're young, with years of fame ahead, mon chéri. I have to think of myself now. My looks aren't going to last forever.
That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Nope, wrong again. 2 days after their wedding, I woke up to hundreds of tags on Instagram. Apparently, Tariq was a diamond smuggler, and both he and Mom had been arrested in an airport. After that, my life was a mess. I couldn't go anywhere without being hounded by reporters.
How does it feel to be a criminal's daughter? Did you know anything? Did your mother just abandon you and leave you with that crook?
It looked like any chance of going to high school and having a normal life was ruined. But then I decided I wasn't gonna let all this stop me. There was one solution. I talked to Aunt about it, and she agreed. She hooked me up with hair and makeup professionals and a plastic surgeon. After dyeing my hair, learning how to put on makeup, and getting a nose job, I was unrecognizable. Now I was just a nobody named Jessica. Without my fame to fall back on, I was feeling lost on my first day of school. Just then, I saw a pretty girl standing by the notice board, and I walked up to her. "Hi, I'm Jessica, and, why are you talking to me? I'm new here, and I was wondering if you'd help me find my class?" "I'm new too. How should I know?" "Right. Well, thanks anyway." "Okay, I'll be your friend. You don't have to beg. I'm Ashley, and I'll help you." "You're welcome." Ashley was kinda weird, but I was just glad to have a friend. And as we hung out more, I realized the tough mean girl thing was just an act. A week later, I signed up for a charity bake sale in school. As Ashley helped me set up my stall, she popped a cookie in her mouth. So yum. I'll buy all of them. What? That's like 200 cookies. It's for a good cause. Here, take my money. What's wrong with my cookies, Ashley? Nothing. But I took a big bite of one and spat it out. That's disgusting. Did I use salt instead of sugar? Ashley burst out laughing, and so did I. You bought them all because they're so terrible? That's actually really sweet. Unlike your cookies. You got some crumbs. As Ashley brushed them off my mouth, I suddenly felt butterflies. What the heck? And that's when a flying basketball hit me right in the face, and I blacked out. I opened my eyes to find myself in the nurse's room, and two faces around me. One was Ashley, and the other was Michael?
Thank God you're awake. I'm so sorry. Jessica, right?
I wasn't imagining it. It really was Michael, and even cuter than I remembered. But he didn't know who I was, so I was really surprised when he said,
I feel terrible. Could I make this up to you by taking you out for dinner sometime?
As we exchanged numbers and he left, Ashley looked really annoyed. Jessica, you don't even know the guy. I'll get to know him when I date him. What's the matter, Ash? Nothing. Whatever. I started seeing Michael, and I was quite enjoying it. Except that ever since he came along, I could feel Ashley being distant, and that was bothering me. One evening when Michael dropped me at home, he suddenly drew me close.
Jessica, I really like you. I think I'm falling for you.
And then he kissed me. It was my very first kiss, and it was lovely. When I went to my room, I nearly screamed. Ashley was sitting on my bed, looking livid. Jeez, you scared me. So you avoid me in school but break into my room? What's your problem anyway?
I don't want you dating Michael.
Why? Do you like him? No, you idiot. I like you. Oh, that does make more sense. I know you're with Michael and I'm happy for you, blah, 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 but I just had to tell you. I guess we'll only be friends then. But she came closer and suddenly she was kissing me. It was my very first kiss with a girl, and it was lovely. Just then, someone tapped on the window, and it was Michael, looking mad.
You forgot your scarf. Want to tell me what's going on here?
As the two stared at me, I sank down on my bed. Guys, I'm so confused. I like you, Michael, really, but I like Ashley too. I know you two won't wait around for me to decide.
Oh, I will.
I'm not giving up on us so easily.
Yeah, me neither. Why don't you date both of us for 2 weeks and then decide, Jess?
Wow, they were both willing to fight for me? This was amazing. And I agreed.
May the best man win.
Or woman. My first date of the week was with Ashley, and she'd planned an amazing picnic. She fed me chocolate-covered strawberries and read me poetry. It was so romantic. Just then, someone came and sat down next to us.
Fancy bumping into you guys here. I was just on my run.
Then why don't you run away and keep going till we can't see you?
Relax, I'm leaving. Oh, Jess, I gotta tell you what I've got planned for our date. It's epic.
He whipped out 2 tickets from his pocket for a Beyoncé concert. I shrieked and hugged him, but quickly pushed him away when I saw Ashley's face. The next night, I was having a blast at the concert with Michael when someone touched my shoulder. It was Ashley.
You're crashing our date. Wonder where I got that idea from.
But this isn't about you, dude. Jess, I got my dad to pull some strings, and I have backstage passes. We can actually meet Beyoncé. OMG, what?
What about me?
I don't know. Go home. I'll have Jessica dropped. Don't worry. I felt sorry for poor Michael, but I wasn't missing a chance to meet Queen Bee. The next few days went the same way. They both kept planning amazing dates for me and kept ruining them for each other. One night, Ashley and I managed to have a romantic dinner without Michael dropping in, and she was kissing me goodnight at my door when suddenly the locket I was wearing got tangled with hers and fell off. Before I could pick it up, she did and saw the picture inside.
Jess, why do you have a picture of this famous actress and her kid?
I should have lied, but I just didn't want to. That kid, it's me, and she's my mom. I told her how hard things got after Mom's arrest and how I just wanted a fresh start. She looked stunned, but then she hugged me tight. Your secret's safe with me, Jessica.
Or can I call you Juliet?
I think I'd like that. She was about to kiss me again when suddenly Michael sprang out of nowhere.
Hey babe, I just dropped by with some cookie dough ice cream. Your favorite.
She just had dessert. She doesn't want your stupid ice cream.
Why don't you let her speak for yourself? Are you her lawyer?
Why don't you get a life and stop crashing our dates?
Why don't you jump off a bridge?
Enough! I'm so tired of this. You're so busy fighting each other, no one's even looking at me. This is not what I wanted. Figure out a way to make this work, or I'm done with you both. I snatched the ice cream from Michael and stormed off. They were being so annoying. But the next day, that was the least of my problems. Aunt woke me up to see the news, and I watched in horror. My secret was out. It was everywhere, and hundreds of reporters were gathered outside of our house, wanting to talk to me. What a nightmare. But what really hurt was that there was only one person who could have leaked that information. Ashley. How could you do this? I trusted you, and you took less than a second to betray me. How much did you get paid for this, Ashley? I swear, Juliet, I didn't do it. There's no one else who could. Stop lying, and don't ever talk to me again. Later that night, once all the media people had left, Michael paid me a visit.
How could you lie about this, Juliet? You should have told me who you really are.
Why? I didn't want to be that person anymore, and I just didn't want to tell anyone.
Obviously, you told someone. It just wasn't me.
Michael, please.
Forget it. You lied to me. We're done.
In a day, I'd lost both my boyfriend and girlfriend, but I was too angry to care. Michael was only thinking of himself and not what I was going through. And Ashley, I'd never forgive her. One day, as I was wondering what I'd do next, I got the most unexpected call. Oh, Juliette, I've missed you. Mom, where are you? Mom then told me she got out of jail, got a divorce from Tariq, and settled in Paris. I'm so sorry for leaving you and for everything I've put you through. I read all the news, but I must say, you're even prettier with your new nose job. Why did you call me, Mom? Come to Paris, mon chéri. I know lots of agents here, and they would love to sign you. Don't hide away and waste your talent. You were meant to be a model. I was still so mad at her, but I had to think about it. I was done with this place, and to be honest, I did miss my career. Maybe Paris was exactly what I needed. I still don't trust you, Mom, and don't expect that I'll forgive you anytime soon. But I did pack my bags for Paris, and I ended up loving it there. I joined the high school, and my modeling was picking up once more. Then one day, I read the most surprising news. The plastic surgeon who'd done my nose job was being sued for leaking the identities of many clients to the press. Oh my God, it was him, not Ashley. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, and I opened the door to find Ashley standing there. Hi, how did you find me? I begged your aunt to tell me. Juliet, I didn't betray you. I know that now. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's okay. Just tell me this. If none of this had happened, who would have won, me or Michael? Michael wasn't even close. It was you, Ashley. It's you. And then I kissed her. Hi, I'm Kayla from Ireland. Please like and subscribe. I was born to parents with very different personalities. While Mom was a nature lover who preferred simple things in life, Dad was a successful hotel chain owner, and he loved money more than anything else. When I was 8, Dad left Mom for another woman, and Mom and I shifted to a small village in the countryside. I was so mad at Dad for abandoning us, but slowly I fell in love with village life. Mom opened a small farm and I joined the local school. On my first day, I was walking to school when I saw a skinny boy struggling with his bicycle stuck in the mud. Hey, let me help you. I pulled the bicycle with all my strength and got it out in seconds. Wow, you're so strong. Like Hulk. Captain Marvel's more like it. When I reached school, I found out that boy was in my class and his name was Matthew. He was so thin that the other kids were making fun of him. Hey, be careful. If you bump into Matthew, you'll break his bones.
Hold on to something, Matthew, or the wind's gonna blow you away.
I felt really bad, but before I could say something, he saw me and his eyes lit up. See that girl? She pulled my bicycle stuck in the mud with just a finger. If you mess with me, she's gonna kick your butt. Right, Captain Marvel? Right. Since that day, Matthew and I started hanging out, and anyone who tried bullying him had to face me first. We became inseparable. One day in 8th grade, Mom told me she got a call from Dad, and he wanted to talk to me. He'd never visited once in all these years. All he'd done was send me some expensive present every birthday. I don't want to talk to him. His second wife left him, so he seemed upset. You should call him. I reluctantly did, and he seemed happy to hear from me.
My angel. I thought you'd forgotten your daddy.
I tried to, but Mom wouldn't let me. And then I just hung up. I did the same every time Dad called, so he stopped after a while. And I wasn't complaining. Eventually, Matthew went to the city for college while I stayed back to learn farm management, but we stayed in touch. Then one day, I got a text from Dad that left me worried. Kayla, I need you. I know I've been a terrible father, but I'm in a crisis right now and need you. Please don't abandon me. I tried calling him, but his number was switched off. When I told Mom, she insisted I leave immediately to see what was wrong. So I packed my bag and caught the first train to the city. I'd just settled into my seat when I heard some noise from behind. I turned around to see a very handsome guy who seemed to have misplaced his ticket.
Give me a new one. Here's my credit card.
Sorry, sir, we only take cash.
But
I can pay for your ticket if you don't mind.
That'd be great. Thanks. I'll pay you back.
He gave me a big dimpled smile and it made my heart flutter. When we reached the city, I found the stranger asleep, so I left quietly. I had to walk to Dad's mansion now since I didn't have enough money left to take the bus. As I was walking down the street, a fancy car pulled up beside me.
Hey, why didn't you wake me up?
I didn't want to disturb you.
Well, looking this handsome can be exhausting, so I was kind of tired. Anyway, here's the train fare, and as a thank you, I can drop you wherever you're headed to.
When I gave him Dad's address, he looked really surprised.
You were gonna walk to this place? That's like 3 miles away.
I know, but I'm sort of short on cash right now, so...
And you still bought me a ticket? You sure you're not Mother Teresa's daughter or something?
On our way to Dad's mansion, the guy introduced himself as Trevor and talked non-stop about everything under the sun. It was quite an entertaining ride. But when I reached the mansion, I was shocked to see Dad in bed, looking sick. Dad, are you okay?
Kayla, my love, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me.
Dad told me he'd had a heart attack and the doctors had advised him to rest completely. He'd called me to take care of his business until he was healthy again. But I don't know a thing about your business.
I'm here to help you, honey. It's not rocket science. And here's my credit card. You'll need some, decent clothes to attend the meetings.
I wasn't too thrilled about staying back, but Dad's poor health left me no choice. I called Matthew to tell him I was in the city and went shopping with him. When I told him about Dad, his jaw dropped.
Why didn't you tell me your dad's so rich? He's pretty famous. That makes you famous too. Wow, my friend's a celebrity.
Stop it, I'm only here until he gets better. I'd almost forgotten I had a dad.
If I had a dad like him, I'd make sure he never forgot me.
That evening, Dad told me to attend a dinner with a business associate. I reached the restaurant on time, but when no one turned up for an hour, I was about to leave when I bumped into something rock solid.
Kayla, I'm here. What are your other 2 wishes?
So Trevor was the business associate I was meeting? I want to use the restroom.
That's your second wish? Try something more creative, like, I want Trevor to pluck the stars for me, or I want Trevor to buy me a mansion on Mars.
The entire evening, Trevor kept flirting with me.
Feel my shirt. Know what it's made of? Boyfriend material. I think there's something wrong with my phone. Your number's not in it.
This is supposed to be a business meeting, not a flirtathon.
I know, but it's just so hard to concentrate when you're sitting there looking so gorgeous.
That night when I got back home, Dad called me to his room. He was excited to know how the meeting went, and I lied to him that it went fine. I had to attend business meetings with Trevor almost every other day after that, and not a word of business was discussed. Trevor bombarded me with flowers, chocolates, and gifts, and I had to accept them for Dad's sake. And then one day, Dad dropped a bomb on me.
Kayla, I want you and Trevor to get engaged. He's rich, handsome, and I've even talked to his dad.
What? Engaged? I think you're expecting too much from me now.
Honey, I'm just thinking about your future. Trevor can give you everything.
I don't care about money. Don't you know me at all?
How would I when you shut me out of your life? Kayla, I'm just an old man who wants the best for his daughter. I know I won't live long.
and I want to see you well settled before I...
Dad, please. You'll be fine. Okay, I'll date Trevor, and we'll see how things go from there. Although I had agreed to date Trevor, I had no intention of getting engaged to him. In fact, I was gonna make him reject me. So the next day, when Trevor came to pick me up in a frickin' helicopter and took me to a restaurant in London, I ate like a pig and burped right in his face.
Your burp smells like sunflowers.
What the fudge? As we were walking out, I purposely stepped on his expensive white shoes.
This beautiful stain shall always remind me of you.
Then he took me shopping, and I purposely bought the most expensive clothes I could find, but he didn't even flinch.
You only spent 0.001% of my wealth. That's insulting.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see that I'm not interested in dating you?
Give me one solid reason why, and I'll back off.
I don't like you. You look like poop.
I'm used to girls falling all over me since I hit puberty, so try something else.
Okay, don't tell Dad, but I'm into girls. Suddenly, Trevor pulled me in and kissed me. When his lips touched mine, I felt my heart explode.
No, you're not.
What?
You're not gay.
Actually, the truth is, I like someone else.
Who?
And I said the first name that came to my mind. Matthew, my childhood best friend. He's studying here in the city, and we meet often.
If that's the case, I'll tell your dad things didn't work out between us. But I want to meet this Matthew first.
That day I called Matthew and told him everything. He assured me he'd act so convincingly as my boyfriend that Trevor wouldn't suspect a thing. So the three of us decided to meet for a movie. Matthew kept holding my hand and calling me his sweet dumpling every 2 minutes.
Your ears are so perfect, my sweet dumpling. My sweet dumpling. Do you want some more popcorn?
God, he was the king of overacting. If you call me sweet dumpling one more time, I'm gonna kick your butt.
But I'm just trying to be convincing.
Just do as I say. When I nudge your arm, you lean over and kiss me on the cheek, okay? A few seconds later, I nudged Matthew's arm, but that made his popcorn bucket fall. As I bent to pick it up, Matthew ended up kissing Trevor instead of me. Ultimately, Trevor figured out Matthew wasn't my boyfriend. With no other excuses, I had to date Trevor. But it wasn't bad at all. The more time we spent together, the more I started to enjoy his company. One day, we went on a hike to a lake and swam for hours and had a picnic, and it was kind of amazing. A few days later, I was in my car at a traffic light when I spotted Trevor, and I called him. Hey, you free to meet up for coffee?
Not right now. I'm just on my way to meet my other girlfriend.
Don't you get tired of being sleazy?
I love how jealous you sound right now.
Okay, bye.
Wait, I was kidding. But yeah, I can't meet tonight. I'm at Dad's office right now and I have lots to do.
Right. See you later. The jerk was lying. What if he actually was seeing someone else? I asked the driver to follow his car, and to my surprise, Trevor led us to an orphanage. When I crept in behind him, I saw a bunch of kids running towards him as he handed them all toys. One girl leapt into his lap, and he was so sweet to her it melted my heart. And suddenly, he looked straight at me.
So, you caught me with my girlfriend. Meet Lizzie.
After spending some more time with the kids, we both left, and I asked him why he'd lied.
It's always been my little secret. Even Dad doesn't know. I just really like spending time with these kids. Maybe I thought you'd think I'm some sort of softie.
And why is that a bad thing? Do you really know anything about girls? Suddenly, I leaned in and kissed him. He looked surprised and then kissed me back. Things were great, but 2 days later, I got a shocking call from Matthew.
Kayla, I saw your dad at a restaurant today with someone, and he looked perfectly fine. They were laughing, smoking cigars.
What? But Dad can hardly get out of bed. But Matthew was pretty sure he'd seen Dad, so I fished out his doctor's number to ask him about his health.
Mr. Smith is great. He came in for his annual checkup last week, and he's completely fine.
Dad was lying to me all this time? When I went to confront him, I found him in his bed as usual.
Honey, can you please take me for a walk outside?
Drop the act, Dad. I know you're perfectly fine. I just had a word with your doctor.
Smart girl. You're my daughter after all.
How I wish I wasn't. I'm packing my bags and leaving right away.
Don't make that mistake, or your mom might lose her farm.
Dad then told me that Mom's farm had been running in losses for months.
Apparently, she's been giving out stuff to the poor folk for free. Your mom's an emotional fool, but I'm not. I need you to get engaged with Trevor to get his dad to invest in my business. We have a deal.
So, I'm nothing more than a business deal to you?
Don't take it personally, honey. I'm just a practical man. Now, your mom's taken some loans, and I can pay them off if you agree. Otherwise, the bank will be going after her very soon, and she'll lose everything.
That came as a punch to my gut. I stormed out of Dad's room and ran straight into Trevor. You knew about this deal my dad made with yours?
I can't lie to you, Kayla. My dad's been after me to settle down, and he threatened to cut off my inheritance if I didn't get engaged to you.
Stop. That's all I needed to hear. That day, I packed my bags and left. I knew Dad could ruin our lives, but I was too heartbroken to care. When I reached the village and asked Mom about the farm's finances, she revealed something shocking.
Our finances were in pretty bad shape, but today, someone deposited a huge amount in my bank account.
I tried finding out who that was, but I couldn't get any details. We used that money to sort out the farm's finances, and soon, everything was back to normal. One day, I came back from the market to find Trevor working in the vegetable garden with Mom.
I hired him. He said he was in need of money, and we could use an extra pair of hands.
But Mom, you don't even know him. He looks like a nice, decent boy. She didn't know what a big fat liar he was. Why are you here? What's your plan?
The plan is to make you forgive me so we can date again.
After the way you've treated me? No chance.
Listen to me, please. It's true, my dad asked me to date Mr. Smith's daughter, but I had no idea that girl would turn out to be you. I fell for you the moment you rushed into the train that day. Trust me, Kayla, you're unlike any other girl I know.
Why should I trust you, Trevor? It could still be your dad's sick plan.
I've parted ways with Dad. After you left, he wanted me to date another girl, and when I refused, he cut off my inheritance. And just so you know, your dad's gone bankrupt. He desperately needed my dad's money to revive his business, but when things didn't work out, the bank sold his hotels.
Well, my dad totally deserved it. Trevor kept working hard at our farm for weeks, but I still felt too scared to trust him again. One day, I found him sneaking out of the farm and followed him. He'd gone to the bank, and when I later inquired why he was there, I found out he was the person who deposited money in Mom's account. When I asked Trevor about it, he told me the truth.
I overheard Mr. Smith threatening you that day. I had some savings and decided to help you out, just as you did that day on the train.
I couldn't help hugging Trevor, and when he hugged me back, my life seemed perfect. Hi, I'm Chloe. This is my story. Ugh, strap in. And remember to like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to the wealthiest family in town. No, I'm not talking normal rich. We were stupid rich. Dad's a billionaire oil tycoon and Mom's a socialite, so I rarely saw them, but they always spoiled me rotten. As for me, I was enjoying my best life. I was popular in school, everyone adored me, and people would yell how gorgeous I was as I walked by. When I was 13, my dad brought me to Little Miss California since he was a judge. People were shocked when they saw me.
This is the look we want. She should be crowned.
Dad beamed with pride, but when the other contestants heard this, they weren't happy. Especially this one girl, Molly, who threw a massive tantrum. That's so unfair. We've been practicing for weeks and she just walks in and wins? All the other contestants agreed, but the judges didn't care. The next day, a video of her tantrum was all over Facebook. It's bad enough she felt I'd stolen her crown, but now she had an army of bullies after her. I felt horrible. Desperate to fix it, I begged Dad to redo the contest and sponsor a scholarship for the top 3 winners. The girls were ecstatic, and Dad loved the positive press. Molly won, and I was so happy for her. She visited me and brought me a huge bouquet of flowers. I just want to say thanks. I see why they chose you. You're gorgeous, but I worked my butt off to win that competition. Sometimes being rich has its perks. Besides, don't talk like that. You are just as pretty. Stick with me, kid. You're insane, but I like you. I like you too. Let's be besties. Deal? Deal. From that day, we became inseparable and did everything together. Although Molly and I were total opposites, we got along super well. She was the serious nerd to my carefree self. Some might say I was spoiled, which is true, but it never bothered Molly one bit. I wasn't the best student, so she'd always let me copy her homework, and I loved buying her new clothes and books. In the 8th grade, I made Dad enroll Molly with me in a private school. She didn't want to go at first, but there was no way I'd face high school without her, so I didn't give her a choice. One morning in the cafeteria, I was busy copying Molly's homework like always, when suddenly she began freaking out. OMG, he's the boy I told you about. Here comes Jesse. I've been crushing on him for weeks.
Okay. Wow. I wonder what he wants.
Jesse came over and sat down next to Molly.
So, I wanted to ask you out on a date. How's Friday?
Oh, wow, Jesse. Yes, Friday is perfect.
Holly? I was talking to Chloe. So, what do you say?
That jerk. If you can bring me my favorite flower, I'll consider it. It's called the violet monkshood. Chloe, that flower only grows… Shh! Jesse is up for a challenge, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll get on it right now.
Jesse ran off happily, and I felt good about teaching him a lesson. The only way he'd ever get that flower was with a quick trip to the Himalayan mountains. What a moron! But Molly looked upset at me. What the crab? He called you Holly. He deserves it. Mess with them before they mess with you. I don't need you to fight my battles. Give me my books back. You don't deserve the answers after that stunt. Molly grabbed her books and stormed off angrily, leaving me stunned. I was just trying to help. Whatever. That was hilarious. After school, I packed my bags for my first sleepover at Molly's house. I visited there often, but she never invited me to stay the night. But with my birthday around the corner, I only had one wish, to have a sleepover at her house. She had no choice but to say yes. Molly's mom was the sweetest woman alive and went out of her way to cook amazing food. As soon as I opened the door, she had me in a bear hug.
Coco, come in. Oh, you're all skin and bone. Let Auntie make you something yummy.
Bring it on, Mrs. G. I'm starving. While I waited at the dinner table, something great happened. Molly's older brother Lucas walked in, and oh my gosh, when we made eye contact, I thought I was gonna faint.
What's it been? Like 2 years? Coco?
Where have you been hiding, handsome? Chloe, ew! Lucas has been away at boarding school. He's at the top of his class in physics. That's interesting.
And you? What have you been up to? You look great.
The way he looked at me made me blush. Well, you know Chloe, breaking hearts and taking the fashion world by storm, one maxed out credit card at a time. Rude. I haven't done that in weeks. Don't worry, I still love you, even if you are a spoiled daddy's girl.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Chloe. She's a force not to be messed with.
His cheeky smile sent my heart racing. The rest of the night went fine. Molly and I laughed, played games, and did dating quizzes online. But I could tell something was going on with Molly. She seemed different. Molly passed out in a bag of marshmallows, but I was still feeling hungry. So I decided to sneak downstairs for more of Mrs. G's amazing leftovers. As I stuffed my face, I heard someone giggle behind me. You scared me.
Hungry, are we?
You know me. It's even better cold.
I was hoping to run into you this weekend.
Oh?
Yeah, you sure have gotten beautiful. I've kind of had a crush on you for a long time. You're so funny and carefree. I've always liked that about you.
Why are you only telling me this now?
Because of Molly. She said you're strictly off limits, but I can't hide it anymore.
Was he going to kiss me? My stomach did a funny flip and I dropped the food bowl onto the floor. Just then, the light flicked on and Molly glared at us angrily. What the crap is going on here?
I was helping Chloe here clean up this mess. Chill out.
Get lost, Lucas. And you, go upstairs, now. I quickly cleaned up as I watched Lucas leave. Before he disappeared, he turned and winked at me. Back upstairs, Molly slammed her door. You can have any guy you want, Chloe, but not my brother. Calm down. That was nothing. He's a good guy with a bright future. I won't let you treat him like all the other boys at school. I'd never seen her this mad before. Excuse me, what's been your deal lately? Mess with them before they mess with you, right? Did you know Jesse dropped out of school this week to get you that stupid flower? Oh, please. Jimmy knows that was a joke. His name is Jesse, and no, he doesn't. He did go. It was a joke. What a moron. Molly's face said she didn't find it half as funny as I did. Just go home, Chloe. While you're at it, stay away from my brother. I won't let you hurt him. Come on, don't be like that. Molly turned her back to me. I had no idea she felt this strongly. Maybe I did take it too far with Jesse. Later that night, I texted Jesse and apologized. I told him to forget about the flower and come home, but he never responded. Molly was still mad the next day at school, but I refused to accept it. Please, let's just make up. I'll take you to your favorite place in the whole world. Ugh, fine. But make me one promise, okay? Anything. Promise me you'll stay away from Lucas. I wanted to promise instantly, but I paused. Something about Lucas I just couldn't shake. Earth to Chloe, promise me. Swear on our friendship. Okay. I promise. A few days passed since seeing Lucas, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I'd never felt this way before. But a promise is a promise. Later that night, I got a text from an unknown number. Wanna go for a walk? Meet me at the gate. Lucas. Lucas was here? I jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and rushed to the gate. When I got there, Lucas stood behind some bushes, waiting. He looked so handsome. What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you. Walk with me, please.
I opened the gate, and we walked the grounds of our estate and talked for hours. For the first time, I saw him as just Lucas, not Molly's older brother. I had no idea he was so smart and kind and sweet, and the longer we spoke, the more I began to like him. But I couldn't help but feel guilty for betraying Molly.
What's wrong?
I'm a bad friend.
It's not like we're breaking any rules, right?
I am, though. Molly thinks I'll break your heart. Lucas took my hand.
I'm a big boy, Chloe. If I decide to give someone my heart, it's because I trust them with it. And I trust you.
Lucas stepped closer and cupped my cheek in his hand. But I love Molly, and she'll never forgive me.
She doesn't have to know.
I wanted to say no, but just then, Lucas pulled me in for the most magical kiss. I kissed him back, and it felt so good for a second. But suddenly, I remembered Molly and my promise. Wait, this wasn't right. Lucas, stop. We can't. I'm sorry. Molly's my best friend. Leave me alone, please. I ran home and away from temptation. The next day, I ignored Lucas the entire time. I couldn't be around him anymore. The best way out was to make a move on the first guy I could find, and when I found the perfect one, I walked right up to him. I have a craving for sushi. Want to take me out tonight and get some? Pick me up at 8. I nudged him on the shoulder and walked away, leaving him speechless. I should find out what his name is. Later that night, I was getting ready for my date when someone knocked on my window. Lucas, what do you want?
You're not responding to my texts.
That's on purpose. Go away. I have a date.
A date? With who?
His name is, Kenneth, and he's hot and sweet. So get lost before he sees you.
I know what you're doing. It's not gonna work.
His smug look made me want to slap him. Just stop. You and I can't work, ever. Accept it and move on.
Fine, I'll move on if you can do one thing.
What? Lucas gently leaned in, almost kissing me. I felt my knees go weak.
Go your entire date without thinking about me once. Then I'll move on.
Easy. As soon as Lucas left, I canceled the date. He was right, and I had to confess. I texted Molly to meet me at my house, and I told her everything the following day. I know you hate me, but I can't keep this from you anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't believe you. I told him to leave me alone. You promised. That's why I'm telling you. I knew it was wrong the second he kissed me, so I stopped him. You still did it, even after I begged you not to. I knew Molly was hurt, but now she was just being mean. Oh, like you're so perfect. You're just as bad as me, except I don't pretend to be this sweet, innocent little victim. Excuse me? You let me send Jesse away because he hurt you. You could have stopped him, but you didn't. That's different. You're the one who sent him to get you a flower from across the world. You're a selfish, rich, spoiled brat. That's never bothered you before. I splurged on you and you never said a word. Suddenly, you have a problem with my money because you didn't get your way? Don't you think that's a bit selfish? I regretted the words instantly, and Molly stormed off in tears before I could apologize. My heart was broken. But if that's how Molly wants to treat me for doing the right thing, then I'll follow my heart. Straight to Lucas. I called him immediately, and within 30 minutes he came to my house. Molly hates me, Lucas. We had an awful fight.
She'll calm down. Just give her time.
I don't know. Not this time. I said some horrible stuff. Lucas pulled me closer and kissed me softly on the forehead. For the next few weeks, we were inseparable. We did everything together, and I couldn't have been happier. But I missed Molly too. For weeks after that, Molly ignored me. She didn't even RSVP to my birthday party. This was the first time I had celebrated without her, and it broke my heart. But then, Molly texted me just before my party, and I was thrilled. I skipped the party to meet her near the fountain, but I couldn't find her. Just then, someone walked out of the darkness, and when they finally came closer, it was Jesse? Before I could stop him, he grabbed me by the waist and kissed me while Lucas and Molly stood behind me. I pushed him away, but it was too late. Lucas was fuming. I can explain. It was Jesse.
Save it. Molly was right about you.
He stormed off and drove away in his car as Molly turned to me. Finally, Lucas sees the real you. What are you talking about? Do you know that Lucas gave up a huge scholarship to stay with you? Of course not. You only care about yourself, Chloe. That's not true. I love Lucas, but that never mattered to you at all. I fought back tears as Molly looked at me in surprise. Just leave me alone. You ruined everything. For the next few weeks, I ignored both of them. I was done with everything and needed to focus on myself. It was all going well until Molly came to my house one morning in a panic. Lucas, he had an accident. We have to leave now. We rushed to the hospital, and when we arrived, I was so happy to see Lucas standing in the hallway unharmed. I'm so glad you're okay. Lucas, Chloe, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were serious. Molly confessed to everything as Lucas looked at her in shock before turning to me.
I'm sorry for not trusting you. Let's just put all of this behind us, please?
I'm happy you're safe, but no, I'm done trying to prove myself. To both of you, I can't keep playing games like this.
What are you saying, Chloe?
Goodbye, Lucas. I turned around and left before Lucas could stop me. I had to put him before me, even if that broke my heart. I couldn't focus for days. My dad recommended a fashion program in Paris, so I enrolled. This helped me escape from Molly and Lucas. The day before I was about to leave, I got a visitor. When I opened the door, Jesse stood in front of me, holding the violet monkswood flower.
Chloe, happy belated birthday. When can I pick you up?
Oh God, Jesse, you really did it. I was just joking.
Are you kidding me? Do you know what I went through to get that? I missed my exams. I have to go to summer school now.
I'm so sorry, Jesse. I'll make it up to you, somehow. After Jesse left, I realized what a horrible person I had been. I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. I needed this trip more than I realized. Later that night, I decided to cyberstalk Lucas and saw that he'd missed out on a huge scholarship opportunity. I immediately called the school and told them I'd anonymously pay his fees. At least I'd be able to help him in some way. The next day at the airport, I was just about to get onto the plane when I heard someone shouting my name as I was headed to the boarding gate. I turned around to see Lucas running in my direction. If you're here to stop me, don't.
I just had to say, I love you. No amount of time or distance will change that.
I love you too, but I have to do this. I have to change.
I know. I'll wait as long as it takes.
I've been miserable without you, Lucas. But promise me, no more sacrifices. Your future comes first.
I knew that was you. Come here.
Lucas held me close and kissed me softly. After we said goodbye, I got on the plane and smiled. New life, here I come. I couldn't stop yawning. We were having an orientation program at our school auditorium, but everything was so boring. I put on my earphones and listened to an upbeat song to wake myself up. Soon, I just found myself singing along with it.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Yeah, right? It's better than yours.
Suddenly, I stopped when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I mercilessly kicked a puppy. Whoa, what did I do now? Just then, my sister Nova pointed to my earphones, and that's when I realized that my voice was louder than intended, and unfortunately, it was the prayer time. Oopsie. Hi, my name is Heather, and I'm your awkward main character who always ends up doing the most embarrassing things ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was walking down the hallway when I noticed a guy smiling at me. He was holding a banner which said that he was asking me to the prom. Holy crispy biscuits! Someone actually liked me? I dramatically ran towards him and said, "Oh, my Romeo, yes, yes, yes! I'm going to the prom with you!" But to my surprise, he pushed me away.
Ew, not you, weirdo.
He was actually asking the girl behind me. Well, that was a little awkward. The girl was Shannon, the principal's daughter who acted like she was the queen of the world. She snatched the banner away from him and tore it in half. "How dare you ask me out with that ugly face of yours?" The poor guy dashed away with tears. Shannon had been plastering her stupid face all over the school the whole day, trying to get everyone's votes for the prom queen. I even heard her bad-mouthing my sister Nova, her ultimate rival. They had been competing in terms of fame and beauty, while here I was, just trying my best to act as normal as I could. Nova was a year younger than me, but we were in the same grade because, aside from being a goddess, she was also a genius and everyone was just obsessed with her. When I went to the school gym to see her, I was surprised to see all the boys lining up in front of her.
Please, Nova, I will do anything. Just go to the prom with me and I'll kiss the ground you walk on. I'll pay you $1 million and give you my private island.
But Nova was too busy to care. On the other hand, no one had asked me out yet. Maybe I needed to step up my game this time. Later that night, I decided to practice my social interactions. So I chose my bookshelf to pretend as my boyfriend. While I was kissing it, I caught someone watching me through the bedroom window across mine. Wait a minute, was that Enzo? He used to be my grumpy neighbor when we were kids, but they moved out 10 years ago, and no one had lived in their house since then. I was about to say hi to him, but he raised a banner to give me a message before closing off his window. Rude. During dinner, Mom told us that Enzo's dad decided to continue their business here, so they were staying here permanently. She also added that Enzo was joining our school too, and it made me excited for some reason. Later that night, while I was putting out the garbage bag outside, I saw him doing the same. I almost passed out when he turned to face me. He looked more handsome up close. Wow, look at you, growing up so fine. Miracles do happen indeed.
And you're still a waste of oxygen.
Look, I'm sorry for pushing you on an anthill and stepping on your flowers in your yard. I was just a kid back then. Can we forget the beef and start all over again? As friends, you know, and nothing else. I mean, you're cute, but sorry, you're not my type. But he just gave me a look like I was a lost turd in the street and walked back inside. What a jerk! I just focused on my current goal, getting myself a prom date. But first, I had to get a boy's attention. Most boys loved soccer, so I studied about it all night, and the next day, I walked up to the field where the hottest jocks were practicing and tried to join them. Soccer is the best. I love to kick balls real hard. Nice kick, homie! But everyone was acting like I was invisible. Maybe I should try harder. I grabbed a megaphone and walked up to the middle of the field. Did you know that soccer's modern origins began in England in 1863, but not sure about the exact month and day though. I'll dig into that later. And oh, my favorite player is Lionel Messiah. Finally, someone turned to me, and it was Jacob of all people, the most popular guy in school. Jackpot. As he walked up to me, I gave him my sweetest smile.
Excuse me, but can you move? We're practicing.
Oh, let me join you then. I snatched the ball from him and kicked it, but I ended up kicking him instead. Uh-oh. I dashed away from the field before he could kill me. Just then, I tripped and fell face first into some dog poop. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face walking up to me. It was Enzo. I thought he was going to help me, but to my surprise, he skipped over me and went to pick up a random sunflower on the grass. What a terrible human being! I went to the toilet to clean up and hyped myself up in the mirror to calm down. You're not a potato, you're the ripest strawberry, a queen, a rock star. You don't need to change yourself for someone's validation. Don't chase them. They should be the ones chasing you. But then, you're not running. You're literally standing right now, so how could they chase you? Maybe you should start running. You're so smart, you little strawberry. As I was blowing myself a kiss and posing like a constipated duck, I noticed someone's reflection behind me. It was Jacob. How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to fall in love with you?
Wow, did someone blackmail you or something? What are you doing here?
I'm here to punish you for kicking me.
But it was a harmless little kick. Or was it an assault? Oh no, I'm going to jail. Do you think they have Wi-Fi there?
You're amusing. Want to be my girlfriend?
Pinch me, punch me, shake me, throw me away to Mars. I might be dreaming. But no, Jacob, the cutest guy in school, just asked me out, so of course, I said yes. We finally started dating, and everyone couldn't believe it, especially Shannon. I'm sure Jacob's just using you for some little entertainment because you're literally a joke and an embarrassment. Remember? He's mine. He's yours, but he's dating me. Weird. Go lick some soap, please. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know who I am? You're Shannon, right? Before she could eat me alive, Nova suddenly came and snatched me away from her. What are you doing? What? I didn't do anything. I just told her to go lick some soap. Please, Heather, just stay out of trouble. You'll never win against her. She's the principal's daughter. If we continue to piss her off, we'll be doomed. I still need to be the prom queen and graduate as the top student. Just relax, okay? I got you. I knew Nova wasn't convinced, so I promised myself to behave. I ignored Shannon's death glares at school and focused on the perks of dating Jacob. But for some reason, I wasn't feeling the sparks. One night, he insisted on having dinner with us at home, and Mom couldn't believe it when I introduced him as my boyfriend. Are you sure you're not blind or something? Mom! Jacob just laughed while Nova went ahead to her room. As soon as Jacob left, she suddenly barged into mine. Of all the boys, why him? Don't you find it suspicious that he noticed you all of a sudden after all of these years? Why? You find it impossible for a guy like him to actually like a nutcase like me? It's not like that. I just don't really trust that jock. I started to realize Nova's warning over the next few days. Whenever Jacob and I were together, he would always ask me to do some weird things like talking to a dog and eating without using my hands. He and his friends would then laugh at me like crazy, and it was very insulting. One time after lunch, I had a little food crumb near my nose, and he didn't tell me about it. Everyone thought it was a booger, and he'd been laughing with them all day. I finally had enough. I needed to break up with him, so I followed him to an empty classroom, only to witness something that shook my world. He was trying to kiss a girl, and it wasn't just any other girl. It was my sister. I hid behind a wall to listen to their conversation. Get off me, you jerk.
Come on, Nova. Don't you get it? I only dated your sister just to get close to you.
I don't care. Just leave me and my sister alone. She slapped him before storming off, leaving me totally stunned. His revelation didn't break my heart, but what he did to us was so low of him. I had to teach him a lesson. That weekend after their successful soccer game, I snatched the announcer's mic and dropped a bomb on them. Hi, hello, excuse me. Jacob, first of all, congratulations on the win. Yay! And second, we're done, okay? This is a breakup, and it's not you, it's me. Just kidding, it really is you because you're boring, your breath is stinkier than poop, and your abs are not hard enough for me. So, bye! Everyone erupted into laughter as I walked away, like a boss. Nova couldn't stop squealing about it when we got home. Of all the embarrassing things that you did, that was my favorite. We then decided to go to prom together, and to be honest, that sounded better. As Nova left, I caught myself glancing at my window straight to Enzo's. He was walking back and forth in front of his window while reading a book, and it was making me dizzy. Well, if he wasn't so grumpy and arrogant, that would have been attractive. It had only been a few weeks since he joined our school, but he had already formed his own fan club, and I wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he stopped and looked straight at me. I slowly and pointedly pulled out my chair, sat, leaned on my study table, and opened the book in front of me while making eye contact. Then I wrote something on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He looked amused for a second, but then he rolled his eyes at me before pulling his blinds closed. Wait a minute, why was I smiling? The next day at school, I found out that Shannon got mad because Nova accidentally ruined one of her posters. And now they were having the cat fight of the century. I threw myself between them and pushed Shannon away. Oh, please, Shannon. No matter how hard you try, my sister's gonna win that crown. You're just a plain pancake with 1,000 layers of makeup. My sister is way prettier than you. She's a natural. Natural? Let's make it artificial then. She grabbed a bucket of dirty water from the janitor's cart and splashed it on Nova's face. To get back at her, I grabbed the dirty mop and slapped it on her stupid face, taking everyone by surprise. Hurt my sister again, and I'll slap you with a cactus next time, you filthy creature. You're gonna pay for this. You'll see. That's right. Run home to mommy, because that's all you can do. As expected, the principal suspended both Nova and me for 2 weeks, and that also meant that we couldn't attend prom. Nova tried to negotiate with the principal, but of course, she'd side with her awful daughter. If my sister couldn't be the prom queen, then Shannon shouldn't be either, and I had to do something about it. After carefully planning my revenge, I put on a mask, gloves, and a hoodie, and some props before heading to Shannon's mansion at midnight. I hid behind some bushes as I waited for their front porch light to be turned off. Suddenly, someone popped in beside me.
Fancy seeing you here.
Holy puppies, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Judging by your outfit, I knew you were about to do something stupid again, so I just came to warn you that trespassing is illegal, and we should just go home.
Why do you care anyway? You're just my grumpy neighbor. Just then, 2 scary black dogs started barking behind us. Oh no, I know I'm not exactly pageant material, but do I look like a bone? Please, don't answer that. Just then, the dogs started chasing us. Enzo grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the house. We then entered an open window and ended up in the kitchen.
We can't stay here. We're gonna get caught.
Don't you think I know that? Remove your shoes. We can't leave marks. They can trace us through shoe marks. I've watched that one episode of CSI where the serial killer was caught because of his Adidas. Can you believe it? Suddenly, someone walked in. Enzo was quick to cover my mouth and pushed me against the wall to hide. As he was on high alert, I couldn't help but think how close we were right now. I could even feel his heartbeat racing. Or was it mine?
She's gone. Now tell me, what exactly do you plan to do for revenge?
Watch me. As we finally reached Shannon's bedroom, I took out my fake crocodile balloon, and while I was blowing it up, I noticed Enzo staring at me. What?
Nothing. You're cute.
Wow, I didn't expect that from you.
Sorry about being grumpy. Those were just the times that I had my period.
I continued blowing up the balloon to hide my blush, and when it was huge enough, I threw it beside the sleeping Shannon, waking her up. I started taking Polaroid pictures of her as she screamed her heart out, making sure I got her worst angles. Enzo and I were chuckling as we fled the scene. We then headed to the school to put up all Shannon's ugly, no makeup pictures all over the school. I got home still on a high about what we just did. Enzo was an amazing accomplice. Speaking of him, I turned to look at his window and my jaw dropped. He looked like he had just had a bath, and then I realized he was shirtless and I could see his abs. His very defined abs. Holy yummy macaroni! Just then he turned to me and caught me drooling all over him. I immediately pretended to be doing exercise by the window. Exercise is important, you know, especially at midnight. Not that you need that information. Like, look at your body, you obviously work out. You look healthy.
You look healthy too.
He then gave me a smile and shut his window. Ugh, that was awkward. The next day at school, the whole building was filled with Shannon's screams. Enzo and I couldn't help but laugh as we watched her tear off her pictures like an idiot. We became closer since then, and soon I just found myself falling for him. One day when I came down, I saw him in our living room. What was he doing here?
Hey, Heather, I want to ask you something.
Oh my gosh, was he finally going to ask me out on a date?
Is Nova home? I came to return her notes.
Oh, so they were close too. Nova? Yeah, she's here, definitely. This is her house too. Let me get her. I went upstairs and told Nova that Enzo was waiting for her. She went down and they kept talking. I even heard them laughing, and for some reason, it sounded annoying. Enzo and Nova continued hanging out with each other. Of course, if he liked someone, that would be her. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I decided to distance myself from him. I would act busy whenever he approached me at school. I didn't want another Jacob situation. I had to get over my crush before it was too late. But it wasn't easy, especially since every time I spoke to Nova the past week, she would be like, Enzo this and Enzo that. Did you know that Enzo is excellent at math? Oh, Enzo prefers salty food too. So that weekend, when Nova asked me to hang out with her and Enzo as a favor, I told her I was busy planning on stalking them. They went to the park to feed some ducks, and I was extremely jealous. Suddenly, it looked like he was about to kiss Nova. I jumped out of the bushes and screamed, "Stop! Don't kiss!"
What?
There's an insect. There, it's gone now. Well, hey, you two. Such a coincidence to see you both here.
Are you spying on us?
I'm no spy, you dork.
I thought you were busy.
I was. Anyway, I just realized that I need to go home. I left something in the kitchen when we went out, and I needed to make sure it didn't burn or something. That's why I've been acting anxious. That's right, I need to go home. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Bye! Ugh, that was a disaster. But when Nova got home, she kept insisting that I was jealous. Fine, I was jealous, okay? But it was just a crush. You don't have to worry about it. I'll get over it soon enough. Just, can you please try to not bring him up every time?
Heather, there's nothing going on between us. Every time we hang out, we talk about you. I asked you to come with us today because he said that you've been avoiding him.
What?
The guy is in love with you, you fool.
Her revelation almost made me pee my pants. Thank God I was able to reach the bathroom just in time. I was expecting Enzo to talk to me about it, but to my disappointment, all he did was shut his window and avoid me at school. Weird. The day of the prom finally came, and Nova and I decided to crash the event, and everyone was so hyped up when we came with our iconic outfits. Shannon was about to throw some fit, but then the announcer came up on stage to finally announce the winners. As expected, Jacob won the prom king, and Nova as the queen. Deserved. This is unacceptable. She was disqualified because of her suspension. Shannon tried to snatch the crown from Nova, but some people picked her up and threw her out. Serves her right. I was about to look for Enzo among the crowd when I suddenly crashed into the table of drinks. Everyone turned to me as I bathed in orange juice. Just then, someone approached me and started wiping the juice off my face. Enzo!
You silly girl.
What are you doing?
Taking care of you.
Why?
Because I like you. I like how weird and awkward you are, and how loud your personality can be. I'm drawn to how real you are. I'm in love with you, Heather. Everything about you.
Well, I guess I like your abs. He chuckled and finally asked me the ultimate question.
Will you be my prom queen?
I thought you'd never ask. Everyone then cheered for us as we finally kissed. Hi, I'm Petra from Serbia, and I have an extremely rare condition where my aging process is much slower than that of regular people. Like when I was 6 years old, I looked like a dumb 2-year-old toddler, which made people treat me like one. And things got even worse as a teenager. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Because of my condition, my parents decided to homeschool me till I was a bit older. I only got to hang out with other kids at the playground, and I'd get picked on all the time because I looked so much smaller than everybody. Once, when I was about 8 years old, I was playing on the slides in the park when a worried-looking woman came running to me.
Sweetie, are you lost?
No.
Oh, poor baby. Probably can't understand a thing. You must be so scared.
Do I look scared? And I'm not a baby. But she wasn't even listening to me. And before I knew it, she was calling over a policeman from the street.
We have a missing child here, officer. Please, help her find her mommy and daddy.
Despite my protests, the policeman whisked me off to the station and started taking pictures of me for missing child posters. Oh my God, I know my parents' number and address. I live right across the street from the playground, and you guys kidnapped me. This was the beginning of many, many times my parents had to come get me from the police station. I finally joined school in the 7th grade. The minute I walked into the classroom, a girl elbowed me roughly and said, "I think you've lost your way, kid." Oh, if only I had $1 for every time I heard that. I would be a millionaire by now, and I wouldn't need to be in this school with dumb people like you. And with that, I pushed her aside and took my seat. When I did all the math problems correctly in the first lesson, the teacher called me over, looking all starstruck.
Wow, Petra, you're a genius.
Thanks. Why? Because you solved these algebra problems meant for 12-year-olds. But I am 12 years old. The teacher just giggled and then did something I hated. She pulled my cheek.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie?
Yes, you definitely have the mind of a 12-year-old. No matter how many times I said it, No one believed that I was actually 12. They all thought I was some kind of baby genius who'd been bumped up a few grades. Eventually, I gave up and let everyone believe I was super smart. This didn't really help me become popular or make friends, though. Jessica, the meanest girl in class, wasn't too happy because everyone thought I was the smartest, and she made sure everyone constantly made fun of me. Does your butt look big because you're wearing a diaper? What kind of language is that book in? Goo goo gaga. Another time, I was eating lunch by myself when Jessica suddenly stopped by my table. Aw, how is the baby gonna eat all that with her little baby teeth? Why are you this way, Jessica? What do you mean? I mean, why are you so awful to me? You're the most popular girl in class. Yeah, I know. But before you showed up out of nowhere, I was the smartest too. Fine, you're the prettiest and the smartest girl in the world. Can you leave me alone now, please? Sure. But let me mash everything for the little baby to eat first. And with that, she started pounding my food with her fist. OMG, you are such a psycho. And with that, I picked up the smushed piece of cake and flung it at her face. She picked up my glass of juice and dunked it on my head. And before we knew it, everybody joined in for fun and a full-scale food fight had broken out. We both got detention. And after that day, I found a corner in the little playpen for the kindergarten kids and basically had lunch there by myself the next 3 years. Until one day, Josh came and sat next to me. Josh had just joined our class a few weeks ago, and he was a total babe. With all the popular girls drooling all over him, I was sure he wouldn't notice someone like me, which is why I was pretty shocked to find him here.
Why do you always have lunch alone?
Is this your first time in high school? Of course, I don't expect someone like you to get it. He took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
I don't understand why someone as adorable as you is here either.
I was so annoyed at how fast that made my heart beat. After that, Josh and I became really good friends. He'd always invite me to watch his football games and started coming over to my place for study dates. Since he'd joined so late, he needed to do a lot of catching up, and I was more than happy to help. I hated to admit it. I just had the biggest crush on him. The annual spring dance was around the corner, and it was all anyone could talk about at school. All the girls were yapping nonstop about their dresses and who they'd be going with. Of course, I was hoping Josh would ask me out, but when he didn't, I decided I didn't need to wait around like a sappy Disney princess. I'd ask him out myself. I bought tickets for the opening show of the new Avengers movie. Just as we were about to enter the theater, one of the cinema staff stopped me.
Hey, little girl. You can't go in. That's a PG-13 movie.
I'm almost 16. Here, look at my ID.
We see fake IDs all the time, kid. Sorry, but I can't let you go.
And with that, he pushed me out of line and refused to listen to me anymore. I can't believe this. Let's go then.
Go? I mean, what's the point of wasting both the tickets? We'll still have dinner together, okay?
And just like that, he turned and went inside. I was furious. I couldn't even go anywhere because he'd driven me here. When he finally came out after 3 hours, he was practically jumping with excitement.
OMG, that was epic. Iron Man snapped his fingers and died, but he saved the world.
He'd not only watched the movie without me, he'd ruined it for me completely. I thought maybe the rest of the evening would go a little better, but boy was I wrong. At the end of the meal, when the waitress brought us our fortune cookies, I looked over excitedly at Josh to open his and read the little note inside.
Will you be my date for the spring dance, Josh?
He looked up at me in complete shock.
Petra, I don't know how to say this, but, no. How could you even think that? You're more like a little sister to me. I've already asked Jessica out. Man, you've really made things awkward.
I felt so utterly crushed and stupid. I flung a glass of water in his face. I wish I could snap my fingers right now and make you disappear. And with that, I ran out of there and took the bus home. Nobody was more grateful than me when stupid high school ended and I was off to college. It wasn't too far from my town, so my parents could visit me often or come bail me out every time an officer thought I was an underage driver. Gosh, this is the 3rd time this month. Why are you police officers so dumb? Can't you see I have a real license?
She doesn't mean that, officer. Come on, sweetie, let's go.
My parents always had my back, but no one understood how frustrating it was for me to be treated like a kid all the time. Until I met Andrew. In my 2nd year at university, I took up a job as a professor's assistant for one of the courses. I knew the other students made fun of me behind my back, but But one day, they went really overboard. The professor was unwell, and I was taking the class in his place. As soon as I turned my back to the board, I got hit by a dozen paper balls. I turned around to see everyone snickering. I'm your teacher. Didn't your parents teach you any respect?
You're not our teacher. You can't even reach the top of the board without standing on a stool. Go back to school, loser.
You can't behave this way with me. I want everyone who's responsible to apologize right now.
Or you'll do what? Go crying to your mommy?
I'll fail you in every single assignment. You do remember I grade them, right?
Oh no, I'm scared. Miss Petra, will you forgive me if I give you a lollipop?
That's it. Get out.
Happy to. Come on, guys, let's go. We don't need to take orders from some high school smarty pants.
And just like that, the whole class walked out. I tried to keep my cool, but when everyone had left, I burst into angry tears. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on the shoulder, and I looked up to see that it was Andrew, one of the students.
I'm really sorry about the way they treated you. I think you're really smart and beautiful.
We became friends, and soon after, we started dating. He was just the sweetest guy, and even though he looked much older than me, he was never ashamed to hold my hand in public, even if it got us weird looks. A few weeks later, I had an internship interview in another city, and Andrew offered to see me off at the airport. Just as I was leaving, he took my hand.
Good luck, babe. I hope you get it, but I'll really miss you.
And with that, he pulled me in for our first kiss. My head was still spinning with joy when suddenly I saw a few policemen walking towards us.
Sir, please move away from the kid.
What's the problem, officer?
We've recently had many reports of a gang kidnapping young girls, and you need to come down to the station with us to answer a few questions.
Wait, what? He's not a kidnapper. He's my boyfriend, and I'm 20 years old. The policeman didn't listen to a word we said, and we were taken down to the station. My parents had to come down again with my birth certificate and baby pictures before they finally let us go. It turned out that the people at the airport had been making videos of the whole thing, and it had gone viral on social media, with people saying all sorts of mean things about me and Andrew. And to make things worse, the company I had an interview with wasn't happy that I didn't show up, so I lost the internship too. I was beyond furious now. I took to social media myself and posted a video talking about how I'd always been discriminated against because of the way I looked. The video went viral and I started receiving a lot of sympathy messages and support. The public pressure made the police issue an official apology, and the company even offered me the internship again. But my condition had really sparked an interest in the public, and I was being invited to tons of TV and online interviews. All everyone wanted to know was the secret of my youth. Soon enough, I realized that people envied me. One morning, I picked up the local newspaper from the door and was horrified to see my face splashed across the front page with the headline, "Girl Discovers Secret to Eternal Youth."
Babe, come here and look outside the window.
To my shock, there was a massive crowd of people outside our apartment building, and the minute they spotted me in the window, they started screaming. "Have you discovered the fountain of youth? Tell us where it is. What do you eat to look so young? I'll pay anything for it."
With your anti-aging formula for youthful skin, we can become millionaires. Come work for our skincare company.
This was complete madness, and I had to put an end to it. I opened the window and everybody became quiet to hear what I had to say. Listen, there is no secret. It's a condition I've always had, and it's not a blessing. I've never had anyone take me seriously my whole life. I spent all of high school being bullied. My message to everyone is that we all need to learn to be happy in our own skins and accept everyone as they are. Thankfully, the message spread far and wide, and people didn't bother me again, but I still became pretty famous and was regularly called for talks on self-acceptance and against bullying. I'm married to Andrew now, and we have 2 young kids, and secretly, I really don't mind at all when someone says I don't look like a mom.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil?
I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me.
Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens.
Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked.
The devil himself.
He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you.
But Dad…
No buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can…
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you gonna help me with this, or are you just gonna play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully, I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly, someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her.
Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever?
I'm used to Kevin's quirks.
So, anything I can do to help with this mission?
Just don't tell anyone about this.
Got it, baby.
Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek, and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done.
You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was gonna kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror.
Are you falling in love with me now?
What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you.
Oh, honey, you are prettier than me, and not to mention cute.
She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away.
Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something.
And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question.
Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something.
But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought.
Do you think Kevin will be home by then?
I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time.
Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played?
Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year. So I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but...
You like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, I'm Harper from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I live with a single mother who worked as a housekeeper at a 5-star hotel. Things were very tough for us since Mom wasn't that educated, and she pinned all of her hopes on me.
One day, you'll become just like that lady in the poster, and that's the day I'll finally be happy.
Yeah, Mom. I'll try my best.
Trying is not enough, Harper. You must do everything to get into a good college and be successful.
I was a straight A student and I wanted to make her proud, but sometimes the pressure was just too much. The only things that helped me through my childhood were my best friend Lucas and my music. I loved singing, and Lucas always told me I had a beautiful voice, but I knew Mom would never let me pursue singing as a career. One night, I was preparing for a scholarship test at one of the finest schools in the city when Lucas tapped on my window.
Your favorite band's playing tonight. Come on, let's go.
No way! I have that scholarship test, remember?
I thought we decided not to do that. What am I gonna do alone in school?
Don't be like this. You know it's always been my dream.
Your dream or your mom's? Anyway, I'm off.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Don't hold your breath.
As Lucas left, I was so bummed out by how he'd reacted. I thought he'd be okay soon, but he didn't return my calls the entire next week. Meanwhile, I'd gotten in and started school soon after. And boy, this new place made me super nervous. It was massive, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the kids eating caviar for breakfast. I really missed having Lucas around, so I pulled out my phone to call him. But just then, this random boy ran straight into me, knocking me to the ground.
What the heck? I missed that catch. I bet $1,000 on that one.
Excuse me? You broke my phone. It would cost me a bomb to fix that.
Quit yelling, girl. Do you need money? There.
He pushed a bunch of dollar bills into my hand. What the heck? Keep your money, moron. Buy some manners with it. The boy looked at me confused and then grinned.
You're new around here, right? What's your name? I'm Zane.
Skip the introductions. I'd rather not run into you again. I walked away to my class without turning back. Later, someone told me that Zane was crazy rich and the most popular guy in school. His dad owned all the major properties in town, including the hotel Mom worked in. I couldn't give a fig. I had bigger plans than wasting my time on some jerk. The rest of the day was just as bad. I was way behind in class, and people were so rude when I tried asking for help. I was so tired that when I went home, I passed out straight away, only to wake up to 40 missed calls from Mom. She'd broken her ankle in a minor accident at the hotel and couldn't work for a month. What are we gonna do? With your new school and everything, we need the money. Don't worry, Mom. We'll figure something out. That night, I applied to every part-time job I could find online and prayed something would turn up soon. I felt so relieved when Lucas called me and decided to meet for dinner.
How have you been?
What went wrong, man? I tried calling you so many times. Lucas looked at me weirdly before taking my hand.
I was trying to fight my feelings for you. I've liked you for so long now, Harper. I was just upset I won't be seeing you at school every day.
Wow, that's a lot. I had no idea, and I don't know.
Wait, please. Could we just give it a shot and see where this goes?
I guess, but what if it doesn't work out? I don't want to lose you as a friend.
I promise, you won't.
Lucas beamed at me, but I was still unsure if this was a good call. But dating your best friend couldn't be the worst thing, right? Besides, he was kind of cute now, and I noticed it. I got a call from a small cafe nearby. They were looking for a singer and wanted me to come over for a trial. The pay was decent, so I took it. But at my first show, I saw Zane behind the guitar, and it looked like he didn't remember me. Wasn't he too rich to be playing here? I ignored him and hopped on the stage. But when we started performing, he kept changing the tune mid-song.
I never wanna be without you. When you're with me, there's nothing I can't do. Let's make a life just me and you.
What are you doing? But he simply grinned. Thankfully, I knew how to match the pitch and the show was successful. The manager even gave me a huge tip. After everything was done, I was walking back home when a big sports car pulled up.
Hop in. I'll drop you home.
I'd rather walk on fire than go with you. I ignored him and continued walking. To my surprise, he got out of his car and started walking with me. This guy was so annoying. Mind-numbingly handsome, but so annoying. We started walking in silence and we were halfway home when I finally spoke. Aren't you too rich to be in this neighborhood?
Aren't you too nosy for such a small person?
Stop that.
What?
Stop following me.
I'm just walking. I'm sure you don't own this road.
I was so irritated that I turned around fast and would have ended up in a puddle if Zane hadn't caught my sweater. As he pulled me up, our lips almost touched. Oh my God, my heart was ready to jump out of my chest.
There now, you're all safe.
Huh? Whatever. Thanks. I'm fine now. I will see you, whatever, bye. With that, I rushed home with my heart pounding. What was happening? After that day, I tried everything to ignore Zane, but he was stuck in my head like a broken record. I couldn't think straight. When we were both selected for the annual music gala, I knew I was in big trouble. Back home, Lucas was planning a weekend getaway. He went kinda crazy when I told him I had to stay.
It's my birthday. You can't ditch me like that.
You should have asked me first. I really can't go. He looked so disappointed that I promised to go to dinner with him that night to make up for it. But when we arrived, I noticed Zane there with a girl. Can we go somewhere else? I don't feel too good.
What happened? You were fine just now when we came in.
Yeah, but I guess I'm allergic to the air conditioning here. Lucas looked confused, but just as we turned to leave, I saw Zane smiling at me.
Leaving so soon?
We didn't get a table.
Then take ours. Tiffany and I were just leaving, right, babe?
The girl looked at Zane and kissed him on the cheek. For some reason, I didn't like that one bit. Lucas noticed it because later that night as he was dropping me home, he asked me,
"Who was that guy, and why did you lie to him?"
Just some jerk from my school. I didn't lie, I just didn't tell him the truth.
That's the lamest thing I've ever heard.
Don't sweat it, it's nothing. Anyway, it's getting late. I'll see you around. Lucas looked at me suspiciously as I left before it got more awkward. The following day in school, I texted Zane to meet me in the music room. When he showed up, I couldn't help but notice the small scar on the side of his face. That wasn't there before.
So, should we head to the back row?
What? Why would we go there? Suddenly, I understood what he meant and kicked him hard in the knee. You're gross. I would never make out with you.
The back row is where they keep all the instruments?
Oh my God, so embarrassing. And plus, I have a boyfriend, remember? And you have a girlfriend? Just then, Zane bent down to my ear and brushed a strand of hair away.
Tiffany is not my girlfriend, just a first date. So we could totally do the other thing too, if you want.
I just looked at him as my mind went all foggy. Why did he suddenly look even hotter? And why was I staring at his lips?
Ahem. Harper?
I turned around to see Lucas standing behind me, looking kinda pissed. Lucas, what are you doing here?
You forgot your lunch, so your mom asked me to give it to you. But I'm glad I came, or I wouldn't have known what you're actually up to.
That's not fair. We were just having a discussion.
Yeah, chill out, dude. What's the big deal? Isn't he the same guy from yesterday?
Yeah, Zane and I were...
Save it. We're done.
Lucas left angrily, and I just stood there wondering how to clean up this mess. He'd never looked so mad in all my years of knowing him, and this was so unlike him. Later that night, I decided to surprise Lucas with his favorite cake, but he refused to see me. I called him and texted him, but he just didn't respond. At that moment, I knew things would never be the same between us. This dating thing had been such a mistake. I was so beaten up by the whole thing that I got a D on my test.
Wow, I did better than you. How did that happen?
Go away, Zane. I can't deal with you right now.
Oh my God, what's that?
What?
A frown? On your forehead? What happened to the firecracker?
I smiled as Zane took my hand, and I didn't protest this time.
Come with me. I know how to cheer you up.
We went around the school to get to the back gate, and he asked me to wait a bit. Suddenly, a bunch of cute kittens purred at our feet as Zane fed them milk. This was a side of him I never knew. As we played around with the cats, I noticed the scar again. What happened to your face? Zane quickly covered it with his hand.
Nothing. Let's get going.
It was obvious he didn't want to say more, so I didn't ask. After that day, we started hanging out more often. He would leave small notes on my desk with sweet lyrics, and we would talk about music for hours. Do you think Miley Cyrus is better than Ariana Grande?
What was Freddie Mercury's real name? 'Cause this one doesn't sound right.
It was amazing. Of course, I missed Lucas, but he still wasn't answering my calls. I felt bummed out, but I couldn't force him to talk to me. One night after wrapping up a show at the cafe, I was headed back home when I saw Zane by his car, and he was shouting at his phone.
You can't do that to me.
He cut the call when he saw me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hear that. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Sorry. I'm just dealing with some stuff. Are you headed home? Let me drop you off.
I sat in his car, but on our way, he stopped at a point with the view of the city.
Mind if we could sit here for 5 minutes?
I nodded and sat next to him on the car's hood. I'd never seen him this sad or vulnerable before.
You were asking me about that scar, right? I got it while I was sneaking out to play a gig, and I got caught. When Dad heard, he threw my guitar away. He hates that I chose music over business.
Is that why you play at that small cafe?
Yeah, it's the only place he'd never expect to find me.
I know what you mean. Sometimes parents don't understand how much pressure they put on our shoulders. Suddenly, I felt his hands on mine and my heart went racing. I knew that I was falling for him. Hard. He looked at me and started leaning closer when my phone rang frantically. It was Mom, and she told me that Lucas's dad was in the hospital. I rushed to find him sitting on the bench outside and quietly sat down next to him. We waited for a while before the doctor cleared his dad to go home.
Thanks for being here tonight.
Of course. So what if things didn't work out between us? You're still my best friend.
What? What do you mean? Are you breaking up with me?
You broke up with me that day, Lucas. You said we're done. And I completely understand why you did that. Maybe we're better off as friends.
I was angry. Tell me, it's because of that boy, right? Zane?
No, he's just a friend. I've told you that.
I've seen you two. I'm not blind. But let me tell you this. Guys like Zane won't think twice about dropping you like a dead fly. He's rich, and you're just a dumb singer. Oh wait, you're not even that, because your crazy mom won't let you do that either.
Suddenly, I saw red and slapped Lucas hard. You want to insult me? Fine. But don't you dare say a word about my mom. I said we could be friends, but after this, forget it. I stormed away, leaving Lucas alone. How could my best friend be such a bitter jerk? When I reached home, I burst into tears as Mom asked me what had happened, and I ended up telling her everything.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry for putting you through this. You should have just told me, but it's my fault.
It's okay, Mom. I know you meant well.
Chase your dreams, baby. I'll always be here for you.
Hearing Mom say that made me feel so much better. A few days later, I learned that Lucas had left the city, and even though it broke my heart, he wasn't the same person anymore. So I made peace with it. I was finally able to practice for the gala with all of my heart, thanks to Mom, and Zane was by my side the entire time. As I was getting ready on the big day, a team member broke some shocking news to me. Zane had texted the event manager to let him know that he wouldn't be able to attend. When I tried calling him, his phone was out of reach. I had a lot of thoughts as I walked onto the stage, but I shoved them aside as I picked up the guitar and gave the performance of my life. Thanks to Zane, I was familiar with the chords, and when I was done, the crowd erupted in huge applause. I was so proud of myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something bad had happened to Zane. So right after the show, I rushed to his house, where I saw him in the middle of a party with his dad and some serious-looking people. When he saw me, he rushed and pulled me to the side.
What are you doing here?
You missed our show for this party?
You don't understand anything, Harper. Just leave.
I know it's difficult, but you need to stand up for yourself someday. Your dreams matter. Zane looked at me and suddenly, he smiled. And then he stepped up to the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement. 1, I'm gonna leave this boring party. 2,
Hi, I'm Princess Leia from Liechtenstein. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. The moment my mom gave birth to me, everyone in the village instantly fell in love with me. I was the world's friendliest baby and loved attention. Then when I was 2 years old, my sister Emily was born, and she was a little different. Every time Emily was around people, she would scream and find somewhere to hide. One day when I was 8 and Emily was 6, Mom and Dad had a royal garden party. I loved talking to all the grown-up guests, but Emily was terrified.
Leah, I don't want to be with all these people. I want to be in my room, but Mom isn't letting me.
Here, you can hide underneath my gown. Then no one will see you and I'll sneak you out. But hiding my sister underneath my dress wasn't the best idea. I ended up tripping over the refreshment table, spilling a chocolate fountain over some lady's dress. Mom and Dad were horrified, and my clumsy accident ended up being all over the news. But my parents didn't blame me for what happened. They were just worried and confused.
Why is Emily so anxious and afraid of everyone? Was it something we did?
It just doesn't make any sense. Emily's anxiety only got worse over the years. By the time she was 8, she refused to even leave our bedroom. Everyone in the village still adored me, but they were convinced something was seriously wrong with Emily.
I hear she just stares out her window all day. It's a shame she's not more like her sister Leia.
Worst of all, Emily wanted me to stay with her in our room all the time. I couldn't even go downstairs for dinner without Emily crying.
Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely, and you're the only person that I actually like.
It was so hard saying no to her. My parents tried enrolling her in therapy, but nothing seemed to work. And as time passed, I got tired of being cooped up in her room and wanted to go and have a life. One night when I was 16, I took a walk around the castle to get some fresh air. Then suddenly, I looked up and almost had a heart attack. There was a guy trying to climb onto the roof. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Climbing onto the roof? What does it look like?
Excuse me, but this happens to be the King and Queen's castle? You better climb down before I tell my parents about this. The guy jumped down from the roof, landing inches away from me.
There, I came down. You're welcome.
With that, he just walked off, and I felt my blood boil. I just knew he'd been trying to cause trouble. The next day I came down for breakfast, and I was shocked to see my parents with the guy who climbed the roof.
Oh, darling, you're awake. I'd like you to meet Nico. He's the Duke's son and a lovely young man.
But I saw him climbing onto the roof of the castle last night. He's dangerous. He was up to no good.
No. Nico just likes lying on our roof to watch the stars at night.
What? My parents were crazy. What king and queen would let some weirdo climb their castle walls at night and believe such a stupid lie? Fine, be naive and let this intruder do his thing. But when he puts all our lives in danger, don't come crying to me. I was gonna sneak up on Nico and see what he was up to. I would have one of our guards bring me up to the roof with a harness and a rope. But that night, as I rose up to the castle roof, I saw Nico sitting with tears in his eyes. He didn't even look surprised to see me. Nico, are you okay? I came to check on you, but...
I figured you'd check on me sooner or later, and I haven't been okay for years.
What do you mean?
I'm not really the Duke's son. I'm adopted. When I was 10 years old, my parents left me, and they never came back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My parents were friends with your parents, so They'd take me up here a lot when I was young. My mom and I used to sit here together and watch the stars. Once, she told me if I ever got lost to come up to this spot and she'd know where to find me. I know she'll never come here, but hanging out at this spot makes me feel closer to her. Your dad's a saint. He was the one who convinced the Duke to adopt me. I just wish I didn't miss my parents so much.
I was too stunned to speak. I had totally misjudged him. We ended up talking for hours, and before I knew it, the sun had come up. I should go, but this was really fun. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow night?
I'd like that. You're a good listener, Leah.
Then one day, something crazy happened. I was having lunch at school when suddenly a few girls came up to me with smirks on their faces.
According to one of your maids, your weirdo sister threw a chair at a new maid of yours this morning? We didn't know she was that crazy.
Oh God, I wanted to disappear.
They should just lock her up forever.
You shouldn't have said that. I yanked the girl's hair hard and she started to scream. Just then, someone pushed the girl backwards and I saw it was Nico.
You forgot you're speaking to our future queen, girls. Come on, Leah, let's go for a walk.
Nico led me away from the girls, and that's when I asked him how he was in my school.
I've been homeschooled my whole life, but my dad decided it was time I start studying with other royals.
I was really happy Nico had transferred, but his words made me think of Emily. She had never been able to go to a normal school. All of a sudden, I had tears in my eyes, and I told Nico everything about Emily, how she never came out of her room, how my parents were ashamed of her, and how I always needed to stay with her.
What if the girls are right? What if Emily really is crazy and she starts losing her mind?
I don't know, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your life for her. Emily probably just needs someone outside her family to feel safe with. If you want, I'll come over and talk to her.
I hugged Nico and immediately agreed. That night, I brought him into our bedroom and Emily started having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Nico's a friend. Then suddenly, Emily stood up to really get a look at Nico. And seconds later, she was swooning.
I never knew Leah had such handsome friends. You know I'm a princess too, right?
Emily started flirting with Nico like crazy. But as the night went on, Nico got her to start opening up about her issues.
I get what you're going through. Sometimes I get so depressed, I don't even want to leave my bed. But sometimes being alone makes it worse. How about I introduce you to some of my friends from school? We can start slow.
To my shock, Emily agreed. Nico and I started out by taking her for walks in the park, and once in a while introducing her to people. I was so grateful for Nico, and as time passed, we grew really close, and I secretly started having feelings for him. Then one night, the three of us were walking along the pier when suddenly Nico tripped and fell sideways into the lake, hitting his head on a rock. Then he started sinking into the water. I jumped into the lake to get him. When I managed to pull him out, he was unconscious. Luckily, I knew CPR, and within an hour, he started to wake up. He was saved. The next day, I went to visit Nico at his house to see how he was. When I got there, he was lying on the couch and he looked super out of it. Hey, how are you feeling?
I just remember that I hit a rock and almost drowned, and that someone special saved my life. You have no idea how much it means to me, Leah. I haven't felt this loved in years.
My heart soared. I was just about to lean in and kiss him when Emily came over and Nico took her hand.
Emily told me she dove into the water to get me and then did CPR. She's an absolute angel.
To my horror, Nico pulled Emily close and kissed her. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I yanked Emily's arm and pulled her into the other room. How could you take credit for saving Nico's life? He's been my best friend for the past year, and you know what? I'm in love with him. Leah, I've been miserable my whole life. I don't know if any guy will want to be with me ever, considering all the issues I have. This could be my once-in-a-lifetime chance at happiness. But I guess that doesn't matter. So go tell Nico the truth and be the village hero. I'll just lock myself away in this bedroom forever. Emily stormed off into the bathroom and slammed the door. I couldn't think straight. I ran out of Nico's palace to clear my head. I wanted to tell Nico the truth so badly, but what if Emily was right? What if this was her one chance at a normal life? In the end, I decided to let Emily take the credit. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. She'd get to be the village hero for once. Plus, it wasn't like she and Nico were gonna get married overnight. I had time to think things over. Except Emily's fame lasted for more than a week. Worst of all, she and Nico were getting close. The two of them even went out together. He comforted her every time she had a panic attack and congratulated her every time she left the castle. God, was he her boyfriend or her babysitter? Then one night, my parents invited Nico over for dinner, and Dad made an announcement that sent me over the edge.
After much thought and discussion, we would like for Nico to be our new king. We love him like our own son, and we can't think of who'd be a better husband for our daughter.
My jaw dropped. I was gonna be with Nico after all? Everything was gonna work out? But Emily was fuming. You're just gonna take Nico away from me? Like that?
You mean I'm gonna marry Leah?
Actually, you're going to marry Emily, and she's going to be the queen instead of Leah. You two make such a beautiful couple, and it was truly a miracle that Emily was able to save your life, even with all her challenges, and that's remarkable. I felt like I'd been punched in the face. That's insane! I'm the eldest daughter. I've been preparing to be queen my whole life. And you know what? I'm the one who saved Nico. I should have never let Emily lie and take the credit for it, and I'm not letting her take my crown or marry Nico either. Before anyone could react, I fled from the table and into my bedroom. Then suddenly, I felt someone standing over me, and it was Emily, with fire in her eyes. Why would you rat me out like that? You can still have any guy you want, as long as it's not Nico. I've loved Nico for over a year. Emily, I've sacrificed everything for you. I spent days on end locked in this room so you wouldn't feel scared and alone. Is this the thanks I get? So, you're saying I owe you in some way? I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You could have left me for a few hours if it was too much. It's not my fault you don't know how to set boundaries. Sorry, but I'm only responsible for my own happiness. That was it. Without thinking, I slapped Emily across the face hard. Emily turned around and was about to push me, but instead, she tripped and fell backwards, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone called for help and an ambulance came. What had I done? I went with everyone to the hospital, but I wasn't able to see Emily yet. I felt sick to my stomach. Suddenly, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Nico.
Hey, Emily's gonna be okay. She'll be in a cast for a few weeks, but don't worry.
I think there's something seriously wrong with me. How could I hurt my sister like that?
Maybe because you were fed up with letting her take what's yours? The servants overheard your conversation with Emily, that it was you who saved me and how you let her take the credit.
I was totally silent. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but Nico had a point.
Also, I need to confess something. I'm in love with you too. I've been in love with you for ages. I thought I loved Emily because she saved my life, but we don't have that connection that you and I have. I want to be with you, Leah, not your sister.
Suddenly, Nico leaned in to kiss me. Oh God, I wanted to kiss him so bad, but what about Emily? I couldn't do this to her. I ran away from Nico at that second. I had to talk to Emily. I went out to bring her flowers and then apologized for everything. Actually, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I went way too far by stealing both Nico and your crown from you. I know Nico doesn't see me like that. It's okay, Emily. It's in the past now. Everything is gonna be all right. I'm so glad you're okay. Honestly, me too. I hugged my sister tight. Today, I'm married to Nico as the Queen of Liechtenstein. And Emily is married too, with 3 kids.
Hi, I'm Toby from Chicago. Please, like and subscribe. I was born to the kindest people you'll ever meet. My dad owned a giant tech company, and we were wealthy, but my parents were always caring and generous, and taught me to be the same. When I was in the 1st grade, my parents took me to an amusement park for my birthday, and as we were leaving, I suddenly spotted a boy crying behind a bench. I realized it was Nathan from my class. He was a giant bully, but I couldn't just leave him there. Hey Nathan, are you lost? Let me help you. My parents and I searched for his parents all over the giant park and finally found them after 2 hours. And it turned out that Nathan's dad was my dad's biggest business rival. His parents didn't even thank us and just took him away. Rude. I thought after what happened though, maybe Nathan and I could be friends. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when he suddenly pinned me against the wall. If you tell anyone you saw me crying, I will deal with you. Do you get me? I won't, but how about you stop being a jerk to me? Why? I still don't like your face. He pulled my bag and threw it across the hall, sending my things flying everywhere as he laughed and ran away. And things never got better. He kept being a jerk, and my revenge was beating him in both studies and sports. And everyone else at school really liked me, but I always tried to be kind and helpful. Once in 8th grade, I was helping our driver wash the cars when I noticed something heartbreaking at the gate. It was a girl my age, searching the trash for food. I walked up to her, but suddenly she dashed away like a cheetah. Oh, wait, come back! I don't want to hurt you! But she was so fast, I couldn't keep up. We have lots of food in the house, even cakes. I'll get you some. She stopped immediately, then slowly walked back to me.
Cakes?
When I told my parents about her, they immediately invited her for lunch. Her name was Jessica, and she gobbled down her food like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Jessica started coming to our house every day after that. She never talked about her family, and whenever I asked, she got moody, so I dropped it. One day, we were having lunch when we heard a loud knock on the door, and seconds later, a huge man barged into the dining room. Jessica, it's time to go home. Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like she doesn't want to go with you. I'm her father, and I don't need your charity. Stay away from my child. Jessica, we're leaving, now! She crept out and he led her away, and she didn't come again. My parents and I were really upset, and we contacted Child Services to try to track Jessica down, and it turned out that her father was a wanted criminal. He was arrested soon after that and was sent to jail, while Jessica ended up with some nice foster parents, who even enrolled her in my school. Hey, I'm really sorry about your dad.
It's okay. I don't really miss him. He wasn't very nice. He often forgot to get me food and made me leave school because he was on the run.
That's awful, but it's all in the past now.
Yeah, and I wanted to stay there. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
Pinky swear, we won't talk about it again. I wanted to give Jessica a present for her first day at my school, so I asked my mom to take me to the mall. And I picked out a beautiful red sweater for her, and I waited for her at the school gate. She was late, and I was beginning to panic. What if she decided she didn't want to go to school anymore? But thankfully, she showed up.
You thought I changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you had me a bit worried. Here, I got you something.
Oh, it's so pretty. And red's my favorite color. Thank you.
She hugged me, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. Whoa, who's this, babe? And why are you hugging that cockroach, babe? I was about to tell Nathan off, but Jessica spoke up first.
I don't know who you are, jerk, but don't talk to us again. Come on, Toby. Let's go.
Jessica fit in easily and was making new friends in no time. I was a little jealous that I didn't have her all to myself, but I was glad she was enjoying school.
Guess what I did today? I joined the track team.
That's awesome. I'm sure you'll beat everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the first time I chased you.
The secret to slowing me down is to say, hey, I got cakes. I'll probably stop running and follow that person.
Having Jessica around was a dream come true, and I was just falling more in love with her. One day after school, I was looking for Jessica when I found her in the hallway with Nathan. Hey, is he bothering you? Nathan, just back off!
Whoa, calm down. He's part of the track team, and we're going to an event together.
I pulled her away to speak privately. That's Nathan. He's been a jerk to me since we were kids.
But he's my teammate, Toby. And actually, he's not that bad.
Come on, Jessica. We're running out of time. Get it? Jessica laughed out loud and walked away with him. What? It was a terrible joke. But from that day on, Nathan was always around Jessica, and it burnt my heart. Jessica was so good on the track that she was winning medals in no time. She became really popular and was always hanging out with the cool kids now. But one night in the 10th grade, I was studying for a test when she crept through my window.
Hey, Toby, I missed you.
Really? You bailed on our plans like 100 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, listen, Nathan took me out for a drive, and I completely forgot about this big math test tomorrow. Will you help me, please?
Okay. I'm studying right now, so pull up a chair.
Oh, not right now. I mean, can you help me during the test tomorrow?
You mean cheat? You know I never do that.
But I'm going to fail, Toby.
Yeah, well, that happens when you hang out with people like Nathan. Keep doing that and he'll ruin you.
If you can't help me, at least don't give me a lecture. Thanks for nothing. I'm sure Nathan will think of something.
And with that, she left. And the next day, I spotted a shy girl in our class passing cheat sheets to Jessica and Nathan during the test. So that was Nathan's solution? Bullying other kids to help them cheat? But just then, the teacher caught the girl and took her off to the principal. And moments later, Nathan and Jessica were called out too, and then suspended for a week. I really hoped that Jessica had learned her lesson. But a week later, I found her and Nathan cornering the shy girl in the hallway. You're supposed to be one of the smartest girls in class, so how come you're so stupid? You ratted us out to the principal. You know what we do to snitches?
And can you stop crying? You got snot on your face, and it's gross.
What the heck? Jessica was a bully now? Jessica, what's wrong with you? Knock it off and leave her alone. Mind your business, nerd. I wasn't talking to you, jerk. Well, you're talking to my fist now. And then, Nathan punched me. I tackled him to the ground, and we both wrestled like crazy until some teachers stopped us. And for the first time ever, I landed in detention. Jessica tried to talk to me, but I just walked past her. I completely avoided her for the next few days. But then one evening, the police arrived at our house with some news of her dad. He was really sick and was being transferred to another city for treatment right away. And he wanted to meet Jessica before he left. She wasn't answering my calls. And when I went to her house, her foster parents told me she was at Nathan's place for a party. Great. It was the last place I wanted to go, but I had to tell her. As I looked around for her, my heart suddenly dropped to my stomach. Jessica was in the corner with her arms around Nathan. Then she kissed him. Jessica, I need to talk to you. It's urgent. What are you doing here, man? You're not welcome in my house. It's not like I want to be here. Jessica, listen. I'm gonna call security.
Toby, can you please leave? I don't want you creating a scene in front of my friends.
She started walking away and suddenly felt a wave of rage. Is that all you care about now? I thought you'd like to know that your dad is sick and he wants you to see him before he's shifted to another prison. The loud music suddenly died as I shouted, and everyone stared at us. What? Your dad's in prison? You're some criminal's daughter? Jessica burst into tears as she ran out. Jessica, please stop. I'm sorry. She suddenly turned around and pushed me so hard I fell to the ground.
It's the one thing I ever asked you, Toby. I said I never wanted to talk about my dad, and you decided to announce it?
I didn't mean to, but I had to tell you about him, and you wouldn't listen.
I think you can't stand that I have other friends, and you just wanted to ruin that. Do you think I should be eternally grateful to you and not have a life of my own because you saved me from a dumpster?
Jessica.
Just leave me alone.
The next day at school, everyone had heard about her dad, and her friends had dropped her like a dead fly. I tried sitting next to her at lunch, but she immediately walked away. But later that day, I saw Nathan and her holding hands, and she didn't look so sad anymore. I stayed away from them and tried to focus on schoolwork. Dad asked me to start coming into his office after school to learn more about our business, and I was happy to keep myself busy. Our tech company was launching new gadgets soon, and I was quite excited to be a part of it. But a few weeks later, I woke up to really loud voices downstairs, and I went running. I found my parents watching the news, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nathan's dad was on TV, introducing a prototype of the gadget our company had been working on. I just don't understand how our plans were leaked. My office is secure, and my home study is always locked. I just can't believe anyone working for me would betray me. This is terrible news. All our investors will be furious, and our company is going to take a huge hit. And it did. The company suffered huge losses, and there was no way to prove the theft. I went to school a week after the whole disaster, and I couldn't bear to even look at Nathan. His dad was a crook, but later that day, I was going to sit on the bleachers when I spotted Jessica yelling at him.
How could you do this? You told me those files were about some small project Toby was working on, and you'd mess up the plans to embarrass him in front of his dad. You never said it was something that could bring his parents' company down.
Okay, I lied. Boo-hoo. I didn't make you do anything. You got those files from me and then put them back. Remember? I was angry. I only wanted to humiliate Toby. You went too far, and I thought you loved me. It's not my fault you're stupid. You really thought I loved you? Daughter of a felon? Jessica, you did this? I couldn't believe it. The girl I loved was responsible for our ruin.
Toby, please wait. He lied to me. I didn't know what he was doing. I just wanted to mess with you because I was upset. I'd never hurt your parents.
Don't ever speak to me again. All I've done since I met you is love you, and you stabbed me in the back.
Wait, you love me?
Not anymore. Now I wish I'd never met you. The next few days at school, she didn't show up, and I didn't care. One day I was in my room when Mom came in.
Honey, we went to Jessica's foster home, and they told us she ran away. I'm so sorry.
Whatever. Good riddance.
Toby, that's unkind.
Mom, you still think she deserves kindness? After what she did?
I'm sure she got manipulated by that boy. Remember? She had a rough past, and maybe she was just trying to fit in and be loved. I know what she did was awful, but she was a good girl, and I hope she's okay.
Mom's attitude made me feel ashamed of myself, and I soon started regretting the things I said. But I couldn't take it back because Jessica had vanished. But in a shocking turn of events, an employee from Nathan's dad's company came forward with proof that the product had been stolen from us. They had to pay millions in damages, while his dad served time in prison. The family moved away, and I never saw Nathan again. High school passed fast enough, and after graduating from university, I joined Dad's company and helped build it to newer heights. But one day, I was at a shopping mall when I caught sight of a girl who looked like Jessica. My heart was pounding as I ran after her. But by the time I got outside, she was nowhere to be seen.
Toby, is that you?
Oh my god, Jessica, I've always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw you again. I don't even know what to say, except that I'm so happy you're okay.
Toby, I've thought of this meeting a million times too, and I really need to say that I'm so sorry. I was so stupid, and I knew even then that you'd never hurt me on purpose, but I ended up hurting you and your family so much. I left because I couldn't face you guys anymore. Please say you'll forgive me.
I hugged her, and we sat on a bench and talked. After she'd ran away, she ended up in a foster home again, and they got adopted by some really nice people, and I was so glad her life hadn't been miserable. As I loaded her groceries in her car, I spotted something in her back seat. It was the red sweater I'd given her in the 8th grade. Jessica, do you think I can call you sometime and ask you out on a date? I wanted to since forever.
You can ask me right now, and my answer is yes.
Hi, I'm Liam, and you better hold on to your butts because my story is a crazy ride. Before we begin, please like and subscribe. I belong to a family of crooks. That's right, my parents are the worst. They'll do anything for money. Dad sells repainted junkyard cars to innocent customers. And Mom runs a salon where she keeps a small box of live lice to infect clients and start epidemics.
It's good for business, sweetheart. If I get hired to clean up nasty heads. Sometimes they'll even come to get all their heads shaved off.
But it's wrong. You're tricking honest people. You can't con an honest man, my boy. All those idiots who come through my shop want to be fooled. I'm just helping them lose their money faster.
Eddie pays for your fancy clothes and toys, P-Brain, so butt out.
My little sister Josie was just as bad. She was pale and thin and had a fake doctor's note saying she had a weak heart. So everybody thought she was a sickly sweetheart. But she was actually as heartless as my parents. Josie often stole things from kids' lockers and sold them for a quick buck. Please, I just want my watch back, Josie.
I'll sell it back to you for $100.
But my grandma gave me that before she passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Better make it $200 then.
I got so mad, I snatched the watch right out of her hands. Here you go.
Quit acting like you're better than me, big bro. You're just as wicked as I am. You just hide it better.
Shut up, Josie. I don't want anyone to know I'm related to you. I'm nothing like you. I was so afraid people would find out about my crazy family. So I went by my middle name at school. Tara, my best friend, was the only good thing in my life. We would always hang out at her place because I didn't want her anywhere near my scheming family. For her 14th birthday, I gave Tara a set of Nerf guns. Her parents kept giving me weird looks. We were playing with the guns when I accidentally knocked her new iPad to the ground. I'm sorry. I'll save up and pay to have it fixed. Are you happy now? You ruined Tara's birthday after your father sold me that disaster on wheels. I bet your family enjoys making people miserable. How do you know about my dad? Because I followed him on social media. You're probably just like him. I want you out of our house, and Tara isn't allowed to be your friend anymore. I looked at Tara hoping she would stand up for me, but she looked betrayed.
I can't believe you kept this from me. If you warned me about your dad, I could have saved my dad from wasting all that money on that piece of junk. He's right. You are evil.
Oh yeah? If your dad wasn't so cheap and just looking for a good deal, he wouldn't have fallen for a con artist. Your dad's a fool, and so are you. I ran home furious. But my parents didn't care that they'd ruined my friendship. Here's $100, son. Dry your tears. Once you become rich, you can buy new friends.
Yeah, that's the secret of happiness and popularity. You'll thank us when you're older.
I'll never thank you. I hate being in this house. but they just laughed like I was some cute little baby throwing a tantrum. They were impossible. So I added onion juice to Mom's night cream and turmeric to Dad's toothpaste. They were furious. Dry your tears, folks. But the next day at school, Tara refused to speak to me. I felt awful. I was leaving an apology note in her locker after school when I heard a weird sound from an empty classroom. It sounded like an angry ghost was playing on a seesaw. I peeked inside and it was Josie. That little sneak was stealing school property. I recorded her in the act. Josie was finally going to pay. The next day, the school was in chaos over the stolen projectors.
Whoever did this is in big trouble. If anyone has any information, please come forward.
I immediately went to the principal's office and told her everything, but she wouldn't believe me. You expect me to believe that weak little girl did this? Those projectors are heavy, Liam. Then what do you make of this? The principal was furious. She called our parents in and Josie was expelled. And my parents were so mad at me for telling on her. And Josie looked like an angry psycho.
I can't believe you ratted me out. I'm your sister.
You know what they say? There's no honor among thieves.
You're going to pay for this, Liam.
Whatever, nutcase. But Josie went crazy. One day, Mom was getting ready for brunch when she found a freaking skunk in her closet. While the rest of us were gagging because of the stink, Josie was laughing her butt off. The day after that, Dad came home itching all over like a monkey. Someone had put itching powder in his suit, and it had cost him a big client. That jerk, Josie laughed even harder at this. She kept doing these things for weeks, but they always blamed me, not her.
Why would poor Josie do this? She loves us. She's one of us. You're still trying to get back at us because of your stupid friend. This is ridiculous, Liam. And you better stop now.
My parents stormed off, and I turned to Josie. Do you think you'll always get away? I'll get you one of these days.
Keep trying, fartface. Mom and Dad will never believe it was me.
She was totally evil. I worried she'd do something to hurt me soon. Things were a disaster at home, but at school, I focused on getting on the football team. On the day of the tryouts, I discovered Tara was part of the cheer squad. Hey, it's good to see you. I can't say the same about you. We did our plays and I killed it. But before the names were announced, I saw Tara whispering something to the football captain. You've got average talent, but I know where we can put that big ugly face of yours. Here, you can cheer on the team as the mascot, loser. I couldn't believe my sweet friend had turned into such a monster. One day after a game, I was running back in my mascot suit to the showers when I bumped into someone and fell on my butt. I looked up and saw Daphne, the most popular cheerleader and student body president. Her soft brown eyes sparkled, and I felt my heart expand 2 sizes.
Whoa, easy there, big cat. We can't have our most important team member injured.
Most important? Me? You can't be serious.
Of course I am. Your cheers are great. I'm Daphne, by the way.
I know who you are. I'm Liam.
You're too handsome to be hiding behind that mask. See you around, Lion. I mean, Liam.
Her jokes were cheesy, but cute. I couldn't help falling for her. She brought me chocolates after every practice. It even helped me with a few math assignments. But Tara didn't like us hanging out. One day during practice, she bumped into me on purpose. I went flying and landed on my chin.
Watch where you're going, criminal.
Shut up, Tara. I thought you were my friend, but you're just a jealous witch who can't see me happy.
I wonder how much Daphne will like you when she finds out your family is a bunch of crooks. Her dad is a judge, you know.
Don't you dare tell her.
Try me.
Daphne wasn't just my girlfriend. She was my only friend. If she ever found out about my family, she would drop me like a hot potato. To make matters worse, Josie was not quitting her pranks. One night we were sitting at dinner when frogs started jumping on us from the overhead lights. That's it. Liam, you're grounded for a year. It wasn't me. She's been trying to frame me for weeks. Why don't you look in Josie's room for once? They did and found a box of frogs under her bed. Finally, my parents saw through Josie's deception. She was grounded for life, and I couldn't help doing a happy dance in her doorway.
You push things too far, Liam. You'll regret this.
Hit me with your best shot, Jailbird. Oh wait, you can't. Things were finally looking up. I asked Daphne to the prom and she said yes. But one day when I went to the gym lockers to get my mascot costume, it was gone. The game was already on and I was super late. I looked everywhere, but the costume was nowhere to be found. Then I saw it. The thief who had stolen my costume was charging at the cheerleaders and then pushed Tara down and stole her pom-poms. I watched in horror as the mascot ran inside the locker room and took off the mask. It was Josie.
Try worming your way out of this one, moron.
Tara made a big deal out of it. No one believed that it wasn't me, and I was thrown off the team. Daphne, you have to believe me. I would never do something like this.
I believe you, Liam. You're the most honest person I know. Then you don't know him at all. Tell me, Daphne, have you ever met his family?
What are you doing, Tara?
Telling the truth because you never do. Ask to see his family, Daphne. I bet he won't make it happen. What is she talking about? And why don't you ever talk about your family?
It's really no big deal. Tara's dad doesn't like mine because she won a business contract they both wanted. She's just a pretty little witch.
Then let's have dinner on Friday. My place. My parents would love to meet you and your family.
Tara was ruining everything. I decided not to tell my parents about the invitation. But when I got home, I heard the most shocking thing.
Of course we're available. See you then. Liam, we've been invited to Judge Foss's house for dinner on Friday. Why didn't you tell us you were dating their daughter?
Because I don't want you to ruin this for me. Call them back and tell them you can't go. Say you had a stroke or something. And give up a chance of rubbing shoulders with a judge? No way. That kind of connection can really help us. If you try to con a judge and he finds out, you could face jail time. Please, call and cancel. We know what we're doing, kiddo. Don't worry about it.
You just focus on keeping your girlfriend happy. Can you believe it? Our little goody two-shoes played the biggest con yet and made a judge's daughter fall for him.
That's my boy. I paced my room furiously, thinking of ways to cancel the dinner. I decided to come clean to Daphne, but then something completely unexpected happened.
I hear you're having troubles with the parents. For a small fee, I can stop them from going to that dinner.
And why should I trust you?
I don't see anyone else coming to help you. You can pay me half now and half later.
Josie was a snake, but I was desperate, so I agreed. On Friday night, I got really sick. I was throwing up and had a fever. Nice try, Liam, but we're not buying it. You're trying to stop us from going to this dinner. No, please. I'm not good at tricks like you guys. I'm really sick.
Then it's a good thing Josie is here to look after you. Have fun. We know we're going to.
I was sweating and nervous, but sometime later, I got the most horrible call. Mom and Dad were in an accident. Daphne joined us as Josie and I rushed to the hospital, but thank God they weren't seriously injured. Apparently, their car brakes had failed. I couldn't believe Josie had gone so far. You did this? What is wrong with you?
I didn't do anything to the car. I just gave you a bad burrito to make you sick.
Then who did this? We think you know, young man. The act was up. They had footage of me from our neighbor's security camera fiddling with Dad's car. Liam, what the heck is this? It's revenge, okay? You guys ruined my life with your shady crimes. I wasn't going to risk Daphne finding out about you. So I tried to cut the fuel line to stop you from going. I must have accidentally cut the brake lines instead.
And all those pranks at home?
I did everything. The skunk, the itching powder, and the frogs. I framed Josie so you could see what an awful job you were doing bringing us up. But it made no difference. You guys are terrible parents. And now you made me just like you. I'm just as bad as all of you. They were all shocked and stared at me like I was the evil one, when they had been fooling people for years. This isn't okay, son. This is crazy stuff. You need therapy. I don't need therapy, they do. They're criminals and crooks. They should be in jail. Don't touch me. Daphne held me in a bear hug.
Babe, please. I understand how hard it's been for you, and we all make mistakes. But two wrongs don't make a right. You need help, and I'll be with you every step of the way.
Hearing her kind words, I broke down crying. All right, I need help. I want to get better. I'm ready, officer. Daphne held my other hand and we left together. Don't worry, son. Your parents will get punished for their crimes.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, But Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh God, stop! Are you gonna kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh, I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online. And that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So, I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend.
Then why was she clicking your pictures like that?
Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart.
But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe.
I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my god, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay, and is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You wanna get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man.
I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you.
Wait, you got mustard on your face.
And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the?
Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you.
He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter. I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh dear.
Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard?
Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life.
Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out?
I'll have to think about it. Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich, single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France.
What's this?
Not now, Mom.
I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this.
I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner.
Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore.
What? You're breaking up with me?
Yep. You're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore.
I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress!
You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner.
The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet, so before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend / manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I'd said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you.
Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college?
No way! I'm gonna turn this around.
You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance.
That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time.
We meet again.
He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess.
Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view.
I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the two siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when… Ugh, forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year, so why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah. So what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him. Is he your new boyfriend? He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good, and you.
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here. after my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel. What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to... Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute. I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you, I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard, and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course. I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No. Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hi, I'm Greta from Lithuania, but I moved to Seattle with Mom when I was a baby. Before I go on, please like and subscribe. Even though Mom and I were immigrants, we were millionaires since Mom was the CEO of a huge company. I had a really good life. I was close with Mom and friends with all our servants in our mansion. Then one morning, something odd happened. I woke up to find my whole body covered in red blotches. Mom took me to the doctor immediately to check if it was anything serious. After some tests, I found out I had a skin condition that caused constant rashes and there was no cure. I stared at myself in the mirror. God, I looked like an alien. Mom, what are the kids at school gonna think when they see my skin?
Oh, Greta, it's just a rash. It's not a big deal.
Unfortunately, it was a big deal. None of the kids at school wanted to sit next to me because they were worried my skin disease was contagious. So after a while, I started covering up my skin with baggy clothes. I just didn't want anyone looking at my body. But Mom was not happy with the way I dressed.
Greta, you look like a homeless person in those clothes. Just because you have a skin condition doesn't mean you should stop putting effort into your appearance.
But why? I'm comfortable and I'm covered up. No one will make fun of my skin. Mom wouldn't listen. Instead, I woke up one morning to find she threw away all my t-shirts and sweatpants in the garbage and bought me a whole new wardrobe of tight dresses. I was really mad Mom did that. So as revenge, I refused to shower for a whole week until Mom returned the dresses and bought me some new baggy clothes. She gave up on me after that. I knew I was disappointing Mom, but she just didn't understand what it was like looking like me. One day when I was 15, I was studying alone in the library. Then suddenly, I saw a boy stealing my homework binder. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Calm down. I'm just borrowing this for a minute. Also, stop shouting. We're in a library if you haven't noticed.
Oh, don't talk down to me. And I'm not letting you borrow any of my stuff. I snatched the books the guy took, which were sitting on his chair. But he put his hand on my shoulder. That's when I noticed his lovely hazel eyes and how handsome he was.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm failing half my subjects because I have a learning disability. I'm kind of desperate, so I was gonna copy your homework, but I shouldn't do that, especially not to a pretty girl like you.
Whoa, did the guy just call me pretty? I started blushing and offered to tutor him so he could improve his grades. And he agreed. I found out his name was Ian and he was a new student. I also discovered Ian was super attracted to me. He was always telling me how beautiful I was, even with my skin condition and baggy clothes. After a few weeks, Ian asked me out and became my boyfriend. He turned out to be a really sweet guy. Plus, dating someone so handsome really boosted my confidence. If someone like Ian could like me, maybe I wasn't so bad looking after all. One evening, I decided to invite Ian over to meet Mom. But when I opened the door, Ian was standing next to a really pretty girl.
This is my friend Jessica. She's from out of town and doesn't know a lot of people.
I had no idea what to say. I was so uncomfortable. At dinner, Mom kept complimenting Jessica on how pretty she was. And then she said something that really crossed the line.
Ian, I'm curious. You're just a handsome young man, and while I love Greta, she doesn't really doll herself up the way your friend here does. Why did you choose her and not someone more like Jessica?
Ian looked super awkward and I fled from the table angrily. I was so sick of Mom tearing me down all the time. She just couldn't believe that any guy could ever want me. But the night of prom, Ian dropped a bombshell on me. He was moving to China. I was devastated, even though Ian swore we'd talk every day and soon he'd come back for me. Then one day, I woke up to discover Ian had blocked my number and there was just no way to reach him. Just like that, he'd ghosted me with no explanation. I was depressed for weeks.
Oh, sweetie, we both knew the day would come where Ian would move on.
I know it's always been impossible for you to think that any guy could love someone as ugly as me. But guess what? What Ian and I have is real. I know he wouldn't just shut me out like this. I need answers. I'm gonna find Ian and I'm going to talk to him. That night, I did a ton of research and found out what high school Ian was at in China. I convinced Mom to fly me there so I could have closure with Ian. When I arrived at Ian's school, I asked around so I could find him. And when I did, my jaw dropped. He was dressed in flashy designer clothes and his arms were around 2 girls. Looks like you're having a blast.
Whoa, Greta, did you track me down?
Yes, I tracked you down. Why did you ghost me? You said you loved me.
Actually, I never loved you. I only dated you for your money. But my dad's business took off and I'm inheriting half the money, which means I don't need to pretend to like you anymore.
No, you're lying. I know what we had was real.
Is that a joke? The real girl I liked was Jessica, the chick I brought to your house that night. I made out with her right after we left. Your mom was right. There's no way I could ever be into a girl like you.
I couldn't take it. I slapped Ian so hard across the face he fell backwards. The last year of my life had been a complete lie. Worst of all, Mom had been right about everything. I hated her, and I hated Ian, and I hated myself for being so undesirable. After that day, everything changed. I started covering my face with a scarf and studying every night until my brain hurt. Then, I got into the most prestigious college in America. One day, I was reading under the trees when a guy came up to me, who apparently was reading the same book.
I thought I was the only nerd around here obsessed with aliens.
Nope, we're 2 nerds of a kind. The guy laughed, and I found out his name was Ron. We instantly became friends and started hanging out every day over the next few months. After a while, I started developing feelings for him. Then one hot, sunny day, Ron and I took a hike in the desert. I started sweating like crazy and started ripping off my layers. That's when I noticed Ron staring.
Oh my God, you're the girl with the skin condition my twin brother Ian dated for money. The reason we never met was because I went to a boarding school for gifted kids.
Wait, what? Ian and Ron were twins?
You weren't the only girl Ian manipulated. Him and I grew up really poor and had to support our family from a young age. I wasn't as affected by it because I went to a boarding school, but Ian was an anxious mess. He thought if he could meet a rich girl in high school and marry her, everything would be okay.
I was too stunned to speak, so I hadn't been the only one Ian had used. This whole time, I thought I hadn't been good enough or pretty enough for him. But Ian's behavior had nothing to do with me. Then suddenly, Ron took my hand and stared into my eyes. I felt my heart race.
Ian was an idiot for not seeing how special and beautiful you are. Greta, I really like you. I want what we have to be more than a friendship.
My stomach was in knots. I liked Ron, but he was also the brother of the guy that used me. I didn't know if I could trust him. Actually, I have to go. I ran from Ron before he could answer. That entire week, I did everything I could to avoid him. Then one day, as I was coming out of class, I noticed Ron following me.
Okay, Greta, I know you've been avoiding me. And I know you're weirded out that I'm Ian's brother, but that doesn't mean that I'm the same kind of guy he is.
How am I supposed to know that? Why can't you just give me space?
Because I have feelings for you, and I know you have feelings for me too.
So what if I have feelings? You think you can just come into my life, tell me I'm special, and I'll automatically date you? I'm not desperate, Ron, and I don't need a guy to be happy. I stormed off right then and decided I wasn't taking any more chances with dating. I had better things to do. I signed up for every club at my college and completely transformed my wardrobe. My skin condition was totally visible, but I didn't care. I also wore tons of makeup and jewelry. The next day at university, everyone started mooning over my new makeover. You even look hot in your lab coat. Would you maybe want to get coffee after class? It's a possibility, but I'm pretty busy these days. And it was true. I was ready to thrive with my new look and new schedule. But that afternoon, everything turned upside down. I was buying a latte when I saw Ron sitting in the cafe. His arm was around another girl. They were on a date. Wait a minute. Why did I care? But the next morning, I saw Ron with the same girl again. She stuck like him to glue the whole day, and I wasn't able to catch Ron alone till the evening. So, you have a girlfriend now, huh?
Yeah, I do have a girlfriend. Is that a problem?
I guess it's just that I thought you liked me.
Greta, I did like you, but you pushed me away because you didn't trust me. I didn't want to pressure you, and I eventually had to move on. Besides, I thought you said you didn't need a guy to be happy.
Ron's words totally caught me off guard. It was true. I didn't need a guy to be happy. At that second, Ron's girlfriend walked over, and before I knew it, I started crying. I ran off and hid in the bathroom. It was true. I did want to be with Ron, and I'd totally blown my chance because I was scared. And now it was too late. That night, I blocked Ron on all social media, and when the weekend came, I decided to go home to get away from everything. But when I got to the house, I almost fell over in shock. Mom was sitting outside with 5 different suitcases, and she looked like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Mom, what's going on?
Greta, we're homeless. I've gone bankrupt.
Bankrupt? But you have millions of dollars.
I spent it all. Plastic surgery that obviously didn't work.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I felt myself burn with rage. So you obviously think that looking pretty is worth losing our home over? Which doesn't surprise me, since my appearance is all you'd ever talk about while I was growing up. Mom started to cry then, which just made me angrier. I arranged for us to stay at a shelter that night, but I went to bed without speaking to her. That week, I got a job at the local library so I could bring in money for Mom. Then one day, who should I see but Ron and his stupid girlfriend?
Whoa, you work here now? Does that mean I can keep my overdue library books now since I know the checkout lady?
I don't have time for your jokes right now. I have other stuff to deal with, like being homeless because my mom spent too much money on plastic surgery, which is why, before I knew it, I was telling Ron all about my situation as 8 other people waited behind him. I finally forced myself to stop talking, but by then, Ron's girlfriend had dragged him away and I had a bunch of annoyed customers. I was so angry at Mom, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd been way too hard on her. That night at dinner, I decided to apologize to her. I shouldn't have gotten so mad about the plastic surgery. I know you did it because you're insecure with how you look. After we pay off this debt, I want you to start seeing a therapist.
Oh, honey, I hate to admit it, but you're right. Thank you for being so understanding. And I'm sorry if I made you feel bad about your condition. I was dumb, really dumb. When you left, I felt empty and regretted everything, but I knew you were too mad to forgive me. Please forgive me, please.
It's all good now, Mom. I felt so much better after talking to Mom that night. The next evening, I came back to the shelter ready to crash, but instead, I walked in to find Ron sitting outside with Mom?
Whoa, what's going on here? Greta, this young man has given us the money to pay off our debt. His dad has a company in China.
Wait, pause. Ron, first of all, how did you even know where I was staying?
As creepy as it sounds, I tracked you down. I got really worried when you told me all that stuff today.
And then I pulled Ron aside. I don't understand. Why would you do this for me?
Greta, I broke up with my girlfriend. The only reason I dated her was so I could move on from you. I've done everything I can to forget about us and give you your space because I know you've been hurt. But I need to try one more time with you. You're too special to let go of that easy.
Before I knew what I was doing, I pulled Ron close and kissed him. I couldn't help it.
Is that your way of saying you want to give us another chance?
Look, I'm glad I took time off from dating to focus on myself, but I really like you and I'm much happier and more confident than I was in high school. I think for the first time, I'm ready for a relationship.
Well, when do we start?
As I sat in my sports car preparing for the race of a lifetime, my manager Ruth shot me a nervous look. If your dad finds out, we're dead meat. They're probably giving away some charity award somewhere. Besides, they already control everything. This is my way of living my life. Now sit still. As I drifted and turned the car around, Ruth was screaming, "Slow down, Your Royal Highness!" Oh, come on. The fun has just begun. I pumped up the gas and my brand new Ferrari was whooshing past the rest of the cars, putting me ahead in the race. Told you I'd win. Just then, a big van came out of nowhere and started clicking my pictures. Time to run. Hi, I'm Penelope, a real-life princess from Belgium. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with really controlling parents. They planned my daily schedule and made me go to boring meetings and dinners so I'd be ready for my duties one day. I wasn't even allowed to go to school or parties with people my age. My life was miserable. After what had happened at the race that day, everyone in the kingdom called me the crazy princess.
The media is having a ball. This is so harmful to our reputation.
Your reputation? I aced that race. and they're saying I came in second. If anyone's reputation is hurt, it's mine.
Enough. You are next in line to the throne, Penny. Mend your ways or I'll get you married.
I'm 17. You can't get me married. I must be at least 18 according to the rules.
I am the king and I set the laws.
Dad received a call and left before I had a chance to argue any further. Surely he wasn't serious, right? The next morning, I was swimming in my private pool when Ruth walked in with William, Prince of Denmark, and my childhood best friend. I got out and hugged him tight.
Wow, you've become prettier over the years.
I wish I could say the same for you. We laughed and decided to catch up over dinner. But when I got to the table, I saw him talking to my parents, and they looked serious. What's going on?
Penny, darling, we were just discussing the venue for the marriage.
Oh wow, who's getting married?
Us.
William looked at me, grinning, and I felt my mind numb. Suddenly, I found myself dragging William outside. What the heck was that?
I want to get married to you. I've always liked you and your parents don't seem to have a problem.
But I do. I don't want to get married to you or anybody. I'm 17 for the love of God. Is that why you're here? Did my parents put you up to this? Wait, don't answer that. I already know. I turned around and walked off, leaving William alone. And after that day, things just weren't the same. I avoided William all day long, and it came to a point where I couldn't step out of the house. It was insane. Just as I was trying to figure out a way out of this, Ruth told me she was leaving for New York on official duty for a year. You can't leave me. You're the only one on my side. Then join me. Nobody knows you there. You'd be free to do what you like. That did sound like a brilliant idea, but I knew Mom and Dad would never allow that. That didn't mean I couldn't try. So the next day, I went to their chambers to have a one-on-one. I want to finish my last year of school in New York. No one, least of all William, should know where I am.
And why should we listen to you?
You have to if you want me to get married. If this is the last year of my single life, I'd rather spend it away from all this drama. After hours of arguing, they finally caved and agreed to enroll me in one of the best schools in New York under a different name, Mia. Within a week, I was on a plane to my new life. But New York was busier than I'd imagined. If not for Ruth, I would have totally lost my way. Tired and exhausted, I hit the shower as soon as I reached the hotel. But just as I entered the bathroom, I saw someone under the sink. If you're a thief, let me warn you, I know karate.
Really? I'd love to see that, Jackie Chan.
Don't come up. I will legit punch you. I quickly left and grabbed myself a robe. Come out. The guy slowly dragged himself out, and when I saw his face, I almost passed out. He had to be the most handsome guy I'd ever seen.
If you're done staring, can I leave? I have another job to get to.
Not so soon, mister. Do you know what would have happened if I didn't see you? This is a strict violation of human rights.
I'm late. Call a protest, light a candle, I don't care. My job's done.
And he turned around and left. What a jerk. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and woke up feeling annoyed and exhausted. I would have skipped my first day if Ruth hadn't boosted my confidence. As I entered the classroom, I immediately noticed a familiar face, the hot plumber guy. And unfortunately, he was the only one with an empty seat next to his.
I'm Asher.
What?
If you're stalking me, you might as well know my name.
You wish. I joined recently. It's my first day.
Explains why you're wearing your skirt inside out.
I looked down and he was right. How embarrassing. As if that wasn't awkward enough, Asher was also my lab partner and just the weirdest guy ever. I'd never seen him talk to anyone, and he was always either with his books or playing football. If I tried talking to him, he would awkwardly turn in the other direction. What was up with this guy? A few days later after school, I was happily relaxing in my hotel when someone knocked on my door. Asher.
You forgot your list of lab supplies.
Thanks. You could have given these to me tomorrow in school.
I don't know about you, but this class is really important to me, so don't screw up on these.
It's important for me too.
Clearly. Anyway, I'd love to stop and chat, but I'm late for my night job. Unlike you, I have work to do.
Did he just call me useless? Asher turned to leave, but I ran behind him. Hey, jerk. I know you think all the world's weight is on your shoulders, but it's not. Everyone has their battles, so don't you dare talk down to me again. I turned around and left, slamming the door in anger. What an absolute piece of work this guy was. When I told Ruth about him, she had the weirdest thing to say. Maybe he has a crush on you. What? No, the guy hates me for some reason, and he's such a prude. Gosh, he gets on my nerves. And yet, somehow all we've done is speak about him. Whatever. A few days later, we had a surprise literature test, and I aced it. But I saw Asher sulking in the corner. And later, during an experiment, he screwed up badly and spilled everything on the counter. His mind was clearly somewhere else. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just do your thing.
Fine, dude. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I've scored miserably on my literature paper. If I don't get this right, I'll lose my chances of ever getting a scholarship.
What's a scholarship? Asher gave me a confused look before explaining it to me. I had no idea that people struggled so much to get a good education. For the first time ever, I felt lucky to be born rich. Fine, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah, but you'll owe me one, and you'll stop pissing me off. Deal?
Deal.
Soon after, Asher and I started with his classes in my hotel room, and he was worse than I thought.
My love is like a red, red rose. It blooms in June. Who talks like that?
Ahem. Now take my hand, look into my eyes, and say it again. And try not to sound like a robot. Asher took a deep breath and did exactly what I asked. But just when he took my hand, I felt a weird rush in my body.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, that's sweetly played in tune. How was that?
Wow, that was brilliant. Yeah, cool. That was, good. Pretty awesome, actually. My heart was racing faster than ever. What was this heart-pounding rush? I'd never felt anything like that before. Asher and I were still holding hands when the door flung open and I saw William standing there.
I leave you for a month and I already have competition? But why this peasant?
William, what the heck are you doing here?
I came to check up on my girl.
Oh, shut up. I thought we were over this. Just leave me alone.
I won't let you go this easy, love.
William tried to take my hand, but Asher interrupted him.
I don't think Mia needs you here. Now, if you don't want your butt kicked, I suggest you leave. Her name's Penelope. If you like a girl, at least get her name right. I'm leaving now, but this isn't over.
After William left, Asher turned to me, confused.
What was he talking about?
Asher looked at me confused as I told him the whole story.
Whoa, that's insane. You're an actual princess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to live like a normal person for once. Suddenly, I felt my hand on his, and my stomach erupted with butterflies.
I hope you won't throw me in the dungeons for being a jerk to you before.
I just might, if you annoy me again. After that day, Asher and I got a lot closer. He promised not to tell anyone about me, and I promised to help him with acing his literature tests. Once we got talking, I learned that we had a lot in common.
My parents are too busy in their own world. I was always ambitious, and they had no money, so I figured out a way to make it on my own. Now, I love being independent.
I wish I could make my life the way I wanted.
You can. All you gotta do is be brave. From here.
As he laid my hands on his chest, I could feel his heart pounding, fast and hard. I was falling for him, and I knew he felt the same way when he asked me to be his date for the Halloween party. Life was good, except William was always around me, and that was kind of annoying. When I told my parents about him, they were actually supportive of his behavior.
You should be happy he loves you so much. I suggest you come back and let go of this foolish adventure.
Why did they hate me so much? One day before the party, when I walked into school, I saw William waiting for me on his knees and a life-size bouquet.
Beautiful flowers for my beautiful date. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow.
No need. I already have a date.
Who? That peasant from the hotel? Come on. You deserve a prince like me. Only royalty can match royalty, and you know that.
That's enough, William. You were my childhood friend, and I respected that for as long as I could, but I'm done. Teach your lessons on royalty to my parents who love you so much, but leave me out of it.
You'll regret this.
Yeah, whatever. That evening, as I got dressed, I got a text from William that he was leaving, and I couldn't be happier. Good riddance. When Asher came to pick me up, I was shocked to see him stepping out of his car, looking like an absolute dream. We entered the party dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming, and people couldn't stop gushing over how amazing we looked together. The The mood became better when the song shifted to a slow number.
You look beautiful tonight.
Just tonight?
I fell for you the day I saw you, and I never stopped liking you.
Is that why you were so rude to me?
It was a way of keeping my feelings under control. I thought you'd distract me from my goals, but I was so wrong.
Asher pulled me closer till our faces were inches apart, and he gently kissed me on my cheek. And suddenly the song changed again, and we lost our moment.
Let's get out of here.
I'd like that. Asher took my hand and took me to the school rooftop, overlooking the entire city of New York. It was beautiful.
Penny, I know you're a princess, and I would never be able to match your status. But will you date me and make me the happiest person on earth?
It was a dream come true to meet a guy like Asher, and I was the happiest I'd been in a long time. But just as I was about to say yes, the door of the roof crashed open, and suddenly, I had people taking my pictures left, right, and center.
Is he your new boyfriend, Penelope? Will you leave the crown to get married to him?
Show us the ring! I wanted to leave, but there was no way out. Just then, I caught a hold of one of the guys with the camera. Who sent you? Tell me now or I'll destroy your career. The guy got scared and told me he got an anonymous tip from someone named Asher. No way! I immediately started looking for Asher when I saw him taking money from one of the media people. How could you betray me?
Penny, listen to me. This isn't what it looks like.
I'm not blind. I just saw you taking money from him. If you needed money, you could have just asked. You're worse than William. At least he didn't lie. Asher tried to stop me, but I was too heartbroken to stop. Soon after, I called Ruth and asked her to get me on a private plane back to Belgium. I wanted her to come along, but her work in the States wasn't over yet. As soon as I landed, the driver took me to the hospital and not the palace. What's happening? Where are we going?
You'll find out soon enough, Your Royal Highness.
My heart was beating nervously as the security led me to a private room and saw Dad with 1,000 machines beeping over his head. Dad! Oh my God, what happened?
Penny, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I turned to Mom, and she told me that Dad had been unwell for quite some time. When he learned that I was dating someone out of royalty, he just couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down, but I've learned my lesson. I'll do everything you say.
I just want you to take over the crown and get married to William. He's perfect for you, honey.
Even though I didn't agree with Dad, I nodded with a heavy heart. The news of my marriage and coronation spread like wildfire. Mom planned a major event inviting all the royal families of the world. As I stepped into my wedding gown, I could feel my heart sinking. Asher was the love of my life, but I had to make the sacrifice in the name of my family. I was walking down the aisle when Ruth came running into the church. Stop! Stop the wedding! Ruth, what are you doing? I have to do this. For Dad, Stop being dramatic. He doesn't love you. He's only after your money. Ruth told everyone how after I'd left, she went back to the hotel to get the rest of my stuff and ran into William. But he told me he'd left. That's exactly what I was wondering too. So I followed him to a club and saw him making out with random girls. She went on to tell how William's parents were practically broke and they wanted to marry their son off to recover money.
That's not true. She's lying.
He was the one who tipped off the media about you. For money. I looked at William, who had turned pale as paper. Spill the truth. Now.
Fine, I did it. And I'm not sorry. How could you choose that peasant over me? I'm royalty.
I slapped his face hard. I swear to God, if you say royalty one more time, I will have your sorry butt arrested. Now, if you have an ounce of shame, take your parents and get out. When I reached the palace that night, Mom and Dad were more than apologetic, and it was decided I'll take the throne with or without the husband. But before that, there was one more thing I had to do. Ruth, I already know. Here's your ticket. Go get him. I hugged her and left immediately for New York and booked the same hotel. When I reached the room, I loosened the sink and asked specifically for Asher.
Excuse me? Anyone home?
I'm in here. Hand me the screwdriver, please.
Ma'am, could you come out, please?
Sure, let me just... Oh!
Penny, what are you doing? Get out of there. Are you hurt?
Probably not as much as I hurt you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Ruth told me how William manipulated the situation.
I was just paying them to get rid of them.
I know that now. So, you think you can forgive me? Or, I'd rather order you since I'm the queen and all, so Asher pulled me in for a kiss, and it was everything I'd hoped for.
Hi, I'm Langdon from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. I was born 5 years after my parents got married, and Mom thought I was God's miracle and loved spoiling me. Dad always said I needed to grow up tough, but Mom couldn't care less. On my 4th birthday, she took me to an amazing toy store and said I could get whatever I wanted. As I was going through my presents at home, Dad walked in and nearly had a stroke. How many times do I have to tell you we don't have this kind of money to waste?
It's his special day, honey. Don't ruin it.
What is all this ridiculous stuff? Why did he need to buy a plastic flower? As Dad picked it up, water squirted out of it straight into his face.
He likes magic tricks and pranks.
Oh, does he? I didn't know we were raising a clown. I'm returning all of it. I felt so mad. And then suddenly, I felt my face do something funny. Are you making faces at me? I shook my head, but it happened again. My parents suddenly looked worried and took me to the doctor. After some tests, he explained that I had a facial twitch which could be triggered by any strong emotion. But it was nothing to worry about. But apparently Mom didn't hear the doctor right because she fussed over me even more. This didn't even change after my sisters, Rose, Orchid, and Lily were born. They were triplets but had nothing in common except one thing: their unconditional love for me. Once in 10th grade, my parents had to go somewhere for a few hours and told me to keep an eye on my sisters. I had an online video game match and I knew just what to do. Listen up, girls. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek. You hide and I'll count till 50,000. Don't come out till I say so. The girls ran off to hide while I slipped inside my room for some video game time. I was so lost in it that I didn't realize the time till Dad barged into my room. Langdon? What? What happened? We just got robbed. What? No way. I was right here, alert, on my toes. With your headphones on? I swear, Langdon, sometimes I wish I'd given birth to a bicycle instead. It would have been more useful than you. You didn't lock the front door, and the robbers just walked in and took half our things. Wait, where are the girls? We rushed inside the girls' room to find them sleeping under the bed. Phew, they're safe. That's because I told them to hide. How could you be so stupid? We just lost stuff worth thousands of dollars. If you really think about it, Dad, it's good, because now we can buy new things. Our old stuff was rotten, especially our TV. Dad looked ready to explode. Thankfully, Mom rescued me just in time. But after that day, he never trusted me with anything. It bothered me, but thank God Mom and the triplets worshipped me. Time passed, and in 12th grade, I joined the school football team. Without Dad knowing, of course. He was already unhappy with my grades, but football was my calling, and it was making me really popular too. I was standing by the lockers one day when the head cheerleader, Annie, walks right up to me.
Hey, Langdon.
Annie, hi. Hey, will you?
What?
It's Korean for how are you?
Oh, funny. I just came over to invite you to the Christmas party at my place tomorrow. I'd love it if the hottest new jock could come.
Really? Me? Wow, sounds mind-blowingly awesome. I mean, yeah, I'm cool. Count me in.
Awesome. Can't wait to see your handsome face.
I had a blast at the party, and I couldn't stop blushing when Annie introduced me as her new catch. Soon we became an official couple, and I was the happiest guy alive. A few days later, it was Dad's 40th birthday, and I wanted to do something nice for him. His car needed some repairs, so I took it to the mechanic to have it fixed and polished. But as I was driving back, I stopped by the bakery to pick up his cake, and that's when I heard a loud bang. I ran outside, and to my horror, I saw that Dad's car had slid down the sloping street and crashed straight into a truck. Oh my God! When Dad found out, he exploded like a pressure cooker. You, Langdon, you make me want to rip my hair out. My car is beyond repair. Do you think I just have money lying around to buy a new one? Dad, I'm so sorry. I got it fixed. For you. I guess I just forgot to put the breaks? You just forgot? How easy is it for you to say this every time? I've tried to make you more responsible, but I'm just done with you. I'm sending you to an army boarding school. Dad, no, I can't leave my football. I clapped my hand over my mouth as I realized I'd let it slip out. But Dad didn't even look shocked, just really disappointed. You think I don't know you sneak around and lie to me to play football? If you trusted me, I wouldn't have to. You should really come see me play sometime. Dad, I'm really good. I don't care, son. Your mom and I are leaving for your aunt's wedding tomorrow. But next week when I'm back, I'll ship you off. That's final. Dad didn't hear another word, and the next morning, my parents left.
I'm sorry, bro. Dad forced us to tell the truth.
It's okay. But now I need you guys to back me up. Dad needs to see I'm responsible. So we have new roles starting today. Rose, you're in charge of the dishes. Lily, I want you to make breakfast. And Orchid, you'll manage the laundry.
And you?
I'll supervise. That's the biggest responsibility. The next few days, everything went really smoothly. But then, one morning, my sisters woke me up screaming. What happened?
It's Mom and Dad. They're missing.
My sisters showed me the news, which said the plane they were on had disappeared. Search teams were trying hard to locate it. This can't be happening.
Oh my God, what will we do now? I can't breathe. She's having a panic attack.
She has panic attacks? Since when? We calmed her down and put her to bed, but I couldn't stop thinking how I never knew of Rose's panic attacks. I felt terrible. I stayed up all night reading the news about my parents, but it was the same. How was I supposed to make this work? What if they didn't come back? I didn't even hug them before they left. We stayed at home the next few days, waiting around for news of our parents, but none came. And when we returned to school, everyone was looking at us with pity.
Great. People are treating us like we're orphans already. Don't say that.
Just then, Annie appeared out of nowhere.
Aw, baby. Your sisters look terrible. How are you holding up? Better than your fake eyelashes.
Lily, behave. We're fine, babe. I tried calling you.
Yeah, you know I always have such a busy calendar, babe, but you are right here all the time. I'll see you around, Poochie Poo. Seriously, how do you tolerate her? She's more fake than Monopoly money.
I love her, okay? So you better get used to having her around.
No, I won't.
And after that day, Lily kept going from bad to worse. She would turn up late at home and get angry for the weirdest reasons. Whenever I asked her what was wrong, she said she was just fine. To make matters worse, we fell short of cash, so I had to work part-time as a mechanic. Things were tough. But thank God for Annie, or I would have gone crazy. One morning in school, Annie and I were sitting in the cafeteria when Lily walked up to us.
We need to talk, Langdon. Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? Take your middle somewhere else. I need to talk to my brother.
Lily, we can talk at home. Don't create a scene here, please. Everyone is staring.
Oh, so you're worried I'll spoil your precious reputation now? Don't you care about your family at all? Oh my God, you're so loud. Babe, tell her to leave.
Suddenly, Lily went crazy and emptied a can of yogurt on Annie's head.
There, enjoy your lunch.
What the heck, Lily? Annie, I'm so sorry. Annie stormed off, and I felt furious at Lily. The next evening when I returned from work, I went to her room to talk to Lily, but she wasn't there. She wasn't even answering her phone, and it was almost midnight. I informed the police, but they told me to wait for 24 hours. I was worried sick, so I rushed to Annie. Her dad worked with the government, so I was hoping she could help, but to my surprise, she was having a party, and I wasn't invited? As I looked around for her, I saw her in the corner with some random jock. What the heck? You're cheating on me?
Really, Langdon? You really thought after what your sister did, I'd still date you? Take a hint and get lost.
I felt stunned and angry, and my face started twitching. Annie just rolled her eyes.
Ugh, your face is doing its weird thing again, and you look super stupid.
And then she just started making out with him. I tried pulling her arm, but the guy with her pushed me away. I grabbed a glass near me to dump juice on him, but she pushed me, and the juice ended up all over her hair as she screamed. Lily was right. She was super fake. There was no way Annie was helping me now, so I left, only to find Lily in the parking lot. Do you know what time it is? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Now you found me, so leave. I have a party to attend.
You hate Annie. Why are you at her party? You're coming home with me.
Don't tell me what to do. You've always done whatever you want. But now that I have my freedom, you can't stand it? You're not my dad.
What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten I'm your older brother?
Older brothers are responsible, so don't call yourself that. Now move.
Her words felt like a slap in my face. I might be a brat, but I loved my sisters, and this made me feel defeated. I'd let my parents down. For the next few days, I was drowned in work. With my job and the school announcing the annual sports scholarship, I had no time to sit and sulk if I wanted to set a good example for my sisters. As for Lily, I asked Orchid to download Locatify on her phone without letting her know so I could keep an eye on her. One night, I was at the garage when I got a frantic call from Orchid.
Hurry, it's Rose. She had another panic attack, and she fainted.
We quickly took Rose to the hospital, but we couldn't get hold of Lily. I opened Locatify to track her, and it showed she was at school. What was this girl doing there at night? Doctors told us Rose was stable, but he wanted to keep her under observation for a few hours.
You go after Lily. I got this. Just be careful and don't beat yourself up. You're doing everything you can.
Thanks, Orchid. I quietly entered the school building, and it was pitch dark. Suddenly, I saw lights flicker from the school's main office, and Lily was leaving with a fat envelope. Lily?
Langdon? You scared me. Why are you here?
Wrong question. What are you doing here, and what's that?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Annie made me do it. She said if I stole this money for her, she'd get her dad to find information about Mom and Dad. I just felt so desperate, so I agreed.
You think I didn't try that? I already asked her 1,000 times, and she always said her dad's trying. But now I'm certain she never even asked him.
Oh god, I'm so stupid. That witch took advantage of me, probably just to punish me for being rude to her.
You should have just told me, Lily.
She warned me not to, or our deal was off. Also, I was so mad at you. I don't even know why. I'm such a mess.
No, you're not. You're just a kid, Lily, and everything going on with Mom and Dad is a lot to handle. Now, we're gonna put that money back and leave before we get caught. Or wait, I have a better idea. Annie had cheated on me and manipulated my sister. I wasn't gonna let her go this easy. We tiptoed our way to her locker and slid the money in. Next, we dropped an anonymous tip to the principal saying that Annie stole money from the school's trip fund. The plan was a success as the next morning, the entire school saw what a whack job Annie was when the principal opened her locker.
What? I didn't steal this. Lily did. Ask her. We found the money in your locker, Annie. There's enough proof to get you expelled. Call your dad. Now. No, please. He'll ground me for life. Please, I'll do anything. I'll clean the washrooms for a month. Just don't call my dad. He's already cut my allowance.
But of course, the principal did call him, and she was expelled. Good riddance. Girls, I know I've been an idiot in the past, but I promise I'll do better. You're the best sisters anyone could ask for.
What's that?
What?
You're getting emotional. Aww. Such a cutie. You're not so bad either.
My finals came around the next week, and I actually managed to pass with decent grades. And I bagged a sports scholarship to college based on my football skills. One morning, when we were leaving for school, I saw a police van pull into our driveway, and my parents stepped out. Mom? Dad? Oh my god, you're back!
Oh, my babies. I thought I'd never see you again.
What happened? Where were you? How are you? Mom and Dad told us how their plane had to make an emergency landing in a forest with no connectivity, and it was only after weeks that the rescue team found them. Those were the worst weeks of our lives, not knowing if we'll ever see you again. But Langdon, I'm so proud of you, son. You did a fine job, and nothing's stolen, it seems. I'm so sorry, Dad. I never knew your struggles till I was knee-deep in mine. I'll be better, and I love you. I love you too, son. And I think I'd like to see you play football sometime. Really? So that means no boarding school? Don't answer that. I'm just happy you're here. Family really is everything.
Hi, I'm Sophia from Armenia. Please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom and I moved a lot. We changed towns every few months, and I couldn't help noticing that I was different from the people around me. Even Mom. Everyone had dark eyes and hair, so my blonde curls and green eyes attracted attention.
Wow, she's so precious.
And well, she looks nothing like you. Is she really yours? Mom always smiled and said I looked like my dad, but I knew she didn't like the comments. And soon, we moved again. Don't look at anyone directly, and never take your hoodie off outside. People get jealous of your beauty, love. I was 6 when Mom started working as a cook in a mansion, and she told me strictly to never leave the kitchen. One afternoon, Mom had gone out for groceries when a tall woman walked in, and she stopped short when she saw me. "Aren't you a beautiful little girl? Why don't you come with me, honey?" As I was in her living room eating cakes and chatting nonstop, Mom came bursting in. "There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Sorry, mistress." "Oh no, I brought her here. From now on, she'll spend time with me while you work." Mom wasn't happy at all, but I'd have the best time. The mistress helped me with my reading and gave me lovely gifts. But a few weeks later, she said she wanted to adopt me.
"I can give her every luxury in the world. Her life will be 1,000 times better as my daughter." "How can you even ask this, ma'am? To part with my own child? I would never. You fool. If you truly cared about her, you'd let her have the life she deserves. Also, I looked up your records, and there's no birth certificate for any child of yours. Leave her with me, and we can keep all our little secrets." She reached out for my hand, but I grabbed hers and bit it hard. She screamed as Mom and I ran. "Pack your things, quickly, hurry." And so we left, but this time, we kept traveling till we reached some docks late at night. "We're leaving for the US, darling. We'll never know any peace here." Someone Mom knew helped us sneak onto a cargo ship, and we left to start a new life in New York. We spent the first few months in a homeless shelter, but Mom found a job at a restaurant soon, and we could afford a small place. Mom even let me join the public school after changing my name. When I asked why, she said it was for my own good, and I didn't ask anymore. Even though I didn't really stand out here, people still admired my looks. In 5th grade, my friend Melissa, who participated in beauty pageants, told me to try out too. The prize money was good, so I begged Mom to let me join. And I soon became a pageant queen, and modeling offers started pouring in. By the time I was in high school, I'd done my first national ad for a shampoo, and my face was on a billboard. One morning in 10th grade, I walked into the school hallway to see some kids gathered around a boy. He turned his face, and I caught my breath. He was beautiful. He threw his head back and laughed at something, and it was the most captivating sound in the world. Suddenly, our eyes met, and I realized I'd been staring at him like a moron. But I had to find out who he was. I walked into class to find all the girls talking about this handsome new stranger. Just then, we heard a loud groan. Ugh, jeez. I'll tell you who he is if you give me $20 each. And for $50, I'll introduce you gals to him. He's my brother.
The new boy introduced himself as Derek and said his brother Adrian was our senior. Just then the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I caught Derek looking at me and he smiled. He was cute, but his brother was a Greek god. One day, I had to reach a modeling audition after school, and as I quickly crossed the road, my heel got stuck in a pothole. As I struggled to set it loose, I looked up to see a motorcyclist charging straight at me. But suddenly, someone pushed me out of the way. I opened my eyes to see Adrian looking down at me.
"Hey, are you okay?"
I think so. Nope, I feel dizzy. Adrian swept me up effortlessly and carried me to his car. He took me to the hospital, and it turned out I had a minor concussion.
"Your mom's on the way. I called her."
Thank you. I am so lucky you were right there.
"Well, it wasn't a coincidence. I was actually following you to ask you out."
"Really?
Why do you sound surprised? I can't be your first admirer. You just might be the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Sophia."
He touched my cheek and my heart fluttered. Just then Mom walked in and she couldn't stop thanking Adrian. I was discharged soon and he even dropped us off at home. Adrian and I started dating, and the next few weeks were like a dream. He was intelligent and thoughtful and always knew how to make me laugh. We were the golden couple of the school. A few days later, I got paired with Derek for a science project, and we met up at the library to discuss it. It's funny, we've hardly spoken before, especially since you're in my class and I'm dating your brother.
Well, Adrian has that effect on girls. They fall head over heels for him and see nothing else.
That's not true. And I'd like to get to know you. Let's all have dinner sometime.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. Listen, Sophia, there's something... What's going on here?
Hey, we're working on our project, and I was just...
He's your project partner? No, that won't work. I'll talk to your teacher and have your partner changed. What? This is none of your business, dude. It's very much my business, dude. I don't want my girlfriend to fail, which she will with you.
Derek looked furious and stormed off. Adrian, you can't tell me who to be partners with. And what's wrong with your brother?
Listen, babe, you don't know him. He's not serious about anything, and he just thinks he'll inherit millions one day without lifting a finger. I'm already working with Dad in his company, and freeloaders like Derek just bother me. Trust me, he's gonna make you do all the work and just take credit for it in the end. Just ask your teacher to change your partner, please.
Derek didn't seem like that, but Adrian knew his brother better, and he looked upset. So I requested the teacher for a partner change the next day. Life was good, except that lately I'd been getting rejected after auditions, and Melissa had gotten a few ad campaigns I'd really wanted. But she was my friend, and I was happy for her. We were at a party together one evening, and I noticed Adrian was really quiet on the way home. Hey, you worried about something?
Yeah, just you, babe. You trust people way too easily.
What do you mean?
You don't think it's strange that Melissa has suddenly been getting every single commercial? She's rich. What if her mom paid bribes to get her those parts?
What? No, Melissa would never do that. She's the one who got me into modeling.
And she probably regrets it now, since you've been doing so much better than her. Jealousy can really change people, Sophia. Trust me, I know.
His words made me uneasy, but I decided to ignore him. But a few days later, Melissa and I were at an audition for a lipstick commercial, and she kept forgetting her lines. I had a flawless audition, so I was shocked when Melissa was selected again. Hey, I was so sure you'd get that. Yeah, me too. Wait, why do you sound mad at me? I'm just as surprised. Oh, drop the act. It makes no sense you'd get selected unless you paid your way in. What? Are you crazy? I can't believe you'd stoop so low. Adrian was right. He said this about me? Sophia, you've known me since we were kids. Why are you letting this guy? He's my boyfriend, and he's clearly less naive than I am. Melissa and my other friends stopped talking to me after that, and it just made me angrier that they all took her side. Thank God I had Adrian. Soon it was our 2-month anniversary, and Adrian wanted to celebrate in style by taking me out on a date to a classy French restaurant.
I want you to sit on this side, facing just me. I don't want anyone else to admire your beauty tonight.
That's a bit weird, and so cheesy.
It's just how I feel. And here's your present.
Adrian, you've already done so much. I gasped as I stared at a gorgeous amber necklace.
See? How could I not get that? It's like it's made for you, Amber.
My heart was pounding as he put it around my neck. Why did you just call me Amber?
Did I? Obviously a mistake, Sophia. Now, shall we order?
I felt so distracted that I could barely read the menu. I needed some air. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but just as I got up, I bumped into the waiter bringing our drinks.
Oh, I am so sorry, madame.
No, it was my mistake. Here, let me help you.
Please, don't worry about it. I'll get you some drinks.
As he ran off, Adrian turned to me coldly.
Why were you flirting with the waiter?
What? I was just trying to be nice. But suddenly, Adrian swiped all the plates off our table.
Don't play me for a fool. You kept touching his arm.
You're insane. I'm leaving. I ran out of the restaurant and looked around for a cab, but Adrian caught up with me.
If you walk away now, I'll make your life miserable, Amber.
Why do you keep calling me that? Just stop it.
Because that was your name before you came here, wasn't it? I know all about your past and you can't escape it. Yeah, I'll have you and your mother deported to Armenia and...
Suddenly, Adrian tripped over something and fell down, hitting his head. I frantically called an ambulance and used Adrian's phone to call Derek to the hospital.
What happened?
He tripped over something. The doctors say he'll be fine, but I can't stay here another minute.
Sophia, what really happened?
I broke down and told him how crazy Adrian had acted in the restaurant.
I wanted to warn you. You're not the first girl he's done this with. He's the perfect boyfriend at first, but then he gets so jealous and scares every girl away.
It's not just that, Derek. He knows things about me, and he's threatening to ruin Mom's life and mine.
If you tell me what it is, maybe I can help you.
I need to talk to Mom first.
Of course, and you need to be sure you can trust me.
I looked into his warm brown eyes, and I felt I could. So the next day, I asked Derek to come to my place, and Mom told him everything.
I'm not Sophia's mother. I'm her aunt. Sophia's parents passed away when she was a baby, and I was her guardian in their will. But her other aunt and uncle kept insisting that I give Sophia to them. They only wanted her because of all the money in her name. They were powerful people, and I knew they'd keep trying to take Sophia away from me. So I ran away with her. We traveled far, but I'd always felt they'd find us. Then we came here and changed our names, and it seemed like we'd finally left everything behind. Until now.
We can't go back there, Derek.
I'll do everything I can. I promise.
I couldn't bear to go to school for the next few days. I felt sick with anxiety. Then finally, one evening Derek showed up, and he was smiling.
My lawyer worked on your case, and given how long you guys have lived and worked in the US, your status will be made legal immediately. You can't be deported. No one's going anywhere.
Mom and I cried and laughed as we hugged, and I threw my arms around Derek too. Thankfully, Adrian still hadn't returned to school, and I started hanging out with Derek. I also apologized to Melissa. Sophia, I was so affected by what you said that I confronted my mom. She didn't pay for me to get those roles, but someone did, and I have no idea who. I do. It was Adrian. He did it because he wanted to turn me against everyone close to me, but I never should have doubted you. A few days later, I'd just put some stuff in my locker when I turned around to see Adrian.
Hi, Amber. Did you miss me?
You wish. And don't think you can ever bully me or scare me again. I don't care what you know. You can't use it.
Wow, what a transformation from the chicken girl I last saw. But yeah, I just came to tell you that I've lost all interest in you. Seems like you've really lowered your standards when you settled for my brother. And I don't date trash.
He walked away, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. But minutes later, I heard loud voices down the hallway, and I ran to see Adrian smashing Derek against the lockers and beating him up. It took 4 teachers to pull Adrian away as he screamed like a maniac.
You want everything I have, don't you? You always have, you little worm. Do you think I'd let you be happy? I'll ruin your life, Derek. You'll regret the day you ever crossed me.
Derek went home early, and I was completely shaken by the day's events. Later that night, I was having trouble sleeping when I heard a loud tap on my window. I sat up in horror, only to realize it was Derek. Gosh, you scared me. How are you feeling now?
I can't feel my face, but my heart's happy. I just had to tell you, Adrian went completely bonkers at home too, and my parents have admitted him to an institution for therapy.
That's such a relief. I'm sorry you got hurt because of me, Derek.
Don't be. I'd take 100 punches for you. Well, not 100, but you know what I mean. And Adrian's right about one thing. I've wanted to be with you since I first saw you.
He leaned in and kissed me, and it was lovely. We graduated from high school and both went to the same college in another city. Right after graduation, Derek and I got married in a small ceremony with our parents. Adrian was apparently out of the institution now and managing his dad's company in Europe, but of course, he wasn't invited. And a year later, we were blessed with a beautiful baby girl, Sarah. I was just minding my own business in the convenience store when suddenly a hooded guy jumped at the cashier and pulled out a gun.
Give me some cash. All of it. Now.
Everyone started to panic, except me. I'd actually been waiting for this moment. Hey, idiot! Everyone gasped as the robber turned to me. I then walked up to him while slowly removing my jacket. It's so hot in here, don't you think?
Back off, sweetheart. I have a gun.
Not anymore. He tried to dive for it, but I immediately locked him in a tight grip and pinned him to the ground. It's jail time, baby. And that's how you catch a criminal. Hi, my name is Artemis, and I've always wanted to become a detective, just like my dad. Before I continue, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. As the robber was being arrested, someone approached me with a proud smile on his face. My favorite police detective, Lewis. I'd met him during a Future Detective summer program for high school students last year, and we'd kept in touch.
You're really something else, kid.
Kid? He was just 5 years older than me, but he kept treating me as his little sister. And it was so annoying because I actually liked him. I learned from the best.
If you're free tonight, do you want to have dinner with me?
Would he finally confess his feelings for me? The anticipation was killing me. He took me to a romantic restaurant and my heart was racing.
I'll get to the point, Artemis. I know that you've been waiting for this moment too.
You bet I have.
We're having a big and difficult case right now, and we need your help.
Oh, I suddenly felt stupid. Tell me about it.
It's a gold smuggling case, and the suspect's name is Mr. Anderson. We need some hard evidence against him.
And how can I help exactly?
He has a son, and his name is Chase. He's a senior high school student, reckless, clumsy, and spoiled. He's looking for a female bodyguard, and she should be very attractive.
So, you want me to pose as his bodyguard while spying on Mr. Anderson, right?
Exactly. I need you to find where he's keeping all those gold bars.
Mission accepted, officer. Dad had trained me in martial arts since I was 2, and now I could finally put it to good use. Lewis prepared my fake documents for the application, and luckily, I was chosen. I was so excited about this mission, but little did I know that I was about to get involved in the biggest mess ever. I tried so hard to keep my cool when I finally met Mr. Anderson. His face literally screamed danger. I was secretly scanning my eyes around his office as we discussed the job. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was going to be harder than I thought.
I love my son more than anything, so do your best to protect him.
I'll make sure you won't regret hiring me, sir. He gave me a very thick portfolio of Chase, and the first thing I noticed was his face. It was very attractive. Mr. Anderson told me that Chase was waiting for me in this room, and the moment I opened it, I was caught off guard when someone suddenly jumped on me. It was him, and he looked like a scared little puppy. Is everything okay?
Take that disgusting little creature away from me.
I looked around and noticed a cockroach crawling toward us. I immediately stepped on it and crushed it to death. Don't worry, it's gone. He finally opened his eyes, and I almost dropped my jaw when we both stared at each other. He was the most handsome man that I had ever seen, and I wasn't exaggerating. Just then, he jumped away from me and cleared his throat.
I just find it really dirty, that's all. Anyway, you must be the new bodyguard.
Artemis, at your service.
Dad surely knows my type.
Do you want to make out? Do you want to die?
Playing hard to get. I like that.
I was hired to be your bodyguard, not your girlfriend, sir.
You'll still end up being one, so why waste time?
He was about to touch me, but I gave him a powerful blow that sent him flying to the wall.
Are you crazy? You're being paid to protect me, not kill me.
Sorry, it's just a reflex.
Fix your stupid reflex, or I'll tell Dad to fire you.
Loud and clear, sir. I'll officially start my duty tomorrow. Have a nice night. Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, I tiptoed around the mansion and installed some spy cameras to watch Mr. Anderson's every move. I had to catch him soon and get this job over and done with. The next day at Chase's school, boys immediately flocked around me like I was a celebrity, and Chase didn't look too happy about it. Just then, he started throwing some dollar bills at them.
$1,000 for each of you to back off and stop looking at my bodyguard, losers.
And with that, they all closed their eyes and ran away like rats in the dark. Excuse me, sir, but why did you do that? I can take care of myself.
I want you to focus on me. Those idiots will just distract you.
There's no need to do that. I'm not usually distracted by stupid things. But he just ignored me and continued walking. Suddenly, he slipped on a piece of tissue paper, and before he could hit his head on the ground, I caught him in my arms. Our faces were so close, and for a moment, I felt lost in his beautiful blue eyes. Just then, a pretty girl came running and screaming, "Hubby Boo! What is the meaning of this? Are you cheating on me?" Based on his file, it must be Vanessa, his girlfriend. On reflex, I dropped Chase to the ground.
This girl is my bodyguard. She was just protecting me.
Oh, what a relief. I'm your one and only, always and forever. Right, hubby boo? She then jumped on him and started kissing him like a vacuum cleaner. Vanessa was clinging onto Chase all day and kept sticking her tongue out at me. What was her problem? Later that day, Chase suddenly dragged me into the janitor's closet.
I actually don't like Vanessa. I just dated her because she's just so obsessed with me. I felt bad for her.
And why are you telling me this, sir?
Don't be jealous.
Huh? I'm sorry, but I really don't get you.
Forget it. I already broke up with her many times, and she's like an annoying leech. From now on, I want you to keep her away from me. Make sure she doesn't come near me.
Copy that, sir. Later that day, I snuck into the bathroom to check the surveillance video on my phone and saw Mr. Anderson enter the mansion, and then he went straight into his room. I needed to have access there too. On my way out, I bumped into someone, Vanessa.
Listen, girlie, you may look tough and all, but I'm not scared of you. I need you to stay away from my future husband, my hubby boo.
Sorry, I can't do that. I'm being paid to be by his side 24/7. And besides, you have nothing to worry about. I'm not attracted to him. She burst out laughing.
Chase is the most beautiful guy in the entire universe. There's no way you're not attracted to him unless you're a lesbian. OMG, are you? Do you like me instead?
Maybe.
I can't blame you. I'm perfect, but I'm sorry, you're not my type.
That's too bad because I think I'm obsessed with you. I leaned in closer and pouted my lips for a kiss.
Ew! Get away from me!
My little stunt was effective because anytime Vanessa came close to Chase, I made pouty lips at her and she ran off. But I wasn't exactly celebrating. It had only been a week, but I wanted to give up already. Chase was a total pain in the butt and such a big baby. He would complain over the smallest things. One time he was making a huge fuss about a mosquito bite.
How could you not stop it from sucking my precious blood? I thought you had great reflexes. See? It's swollen.
You're not gonna die from it, sir. Relax. One time he decided to skip school just to go shopping for a new yacht. As we were walking towards the port, we bumped into some guys who looked like gangsters, and he actually knew them.
It's a perfect day to break some skulls, don't you think, Chase? What do you want, Brody?
Your girl. She looks like my next girlfriend. He was about to touch me, but suddenly, Chase jumped in and shoved him to the ground.
Don't you dare touch her, dummy.
Brody went berserk.
You stupid dirtbag.
He was about to punch Chase, but I was able to block his fist just in time. I'd run home to mommy if I were you. I twisted his arm and he went screaming in pain.
Get her, boys.
I threw a couple of my karate moves and they all fell to the ground in no time. I turned to Chase and he looked stunned. He was still speechless, even in the car. When we got home, he just sat in front of me and stared at my face. Is there any problem, sir?
You're the prettiest and coolest girl that I've ever met. Do you know that?
He lifted his hand to touch my face and I just shivered at the contact. You know what happens when you touch me, Chase. So get your hands off me before it's too late. Suddenly, his happy face turned sad as he pulled away from me.
I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore.
Well, that was weird. I needed to find that secret room with the gold bars as soon as possible before things got any weirder. But whenever I had the chance, I looked all around the mansion and found nothing. One day, Mr. Anderson had a business trip and he'd be away for a week. It was finally my chance to work on his room. After making sure everyone was asleep, I went to his room and while I was checking his drawers, I felt someone watching me from the door. Chase!
What are you doing here?
I was looking for you.
In the drawers? I don't think I could fit in there.
Oh God, I needed to distract him. And then I did the unthinkable. I walked up to him, grabbed his face, and kissed him on the lips. And worse, I kinda enjoyed it.
Whoa, what was that about?
I've been craving your lips.
I knew it. No one could resist me, not even you.
I guess you're right. Anyway, we have to sleep now. It's late.
How could I when you just kissed me?
I tried getting rid of him, but he was persistent. First, he insisted we watch videos together on his favorite channel, MSA, for 2 hours. And then, he even made me sing him a lullaby to help him sleep. When he was finally asleep, I just found myself staring at his face. He actually looked like a beautiful angel.
Snap out of it, idiot!
The next day at school, Chase did something that gave me the shock of my life. He announced to everyone that we were dating, and Vanessa went wild. This girl is a lesbian, and I'm the one she actually likes. She's only getting back at you because she's jealous. Chase ignored her and got on his knees instead. To my surprise, he started tying up my shoelaces.
Silly girl, what if you trip and hurt yourself?
I then pulled him to the side and confronted him. What in the world are you doing?
You like me, and I like you. So we're dating, right?
Are you crazy? If your dad finds out about this, we're dead.
Don't worry. He's too busy to even check up on me. From now on, I'll protect you and serve you instead, okay?
I kept on refusing, but he was unstoppable. He was just around me all the time, and it was driving me crazy. All he did was stare at me 90% of the time. Could you please stop that? It's freaking me out.
I could stare at you forever. You're just too pretty. I sometimes doubt if you're even real.
During classes, he kept reaching for my hand just to hold it. During lunch, he would feed me and just watch me eat. He was acting like the perfect boyfriend, and I had no choice but to play along to protect my cover. Ugh, what had I gotten myself into? Later that night, I called Lewis and reported everything, including my fake relationship with Chase.
I need you to stop entertaining any distractions and finish your mission ASAP. Understood?
He sounded mad, and it made me feel bad. I'm sorry, I'll do better. The only place I hadn't checked yet was Mr. Anderson's bathroom, and I had to do that first thing in the morning. But I woke up to see Chase smiling at me with breakfast in bed.
Good morning, my love. Eat up. I cooked it for you.
The eggs looked delicious, so I decided to have a little taste. And they actually were. I didn't know you could cook.
I wanted to be a chef and open my own restaurant someday, but Dad wanted me to be the next CEO of his company instead.
Nothing feels better than living your dream, so stop being a loser and go for it. It's your life, not your dad's anyway. I suddenly felt bad knowing that his dad was a criminal.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life. I can't help but fall for you harder each day.
He sounded so real, I almost fell for it. You're pretty good with words, aren't you?
I'm serious about you.
To my surprise, he gave me a quick peck on the lips, and it made me blush like hell. One weekend, he insisted that I train him in boxing. When we got inside the ring, he was so hyped up. Are you sure about this?
Heck yeah.
But the moment I threw a single punch, he went flying like paper. I worriedly rushed up to him, but he immediately got up.
I wasn't ready, but this time, I'll show you no mercy.
I decided to make him win and let him knock me out this time.
You cheated. You let me win.
No, I didn't. He was pouting as he sulked in the corner, and suddenly I felt bad. Fine, I cheated. I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology if you'll have a date with me.
I agreed, and he took me to the park. I waited for him on the bench as he bought me ice cream. There were a couple of kids playing around, and to my surprise, he called them over and bought ice cream for all of them, and even gave the vendor a huge tip. He wasn't really that bad after all, and I just found myself smiling. Oh no, I couldn't fall for him. I had to get rid of these stupid thoughts and focus on my goal. The next day, I told Chase that I wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't go to school with him. As soon as the coast was clear, I slipped into his dad's room and went straight to the bathroom. I checked every corner and space until I saw a button underneath the sink. I pressed it, and to my surprise, the bathtub slid away, revealing a trap door beneath it. I tried all the combinations in the passcode lock until it finally opened. I went down the stairs and I couldn't believe my eyes. The room was full of gold bars. I immediately called Lewis for backup, and while I was taking some pictures, someone suddenly smacked my phone out of my hand. It was Mr. Anderson, back from his trip, and he was raging mad.
You little witch.
Just in time, Lewis and the police barged in and finally arrested him. As he was being escorted out, Lewis came up to me and hugged me.
Good work, future detective. I'm so proud of you. You can even get rid of that little punk and hang out with me again. I miss you.
Suddenly, someone spoke from behind us.
So, it was all about this, huh?
I turned around and my smile instantly disappeared upon seeing Chase standing by the door. The hurt look in his eyes broke my heart. Chase, let me explain.
No need. Congratulations on your successful mission.
I watched him walk away with tears in my eyes. I wanted to run after him, but I guess this was for the best. I didn't see him again, and he also never contacted me. I should be happy I was done with him, right? Wrong. It kept on bothering me. A lot. One day, Lewis took me out for dinner, and I was expecting him to give me another case. But he completely surprised me by saying,
I like you a lot, Artemis. Will you be my girlfriend?
I had been waiting for this moment. I should be happy. But why was I thinking about Chase? I'm so sorry, Louis, but I think we're better off as friends.
You like someone else, don't you?
I just bowed my head down and smiled. It didn't matter now because I'd ruined his life. 2 years had passed and I was finally studying criminology at university. One day during lunch, I decided to try the new restaurant around the corner, and I was shocked to see who the chef was. Chase! It's so nice to see you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I took your advice and here I am.
He looked even more handsome than before. I didn't know what to say.
It's really good to see you, Artemis.
You too. I wanted to hug him and tell him that I missed him, but I couldn't. He then excused himself and walked up to a familiar girl who had just entered the restaurant. It was Vanessa, and they were hugging sweetly. I felt so jealous. I just got up to leave. As I walked out of the restaurant, I felt someone running after me.
Are you jealous?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Vanessa realized that she actually likes girls, and we ended up being good friends.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Just then, he stepped closer and held my hands.
I've been in love with someone else for a long time now. I bet you know her.
You're supposed to be mad at me for putting your dad in jail.
I'm not. He's a criminal, so he deserves it. I'm upset because you pretended to love me.
When did I say that I was just pretending?
You weren't.
He looked so cute as he blushed, and with that, I grabbed him by his collar and kissed him. Sorry, it's just a reflex.
Let's make it a